Humanity stands as the protagonist of this world, yet they remain oblivious to their own potential and fail to comprehend the extraordinary beings they can engender. When humanity conceived the notion of fear, it materialized into existence. Chapter 1. The arrival of the ancient demon in England. Amidst the boundless darkness, an eye abruptly emerged, filled with madness in its gray pupil. Veins marred the sclera, and the iris slowly turned towards the light. In a modest lake, a colony of sponge-like creatures swayed at the bottom, though not the first life forms on this planet. They were among the first to experience emotion. These beings lived in fear, apprehensive of the unknown, which had not yet taken form. They feared a life greater than their own, which had grown beyond the confines of the planet. They feared death, which had become immortal. They feared thunder, which it wielded with control. Enveloping the world, it became omnipresent. Birthed from fear itself, it was the essence of fear, the Lord of Fear. As this entity gained consciousness, a void-like behemoth appeared in the world. Curiosity filled it as it began to move, causing mountains to crumble, flames to engulf the heavens, floods to ravage the land, and thunder to obliterate existence. It witnessed the beauty of the world descending into annihilation and felt its terror, prompting it to retreat. In a desperate attempt to diminish its form, it wept tears from a visage of nothingness, unwilling to witness the world's destruction. It dissipated its body, reluctant yet powerless. The river of time formed a closed loop, and under its watchful gaze, the world never ceased its motion. For 300 million years, it observed until the characters' fear were etched upon a turtle shell. The Book of Changes states, when thunder strikes, the noble man reflects with fear. It glimpsed the individual inscribing on the shell and regained form. It bore witness to the rise and fall of dynasties, the emergence of empires, the establishment of republics, and the reign of medieval clergy. It saw the flourishing Tang dynasty, the Renaissance, and the fall of the papacy. It observed the opening of new trade routes and the dawn of capitalism. Absorbing the knowledge created by humanity, it transformed from nothingness into a being of color. Secretly, it integrated into human society, adopting the name Lu Qi. In the 770 years after gaining form, it became omniscient through the fear of living beings. Grasping the truth of the world, Lu Qi participated in the establishment of the Republic of China, witnessing the complete downfall of the dynasty. It felt a profound connection to China, perhaps because its true birth occurred there. Yet, it sensed that more was needed. It perceived the fear pervading the region. Thus it took part in the founding of the Communist Party, recognizing a brilliant individual who it believed would be the era's central figure. It was correct. It beheld the resilience of a nation, contributed to the war of resistance, witnessed China's victory, and the establishment of a new China. Aimlessly wandering the streets of a certain island nation, fear grew increasingly agitated. It clenched its fists tightly. Damn it! Lu Qi struck a tree with a fist, which instantly disintegrated into ashes, scattered by the wind. The tree lamented. Unjust! Lu Qi gazed skyward, aware that any interference in the course of history would cause the world to collapse once more, for it still could not control the power that instigated. Fear. Worst-case scenario, I shall sleep for 300 million years. Lu Qi struggled to swallow its frustration, as it was merely a child of over 300 million years. Fear teleported beyond the earth, as dark clouds converged over the island nation. Thunder, like divine punishment, enveloped the entire country, and in an instant, one nation had vanished from the earth. Fear radiated thunder. Sensing impending doom, it teleported out of the galaxy, unleashing thunder that shattered a planet. It fell into contemplation, striving to compress its form, but even the slightest reduction would cause its power to spill forth. Lu Qi relinquished hope, as the void violently swept across an unnamed star, leading to its explosive demise. The star lamented. I too am unjust. Should living beings fear insomnia, then it would remain eternally awake. Years passed in a blur, and in 1979, an idea suddenly flickered in Fear's mind. What if I relinquish my true form and transform into a human? Though I would still absorb fear, I would not risk an overflow of power due to my inability to quickly digest such vast fear. With determination, Fear expanded its formless body and then divided a portion of itself into the shape of a human infant. Lu Qi infused its consciousness into the new form. As the infant opened its eyes, Lu Qi's awareness settled into the new brain, feeling an overwhelming sluggishness, pangs of hunger, fear, and suffocation, leading the infant Lu Qi to wail. After a prolonged lack of oxygen and the frigid temperatures of space, within mere seconds, the infant Lu Qi perished. Lu Qi thought. This time, it directly cast a small fragment of nothingness onto Earth, transforming into an infant before imbuing consciousness into the new form. Once again, thoughts dulled, and Lu Qi cried out loudly. Lu Qi found itself at the entrance of an orphanage in China, where it heard the sound of crying. The door opened, revealing a man and a woman. The woman scooped up Lu Qi. "Oh dear, those irresponsible parents have abandoned our precious little one again." The woman playfully poked Lu Qi's small nose, attempting to elicit a smile. Lu Qi succeeded, laughing joyfully, prompting a smile from a woman as she intended to bring Lu Qi inside. The man scratched his head. "Dear, the orphanage closed last week. We are leaving for England tomorrow." "So what? I cannot bear children, and I think this little one is wonderful." "Well, if you like it, that's good." "All right, today is July 7th, so we shall name you Lu Qi, and your birthday will also be July 7th. Quite nice." The woman shot her husband an exasperated glance. "Why don't you come up with a name?" "Ahem. Dear, you know I lack creativity. Lu Qi is just fine, right, little Qi?" The infant Lu Qi waved its tiny hands, laughing heartily. The woman joyfully lifted Lu Q. It seems little Qi really likes this name. 3 hurried years passed, and Lu Qi settled in London, England, with loving parents: his father, Lu Onghua, a university professor, and his mother, Luo Wanwan, a doctor. Lu Qi also had kind neighbors, the Grangers, who were 2 years older than Lu Qi's parents and both dentists. They had an adorable daughter named Hermione Jane Granger. Now, both Lu Qi and Hermione were 3 years old, reaching the age for kindergarten. The Granger family and Lu Qi's family decided to drive together, chatting and laughing on their way to school. Lu Onghua ruffled Lu Qi's small head. "Little Qi, be sure to protect little Hermione well in kindergarten." Lu Onghua chuckled, causing Mr. Granger to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Lu Onghua had always hoped for little Hermione to become his daughter-in-law, though Mr. Granger vehemently opposed the idea. Mrs. Granger had no objections. She quite liked little Lu Qi, but Hermione was only 3, so there was no rush. They would wait to see little Hermione's thoughts on the matter. As for Luo Wanwan, she adored Hermione, wanting to be her godmother since the day they arrived in England, even believing Lu Qi might not be worthy of Hermione. However, at that moment, Lu Qi was still exceptionally handsome, and Luo Wanwan was quite taken with him. Luo Wanwan thought, "Please don't grow up poorly. My husband and I are so good-looking. Our son must be stunning." Luo Wanwan seems to have forgotten that Lu Qi is not her biological child. Lu Qi shrugged, taking Hermione's small hand as they disappeared at the entrance of the kindergarten. Having grown up together, Hermione trusted Lu Qi immensely and followed him, though with a hint of reluctance. Her eyes slightly reddened, yet she ultimately refrained from crying. Clap, clap, clap. A woman in her 20s was applauding, her demeanor warm and inviting. "All right, children, look this way. Your sister will guide you to your classroom. Shall we?" "Yes." Upon returning to the classroom, the woman smiled and spoke. "Hello, everyone. My name is Emma. Could you kindly share your names with me?" "Of course." "Fantastic. Let's start with you, if that's all right." "Certainly." "Hello, everyone. I am Charlotte." Silence ensued, and Emma managed a strained smile. "That's a lovely name. Next, please." "I am Angela. I am Olivia." Finally, it came to be. "I am Hermione Jean Granger. I am Lu Qi." The classroom was arranged in 3 rows with 4 children per group, totaling 24 children. Hermione and Lu Qi were the last 2. A soft murmur filled the room, prompting Emma to raise her hand for silence. Having finished her introduction, Emma took a seat by the window. A child over 300 million years old. Lu Qi found himself exceedingly bored, and with a mischievous grin, he said, "Little Hermione, don't pay attention to what I'm about to say. Our parents will come to pick us up after school this afternoon." Little Hermione nodded obediently. "Why, brother Lu Qi?" "Well, because." Chapter 2. When ancient demons torment the innocent in a moment of mischief, Lu Qi suddenly stood up and bellowed, "Your mothers no longer want you." The classroom fell into an immediate hush, and beads of cold sweat formed on Emma's forehead. "Wah, mommy. Wah." After a brief silence, the children in the class, save for Lu Qi and Hermione, erupted into tears, some even shouting at Lu Qi amidst their sobs. "Impossible. Mommy would never abandon me." Emma's eyes brightened, and she quickly interjected, "Yes, yes. Your mothers will be here this afternoon." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Lu Qi, her eyes brimming with both threat and hope. "That is not true. Your mothers have indeed forsaken you. Otherwise, why would they leave you here?" The volume of the children's cries escalated, while only Hermione stifled a laugh. Had it not been for Lu Qi's earlier greeting, Hermione might have joined in the weeping. Instead, she found the situation amusing. Emma felt as if the sky were collapsing upon her. She shot Lu Qi a fierce glare, to which he merely shrugged in response. "Oh, the devil. You truly are a little demon. During our letter-learning session this afternoon, you had better hope you don't make a mistake. Otherwise, how would I punish a disobedient little rascal in China? Oh, right. I will make you write those letters 300 times. Oh, the horror. Today is even worse than Aunt Annie's apple pie. Yet, Emma was destined for disappointment. What could one expect from a mischievous imp who had existed for over 300 million years? The following day, "It's you. You tricked us yesterday, claiming our parents no longer wanted us." Hermione observed as more than a dozen children cornered her and Lucci, a hint of fear in her eyes. Lucci shrugged once more. "Did I? You won't admit it. You are indeed a naughty child." Lucci shook his head. "No, it's clearly your mothers who have forsaken you. Today, tomorrow, and every day henceforth." "Wah!" Emma lamented, feeling as though the sky had once again fallen. After a fortnight, they had completed their lessons on the alphabet, though only a few among them displayed a reluctance to learn. The solitary holdout was Charlotte, whom Emma found difficult to manage, especially given her illustrious parentage. However, there were also exceptionally talented children, such as Hermione, who could now read simple books independently. Today, Lucci brought a thick fairy tale book, as he was thoroughly bored and thought it would be delightful to share it with Hermione. He pulled out the tale and, engrossed, began to read alongside her. However, Hermione struggled with some complex words and sentences, requiring Lucci to explain them to her. Today, our little Princess Charlotte was exceedingly displeased, as her mother had not accompanied her. Only her father had come. Upon entering the classroom, Charlotte spotted Lucci and Hermione right by the door. Seeing the two engrossed in their fairy tale, she felt a pang of jealousy, for she could not yet grasp the letters, while Hermione had mastered them and could even read fairy tales. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The little princess was not merely unhappy. The consequences were quite severe. Charlotte abruptly seized the book position between Lucci and Hermione, raising it high while exclaiming, "Look, everyone, our class has 2 bookworms." With the majority of the children already present, laughter erupted in the classroom. Lucci was still somewhat bewildered, while little Hermione appeared utterly flustered. However, due to the considerable weight of the fairy tale book, Charlotte found it difficult to lift with one hand, causing it to plummet and strike her own head. Lucci burst into laughter. "Ha ha!" The classroom resonated with even louder laughter, and Charlotte, overwhelmed, shed tears. She glared at Hermione through gritted teeth, raising her hand as if to strike. "Hey, do you think I don't exist?" Lucci, already filled with trepidation, witnessed Charlotte's fright, causing her to tremble and collapse onto the floor. Lucci frowned and placed a foot atop Charlotte's head. "What were you trying to do just now?" "What? I want my mommy." "Mommy," sobbed Charlotte. The other children in the classroom quaked in fear, and Hermione grasped Lucci's arm, anxious that the teacher might reprimand him. Just then, a piercing scream echoed from the doorway. "Oh my gosh! Little devil, what are you doing?" Emma nearly fainted. After all, Charlotte was the little princess of an automobile company. Emma quickly intervened, pulling Lucci away, her entire body trembling. "It's all right, Miss Emma. My mother is quite formidable," Lucci replied, scratching his head. A flicker of hope ignited in Emma's heart as she leaned closer to whisper, "Her father is the chairman of the automobile company." Lucci raised an eyebrow. "Cricket Automobile Company? The British auto industry isn't particularly impressive." "Cough, cough. My grandfather is an ambassador, and my great-grandfather is a military commander." Emma continued. "Huh? How do you know that? Is it true?" "Absolutely," Lucci affirmed. Emma immediately ceased trembling, feeling her spine straighten considerably. She lightly cleared her throat and inquired about the other children. "Miss Emma," Charlotte barged in and snatched the books from Bookworm, Lucci, and Hermione, calling them bookworms. When she couldn't hold onto the book, it fell and hit her head. Then, she attempted to strike Hermione, but Lucci got to her first. Emma felt exasperated. This spoiled young lady was accustomed to being arrogant and truly deserved a reprimand. "Cough, cough, Miss Charlotte. What is that foul odor about you?" Emma began, scratching her head. With a sigh, she lamented, "Goodness, this day has been worse than Aunt Annie's apple pie. At least I should be able to secure my job." "Well, you, help Charlotte up and come with me to contact her mother. Lucci, you come too." Emma casually summoned a chubby boy to assist in contacting Charlotte's parents. Casting a disapproving glance at Lucci, Miss Emma, Lucci only hit Charlotte because of me. He didn't do it intentionally." "I'll go with you," Hermione interjected. Lucci was taken aback, glancing at little Hermione, whose fists were tightly clenched, her formerly rosy and adorable face now pale. Fear continually radiated from Hermione toward Lucci. He fell silent, silently taking Hermione's hand. She felt the warmth of his grasp, and her fear dissipated significantly. "Miss Emma, may I take Hermione along?" Emma waved her hand, choosing silence instead of words. The gesture was not a rejection, but rather an indication that no further explanation was necessary. In the office, Emma felt compelled to reach out to Lucci's parents first. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if Charlotte's parents arrived first. Little devil, shall I speak or will you? I'll speak myself then. Hello, Mom, this is Lu Chi. Little Hermione is being bullied. What? Give me 2 minutes. Well, Luo Wanwan's hospital is located in the city center, which is fitting for the best kindergarten in England, naturally not far from the hospital. As for the automobile company, it's quite distant from the city center. After all, this is England, and in the end, this matter simply fizzled out. What? You say you're not happy? Neither am I. I heard that an automobile company inexplicably went bankrupt, allegedly due to an unsuccessful attempt to kidnap the granddaughter of the Chinese ambassador. Is that true? Oh, I'm not sure. In any case, the chairman of the automobile company has already been taken care of by the state. The next day, Charlotte didn't come to school, and by the third day, I heard she had transferred, supposedly because she couldn't afford the fees, given that this is the best and most expensive kindergarten in England. 3 weeks flew by in a rush, during which Hermione celebrated a birthday with both families present, including Lu Chi's grandparents, making Hermione very happy. Lu Chi and Hermione had been in kindergarten for nearly a month, and today marked the completion of their alphabet lessons. Thereafter, there would be little of significance left to learn. These children were about to embark on the journey of self-sufficiency, which included learning to do laundry and cook. Yes, 3-year-olds are expected to learn such skills. While typical English kindergartens might not require this, this was no ordinary institution. It was the esteemed Wong Wei Poetry Kindergarten. Ever since Princess Charlotte was no longer a princess in title, it was of little consequence as long as she believed herself to be one. Following her transfer, Lu Chi and little Hermione acquired a new nickname, Bookworm. Little Hermione, with her adorable buck teeth, was playfully dubbed Miss Bucktooth Bookworm. This did not sit well with Lu Chi, who retaliated by confronting the bullies, which earned him a home visit from Miss Emma. It was quite outrageous. Lu Chi knocked out all their teeth, every single one. Yes, we will ensure that little Chi is well taught. Thank you, Miss Emma. Emma was actually stifling a laugh. After all, she was merely following procedure, and those little rascals who had teased Hermione certainly deserved a reprimand. The humor lay in the fact that those mischievous children were now toothless, which was somewhat amusing. After Emma left, Luo Wanwan simply ruffled Lu Chi's hair, while Luangwa embraced him with a cheerful grin. Dad, so who is older, Mom or my wife? Luangwa felt a slight pang of sadness. Though he masked it well, had it not been for Lu Chi's emotional perception, he might have remained oblivious. They are equally important. Our hearts as men are quite small, allowing space for only 2 people. One is Mom, and the other is my wife, each taking up half. Lu Chi, having lived for 300 million years, was hearing such words for the first time. And what about Dad? Father, your heart belongs to you, and within it resides the 2 individuals you cherish most. Thus, Father is the very chest that shelters you from life's tempests. In the backdrop, Luangwa's mother tragically perished during childbirth, while his father, after Luangwa turned 20 and was capable of self-sufficiency, left a farewell note before taking his own life. Luangwa, being exceptionally gifted, completed his education at Tsinghua University tuition-free at the age of 18, subsequently earning both his master's and doctoral degrees within a year. The family home lay shrouded in dust, devoid of his father's presence, and it was only at his desk that Luangwa discovered a letter dated a year prior. The farewell note from his father read, "Ongwa, father has departed. The hearts of men are indeed small, so very small. One half is reserved for your mother, and the other for your wife. With the passing of both your mother and wife, my heart has also succumbed to death. You have grown up. From our ordinary family emerged an exceptional doctoral graduate. Your mother must be immensely proud. I wished to join her 2 decades ago, but I believe she could not let go of you." Tears had stained the letter, not from Luangwa, but from his father. Rather than being addressed to Luangwa, it felt more like a message to his mother. Luangwa remained composed, yet his hand trembled incessantly as he held the letter. Luo Wanwan's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gently patted Luangwa's shoulder before stepping outside, where he could hear her soft sobs. Luangwa silently pondered, "My heart is full, but what of my father?" By the time the room was tidied, Luo Wanwan had regained her composure, while Luangwa was already weeping profusely. "My heart embraces the 2 I love most. It is Father who has always shielded us. Father is the very chest that safeguards the heart." Chapter 3. When the ancient demon nearly encountered bullying, Lu Chi suddenly noticed that the world had shrunk a little. Scratching his head, he caught sight of his arms, which had grown nearly 3-fold. A phantom image conjured a small mirror, revealing that he had indeed matured. Wait, matured? Blinding white lightning burst forth from his body, while dense, dark flames enveloped the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Lucci knelt, his entire being quaking uncontrollably. No, please. Lucci fought to control the power of fear, yet that sense of control seemed no longer his own. Regardless of how intently he focused, he could not prevent the calamity from unfolding. Brother Chi, rise and shine. Today is the first day of primary school. Lucci jolted upright in bed, the bright sunlight piercing his eyes, momentarily blinding him. Sensing a cool touch and gentle movement on his forearm, he realized it was Hermione, which brought him a sigh of relief. Now, at the age of 5, Lucci and little Hermione were set to embark on their first day of primary school. He lightly tapped Hermione's forehead. You startle me. Did you have a nightmare, brother? Lucci rolled his eyes. Indeed, the world has been destroyed. Little Hermione chuckled. Is that really a nightmare? If the world were to end, wouldn't you be frightened? Hermione shook her head earnestly. If the world truly were to perish, there would be nothing we could do about it. We might as well enjoy our final moments. Lucci gently pushed little Hermione out of his bedroom and locked the door behind them. Indeed, Dr. Hermione's words resonate with profound wisdom. Little Hermione's cheeks flushed as she forcefully knocked on the door. Lucci slipped out of his pajamas and donned his school uniform, consisting of a crisp white shirt, a tailored black blazer, and a neatly knotted crimson tie, complemented by black trousers. Upon noticing the time, 8:20, Lucci hastily completed his morning routine. Hurry, Hermione. We're going to be late. Although the distance between Lucci's and Hermione's villas and the primary school was not extensive, it would take two 5-year-olds at least half an hour to walk, as classes commenced at 8:30 in England. Having traversed nearly half the distance, Lucci abruptly halted, prompting little Hermione to stop and catch her breath. Why have you stopped running? She inquired. Lucci patted Hermione's shoulder and resolutely guided her to a nearby bench for a brief respite. They were already 2 minutes late, given the circumstances. It mattered little whether they arrived a tad earlier or later. Lucci retrieved a water bottle from his bag and offered it to the gradually calming Hermione. Well, this is all your fault, he remarked playfully. He then produced a handkerchief and instinctively wiped the droplets from the corner of Hermione's mouth. My apologies, my apologies. Let me give you a hug. Hermione shot Lucci a disapproving glance. Her brother was perpetually cheeky. After a brief rest, Lucci stretched and stood up, extending his hand towards Hermione, who remained seated. Are you ready to go? Hermione grasped his hand and rose. All right then, let us proceed. They ambled towards the school, and by the time they arrived, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Standing behind Lucci, Hermione's face was slightly flushed. Lucci, with his characteristic audacity, rapped on the door. 34 pairs of eyes turned towards the entrance, and after a brief pause, the female teacher at the podium turned her gaze towards Lucci with a disapproving huff. Teacher, we apologize for our tardiness. Miss Emma, he said, addressing their primary school teacher, who, indeed, was still Emma. Emma felt a wave of dizziness. After 2 challenging years, she had finally managed to see Lucci off, earning a promotion in the process, only to encounter this little mischief maker once more. It was no surprise that a student would have the audacity to be half an hour late on the first day of school. After all, it was Lucci. Stepping back from the doorway, Lucci glanced at the class sign to confirm he was in the right place, then turned to see Emma rolling her eyes. His expression was a mixture of mischief and innocence. Ah, what a coincidence, Miss Emma, he exclaimed. Come on, Hermione, let us go in, don't mind him. Hermione wished she could sink into the ground, quickly entering the classroom to find her seat. Lucci scratched his head, lagging behind. What? Do you wish to attend class at the doorway? He chuckled before finally joining Hermione, who was dismayed to find that, as the last arrivals, they were left with seats at the back by the window. The back row by the window, King's homeland, though it would put little Hermione at a disadvantage. The class comprised 36 students, and unlike kindergarten, where desks were arranged in groups of 4, here they were paired off normally. With 6 desks per row and 3 rows in total, they perfectly accommodated 36 pupils. Emma sighed and wrote her name on the blackboard. Emma. Emma pointed towards the table by the door. I am Henry, and I have a penchant for rap. I am George, and I hold a fondness for my sister. I am Paige. George is my younger brother, and I particularly enjoy rainy days. Children tend to gravitate towards playthings, with a notable prevalence for basketball, though I often ponder how these 5-year-olds manage to engage in such a sport. Soon, it was Hermione's turn. Hello, everyone. I am Hermione, and I adore reading and studying. Most of the class turned their gaze towards Hermione, their thoughts a mystery. I am Lucci, and I cherish this beautiful world, the humanity inhabiting it, and my homeland. Emma looked at Lucci, somewhat astonished. It was the first time she had witnessed such a serious expression on his face. One must admit, this little imp is quite captivating. Surely many young girls would pursue him. However, One wonders how someone so striking could embody a mischievous spirit. This time, the attention shifted from Hermione to Lu Qi. He rolled his eyes and turned to gaze out the window. Is this Asian boy truly so arrogant? Emma glanced at the clock. There were still 10 minutes until class ended, so she clapped her hands. Everyone, let us quiet down. We have 10 minutes left. How about we sing a song together? Yes. Hermione nervously clutched at the hem of her dress, having never sung in her life, fearful of performing poorly. Lu Qi felt a slight tickle in his throat, realizing he could change his voice at will. With a hint of exasperation, he took Hermione's cool, soft hand. Little Hermione, there is no need to be anxious. We can simply open our mouths without producing sound. It's perfectly fine. Feeling the warmth from his hand, Hermione relaxed her grip on her dress, though it was already wrinkled. The hem lamented, "Oh dear, what have I done to deserve this?" Lu Qi glanced at the pitiable hem of Hermione's dress and, with a sigh, smoothed it out for her. In an English primary school, boys donned a small black suit and black shoes, while girls wore a white shirt, a blue blazer, and a red bow tie on top, complemented by a blue pleated skirt that reaches the knee, white knee-high socks, and brown shoes. After all, those who manage to enter such an establishment are not merely troublemakers, but rather exemplary children. The teacher spoke with great detail, and even Hermione, who had already mastered the material, listened with rapt attention. Perhaps to a scholar, mathematics is a living entity. However, for a child older than civilization itself, primary school lessons can be rather tedious. Outside, the temperature in England on September 1st had begun to drop. The wind was somewhat boisterous, dislodging a couple of leaves that had yet to fully shed their green hue. Lu Qi raised his hand, causing the wind to gently lift a fully golden leaf. When he had searched for quite some time, the golden leaf gracefully floated into Lu Qi's palm. Ah, indeed, Mr. Lu Qi. It is quite rare to encounter a leaf so entirely golden, and how fortunate that it has alighted in your hand. I dare say I would also feel a sense of joy, for it is truly beautiful, is it not? I suggest you make a keepsake. Though I believe you ought to pay attention in class. Oh, my apologies, sir. Ha. Never mind. Let us continue. At midnight, Lu Qi collapsed onto the table. Although he had accomplished nothing, he still felt utterly exhausted. Little Hermione retrieved 2 lunches from her bag, offering one to Lu Qi. Indeed, Luo Wanwan could not cook, while Luonghua could, yet his culinary skills paled in comparison to those of Mrs. Granger, Hermione's mother. Lu Qi instantly perked up for Mrs. Granger's cooking was his absolute favorite, no matter the dish. However, before he could even lift the lid of the lunchbox, a mocking voice echoed nearby. Oh, look what I found. The studious little bookworm has brought 2 lunches, one for this yellow-skinned monkey. What is your relationship? Is he your little boyfriend? A bookworm paired with a yellow-skinned monkey. The derisive laughter came from a rather tall, chubby boy who was surrounded by a group of followers, encircling Lu Qi and little Hermione. Initially, Lu Qi had no intention of acknowledging this brat, but he could not tolerate the slurs against his race. You. Say that again if you dare. The chubby boy was taken aback by Lu Qi's icy gaze, yet with so many of his lackeys around, he feared backing down would be a loss of face. What is wrong with that? Yellow-skinned. A blinding flash of white light surged forth, followed by a ringing in the ears. After a considerable moment, the students who had brought their own lunches remained dumbfounded, for the chubby boy and his cohorts had vanished as if nothing had occurred, while Lu Qi sat at his desk, enjoying his meal and laughing with Hermione, who remained oblivious to the commotion. Fear is merciful. It cannot bear to witness life ebbing away. Thus it granted the chubby boy immortality, casting him into a distant corner of the cosmos. As for his followers, fear was kind, unable to bear the thought of their parents suffering from the sight of their lifeless bodies, and thus they were reduced to nothingness. Lu Qi nodded, realizing how benevolent he truly was. Chapter 4. When ancient demons rage, fear descends. The children in the class claimed they had transformed into light and flown away, leaving Emma no choice but to report to the principal and review the surveillance footage. With only 4 or 5 teachers and security guards present, the principal exchanged bewildered glances as he observed the 16 children who had transformed into light and vanished. Emma, witnessing them surrounding Lu Qi and little Hermione, felt her heart racing. Thankfully, they had merely turned into light. Yet, it did not seem so fortunate. Emma felt immensely weary but could not express it. Ultimately, the school bore the responsibility. She had been on the verge of becoming the head of the department, and it was a miracle she had not been dismissed over this incident. Emma felt a mix of emotions. She could almost laugh or cry. However, due to this event, the school was closed for a month, which brought her some relief. A month passed without any leads, and eventually, school resumed. This incident became one of the chilling legends of English primary schools. and since Lu Chi had a slight connection to it, he found himself isolated. What's wrong? Did someone bully you? Hermione pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Lu Chi furrowed his brow, cradling Hermione's cold face, compelling her to meet his gaze. Little Hermione, do not fear. I am here. What has happened? Hermione's eyes reddened, yet she still did not speak. Lu Chi remained remarkably calm as he sensed Hermione's fear and trembling body, yet he had never felt such rage before. With a resounding crash, he overturned the table and struck the girl's face with a powerful punch. For the first time, the Lord of Fear involuntarily released his aura, causing everyone in the classroom, except for Hermione, to lose consciousness in an instant. Fear had abandoned her. Close your eyes, little Hermione. Tears streamed down Hermione's face as she obediently complied. Shutting her eyes tightly, Lu Chi's visage had transformed into nothingness. The Lord of Fear was merciful, granting the young girl an absolute silence. This absolute silence eradicated all designated sounds. The blows of fear were slow and light, yet each strike left a vivid scarlet in its wake. Witnessing the girl faint, Fear, in his benevolence, could not bear to see such a good girl collapse before him. He bestowed upon her the sensations of overwhelming pain and indomitable will. Overwhelming pain magnified her pain receptors. Imagine the sensation of air friction fracturing a testicle. Indomitable will rendered her immune to all mental control, ensuring she would not faint. Even in the face of physical death, her will would remain unbroken. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The classroom lay in silence. As all but Hermione had succumbed to unconsciousness, she remained mute, her gaze fixated on the crimson-eyed monitor observing the scene. Lu Chi glanced at the headless corpse on the floor, then lifted his gaze to the camera above the classroom, revealing a smile. The Lord of Fear opened his eyes, gazing at the azure planet. As the planet trembled, the world quaked. 3 billion years of accumulated fear transformed into the power of the Lord of Fear, capable of annihilating this realm with a mere thought. Time, usually indifferent, seemed to halt for his sake. The world ceased its rotation, and on Earth, fear descended. An expanse of nothingness, larger than the sun, enveloped the Earth, echoing like thunder. The primal fear inscribed in the genes of all life. The world trembled as if inspecting itself, realizing that the disappearance of a single human should not invoke such terror. Had time truly paused to erase every trace of a mere individual? Yet, it still retained the memories of this person. Tell me, it seemed to say, I could have intervened. I thought you aimed to disrupt the world's protagonist, leading to my self-destruction. As if it were a dream, or perhaps nothing had transpired at all, the afternoon classes remained as tedious as ever. Though Emma and her classmates sensed an underlying disquiet, Emma glanced towards Lu Chi and the empty desk beside him. He was the sole occupant of a table. What, your desk mate? Extra one. Huh? Teacher, I don't have a desk mate. Wait, that's odd. I remember having one. It's been 2 weeks. Emma furrowed her brow, recalling that there should indeed be someone, a rather gloomy girl. Flipping through the attendance roster, she confirmed the absence of that individual. It's nothing. Perhaps I misremembered. Class dismissed. Emma rubbed her temples, glancing at the surveillance monitor, which revealed nothing. With a week's storage period, Extra One had consistently sat alone. Yet, she could vividly recall her. The classmates within the classroom also recalled the memory of that figure who had threatened Hermione in the restroom at noon, leading to an argument with Lu Chi, after which it seemed we all fainted. At this moment, the figure from that memory is gazing at her parents. Though her spirit remains unyielding, this world has no place for her. However, her parents still remember her. While the world may be devoid of this individual, the children in the class still remember Hermione being bullied. Despite Hermione being the true victim, they isolated her. Lu Chi even contemplated erasing the world's memory, leaving only the recollections of her relatives and parents. Yet, Hermione continued to be ostracized for her academic excellence and her inability to fit in. Lu Chi thought, well, forcing them won't be of any use. At least Hermione still has the Granger family and herself. Time indeed does not pause for anyone. What? You speak of fear? Is it not something imposed by him? 6 years have swiftly vanished, and little Hermione has grown into a graceful 11-year-old girl, taller than Lu Chi by 5 centimeters. As for Lu Chi, aside from gaining some height, he remains largely unchanged. Xiao Qi, tomorrow is the exam, and I am so nervous. What if I don't pass? I heard the 11 plus is quite difficult. In the UK, the transition from primary to secondary school is generally referred to as the 11 plus examination phase. Xiao Qi, you mustn't sleep any longer. You've been sleeping 23 hours a day. Lu Chi, in exasperation, raised his head to look at Hermione. Ever since she turned 7, Hermione had ceased to call Lucci brother, perhaps because she had begun to outgrow him by a centimeter at that time. Little Hermione, if you can't do well, then no one will. The principal might as well resign. Hermione felt a bit awkward and released her grip on Lucci. He sighed helplessly and patted her head. Xiaoqi, stop that. It will stunt your growth. Hermione feigned annoyance, but did not truly resist. Yes, 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 may you soon reach 1.90 meters. Lucci pinched Hermione's smooth cheek and turned to gaze out the window. He did not notice the faint blush on Hermione's face as she stole a glance at him. Lucci had already reached 1.60 meters, the charm of childhood giving way to the youthful awkwardness of adolescence. Hermione's heart raced. She quickly turned away, fanning her flushed face with her hand. Lucci could certainly perceive human emotions, but that required him to actively engage, and he found it bothersome to constantly be aware of others' feelings. Emma closed her notebook and gently set it on the desk. All right, children. Tomorrow the teacher will part ways with you. I wish you all the best in achieving perfect scores. Do you remember the first day of school? Let us sing a song together. After the song concluded, Emma wiped away 2 tears from the corners of her eyes. Children, now it's time to go home. This time, remarkably, no one rushed out. Goodbye, Miss Emma. Emma smiled, though her tears would not cease. Goodbye, children. Returning home, Hermione offered Lucci no opportunity to lie down on the bed, as notes and textbooks had already sprawled across it. With a disdainful smile, Lucci chose to recline atop the books instead. Hermione, undeterred, settled at the edge of the bed to study, and for a moment, the world fell into silence, punctuated only by the soft rustling of pages turned by Hermione, creating an atmosphere of tranquility rather than disturbance. As Lucci opened his eyes, he mused that the absence of any sound might render the space even more serene. He seized Hermione by the back of her collar, effortlessly pulling her down beside him on the bed. With notes still in her hands, he gently closed them and placed them atop her, proclaiming, Let us rest for a while, little Hermione. You wouldn't want to lack energy during tomorrow's exam, would you? But of course one must also sleep at night. Lucci waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was not quite that straightforward. The evening rest is a necessity we must all adhere to. I assent to it. Thus, if we consider tonight's rest as foundational and fixed, then an additional moment of slumber now will serve as a variable, suggesting that your rest correlates directly with your vitality for tomorrow. Therefore, does it not follow that a brief respite now would invigorate you for the morrow? Hermione rolled her eyes, but ceased her studies nonetheless. Lucci nodded approvingly. Ah, a teachable spirit indeed. With that, he shut his eyes once more. Hermione, lost in thought for a spell, turned to glance at Lucci, who had already drifted into slumber. Tentatively, she called out, Lucci. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she set down her notes and turned to face him directly, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace within her, prompting her to close her eyes as well. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Lucci, in a drowsy haze, pulled up the blanket, finding the day's pillow exceptionally comfortable. Chapter 5. When ancient demons encounter terrorists at 5:30 during England's evening rush hour, one cannot expect workers finishing their shifts after 6 to afford car. They might opt to venture outside or summon a meal from an upscale restaurant, though Mrs. Luo felt that the delivery personnel's tips were rather exorbitant. While her household was not lacking in funds, she found the notion of tipping displeasing. She believed that even a charitable donation would bring her greater satisfaction than what was deemed a mere gratuity. Reflecting on her in-laws, Luo Wanwan concluded that she could no longer maintain her autocratic approach within the household and ought to heed the counsel of Lu Onghua and Lucci. She turned to look at the pensive Lu Onghua, pondering how such a handsome figure could appear so lost in thought. She never anticipated that she would find herself enamored with the older Lu. As memories flooded back, Luo Wanwan recalled her first encounter with Lu Onghua, an afternoon kissed by the golden hues of sunset, where a youthful couple on bicycles crossed paths at a Y-shaped junction. The gentle breeze carrying the faint fragrance of the girl, while the sunlight illuminated the boy's heart, filled with noble aspirations. Lost in reflection, Luo Wanwan felt her cheeks warm again as she stole another glance at the contemplative older Lu. Lucci's room door stood ajar, and the two lay together on the bed, Lucci's arms encircling Hermione, who nestled comfortably within his embrace. Luo Wanwan's face flushed crimson as she hurried down the stairs with silent steps. Old Lu, where is our camera? She swiftly ascended the stairs again. By the time Lu Onghua retrieved the camera, the film was entirely consumed. Old Lu, let us dine out first. We can bring something back for them later. Lu Onghua nodded, though a hint of confusion lingered. Wait too. Luo Wanwan's eyes sparkled as she produced the freshly taken photographs for Lu Onghua's viewing. He really brought little Hermione home. I wonder if Granger will faint from the surprise? We could develop the photos while we're out. Little Hermione, still dazed, let out a couple of soft, delicate sounds. Upon raising her head, she found her face nearly pressed against Lucci's. In an instant, her cheeks were ablaze. Hermione quickly lowered her gaze, her mind swirling with thoughts, only to realize that Lucci had her in his embrace. A sense of bewilderment washed over her. Lucci remained asleep, yet gradually, Hermione calmed herself. After all, they had shared beds in their childhood. Her mother had mentioned they even bathed together before the age of 3. With this recollection, her eyes twinkled like little beans, and a warmth began to rise from her head. At that moment, Hermione dared not move, uncertain how to face Lucci when he awoke. Silence enveloped the night at Cambridge as she quietly glanced at Lucci, who remained unresponsive, his breathing steady. She longed to stretch her arms, having lost track of time, her limbs feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Being slightly taller than Lucci, the awkwardness of being nestled in his embrace for too long was undeniable. With no other choice, Hermione wrapped her arms around Lucci's back. Finding much more comfort in this position, her mind became a blank canvas, utterly unsure of how to react upon his awakening. In a daze, she seemed to hear Mrs. Granger's laughter. Little Hermione, it's time to rise. Remember, we have an exam today." Hermione let out another couple of soft sounds, slowly opening her eyes. The first thing she beheld was Lucci's face, expressionless. However, his once pristine neck had turned a rosy hue, his ears flushed and warm. "Xiao-Qi, what time is it?" "Already the next morning. Rise and shine for breakfast." "Oh, all right. No need. Mrs. Granger brought your toiletries last night. We can head straight to school after breakfast for the 11 o'clock exam." At that moment, Hermione could no longer contain her embarrassment, her face a vivid red. Warmth radiating from her head. "How can my mother come here? How will I face her now? Help!" Lucci stretched lazily and shook his head at the now wide-eyed Hermione, pondering how perplexing the thoughts of a young girl can be. After they finished their morning routine, old Lu and Luo Wanwan had vanished, perhaps out for a morning jog. The food bought from Chinatown was indeed authentic in flavor. The examination lasted an entire morning. The moment Hermione received the paper, she seemed to transform. All the chaotic thoughts in her mind evaporated, and a multitude of knowledge etched in her memory surfaced. Within a mere 30 minutes allotted for the examination, Hermione completed her answers in just 10, meticulously reviewing them once more, concluding her task in about 15 minutes. Then came the interminable wait. After a morning of testing, Hermione had regained her composure and, with a steady demeanor, inquired of Lucci. Hermione's parents operated a private dental clinic in the heart of London, typically dining out at lunchtime. Meanwhile, old Lu and Luo Wanwan usually ate at the cafeteria, although occasionally old Lu would whimsically take Luo Wanwan out to eat, given the proximity of the University of London to various hospitals. As for when such whims would strike, perhaps it would coincide with a moment of celestial inspiration at the university cafeteria, or perhaps it was when Luo Wanwan would call old Lu. "Never mind. Let us dine out. Where shall we go? What would you like to eat?" Perhaps Chinese cuisine. "Then let us head to Chinatown." "Yes, that sounds good." Lucci slung both their backpacks over his shoulders, allowing Hermione to guide him along. "Xiao-Qi, I remember Uncle Wang's sweet and sour pork is the best, and Aunt Lee's mapo tofu is always a highlight of Chinatown. Which shall we choose? But just a few days ago, you were craving pig knuckles." "Well, I do indeed desire pig knuckles, yet Grandpa Lu's Buddha jumps over the wall is also delectable. Oh, and let us not forget Sister Lu's Peking duck. It is absolutely divine. If we wish to indulge, we can come here every day. There is no need to deliberate." Lucci gently ruffled Hermione's hair, causing her cheeks to flush. "They say that if you keep doing that, I want to grow tall." Yet, the way Hermione blushed and lowered her gaze made it impossible to discern whether she was truly rejecting or merely complaining. Lucci, however, paid it no mind. He had grown accustomed to this side of Hermione since they were 7. Suddenly, a sharp blaring sound pierced the air, and Lucci's gaze sharpened. 2 helicopters descended from the sky, their doors flung open, and a burly man clad in a black balaclava aimed a rocket launcher at the ground. The ambassador's grandson must be here. Indeed, no further words were exchanged as a rocket swiftly descended, resulting in a violent explosion that halted the flow of traffic. A rope ladder descended from the helicopters, and several muscular men armed with submachine guns landed safely, unleashing a barrage of bullets into the surroundings. Screams and wails filled the air. Hermione was utterly bewildered. As an 11-year-old girl, she had never witnessed such outrageous events even on television. Lucci surveyed the area, pulling Hermione to the roadside. There was no escaping. The 5 helicopters above were raining down gunfire. With a swift kick, Lucci dislodged a manhole cover and, cradling Hermione, leapt down. Hermione was even more bewildered. The distance to the sewer was a staggering 10 meters. Surely, she would become a mere pulp upon impact. Fear gripped her, yet she did not scream. Instead, she tightly shut her eyes and buried her head in Lucci's embrace. Just as they were about to land, Lucci miraculously halted mid-air. Not a single drop of water splashed. After all, who could fathom what lurked within the sewer water? Little Hermione, could you exert a tad more effort? I feel as though I might be suffocated by your grip. Hermione was embracing Lucci's neck, unconsciously tightening her grip due to her anxiety. Stealing a glance with her eyes open, she shyly eased her hold. Lucci extended his senses and soared down to the sewer beneath the University of London. The wind lifted the manhole cover as Lucci safely landed, holding Hermione, prompting gasps and exclamations from the students nearby. A university student remarked, "Wow, how arrogant can he be?" Lucci kicked open the ornate wooden door to the office. "Old Lou, Hermione, and I were attacked by terrorists not far from Chinatown. I brought her out through the sewer." Luang's expression darkened as he picked up his phone to make a call. "Father-in-law, Xiao Qi and Xiao Hermione were attacked, but rest assured, they're safe with me now." Lucci didn't catch what old Lou said next. He was preparing to comfort little Hermione, but found her sitting quietly beside him. Lucci raised an eyebrow in surprise. He opened his emotional perception. Anger and fear emanated from old Lou, while excitement radiated from little Hermione. Lucci looked at Hermione in astonishment. Her cheeks tinged with a blush. He thought, "Why are you blushing? We just faced an attack. And what else with the excitement?" Sensing little Hermione's latest wave of shyness, Lucci reclined against the sofa, feeling exhausted. "Xiao Qi, what is wrong? Don't be afraid. Your sister is here." Lucci widened his eyes at the serious Hermione. "Sister? Aren't we friends? Now you want to comfort me? This is absurd. And what do you mean by sister? You're no longer calling me brother, and now want to be a sister? What's going on? Is this some kind of revolution?" Seeing the shocked expression on Lucci's face, little Hermione thought he was genuinely frightened and took his hand. "Don't be scared, I'm right here." This made Lucci chuckle in exasperation. "Little Hermione, do you have any idea who brought you out? And who is responsible for the grip on my neck?" As he spoke, Lucci pulled down his collar to show Hermione the reddened skin on his neck. Hermione's gaze drifted, choosing to ignore Lucci's inquiry. Lucci felt a sense of futility akin to a punch landing on cotton. Chapter 6. When the ancient demon received the acceptance letter from the magic school, Lucci felt he might be ill. After all, he was an ancient demon over 300 million years old. What was he even arguing about with an 11-year-old girl? However, he seemed oblivious to the fact that little Hermione was not excited due to the attack, but rather because Lucci had successfully brought her out unharmed. One must understand the allure of Prince Charming, a superhero, has for an English girl. Nevertheless, the attack on the grandson and granddaughter of an ambassador was an exceptionally grave matter. It incited outrage from the Chinese side. The United Nations Assembly began to chastise England, reminding them of China's rising prominence, especially after the recent launch of the Dongfeng Express. It is essential to remember that just after World War II, when the new China had only been established for a few days, that little island nation vanished as if it had never existed at all, a nation of over 100 million people. Who would dare claim there was no connection to China? The English representatives, though fierce in their demeanor, were inwardly trembling. "I apologize for the misunderstanding. We were indeed unaware of this incident. It appears to be an attack by a terrorist organization, and we shall conduct a thorough investigation, even if it necessitates deploying military forces to cleanse our territory." England was undoubtedly taken aback by the audacity of terrorists daring to assault the ambassador's grandson, leaving the English representative seething with frustration. Upon returning to Lucci's residence, Lucci gazed in bewilderment at Luo Wanwan, who was spreading her belongings across his bed. Mrs. Granger, having learned that Hermione had spent the night with Lucci, had already made her intentions clear by bringing little Hermione's toiletries to Lucci's home. It was evident that Mrs. Granger planned for Hermione to reside there frequently. The Lu couple welcomed this with open arms, rendering Mr. Granger's insignificant objections futile. In fact, during dinner, Mrs. Granger's cheeks flushed slightly as she poured a glass of red wine for Mr. Granger. "Ahem, dear, I actually desire a second child." Mr. Granger was momentarily taken aback, but then a broad smile spread across his face. It seemed that Lucci's little escapade with his precious daughter was not so difficult to accept after all. After all, they were merely 11 years old. What mischief could they possibly get up to? The Lu couple would never allow two children to run amok. Moreover, it was only a matter of 3 months before they would transition to middle school, where they would be required to board, thus resolving everything seamlessly. The more Mr. Granger pondered. The more elated he became, his smile nearly reaching the heavens. Mrs. Granger shot him a disapproving glance before gracefully retreating to the bedroom. Mr. Granger could hardly contain his excitement. Despite his age, he felt invigorated and quickly downed his glass of red wine before following her. While he claimed to be of considerable age, he and Mrs. Granger were merely 34, while the Liu couple was 32. Lucci chuckled softly as he observed Hermione, who had buried herself under the covers like an ostrich. He playfully lifted her blanket and pulled her into his embrace. Hermione gasped, pressing her hands against Lucci's chest. "Little Hermione, are you shy around your brother? Time to sleep." Lucci casually switched off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. After a while, sleeping together as siblings posed no issue, yet Hermione thought to herself, "But I don't wish to merely be your sister." The night passed with but a single thought, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Lucci and little Hermione officially embarked on a 3-month vacation, but what little Hermione truly cherished was learning and reading. Consequently, she insisted that Lucci accompany her to the library each day. Lucci did not refuse. For a scholar who had amassed knowledge over 3 millennia, reading was indeed a delightful pursuit, even though he embodied fear, and living beings feared knowledge. Thus he had attained omniscience. However, knowledge did not encompass all the captivating books in existence. Most of Lucci's reading material consisted of stories and novels, while little Hermione focused on her middle school textbooks. After a week of frequent visits to the library, little Hermione began to feel fatigued and decided to take a day of rest at home. A letter addressed to us? Lucci picked up 2 envelopes that Mr. Liu had placed on the coffee table after retrieving them from the mailbox. There were no stamps, only a wax seal, embossed with the shape of a shield, upon which a lion, a honey badger, a snake, and an eagle occupied the corners, encircling a prominent capital letterhead the center. Ah, is our letter the same? The contents of the letter were as follows. Dear Mr. Lucci and Miss Hermione Granger, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted permission to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of the required books and equipment. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Lucci scratched his head, pondering the absence of an owl. Just then, the fluttering of wings was heard outside the window. He glanced out to see a gray owl. Little Hermione opened the window, and the owl leisurely hopped inside, settling upon her shoulder. Lucci regarded the owl in silence. He had never anticipated that wizards still existed. Had they not been eradicated during the Middle Ages? Lucci had studied that the so-called magical power of wizards is simply the force that sustains the world's operation. Everyone possesses it, though ordinary individuals remain oblivious to it due to its subtlety. As for casting spells, it involves communicating with the primal energies of the world using this inherent power, thereby manipulating spiritual energy through incantations to create magic. Little Chi, is this someone's prank? Lucci shook his head. We are in a residential area. It is improbable that anyone would jest, especially since they are aware of our cohabitation. Indeed, the recipient was specified as Mr. Lucci and Miss Hermione Granger. The innermost bedroom on the 2nd floor, Villa number 11, West London residential area. Hermione's cheeks flushed, prompting her to change the subject. Lucci, unaware of her subtlety, suggested, "We should ask our parents." Agreed. Let us wait for them to return from work. The owl, in perfect sync, hooted, and possessing the gift of omniscience. Lucci comprehended its meaning. I can wait until evening, but you must feed me. However, Hermione was oblivious to this. She merely assumed the owl was hungry and went to the kitchen to fetch some snacks for it. Lucci stroked his chin, contemplating whether to bestow Hermione with omniscience. He refrained, knowing that altering the protagonist's fate was perilous, as the world's fortune was intricately tied to the protagonist. Should the protagonist perish, the consequences could be catastrophic. Perhaps the sun would explode, or a colossal meteor would collide with Earth, leading to its destruction. To ensure the protagonist's survival, the world had granted its luck exclusively to them, and their continued existence was essential for the world itself. If the world did not hasten to protect them, who would? Ultimately, the world would face annihilation. Lucci's fingers danced upon the coffee table, gazing beyond the Milky Way at the vast void confronting Earth. Fear would endow Hermione with omniscience. Omniscience. In relation to humanity, you shall attain the truth of the world and transcend dimensional barriers. Hermione paused, stunned for a full 2 seconds, before earnestly declaring, I want to grow up. Just kidding. If you grow up, what will I write? About Lube? The issue is that even tomatoes 1T allow it. My previous manuscript has been rejected multiple times. Hermione pouted, mimicking Lucci's posture as she reclined against the sofa. Lucci took a furtive glance at the world. Cough, cough. Fear bestowed upon Hermione the powers of thunder, hurricane, flame, water, earth, undying, freedom. Thunder and earth. The mastery of the forces of thunder and soil. Undying. An existence that is impervious to death. Freedom. Absolute liberty, capable of transcending dimensional barriers. Lucci essentially transferred his abilities to Hermione, leaving her utterly astonished as she turned to him. Are you certain this isn't mere wish fulfillment? Lucci shook his head. How could that be? I merely possess the power of fear. So, you mean I will inherit the fears of life itself? Then I fear growing up. Lucci was left speechless. Firstly, fear refers to a dread that emanates from a soul. Secondly, you are, strictly speaking, no longer a human of this world. Thus, I cannot inherit your fears. Hermione, feeling disheartened, pouted. All right, your understanding of fear is still rather limited. In a fit of irritation, Lucci contemplated whether to share it with old Lou and the others. Before he could finish his thought, he felt the ground beneath him tremble. All right. If you don't want it, then I won't give it. With that, silence enveloped the world. At 5:50 in the evening, Luo Wanwan hummed a tune while entering the house, carrying 2 bags of delicacies. At that moment, Hermione was leaning against Lucci, engrossed in the television. Hello, my darlings. Mama has brought you Peking duck and some delightful little cakes. Madame Luo Wanwan, I suspect your intentions are far from innocent, Lucci remarked, narrowing his eyes at her as she stood in the doorway. With a playful smile, Luo Wanwan slowly approached Lucci, prompting him to glance behind her. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as fireworks erupted, confetti scattered, and the house lights flickered off, startling Lucci into thinking he was under attack once more. The dim glow of candles illuminated Lucci and Hermione's faces, leaving Lucci momentarily stunned and at a loss. Happy birthday, Brother Chi. Happy birthday. The Granger family and Luo Wanwan's parents had all arrived. Notably, old Lou was pushing a cart laden with dishes meticulously prepared by Mrs. Granger. And the Peking duck carried by Luo Wanwan was also made especially for the children by Mrs. Granger. Suddenly, Lucci recalled that today was the 7th of July. No wonder Hermione had seemed so tired from the library. She simply wished to avoid going out today. Given everyone's understanding of Lucci, it was clear he would never wander off if he was at home. Hurry, make a wish. And little Hermione, you must join in too. On the 19th of September, you will be at school, but we will arrange a leave for you to celebrate again. Our Hermione deserves 2 birthdays. Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. Lucci smiled gently, taking Hermione's hand, and they both closed their eyes in unison. Chapter 7. When the ancient demon sets out to learn magic. Goo goo goo. A little owl performed an acrobatic flight before landing squarely on Lucci's lap, seemingly unfazed. Oh dear, I truly have it tough, the little owl remarked. It waddled unsteadily to the top of Lucci's head, grasped a strand of hair, and gave it a vigorous tug. The little owl somersaulted, lifting its paw to check, only to find no hair had come loose. Lucci scratched his head and looked up at the little owl. The owl angrily flapped its wings. It's already 8 o'clock. As your parents prepare to head off to work, what of old Lou's activities? Is it not permissible for him to spend time with his wife? Lucci waved his hand dismissively, a gesture not of rejection, but one indicating that no further words were necessary. He then ignored the little owl and resumed his slumber, clutching the Hermione-themed pillow. Hermione, typically rising by 6:30, sometimes joined old Lou for a morning jog, but the comfort of Lucci's embrace proved too alluring. Mischievous Lucci had spoiled little Hermione. At 9 o'clock, having awoken, Lucci stretched lazily, releasing the little owl from its confinement beneath his legs. The little owl appeared despondent, lamenting, "Oh, woe is me. I feel unclean." Hermione remained with her eyes closed, though the tremor of her lashes betrayed her wakefulness. Lucci chose not to expose her ruse, quietly completing his morning routine before gently rousing the pretender, little Hermione. Descending the stairs with the now despondent little owl in tow, he announced, "Mother, little Hermione and I have been accepted into a magical school." The little owl flapped its wings in excitement. "Hogwarts, you say? But why are these 2 grown humans not at work?" The little owl turned to find Luo Wanwan reclining on the sofa, applying a facial mask, while old Lou was engaged in a foot massage for her. Intrigued, Luo Wanwan took the 2 letters from Lucci's hands and scrutinized them closely, while old Lou leaned in to snatch the other letter. After a brief examination, Luo Wanwan returned the letter to Lucci and nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, it is genuine. But the Ministry of Magic is not under your grandfather's jurisdiction, and his term is nearing its end." A chuckle escaped Luo Wanwan's lips, marking a first since Lucci's birth. After all, the former Lucci was a personification of fear, devoid of emotion, and now he was simply Lu Qi, a living, breathing individual. Lu Qi responded softly. Mrs. Granger is now somewhat contemplative. So, magic truly exists? He nodded obediently. And you, along with little Hermione, have been accepted into this magical school? He nodded again. Oh my, might we invite someone from that school to provide further details? Lu Qi hesitantly nodded. That should be possible. The little owl flapped its wings in affirmation. Indeed, it is Hogwarts. Little Hermione sat demurely on the bed, and Lu Qi handed her breakfast. Little Hermione, the task of writing the letter falls to you, as Mrs. Granger wishes to have someone explain the details. Hermione nodded dutifully, prompting Lu Qi to playfully pinch her cheek. Little Qi, do refrain. Hermione swatted Lu Qi's hand away, her earlobes tinged with a blush. Indeed, little Hermione had evolved. Lu Qi's antics no longer evoked the same rosy response. As evening approached, a series of knocks echoed through the house, prompting Luo Wanwan to answer the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by a woman of considerable age, her demeanor quite serious. With long, dark hair elegantly arranged in a bun and framed by rectangular glasses. She donned a deep green robe. Good day, I am Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please come in. I am Luo Wanwan, Lu Qi's mother. Luo Wanwan escorted the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts to the living room, inviting her to take a seat and rest, before introducing her to the Granger family gathered within. After exchanging pleasantries, Mrs. Granger inquired about the aforementioned magical school. It is Hogwarts, universally acknowledged as the finest wizarding institution in England. I beg your pardon, but might you demonstrate some magic? Does magic truly exist? Mrs. Granger's skepticism was not born from disbelief, but rather from the incredulity of having lived 34 years in a mundane world, only to be informed of the existence of magic. Certainly, in fact, you are among the most composed and rational muggles I have encountered, Professor McGonagall replied. Oh, muggle is merely our term for ordinary people, devoid of any malice. As she spoke, the deputy headmistress retrieved a straight wand from her sleeve. This is an indispensable companion to us wizards, the wand. Mrs. Granger posed a multitude of detailed inquiries regarding the matter, and while she was generally satisfied with the other conditions, one concern remained. Oh, Professor McGonagall, if little Seven and little Hermione were to study magic, what careers could they pursue upon graduation? What is the employment rate at your esteemed institution? Professor McGonagall fell silent for a moment. Nevertheless, I still advise your children to attend Hogwarts for a systematic education. Young wizards cannot control the magic within them. As they grow older, they may experience frequent magical surges. Of course, even if you choose not to send them to Hogwarts, we shall provide the best assistance for the children. Removing her lengthy wizarding hat, a shadow of sorrow crossed Professor McGonagall's face as she reflected on the difficulties her students faced in securing employment post-graduation, a matter that weighed heavily on her heart. Yet, as merely a deputy headmistress, she felt powerless. Mrs. Granger's expression softened slightly as she turned to look at Lu Qi and little Hermione. I believe we should leave the decision to the individuals concerned, as this is indeed a matter that could significantly alter their lives. The room's occupants turned their gaze towards Lu Qi and little Hermione. Lu Qi appeared indifferent, and thus looked towards Hermione. I want to go, she declared. Hermione, ever perceptive, yearned to rescue the elderly wizard who had devoted so much to the magical realm. She wished to save the acerbic yet gentle potions professor. She longed to witness the pure and beautiful unicorns, and this time, she desired to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, eager to behold that captivating world for herself. Professor McGonagall smiled warmly. Then henceforth, you may call me Professor McGonagall. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, I shall come to escort you to Diagon Alley to procure your school supplies. Until then, farewell. That night, for reasons unknown, Lu Qi found himself restless, a sense of agitation creeping into his heart. He even pondered whether Hermione's omniscience was indeed accurate. While Hermione still possessed the heart of a child, she also bore a newfound maturity. Lu Qi, should we not simply imprison Voldemort? She suggested. No. It is best we refrain from intervening. Let us not pursue that course. After a lengthy silence, Lu Qi suddenly spoke. Little Hermione, will you still be with that Ron? Before he could finish, Hermione embraced Lu Qi tightly. It is but a fictitious realm. Rowling is merely a novelist. How could she comprehend our essence? Little Hermione shall forever remain your little Hermione, dear brother. Lu Qi found himself somewhat lost in thought, his previously restless heart gradually finding solace as he embraced Hermione and succumbed to slumber. Beneath the moonlight, a faint blush adorned Hermione's cheeks as she playfully pecked Lu Qi's face. Silly Lu Qi, that fabricated Hermione is but a product of isolation and bullying, while I, the true Hermione, am simply your little Hermione, dear brother." The night passed in silence, save for those words. At dawn, Lucci was roused from his slumber by a relentless barrage of knocking and calls, glancing at the clock to find it merely 7 o'clock. Regardless of the commotion outside, he continued to enjoy his peaceful rest. Hermione gently shook Lucci awake, and he, in reluctant response, rested his forehead against hers. "Be good, do not disturb." Hermione felt the warmth of his breath against her face, causing her to feel a bit flustered. "Brother Chi, it's Aunt Luo. She says if you do not rise, she will come in and drag you out." Startled, Lucci opened his eyes to behold Hermione's eyes, as beautiful as gemstones, her brown pupils strikingly lovely. Their gazes locked, and for a moment, Lucci felt a flush creep onto his face, nonchalantly releasing Hermione as he got up to wash. Meanwhile, Hermione quietly changed her attire. By the time they had both finished getting ready and descended for breakfast, it was barely 7:30. Today, Luo Wanwan and the elder Lu had both taken the day off, while the Granger couple enjoyed a day of rest from their clinic. At that moment, both families were seated in the living room, engaging in cheerful conversation, while Hermione immersed herself in a book with great interest. Lucci sensed the world's malice directed towards him. The world replied, "You are absurd. I have done no such thing. Do not speak frivolously." After a moment's contemplation, Lucci reclined onto Hermione's lap under Mr. Granger's piercing gaze, who seemed ready to unleash his wrath. Hermione subtly adjusted her book higher, concealing her slightly flushed face. Chapter 8. When the ancient demon descends upon Diagon Alley. Little Hermione felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead, overwhelmed by Mr. Granger's intimidating gaze. Just as Mr. Granger's eyes threatened to devour Lucci, Hermione finally welcomed the arrival of Professor McGonagall, releasing a quiet sigh of relief. She gently shook Lucci's face. Lucci, Professor McGonagall has arrived. Rise quickly." Lucci opened his eyes, slowly rising from Hermione's lap, scratching his head under the impending glare of Mr. Granger. Professor McGonagall smiled faintly and led both families towards Diagon Alley. As for their mode of transport, it was Professor McGonagall's first experience riding in a Muggle automobile, and she found the overall experience quite pleasant. The entrance to Diagon Alley was located in London. Not far at all. McGonagall brought them to a bookstore, flanked only by a record shop. Luo Wanwan and Mrs. Granger appeared puzzled, questioning the connection to the magical world. Noticing their confusion, Professor McGonagall pointed between the bookstore and the record shop. "We have cast a spell here, a Muggle-repelling charm, rendering Muggles unable to see it. Simply hold the children's hands, and you will be able to perceive it." Luo Wanwan cast a sidelong glance at Lucci, who was holding little Hermione's hand, and promptly pulled Hermione into her embrace, shooting a casual glare at Lucci. "How old are we now? Still holding hands? How shameless." "Lucci, little Hermione. Hey, actually, it was I who held Lucci's hand first." Having held little Hermione's hand, Luo Wanwan and Mrs. Granger finally beheld the so-called leaky cauldron, which indeed appeared quite dilapidated. Old Lou and Mr. Granger, unable to contain their curiosity, also seized Lucci's hand. Is a magical world in such a state of disrepair? This looks like a medieval tavern. Why hasn't it been renovated? Upon entering the leaky cauldron, they were greeted by dim lighting and a peculiar aroma wafting through the air. The group curiously surveyed their surroundings, where several wizards were seated together, quietly conversing. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall, they promptly straightened up and sat attentively. "Ho ho ho, Professor McGonagall, you've personally brought the young wizards to Diagon Alley." "Indeed, old Tom. This year Harry will be starting school, and the other professors are quite busy." As she spoke, Professor McGonagall introduced the large-bearded man who had just spoken. "This is Tom, the owner of the leaky cauldron." However, before she could finish her sentence, one wizard who had been sitting quietly suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up, shouting, "What? Our savior is going to Hogwarts as well?" Professor McGonagall rolled her eyes. "You, background character number 2, after all these years, your startled demeanor remains unchanged." Background character number 2 sheepishly scratched his head. "Apologies, Professor McGonagall. All right, let us proceed to Diagon Alley." Ignoring background character number 2, Professor McGonagall exchanged greetings with Tom and led the family into the tavern's backyard. The backyard was quite spacious, with only a single trash bin, behind which stood a brick wall. Luo Wanwan curiously glanced at the trash bin, hesitating slightly. Professor McGonagall, we're not going to crawl through the trash bin, are we?" "Oh, certainly not. Count 3 bricks up from the bin and 2 bricks across." Professor McGonagall retrieved her wand and tapped the specified brick twice. The brick wall then magically turned, revealing a cobblestone path wide enough for 5 people to walk side by side. As they proceeded along the path, Professor McGonagall tucked her wand away. Welcome to the magical world. This is Diagon Alley, the largest trading center in the English wizarding community. Next, we will procure the children's school supplies, but first, we should exchange some wizarding currency. There are only 3 types of wizard currency: 1 galleon, 17 sickles, and 493 nuts. The group complained about the chaos of it all. Luo Wanwan and Mrs. Granger gazed wide-eyed at the surrounding shops, while Mr. Granger and Old Lou engaged in idle chatter. Professor McGonagall led them to the north side of Diagon Alley, in front of a grand white building. This is our wizarding bank, Gringotts. The goblin at the entrance, dressed in a vibrant red uniform trimmed with gold, greeted Professor McGonagall with a respectful bow, which she ignored. Little Hermione shuddered at the sight of the goblin, for it was exceedingly ugly. The diminutive figure stood less than a meter tall, with a sallow complexion and a head that was disproportionately large, dwarfing that of a human by at least 2 sizes. Its eyes were entirely black, devoid of any sclera, and its face was a tapestry of wrinkles, complemented by pointed ears and a sharp nose, as if malevolence were inscribed upon its visage. Both families noticed the ominous inscription carved above the imposing bronze doors of Gringotts, a menacing warning from the goblins to would-be thieves, utterly devoid of substance. Indeed, the goblins had a profound affinity for gold, and their prowess was commendable, rendering Gringotts the most secure bank. However, it seemed they had little regard for Muggle currency. Nonetheless, young witches and wizards received a school allowance of 100 galleons, while Muggle money could be exchanged for 200 galleons. 300 galleons would suffice for the expenses of a young wizard over 7 years. Lucci had reason to speculate that Gringotts was deemed the safest bank solely because it was the only bank in the English magical community. Professor McGonagall led the group to the front desk of Gringotts, which was notably elevated, with a goblin standing behind it, slightly taller than an average person of around 1.7 meters. The goblin regarded Professor McGonagall with evident reluctance as it handed 2 bags of galleons to young Hermione and Lucci. Luo Wanwan thoughtfully stroked her chin. If you do not accept our currency, do you accept gold? The goblin at the desk raised an eyebrow. Certainly, madam. Gold is universally recognized as hard currency, regardless of time or place. Luo Wanwan simply extended her right hand, and 7 or 8 gold ingots materialized upon the desk. Wait, something seemed amiss. Aside from Lucci, everyone, along with the goblin, gawked at Luo Wanwan in astonishment. Luo Wanwan's gaze wandered. What is the matter? Have you never seen a space ring? Lucci observed her hands. Her left hand bore a single diamond ring on her ring finger, while her right hand sported 3 rings on her middle, index, and thumb fingers, unadorned except for an intricately carved dragon that seemed to come alive. Luo Wanwan nodded seriously. What is wrong? Is it only permissible for you in England to wield magic, while we in China cannot practice cultivation? No, the crux of the matter lies with those rings. The focus is on your 3 space rings. Luo Wanwan replied, but you never inquired about them. She shrugged nonchalantly. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses. Chinese magic, you say? Is it referred to as cultivation over there? Esteemed lady, based on current valuations, 0.8 grams of gold equate to 1 galleon. Your gold can be exchanged for 1,000 galleons. Indeed, the gold bars Luo Wanwan produced weighed 100 grams each. Make it 10,000. Luo Wanwan then retrieved 72 large gold ingots from her space ring, causing the goblin at the desk to break into a sweat, and it bowed respectfully. Please hold on. Esteemed lady, 10,000 galleons is not a trivial amount. We need a moment to prepare. Meanwhile, you may rest in our VIP lounge. Luo Wanwan waved her hand dismissively. No need, just expedite the process. Yes, ma'am. Half an hour later, a well-dressed goblin approached, 2 large burlap sacks floating behind him, bowing respectfully before Luo Wanwan. Greetings, esteemed lady. I'm a manager of Gringotts, and here are your exchanged 10,000 galleons, 5,000 in each bag. We suggest you before she could finish speaking. Luo Wanwan waved her hand, causing 2 bags of galleons to vanish. Casually taking the 2 bags from Lucci's hands, she displayed a mischievous smile and removed the ring from her thumb, placing it on little Hermione's left middle finger. Annie Luo, what are you doing? Little Hermione hurriedly attempted to take off the ring and return it to Luo Wanwan, but Luo Wanwan stopped her. Dear Hermione, Annie worries that Lucci might spend recklessly. Could I entrust the money to you for safekeeping? Lucci wouldn't waste money, she reassured, as Luo Wanwan affectionately ruffled her hair. But Auntie remains uneasy. It's better to leave it with you. After a long silence, Hermione finally resolved, I promise I won't let Lucci squander it. Luo Wanwan responded, well, let Lucci handle the headache then. Lucci chuckled. Mr. Granger thought, the abacus beads are hitting my face. He was at a loss for words. Well, since my little darling likes it, I shall indulge her. If I don't pamper her, who will? Besides, Lucci isn't bad. Mr. Granger's gaze fixed intently on Lucci. His teeth clenched. If I find out you dare to bully my little Hermione, I won't go easy on you. Lucci shivered inexplicably, never expecting the adults from both families would so whimsically arrange for him and Hermione. As a being of 3 billion years, how could he possibly harbor feelings for 11-year-old Hermione? He regarded her as a younger sister. A century later, Lucci chuckled helplessly. At 3 billion years old, would I fancy an 11-year-old? Ahem, 18 would be more appropriate. Mrs. Granger, lacking a space ring, and being an ordinary person, merely exchanged 200 galleons for Hermione. After departing from Gringotts, Professor McGonagall was about to lead everyone to continue purchasing school supplies when Luo Wanwan, looking somewhat embarrassed, linked arms with Mrs. Granger. Well, Professor McGonagall, you can take Lucci and little Hermione with you. They're quite sensible. We have some matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With a shy smile, Luo Wanwan quickly pulled Mrs. Granger away, not forgetting to toss 1,000 galleons to old Lou as they ran ahead. Old Lou smiled at Professor McGonagall and quietly departed with Mr. Granger. Professor McGonagall remarked, "All right, children. It seems our journey from here on will consist of just the 3 of us. Who are you? Return our serious Professor McGonagall to us." Chapter 9. When Ancient Demons Choose Wands. Hello, Madam Malkin. Oh, Professor McGonagall. What brings you personally to assist young wizards? Hogwarts has been rather busy lately. Other professors have also come to help with the young wizards. Oh, I see. Come here, children. Let me take your measurements. The robes will be ready in about 2 hours, and you can use that time to purchase other items. After leaving Madame Malkin's robe shop, Lucci sighed in relief, unable to endure the sensation of being measured by others. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall led little Hermione and Lucci in acquiring their necessary school supplies, including cauldrons, dragonhide gloves, telescopes, and scales. Certainly, everything has been placed into little Hermione's space ring, much to Lucci's envy. Although he can directly store items in his own void, who wouldn't desire a space ring? For ordinary young wizards, the usual route involves a detour to the southern end of Diagon Alley to purchase wands, followed by a trip to the northern side for owls before acquiring their supplies. After all, the items can be quite numerous and cumbersome to carry, not to mention the stack of books that must also be purchased. However, for Lucci and little Hermione, it was simply a matter of convenience. They bought what was nearest and most accessible. At the Leaky Cauldron, with a flick of her wrist, Hermione procured all the essential textbooks for the first 3 years. Professor McGonagall had mentioned the comprehensiveness of the Hogwarts library, and since elective courses would commence in the 3rd year, Hermione opted not to buy any additional books. After a bit of calculation, she estimated that the expenses for learning supplies over the next 7 years in the magical world would amount to roughly 100 galleons, with the textbooks themselves also costing around 100 galleons. As for the remaining 100 galleons, Professor McGonagall had informed them that weekends could be spent in Hogsmeade Village, adjacent to Hogwarts, which offers many intriguing toys and snacks for young wizards. Thus, 300 galleons would be perfectly sufficient for a young wizard's 7 years of study. As they meandered through various shops, Lucci felt an unusual sense of fatigue, while little Hermione remained spirited. All right, just 2 more shops to go. This is the finest wand store in the magical realm. I purchased my wand here as well. Let us hurry. Professor McGonagall encouraged Lucci with a pat on the shoulder, urging him to perk up. Lucci smirked. The finest? Surely. There must be more than just this one wand shop in the entire magical world. To his surprise, he was mistaken. Cough, cough. There are actually 2 such establishments in the magical realm. Hermione examined the quaint shop before them. It appeared small and dilapidated. The golden sign above the door had lost its luster, and the dusty window displayed merely a solitary wand. Professor McGonagall chose not to accompany them inside, and upon entering, the reason became evident. The shop was indeed quite cramped, entirely filled to the ceiling with neatly arranged wand boxes. The entire space could scarcely accommodate 3 individuals, with a bench squeezed in at the back. The dim lighting obscured the view of the interior further. Ah, young wizards, how may I assist you? Good day, Mr. Ollivander. I am Hermione Granger, and this is Lucci. We are in need of 2 wands. Oh yes, new students I see. Come, extend your arms. Ollivander emerged from the shadows, a sprightly elderly gentleman with disheveled hair and slightly clouded eyes that radiated wisdom. He produced an aged wooden ruler from seemingly nowhere. As Lucci pondered the purpose of the ruler, Ollivander had already begun measuring Hermione's arm length. Mr. Ollivander, I fail to understand the relevance of measuring arm length. Lucci inquired, discomfort evident in his voice as he disliked the sensation of being measured physically. Indeed, only by understanding certain aspects of your physique can I ascertain the wand most befitting you, ensuring that your wielding experience is truly comfortable. Yet, we must also consider that we shall grow. Ollivander mysteriously shook his head. While your bodies may develop, some elements remain immutable. May I inquire what those elements are? Certainly, but I am afraid I do not possess that knowledge. It is merely what my father has conveyed to me. Ollivander proceeded to measure young Hermione's arm span, height, hand length, finger dimensions, and even her head circumference, eliciting a smirk from Lucci. Ah, a flawless proportion. Let's consider this one, made of Aries wood, with a core of unicorn tail hair, measuring 10 inches. With a flick of his wrist, a wand box soared through the air, and Ollivander opened it, presenting the wand to young Hermione. As she grasped the wand and waved it a couple of times, she found it suitable, yet not quite perfect. Let's try this one, crafted from purple satin wood, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 11.5 inches. Lucci interjected, questioning the necessity of perfection. This time, Ollivander did not nod in agreement. Ah, still quite suitable, yet not perfect. Let us examine this one, made of grapevine wood with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 10.75 inches. The wand radiated a brilliant light in Hermione's hands, and both she and Lucci believed it to be the one, as it seemed destined for her. Even Ollivander's eyes sparkled faintly. It was remarkably fitting, verging on perfection, as if it were indeed meant for her. However, it still fell short of absolute perfection. A discerning customer. How delightful it is to encounter such a meticulous young witch. Allow me to present this wand, crafted by my great-great-grandfather, employing ancient wand-making techniques. It features a bloodwood shaft and the tail hair of an ice phoenix, measuring 11.25 inches. This is the last of its kind in existence. Hermione took hold of the wand. Its crimson shaft shimmered with an icy blue radiance. Although the wand remained unresponsive in her hand, she felt a profound emotional connection emanating from it. Perfect, exceedingly perfect, this is the one. The vibrant crimson hue, stained by the blood of the dragon tree, harmoniously balanced by the tail hair of the ancient magical creature. The ice phoenix symbolizes unparalleled wisdom, unwavering conviction, and lofty aspirations, embodying natural leadership. Promise me, young witch, that you will not squander this gift, for it deserves to be renowned alongside the Elder Wand. Feeling the wand's warmth, Hermione made a solemn vow. I shall. Ollivander nodded in satisfaction and turned to Lucci, who promptly provided the necessary data. Ollivander chuckled, shaking his head. The essence lies not in the data itself, but in the measurements. I must personally discern that extraordinary information. Lucci closed his eyes, resigned to his fate. Fear not, dear child, I shall not lay a finger upon you. The concern is not about being touched, but rather my profound dislike for being measured in such a manner. Ah, perhaps you are even more finicky than Miss Granger. Allow me to investigate. Ollivander retrieved a wand that was so dark it appeared to be smoldering. My grandfather crafted a wand resembling the Elder Wand, using elderberry wood and the tail hair of a nightmare, measuring 15 inches. It can be considered a partial failure, for throughout history, no one has ever succeeded in perfectly combining elderberry wood and nightmare hair into a wand. Either it ends up being a mere stick with a strand of hair inserted, or the wand simply explodes. Lucci took the wand, which immediately emitted a crackling sound. Ollivander looked on with anticipation as the wand exuded dark wisps, but then fell silent. Oh, well, I thought it was about to find its master, but it seems entirely unsuitable. Oh, at last I found it. Ollivander's eyes sparkled with excitement as he opened a bronze box, and a thunderous sound erupted. A wand was presented to Lucci. The wand shaft was pitch black, yet shimmered with a golden hue, its base adorned with sharp, gray-white patterns. The shaft was made from lightning-struck, what I discovered in China 50 years ago, while the intricate patterns were carved from the powdered bones of a thunder dragon unearthed 36 years prior. The core contained the heart's nerve of the legendary Kuei Nyo, which I found 5 years ago, crafted using my ancestral wand-making techniques. The wand measures 15 inches. Give it a try. Lucci's lips twitched. The ancient magical creature, the Ice Phoenix, was already absurd enough, but he had seen it himself, albeit over 200 million years ago. He could understand the Thunder Dragon. But what on earth was this Kuei Nyo? As Lucci grasped the wand, it resonated with thunder, emitting beams of white light. He raised an eyebrow. Does the Kuei Nyo truly exist? Why was he unaware of it? Could it be an entity older than 300 million years? Yet, if it were indeed older, why had he not encountered it? Did they not experience fear? Moreover, the omniscience did not provide any relevant knowledge. Lucci was destined to have sleepless nights in the coming days. Ah, simply perfect. This wand embodies unparalleled power and fear, along with loyalty and innocence. It stands as a legendary wand, equal in repute to the Elder Wand, known as Chung Hui Shi Si Jia Long. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, young Hermione said politely. Bowing, Ollivander, appearing satisfied, entered a sage-like state and waved his hand at the two. For a true master wand maker, a wand is akin to a child. Witnessing one find a perfect home brings unparalleled joy. Mr. Ollivander, isn't the Elder Wand the most powerful? Why do you say our wand can be compared to it? As a Muggle-born, Lucci was certainly unaware of the Elder Wand, yet with the gift of omniscience, he was now immensely curious. Was the Elder Wand truly crafted by death? Do deities genuinely exist? Ollivander, dismissing the thought with a smirk, replied, Indeed, the Elder Wand, said to be made by death, is considered the strongest, but everyone knows that is merely a legend. There is no such thing as the most powerful wand. True strength lies with a wizard wielding it. However, a good wand does significantly enhance one's abilities, much like a typical wizard facing a Muggle armed with a submachine gun. At that moment, aside from legendary wizards, what difference is there between a common wand and a mere stick? Ollivander fixed his gaze upon young Hermione, seemingly implying something, before waving his hand dismissively. You may leave Gallon on the bench, but remember to maintain your wand regularly. Take care, both of you. Chapter 10. When Ancient Demons Journey to Hogwarts. Upon exiting Ollivander's wand shop, Professor McGonagall glanced at little Hermione and Lucci, noting their hands were conspicuously empty. However, they possessed the enchanted ring, so she refrained from probing further. The only purchase remaining was a pet. And there were indeed 2 pet shops in Diagon Alley. One was the Elops Owl Emporium on the north side, while the other, as Professor McGonagall mentioned, was a magical creature shop, which held no relevance to them. All right, you may proceed to select your pets. I shall seek out your parents. But I recommend you consider acquiring 2 owls. Although the school has communal owls for sending messages, their frequent usage often leads to errors. Understood, Professor McGonagall. Hermione nodded obediently, taking Lucci's hand as they entered Elops Owl Emporium. The shop was not crowded, yet it was rather chaotic, with small cages containing owls scattered about. Some owls were perched on the beds outside their cages, while large boxes filled with toads resided near the counter. Welcome to Elops Owl Emporium. How may I assist you in selecting your pet? We have snakes and cats available as well. 2 owls, please. What about this one? Just a year old. With no medical history, it's among the healthiest and strongest of its age group. Hermione turned her attention to the 2 owls. One owl rotated its eye toward her, while the other remained fixated on the window, exuding an aura of wisdom. Would you like to continue looking? Of course, please consider these 2. They are 2 years old. While not as robust as the previous pair, they remain quite healthy and are the most attractive of their cohort. Hermione admired the snow-white owl, pondering if it might be Harry's owl, given that it was the only white owl in the shop. She shook her head, unconsciously glancing deeper into the store. Lucci chuckled and shook his head. Let's first explore the cats. Very well. Little Hermione looked at Lucci with a mixture of confusion and anticipation. Her heart set on finding Crookshanks, though she was uncertain if he was present. Initially, Hermione had no intention of acquiring a pet, but due to the busy nature of Hogwarts owls, she decided to get one in her 3rd year and immediately fell for the clever yet unattractive large cat. Inside the shop, the kittens were all dutifully nestled within their cages. Little Hermione eagerly peered inside, yet after a lengthy search, she found none resembling the kitten in her mind. Lucci inquired with the shopkeeper, Do you have a ginger-faced flat-nosed cat? Ah, it seems we did have one, but it has been ill for quite some time. No treatment has proven effective, and if it remains unwell in 2 months, we shall have to part with it. Little Hermione pressed anxiously. Where is it now? In our backyard. However, we advise against purchasing it. It has been ailing since its birth last year, and while some minor ailments can be treated, its current condition is beyond remedy. Furthermore, it is the least attractive among its litter. Lucci shook his head. It's all right, let us see it. The attendant, understanding that the customer is always right, ceased her objections. Upon reaching the backyard, several kittens were confined in a corner, isolated due to their illnesses, as we feared they might infect one another. The attendant pointed to one of the cages at the back. The cat you seek is there. Shao Hermione opened the cage, eager to embrace it, only for the kitten to leap warily to the opposite corner. A bit flustered, Shao Hermione looked to Lucci, who chuckled gently and took her hand. Little cat, would you care to join us? Meow. I'm sorry, I wish I could accompany you, but alas, I'm nearing my end. Shao Hermione's eyes glistened with tears, threatening to spill over. Shao Hermione, it's all right. You bought it when you were in 3rd grade. It will surely endure. And do you not remember who I am? Lucci ruffled Shao Hermione's hair and turned to the small, yellow-faced kitten. It's all right. I merely wish to inquire if you'd like to come with us. The kitten curled up tighter. I've already said I'm on the brink of death. It seems this human cannot comprehend my meows. But what if you were not ill? Then I would certainly be willing. But how could that be? Ah, you actually understand my speech. Lu Qi smiled faintly. Not only I, but by the decree of fear, I shall strip you of your affliction. As Lu Qi finished speaking, a glimmer of light enveloped the kitten, dissipating its malaise in an instant. The kitten paused, then stood and stretched. Well, if a host of great wizards failed to heal me, you've managed it? Let us go, but I must insist on 3 meals a day. Lu Qi gently patted the kitten's head before handing it to Xiao Hermione, who joyfully lifted it. You don't have a name yet. Shall we call you Crookshanks from now on? Of course, I don't have a name. Crookshanks? Thank you, I quite like it. Such a bargain. A single copper natter? A copper natter appeared in Hermione's hand, leaving the attendant astonished before she composed herself and accepted the coin. The attendant gazed kindly at Crookshanks. Due to its illness. If it weren't for you, we would have had to dispose of it in 2 months. Thank you for saving it. Little Crookshanks has found 2 people who love it. As they exited the Owl Emporium, Lu Qi looked at Hermione, cradling Crookshanks. So in the end, we did not acquire an owl? Shall we go purchase one now? Lu Qi shook his head. Forget it. If it took you 3 refusals, it must not be of great importance. Little Hermione suddenly turned serious and said to Lu Qi, this is a singular moment. Harry Potter is merely a novel, and the Hermione within it is but a figment of imagination. Yet here I stand before you, do I not? Lu Qi appeared momentarily dazed, while little Hermione disregarded him. Her gaze falling upon Professor McGonagall, who was approaching with both families, cheerfully introducing Mrs. Granger and Lu Wanwan Crookshanks. Mr. Granger patted Lu Qi on the shoulder. What are you daydreaming about, you little rascal? Nothing much, just realizing I've been overthinking, Lu Qi replied. Mr. Granger playfully smacked Lu Qi on the head. So you're still thinking then? Lu Qi responded with a nonchalant expression. Mr. Granger affectionately tousled Lu Qi's hair. Oh, I see now. Observing Lu Qi dash to little Hermione's side, a subtle smile crept onto Mr. Granger's lips. That little scamp. At that moment, Lu Ongwa nudged Mr. Granger's arm with a sly grin. So, have you finally accepted reality? Little Hermione is to be my daughter-in-law. Get lost. They're only 11 years old. Who knows if my little Hermione even fancies that rascal? September 1st, a day loathed by the majority of students in China, saw both families driving to King's Cross Station. As they gazed at the stone pillar between platforms 9 and 10, they pondered the absence of platform 9, realizing something felt amiss. The adults assumed that, much like the entrance to Diagon Alley, one must take a wizard's hand to see the entrance, yet upon grasping little Hermione and Lu Qi's hands, they found nothing. Mrs. Lu proposed inquiring with a nearby staff member, but others dismissed the notion as the individual appeared decidedly mundane. Thus, both families stood perplexed. Having arrived early at 9 o'clock, while the letter indicated that the train would not depart until 11. After waiting for approximately half an hour, a multitude of peculiarly dressed individuals suddenly appeared. It was still quite warm, yet some wore heavy coats, glistening with sweat, while others donned sweaters paired with skirts. Most astonishingly, one man sported a skirt, his copious leg hair an eyesore. Naturally, there were also those who had opted for traditional wizarding robes. Both families watched in astonishment as one individual collided with the stone pillar between platforms 9 and 10, only to vanish from sight. Oh, it seems we ought to have figured out how to enter, Mrs. Lu exclaimed enthusiastically, leading little Hermione straight toward the pillar. Ouch! Mrs. Lu clutched her forehead, her large eyes welling with tears as she looked at Lu Ongwa. Ongwa. This elicited hearty laughter from the Granger couple, yet Lu Ongwa refrained from joining in, fearing he might not make it to bed that night. With the 2 children having just departed, he was keen to indulge in some new experiences, perhaps on the sofa or in the kitchen. Clearing his throat, Lu Ongwa promptly embraced Mrs. Lu, offering her comforting words. Mrs. Granger gently ruffled Lu Qi's hair. It appears we ordinary folk cannot pass through. We can only accompany you thus far. The adventures that lie ahead are for you to navigate. Remember to support one another. Mrs. Lu hurried over, her eyes still red and glistening with tears, her forehead flushed, clearly having taken quite a hit. Luo Wanwan crouched down to embrace little Hermione, then pinched Lu Qi's face and tugged at it twice. After speaking, Luo Wanwan buried her head once more in Lu Ongwa's embrace. Lu Qi's eyes twitched slightly as he waved his hand at Hermione. The journey that belonged solely to the 2 children was about to commence. Fear was soon to descend upon Hogwarts. Wizards, are you prepared? Chapter 11. When ancient demons encounter train shenanigans. Passing through the stone pillars, a red steam train came into view. The sides of the locomotive bore the emblem of Hogwarts. Ha! Looking down on ordinary people, I thought it was something extraordinary, yet it still relied on the steam locomotive invented by common folk. Noticing the surrounding young wizards staring, little Hermione quickly lowered her head. Ultimately, she could not endure the feeling of being the center of attention. However, to her surprise, someone initiated a conversation with her and Lucci. "What are you staring at? Have you completed your holiday assignments?" The speaker was a beautiful Asian girl, seemingly 2 years older than little Hermione. "Hello, I'm Qiu Zhang, a second-year student from Ravenclaw. I actually agree with what you said." Qiu Zhang extended her hand to Lucci, who glanced at little Hermione before symbolically shaking Qiu Zhang's hand. "You must be Zhang Qiu. I'm also Chinese. My name is Lucci, and this is Hermione Granger. That cat is Crookshanks. Meow. Hello, Senior Zhang Qiu." Zhang Qiu smiled. "Hello there. I haven't heard my full name in quite a while. You must be the new students this year. Let us board the train." Upon entering the train, Zhang Qiu led Lucci and little Hermione to the front of the carriage. Although it was not explicitly stated, that area was generally accepted as belonging to the upperclassmen. "Oh, typically, new students can be quite noisy. Do you mind if I take you to the upperclassmen's compartment?" Little Hermione quickly shook her head. Of course not. The train was divided into many private compartments, each containing 2 benches facing a large table, which could serve as a dining table. Currently, the train was sparsely populated and most compartments were empty. They found an unoccupied compartment, and the 3 took their seats. Lucci settled in by the window, with little Hermione sitting beside him, casually placing Crookshanks between them, while Zhang Qiu took a seat opposite little Hermione. "Senior Zhang Qiu, approximately when will we arrive at Hogwarts?" Upon hearing this, little Hermione knew that Lucci was about to fall asleep again. We should arrive around 7. Without further ado, Lucci laid his head on the table and fell asleep in less than 2 seconds. Little Hermione paid no mind to Lucci and instead took out a book from her spatial ring to read. Zhang Qiu, quite curious, asked Hermione, "May I ask where you got that book? Is it a magical item that employs the extension charm?" Little Hermione shook her head and extended her left hand. "This is a spatial ring. Lucci's mother entrusted it to me. It contains galleons and asked me to look after Lucci." Zhang Qiu glanced at the ring adorning Hermione's left middle finger, then cast a fleeting glance at the slumbering Lucci, stifling a light laugh. "Do you know what it signifies to wear a ring on the left middle finger?" she inquired. "Huh, what could it possibly mean?" Little Hermione blurted out, only to soon discover the answer within her omniscient knowledge. "It symbolizes that you are engaged. So, do you have feelings for him?" Hermione's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson. "I don't know," she stammered, her gaze darting away from Zhang Qiu. With a mischievous smile, Zhang Qiu remarked, "Well, I think Lucci is quite handsome, and we both happen to be Chinese. Should I pursue him?" "No, you absolutely mustn't." 2 voices echoed in unison. "Huh?" Zhang Qiu stared blankly at the entrance, where a strikingly handsome young boy had just pushed the door open, his expression serious as he directed his gaze at Zhang Qiu. Her cheeks flushed slightly. "Cedric." Cedric politely greeted Hermione before swiftly taking a seat beside Zhang Qiu. "Apologies for the intrusion, Qiu, but However, Cedric stumbled over his words, unsure of how to articulate his intentions or what authority he held to dissuade Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu shot him a glance, then nonchalantly stood to make space for him. "I was just teasing Hermione." "But Hermione, why did you say I shouldn't?" Little Hermione's eyes had transformed into tiny beads, steam seemingly rising from her head. One must be courageous enough to express their feelings. Lucci is so handsome. Surely, many girls will be drawn to him. "I understand," Hermione murmured, burying her head in her arms on the table and emitting muffled sounds. Zhang Qiu erupted into laughter, while Cedric, now comprehending the situation, felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. He had rushed to stop Zhang Qiu upon hearing her intent to pursue Lucci. After a brief pause, Zhang Qiu introduced Cedric to Hermione. "This is Hermione Granger, and that is Lucci. They are both first-year students, while he is Cedric Diggory, a third-year student from Hufflepuff." Hermione gradually regained her composure, lifting her head with a normal complexion, and this time, a mischievous grin graced her face. Zhang Qiu felt an ominous stir, casting another glance at Cedric, blaming him for the predicament. "Hello, Senior Cedric. However, when you entered just now, I noticed Zhang Qiu's face turned red. Could it be?" Before Hermione could finish her thought, Zhang Qiu moved beside her and covered her mouth, shooting Cedric a glare. Releasing Hermione, Zhang Qiu maintained her composure, casually fanning herself. "I was merely feeling a bit warm." Cedric recoiled slightly, yet inwardly rejoiced. The small compartment was spacious, although designed for 4, Seating 6 felt comfortable. Zhang Xiu chose to sit beside Hermione. As it appeared, Cedric had no intention of leaving, and she needed to guard against any inappropriate comments from Hermione. Subsequently, Zhang Xiu retrieved a book from her bag and began to peruse it with a captivated little Hermione. Cedric settled by the window, gazing outside, and caught a glimpse of the slumbering Lu Qi, pondering how this younger student could sleep so soundly, even amidst the commotion that had just occurred. However, Cedric felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he was indeed the source of that ruckus. Was Lu Qi truly oblivious to all? The other 3 occupants of the carriage had not witnessed the bewildered expression on Lu Qi's face. But, dear Hermione, what do you desire? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qi concluded that it was not affection, but rather the reliance of a younger sister on her elder brother. Little Hermione simply did not wish to lose her brother. Yes, it must be so. Everything would be fine when she matured a bit more. Fear had taken on a tangible form. Throughout 3 millennia, many had sought after it. Yet it had turned them all away, for it was, after all, fear. What would it know of romance? Time passed swiftly as the train began to move, and a chorus of wails from the corridor gradually intensified. Cedric, where are you? Help me, Cedric. Cedric was momentarily taken aback, casting an apologetic glance at Zhang Xiu and little Hermione, but they paid him no heed. Upon opening the door, he was met with 2 identical figures, both sporting vibrant red hair and a striking handsomeness. Oh, Merlin's black lace bunny costume. Cedric, what brings you here? Surely you aren't here to seek out Zhang Xiu? There was no time to ponder the implications. Cedric hastily urged, quickly, show us your homework. We should still have time to copy it this afternoon. George, Fred, come on in. Returning to the small compartment, George and Fred greeted little Hermione and Zhang Xiu. Hello, Miss Xiu, greetings to the first-year student. And to the young wizard who is fast asleep, I am George Weasley. Oh, hello, I am Fred Weasley. Greetings, Hermione and Zhang Xiu replied in unison, setting their books aside to acknowledge the twins. Cedric sighed and face-palmed, then retrieved his homework from his bag and tossed it to the brothers. Yet, what if he were merely pretending to sleep? Do you think everyone shares your penchant for mischief? Zhang Xiu resumed her reading, introducing the twins to Hermione. They are the Weasley twins, third-year students of Gryffindor, renowned for their love of pranks, although sometimes their little tricks are quite amusing. Upon hearing this, Fred and George abandoned their homework, standing with their arms draped over each other's shoulders. Indeed, in the future, we plan to open a shop in Diagon Alley, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, and our toys will become the most sought-after items in the magical world. Cedric cast a nervous glance at Lu Qi, relieved to find him still asleep, and resignedly beckoned George and Fred to sit down. Shouldn't you be copying? Don't you see someone is trying to rest? George and Fred suddenly covered each other's mouths and whispered apologetically, sorry. Cedric face-palmed once more. Hurry up and copy. Stop with the antics. This time, George and Fred refrained from further conversation and earnestly began copying their homework. Hermione set aside her book. Surely, copying homework is not a commendable act? The Weasley twins momentarily paused their swift scribbling. Miss Granger, I must say, if you continue like this, you'll be quite unpopular. Indeed, everyone tends to copy a bit from others, don't they? Young Hermione wore a slightly aggrieved expression, finally coming to a realization. I'm sorry, I didn't know. The Weasley twins abruptly halted their pens. You need not apologize. After all, you have done nothing wrong. This world simply operates in such a manner. People tend to dislike those who jeopardize their own interests. No one is at fault. It is merely a matter of differing perspectives. Zhang Xiu interjected with a hint of exasperation. You seem to be drifting off topic. Coughing softly, she continued. In any case, you don't need to apologize. We were indeed in the wrong, so we sincerely apologize. Hermione responded with a nod. Cedric rubbed his forehead in frustration. Could we keep the noise down? Lu Qi is trying to rest. Oh, my sincerest apologies, came the barely audible reply. Cedric glanced over at Lu Qi, who was quietly gazing out the window. Wait, when did you wake up? Seemingly aware of Cedric's thoughts, Lu Qi spoke leisurely. When young Hermione was apologizing, Cedric face-palmed once more. Chapter 12. When the ancient demon encounters the Weasley brothers. After an indeterminate amount of time, the corridor was filled with a loud sound of rolling wheels as the door to their compartment swung open, revealing a woman with a warm demeanor. Children, would you like some snacks? No one responded, and Cedric face-palmed again. Sorry, Just then, Lu Qi extended his hand. How many? I'll take them all. Cedric and Zhang Xiu stared at Lu Qi in astonishment. Even the Weasley twins, who had been quietly copying their homework, paused their quills. Lu Qi, I must inform you that you have just ordered enough to last you an entire year. Zhang Xiu attempted to reason with him. Hermione crossed her arms, adding, well, Someone might have forgotten that your mother asked me to safeguard your money to prevent you from spending it recklessly. Lucci's expression froze as he turned to Hermione. Are you certain? Hermione nodded earnestly. Lucci chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. All right. The woman, having confirmed Lucci's intention, wheeled in the cart. Hermione shot Lucci an exasperated glance and reluctantly fished out some money. Well, I can't genuinely refuse Lucci, can I? The woman replied. That will be 13 galleons. Thank you for your patronage. She handed Hermione a large bag, which had been enhanced with the extension charm, revealing ample space within, filled meticulously with labeled snacks. After her departure, Hermione glared at Lucci and placed the oversized bag on the table, just as she was about to distribute the treats. Lucci interrupted her. It's already 12 o'clock. Hermione suddenly realized. Do you all want to have lunch? Not mentioning it would have been better. However, upon little Hermione's remark, everyone suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Zhang Xiao promptly put away her book and retrieved 4 lunchboxes prepared by her mother, intended for sharing during the train ride. The Weasley twins also stowed away 3 assignments they still needed to copy and produced over a dozen sandwiches. Cedric, with a sigh, pulled out his own food, which consisted of several sandwiches along with some snacks his mother had packed for him. A bit shy, Hermione first took out 6 sets of chopsticks from her spatial ring, followed by a delightful array of steaming Chinese dishes that appeared on the table. The group was left utterly astonished. Ever since Mrs. Granger had tried her hand at cooking Chinese cuisine, she had become utterly enamored with it. Additionally, because time stood still within Hermione's spatial ring, Mrs. Granger had procured a pot larger than Hermione herself, allowing her to prepare hundreds of dishes, each capable of filling multiple plates. Zhang Xiu's eyes sparkled. Chinese food. It has been ages since I last had it. My mother doesn't cook, and my father isn't adept at Chinese cuisine, so I shall indulge. Cedric and the Weasley twins exchanged glances. We shall indulge as well. However, the trio soon found themselves in a predicament. They were unable to wield the chopsticks effectively. Hermione turned with a giggle and produced 3 spoons. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, they accepted the utensil she offered. Oh, George, your sandwich is delicious. Cedric, yours is quite delightful as well, remarked Cedric. George and Fred puffed out their chests proudly, casting a glance at Zhang Xiao. Of course, our mother's sandwiches are, in our eyes, the finest delicacies on earth. Zhang Xiao grinned mischievously. So, are Hermione's mother's dishes not tasty? Cedric sighed, while the Weasley twins flushed with embarrassment. Of course they're delicious. We have never tasted such exquisite food, but, in our hearts, they cannot replace our mother's sandwiches. Well, maybe they rank second, just beneath the sandwiches. Zhang Xiao laughed heartily as she offered Cedric a piece of sweet and sour pork. My favorite dish. Cedric's cheeks turned slightly red. Thank you. Hermione interjected, and Zhang Xiao hastily offered her a piece as well. Hermione, undeterred, insisted, and Zhang Xiao pretended to offer a piece to Lucci, causing Hermione to quieten immediately. Hermione, you still have a way to go, Zhang Xiao teased. Even Crookshanks shed a tear, meowing. To be able to savor such delicious food makes this life worthwhile. After the meal, the bonds among the 6 inexplicably grew closer. The Weasley twins enthusiastically introduced Lucci to the prank props they had crafted. Although Cedric was speechless, he didn't dampen the mood, though he was uncertain about how they would manage their assignments once they arrived at Hogwarts. The Weasley twins exclaimed, "Oh no, dreadful Cedric. Why didn't you remind us? Look at this. Our favorite little gadget. It can release fireworks at will. We call it the Weasley Whiz-Bang." Cedric sighed. I already knew that, but what a peculiar name. Zhang Xiao had never encountered such wonders before and curiously inquired of the Weasley twins. Is it true that any kind of firework is permissible? Indeed, I shall present each of you with one, though it is advisable not to set them off within the classroom, as they could potentially harm one's eyes. The Weasley twins then produced a piece of candy, offering it to Cedric, who promptly declined. I shall pass. It would be wise for you to refrain from consuming anything the Weasley twins provide. You can never be certain of its contents. Oh, come on. Cedric shot a disapproving glance at the twins. They exchanged knowing looks. Indeed, this is the most remarkable invention of the century, the instant skip class candy. We recommend consuming one before potions class for effective truancy. Currently available varieties include the diarrhea candy, the vomiting candy, and the fainting candy. Other flavors are in development. So what do you say? Just 5 nuts. Little Hermione resolutely shook her head. It was a considerable feat for her to resist admonishing the Weasley twins, let alone skipping class. That cannot be genuine illness, can it? Although Zhang Xiao also declined, her curiosity was piqued. Of course not. It's merely a ruse. You can revert to normal by consuming the other half of the candy. Wow, how astonishing. How is that accomplished? The Weasley twins mysteriously shook their heads. This is our exclusive secret formula, not to be disclosed. They went on to introduce their array of ingenious gadgets, and in the end, little Hermione purchased one of each, totaling merely 2 silver sickles. Primarily driven by her genuine curiosity about their creation, the train let out a low rumble, and outside, an unexpected golden sea appeared, revealing a rice paddy whose origin was unknown. The Weasley twins continued chatting with Cedric, while Zhang Qiu, intrigued, found it impossible to concentrate on her book and joined them. Whereas little Hermione remained engrossed in her reading, immune to motion sickness. Lucci gently closed little Hermione's book. Let's take a break. Amidst leisure, one should also appreciate the scenery outside. Besides, do you not possess omniscience? Little Hermione shook her head. I simply do not know what else I can do besides reading. Lucci smiled slightly. Isn't everyone your friend? Moreover, you have an elder brother. Little Hermione's cheeks flushed. But you have been gazing out the window, completely disregarding me. Oh dear, my little ancestor. If Lady Luo Wanwan were to hear you say that, I would be in dire straits. It is not that I am ignoring you. Rather, you have been so absorbed in your book that you have been neglecting me. Upon reflection, little Hermione realized she had indeed started reading as soon as she boarded the train and could not help but smile. I do not care. It is still you who is ignoring me. With a resigned smile, Lucci pinched little Hermione's cheek. All right. It is entirely my fault for neglecting you. Little Hermione remained silent, as it appeared that the 4 individuals had been observing Lucci and little Hermione for some time. Lucci maintained an air of indifference. What is the matter? Cedric sighed, unable to bear the sight of Lucci. Even the Weasley twins regarded him with a hint of disdain. Lucci was perplexed, while Hermione felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Zhang Qiu chuckled softly, nudging Hermione with her elbow. Hermione, defiant, discreetly pointed at Cedric. Zhang Qiu remarked, "He is quite honest." The Weasley brothers exchanged glances, scratching their heads, sensing something amiss. Why did it feel so bright above them? As evening descended, accompanied by the setting sun and a gentle breeze, Zhang Qiu and Hermione ushered the 4 boys out of their small compartment. The 4 boys squatted together in a corner, and Lucci mused that a cigarette would perfectly complement the moment. With the sun completely set, Zhang Qiu and Hermione had returned their wizarding robes, and it was now the boys' turn to change. Hey, Lucci, you got abs. 6-pack, no less. What about you 2? We have them too, but only a 4-pack. The 3 of them laughed, glancing at Cedric, who, despite rolling his eyes, generously displayed his physique. Wow, Cedric, your body is beyond impressive. Let's touch it. Go away, hurry, and change. No, let's have another look. No touching. I'll draw my wand. Lucci, come help me. No way. Hey, Lucci, let's touch you too. All right. Since you didn't T-mind earlier, I'll join in. You 2 hold it down, yes, sir. Meanwhile, outside the compartment, Hermione and Zhang Qiu stood at the door, both with wide eyes and flushed faces, their fair necks turning pink, steam seemingly rising from their heads. The taller one's mind was filled with thoughts of Cedric, while the other S revolved around Lucci. The Weasley brothers remarked, indeed, Zhang Qiu is a year older. That's a bit taller than Hermione. 2 minutes later, the door to the compartment swung open, and Zhang Qiu and Hermione entered, appearing as if in a trance. Lucci looked at them with suspicion. Cedric's face tinted pink, and the Weasley brothers whistled, their gazes wandering. So how do we do? We provided plenty of entertainment. What is wrong with you? Hermione and Zhang Qiu quickly shook their heads. It's just a bit warm outside. Yes, just a bit warm. Lucci scratched his head. Is it really that hot outside? Cedric and the Weasley brothers replied, You fool. Chapter 13. When ancient demons descend upon Hogwarts. As the train let out its final, resounding whistle, a commotion erupted outside, accompanied by shouts and arguments. The Weasley brothers, who had been joking with Zhang Qiu and Cedric, paused, sharing a mischievous grin. Wherever there is excitement, there we are, Weasley brothers, to the rescue. As they spoke, the brothers winked at the oblivious 4. Come on, don't be such a downer. Let us go see what's happening. George seized Cedric's arm, pulling him outside, while Fred, noticing Zhang Qiu deep in thought, bowed slightly like a doorman, elegantly extending his hand toward the outside. 2 lovely ladies, please. Zhang Qiubai cast a glance at Fred but still followed along, while little Hermione tugged at Lucci to join them outside. Hey, brother, what happened? Oh, it's the Weasley twins, your brother, right? He must be. Along with that savior Harry Potter and young Draco Malfoy from the Malfoy family, embroiled in a scuffle. Oh, what? Exclaimed Lil Ron. The Weasley twins looked in horror towards the center of the crowd, where 3 figures were entangled, one of them boasting a striking mane of red hair. They hurriedly pushed through the throng, with Cedric shaking his head, also parting the crowd as he made his way toward the commotion. George quickly pulled their brother away, while Fred grasped another frail-looking boy with dark hair. George shook his head in dismay, saying, "Oh, little Ron, if Mum finds out, she certainly won't let you off easily." Fred then turned to the boy he had detained. "Harry, what transpired?" Cedric, speechless, helped the still-lying blonde boy to his feet. The black-haired boy named Harry scratched his head. Malfoy looked down on Ron, and we ended up fighting." Cedric, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, feeling this was becoming a habit of his. "Is that all? You lot are truly something. Where has the prefect responsible for this carriage gone?" Cedric scanned the crowd, but no one stepped forward, and he sighed in resignation. "A fight has broken out, and no one knows who is so irresponsible. All right, everyone disperse. It's all over now." The Weasley twins quietly approached Lucci and the others. "Psst, George, come in." "George here. What has the directive from Fred? Should we inform Cedric that the prefect of this carriage is Percy?" "I believe he might already be aware." Fred glanced at Cedric, who was looking exasperatedly at him and George. The Weasley twins nonchalantly whistled, their gazes drifting. By this time, the crowd had mostly dispersed, and Percy finally arrived, somewhat late. "Oh, I sincerely apologize. I was just taking a break." "What happened?" The prefects at Hogwarts were indeed quite weary, as they had to continually patrol the train to ensure that no issues arose within the carriages. Thus, the powers and privileges of a prefect were quite substantial. However, no first-year students typically caused trouble at the start of the term. They were exceedingly well-behaved. As for students in the second year and above, they also refrained from causing disturbances, given that they were all standard four-person compartments. Where could they possibly stir up trouble? Thus, the prefects tacitly agreed not to patrol diligently. Percy was somewhat of an anomaly, having devoted an entire afternoon to his duties. Little did he know that as soon as he took a brief rest, the first-year students would get into a brawl. Consequently, Percy was very, very angry. "I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience caused, Cedric." Cedric waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing further. "All right, now it's your turn, little Ron. I will be telling Mum about this. How dare you? Even before setting foot in Hogwarts, you found yourself embroiled in a brawl on the train with Harry." "Oh dear." Percy covered his eyes, and after a moment, spoke up. "I shall record this. Each of you shall lose 20 points for your respective houses." "No, Percy, you cannot." Percy shook his head in disappointment at the red-haired boy. "Oh, my 20 points each. Little Ron is surely in Gryffindor, and Harry, without a doubt, will be as well. That means Gryffindor has lost 40 points before the term has even commenced. Goodness." Upon returning to their compartment, the Weasley brothers lay despondently on the table. Cedric was at a loss on how to console them, for the untroubled Badgers had never cared much for the ultimate outcome of the House Cup. Ravenclaw's Cho Chang expressed her own helplessness. For the Eagles, the House Cup was of little consequence, as they would rather devote their time to practicing magic. As twilight descended, the train gradually slowed. "Attention, the train will soon arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on board. It will be delivered to the school subsequently." Little Hermione hesitated, prompting Cho to explain, "Leave your belongings here. The house elves will bring them to our dormitories." Hermione was well aware that the house elves would transport their bags, yet she possessed a magical space ring and preferred not to trouble them. Cho, uncertain of Hermione's thoughts, merely shrugged. "However, since you have a space ring, you can carry it yourself. I, as a Chinese, am oblivious to the existence of cultivators in China." Lucci timidly raised his hand. "But what about me, little Hermione?" Hermione's cheeks flushed, and ultimately, she retrieved her and Lucci's luggage from her space ring. They each had identical small suitcases. Hers was white, while Lucci's was black. The train came to a leisurely halt, and under the watchful gaze of the prefect, everyone disembarked in an orderly fashion, arriving at a small platform. "Lucci, Hermione, we shall be off now. See you soon. I hope you will join Ravenclaw." Cho waved goodbye first, pulling Cedric toward the exit of the platform. "Oh, don't listen to Cho. Come to Gryffindor. You absolutely will not regret it." Gryffindor has lost 40 points?" The Weasley brothers were taken aback, and Hermione's serious words struck like a dagger into their hearts. "First-year students, come here." Lucci patted George's shoulder and led Hermione away, leaving the Weasley brothers alone and flustered in the wind. The voice that had just called out belonged to a particularly towering figure ahead. It was Hagrid. "Oh, come along. Follow me, and mind your step," he instructed, leading over 100 young witches and wizards into the enveloping darkness. No one spoke, and Lucci inwardly scoffed, thinking that if this giant were to sell them, they would be responsible for counting the money. The surroundings were pitch black, and they soon arrived at a narrow downhill path, where many stumbled and fell. As one person slipped and came tumbling toward Lucci, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding an accident. The path was not long, and soon they would reach its end. As they rounded the bend, Hogwarts would come into view for the first time. A collective gasp arose. Oh. As they turned, the moon cast its unique glow, revealing a vast, dark lake before them. On the opposite shore, a towering castle loomed, resembling a monstrous beast poised to devour. At that moment, Hagrid called out again. Look over here. Each boat can hold no more than 4 people. He stood by the lake, pointing to the small boats floating on the water. Everyone hurried to board, but amusingly, the 2 companions of little Hermione were none other than young Master Malfoy and the chubby Neville Longbottom. Hello, I am Neville Longbottom. He introduced himself. Greetings. I am Hermione Granger, and this is Lucci, she replied. Lucci offered a slight smile to Neville, which seemed to ease his nerves. Are you Chinese? Lucci nodded at Malfoy, whose eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, I have been urging my father for ages. I desperately wish to see the cultivators in China. Yet, he refuses to agree. Could you share some stories about them with me? By the way, I am Draco Malfoy. Lucci's gaze drifted, and he scratched his head. Well, actually, I came to England the day after I was born. Oh, well then, Draco's enthusiasm deflated, and he slumped against the side of the boat, resting his chin on his hands. Neville remained silent, and Lucci chose to ignore the two. Watch your heads. Hagrid's booming voice echoed as they entered a dark expanse where visibility was poor. Lucci sensed a low entrance ahead, as long as they refrained from standing up. All be well. A faint sobbing sound emerged, and the trio in the boat turned to Neville. The chubby boy's face and hands were flushed from the cold, tears still streaming down his cheeks, leaving his skin slightly frostbitten. Hermione and Lucci glanced at Draco, who hastily waved his hands. Hey, what do you mean? I did not bully him, I swear. Hermione shot Draco a disapproving look. Neville, what's wrong? I lost my toad. Its name is Trevor. Woe is me. Draco disdainfully tossed Neville a handkerchief. Stop crying already. Thank you, Draco. You're such a good person, Neville sniffled. Draco's face turned a shade of red, and he turned his head away, flustered. I just can't stand your weeping. Lucci chuckled softly. But Draco, your face is turning red. Hermione giggled, playfully nudging Lucci, causing Draco's cheeks to redden further, nearly resembling a ripe fruit. You must be mistaken. I am not blushing. Lucci waved his hand dismissively. All right, you're not. Just sit down and be careful not to hit your head. Haha. Chapter 14. As the ancient demon prepares for sorting Draco, in embarrassment and anger, sank back into his seat, wishing he could dive into the lake. The boat glided into the cavern, and they arrived at a dock-like area, stepping onto a cobblestone path. Whose toad is this? Hagrid raised his hand, upon which a toad was perched quite comfortably. Oh, Leaf. Thank you. Hagrid merely chuckled, and then led the group along the narrow path until they arrived at an enormous wooden door. He knocked on it with his fist, which was larger than a cauldron. The door swung open to reveal Professor McGonagall, clad in a dark green robe, who cast a stern glance at the young wizards. Welcome, first-year students, she said, nodding slightly. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here. All right, young wizards, follow me, she instructed. Little Hermione waved cheerfully at Professor McGonagall, despite her strict demeanor, managed to smile faintly at her. Ascending the marble steps behind Professor McGonagall, they were greeted by the cacophony of voices from a gathering of hundreds. Presumably the start of term feast. However, Professor McGonagall led them into a small room first. Standing before the young wizards, she regarded them seriously. Welcome to Hogwarts. The banquet will commence shortly, but before that, we must determine to which house you will be assigned. This is an important ceremony, as your house will become your home during your time at Hogwarts. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. Additionally, there's the House Cup. Your performances at Hogwarts will earn points for your respective houses throughout the year, with the house accumulating the most points being awarded the coveted cup, an esteemed honor. However, this year is rather unique, as some young wizards have already caused trouble before being sorted. I did not foresee this, but Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Draco Malfoy. Once you are sorted, you will each lose 20 points for your house. Now, I will allow you to wait here for a moment and tidy yourselves up, McGonagall declared before swiftly leaving. Draco and his companions flushed with embarrassment, wishing they could bury their heads in the ground. Lukiki nudged Draco with his elbow. Hey, Draco, what on earth did you fight about? Oh, there was a little witch in our compartment changing clothes. I spotted Potter outside and thought to befriend him, but Weasley claimed my family was unworthy, so I retorted that the Weasleys did not deserve to be among the Sacred 28. Before I knew it, Ron was about to throw a punch at me. Naturally, I couldn't just sit back. I called on Goyle and Bulstrode to back me up, but those 2 knuckleheads didn't join in. Potter initially tried to mediate, but I was already in a rage, and we ended up hurling insults at each other. I held my own against both of them. Impressive, right? Draco said, puffing out his chest proudly. Little Hermione and Lukiki exchanged glances. Since Hermione wasn't there to assist Neville, Harry and the others didn't help him find Leaf either. That was originally just your issue with Ron. Why did you insult Harry? Draco paused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. All right, why did I insult Potter? Draco scratched his head, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion before realization dawned upon him. What? It's Potter who has been gravitating towards Weasley when I was the one who knew Potter first. Oh. Clearly I was the one who knew Potter first. So you're feeling jealous because your friend has been taken away? Little Hermione stifled a giggle, while Neville struggled to contain his laughter. Draco's face flushed crimson. How could that be? I wouldn't care less. Potter. Just as Draco endeavored to explain himself, several young wizards nearby gasped in astonishment, retreating against the walls, making the already cramped space even more congested. Multiple grayish-white figures suddenly emerged from the wall, floating in midair. It's a ghost. However, the young wizards quickly regained their composure, realizing that these apparitions posed no threat. Upon learning that these ghosts had resided at Hogwarts for several centuries, the young wizards eagerly began to engage the apparitions with a barrage of questions. All right, now form a single line and follow me. The young wizards promptly fell in line behind Professor McGonagall. Lucci and little Hermione, not wishing to jostle with the others at the front, tugged little Hermione to the back, only to find that Draco and Neville had followed suit. Draco felt somewhat uneasy under Lucci's gaze. What's wrong? Lucci shook his head, continually clicking his tongue. TSK, 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 why aren't you up front? Draco snorted disdainfully. Why should I care? A bead of sweat appeared on Lucci's forehead. Draco, if you continue to act so arrogantly, you'll get yourself into trouble. Draco pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Oh, my father, Lucius Malfoy. Lucci playfully slapped Draco on the head, causing Draco to look at him in disbelief. My father, Lucius Malfoy. Lucci, unfazed, delivered another playful smack. I was wrong. Little Hermione chuckled. I thought you were going to say your father is Lucius Malfoy. Draco huffed, turning his head away. Humph. I refuse to engage with the uninformed, who haven't even heard my father's name. Lucci laughed heartily and gave Draco another playful slap, leaving Draco momentarily stunned. Clutching his head. Why do you keep hitting me? What do you think? Seeing Lucci's hand poised to strike again, Draco promptly relented. I was wrong. Little Hermione giggled once more. When out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned. Your father cannot protect you forever. Ignoring Draco further, Lucci had already pulled Hermione into the Great Hall. Young wizards from other years were seated around the long tables, where hundreds of bright candles floated above. The ceiling of the hall resembled a starry sky, leading one to believe there was no ceiling at all, though it was merely a small enchantment. Professor McGonagall placed a stool in front of the first-year students and retrieved a tattered hat, placing it atop the stool while nodding towards the elderly figure seated within. In the hall, there was a long table on the platform, undoubtedly the seat of the professors. At the head sat an elderly wizard, renowned as the greatest sorcerer of this century, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Beside Professor Dumbledore was an empty chair, presumably belonging to Professor McGonagall, while on the other side sat a middle-aged man clad entirely in black, whose sour expression suggested a grievance of monumental proportions. He was none other than Severus Snape, the head of Slytherin House. Next to Professor Snape was Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House. There was no one beside Professor Sprout. And across from the empty chair sat a rather short figure, Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. Beside Professor Flitwick was Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Behind them sat a table filled with other professors from Hogwarts, whom I shall not name individually. Under the watchful gaze of the young witches and wizards, the tattered hat began its performance, delivering a breathtaking song. You may find me rather unremarkable, but do not judge by appearances. You are entirely safe, for I am a thinking sorting hat. Once the hat concluded its melody, Professor McGonagall produced a piece of parchment and called forth the names of the students to don the hat. Hannah Abbott, the young girl, though slightly unsteady, approached and sat beside Professor McGonagall, placing the worn hat upon her head. No sooner had the hat settled than it exclaimed, Hufflepuff. Applause erupted from the right table, and among the claps, Lucci spotted Cedric sitting in the front row, who waved back at him. As the girls stepped away, Professor McGonagall continued, Susan Bones, Hufflepuff, Terry Boot, Ravenclaw, Hermione Granger. The eager young Hermione approached and seated herself beside Professor McGonagall, donning the hat. Ah, let me see. Oh dear, you're perfectly suited for Ravenclaw. Yet, deep within, I sense your yearning for adventure and extraordinary courage, and you aspire to such lofty ideals? How remarkable, my dear. Which house do you truly wish to join? The whispers in Hermione's mind revealed her desire to join Ravenclaw, to be with Cho Chang, yet with Lucci around. How could she possibly choose Ravenclaw? Perhaps Hufflepuff? Hermione cautiously inquired within her thoughts, only to find the Sorting Hat amused by her indecision. You are certainly discerning. Among the 4 houses, you have chosen the one least suited to you. Very well, given your grand ambitions, I shall assist you. Abruptly, the voice in Hermione's mind ceased, and the Sorting Hat declared aloud, Slytherin. Chapter 15. When the ancient demon is sorted into Slytherin. The dazed young Hermione made her way to the table representing Slytherin. Professor McGonagall shook her head and continued reading names, pausing as she glanced at Lucci. Lucci scratched his head. The title was indeed peculiar. He approached Professor McGonagall and donned the Sorting Hat. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes elapsed. Just as Lucci was about to inquire about the situation, a voice echoed in his mind. Which house do you wish to join? I cannot quite grasp your thoughts. Lucci was speechless. It was indeed a challenge to read his mind, as he was composed entirely of emptiness. Though he appeared human, in essence, he was but a void. What thoughts could such a being possess? Then let it be Slytherin. May I ask why? Because of you. Me? You placed Hermione in Slytherin. Oh, the little girl from earlier? She's quite amusing, even contemplating opposing Dumbledore. Lucci raised an eyebrow, unaware of this detail. It matters not. Dumbledore is merely a wizard after all. By the way, what is your relation to that girl? Why does it concern you? The Sorting Hat displayed a moment of hesitation. Ahem, no matter. I merely found her rather adorable and could not resist asking. She's my sister. Ah, a neighbor's sister. Then, the voice in his mind faded, and the Sorting Hat proclaimed, Slytherin. Lucci rolled his eyes and settled beside little Hermione. That wretched hat certainly had its quirks. In the end, it still placed me in Slytherin. Oh, I thought you would go to Hufflepuff, little Hermione remarked, initially saddened by the prospect of Lucci joining Hufflepuff, only to be surprised by his swift placement in Slytherin. But you are here, aren't you? Are you already tired of your brother? Little Hermione paused for a moment, relinquishing her concern over Lucci's title, and lethargically rested her head on the table. Stupid Lucci, had I known you could go to any house, we would have gone to Ravenclaw instead. Ah, wasn't it you who first came to Slytherin? Little Hermione, exasperated, could only deliver a gentle punch to Lucci. After all, he felt no pain. Lucci mused. So what exactly is my situation? The sorting process was swift. Harry and Ron, as expected, were sorted into Gryffindor, while Neville waited over half an hour before the hat finally declared Slytherin. As for Draco, he was undoubtedly Slytherin. Lucci nudged Neville with his elbow. Neville, what brings you to Slytherin? The Sorting Hat said I was well suited for Hufflepuff, but lacking in courage, it placed me in Gryffindor. Just as it was about to announce, it discovered something deep within my memories, suggesting I seek out Professor Dumbledore. Then it declared that since you all were in Slytherin, I should join as well. Upon hearing this, little Hermione angrily punched Lucci again. Lucci protested, wait, is this truly my fault? Welcome, everyone, to Hogwarts. I am aware that you are all quite famished, so I shall only say a few words. Fools, weepers, remnants, twist. Now let us commence the feast. The young wizards erupted in cheers as a lavish spread of delicacies appeared upon the long table. Pumpkin pies, pumpkin porridge, apple tart, steak, fried chicken pudding, sausages, and chips with ketchup. Little Hermione, seated upright in resignation, chose not to partake in the feast, instead casting a forlorn gaze at Lucci. Lucci, having replicated all of his abilities for Hermione, rendered her immune to hunger. With a sigh, he set down his pudding and turned to Neville and Draco, asking, would you care to join me in a game? Neville and Draco exchanged surprised glances and shook their heads. After all, they had been famished for the entire afternoon. Lucci shrugged and took Hermione's hand, leading her toward the opposite end of the table. A hush fell over the hall as Lucci and Hermione made their way to the center. Hermione, momentarily taken aback, while Lucci remained indifferent, unperturbed by any embarrassment. Dumbledore rose to his feet. What seems to be the matter, Mr. Lucci and Miss Granger? Oh, we are merely seeking out friends. Is that not permissible? The Sorting Hat did not imply we should be segregated, did it? Dumbledore paused, then burst into laughter. Certainly not. The Sorting Hat merely aims to help you integrate more swiftly into Hogwarts and forge friendships with those of similar temperament. Please carry on. With that, Dumbledore resumed his seat. Lucci shrugged and guided Hermione to sit beside Zhang Qiu. Hermione wished she could sink into the ground, feeling embarrassed by Lucci's audacity. Zhang Qiu laughed heartily, introducing Hermione to her circle of friends, while Lucci raised an eyebrow at the Weasley twins across the table. Their faces flushed. The Weasley twins stealthily approached Lucci. Wow, Lucci, you are quite bold. Oh, what of it? No one said we couldn't visit other houses, did they? True, but then it's settled. Go on, enjoy yourselves. I still have my meal to attend to. The Weasley twins paused, glancing at Cedric, who was eagerly watching Zhang Xiu, and exchanged knowing smiles. Hiv. I believe I know what you're thinking. Of course, Fred, I am aware. Then, Weasley twins, let us make our move. They dashed to Zhang Xiu's side, gesturing animatedly. Hermione remained somewhat reserved, but upon witnessing Cedric's eager gaze at Zhang Xiu, she couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, Lucci pinched Hermione's cheeks, pulling at them playfully. Are you happy now, Hermione? Her cheeks turned a shade of crimson. I'm not blushing. Lucci shot her an incredulous glance. Shall I have Professor Dumbledore arrange for us to switch with Neville to Ravenclaw? Hermione hesitated, then shook her head, recalling the Sorting Hat's words. She realized that since it was willing to assist her, she had no need to resist any longer. Lucci shrugged, remarking, a woman's heart is an unfathomable ocean. Zhang Xiu blushed as the Weasley twins successfully distracted her friends, allowing her the space to execute her next move. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiu blushed as she gazed affectionately at Cedric. Their eyes met, and Cedric instantly felt warmth flood his cheeks. Zhang Xiu playfully beckoned him with a finger, causing Cedric to feel a rush of heat at the crown of his head. Shyly covering her face, she leaned against little Hermione, who stifled a laugh and gently embraced her. The Weasley twins and Lucci could no longer contain their laughter. Meanwhile, Cedric silently encouraged himself, urging, come on, Cedric. It's just a bit of social embarrassment. You can do this for the future of the Diggory family. Give it your all. He downed his cup of juice resolutely and stood up, striding toward the Ravenclaw table under the gaze of the entire hall. It felt as though those 3 seconds had stretched into an eternity, long and excruciating. Dumbledore, with a beaming smile, looked at the children. Ah, youth is truly delightful, he remarked, eliciting a smile from Professor McGonagall. Thanks to the Weasley twins, they've actually accomplished something worthwhile. And their brother is still a good friend of Harry's. Professor McGonagall nodded. However, every time Harry was mentioned, that snide voice made its inevitable appearance. Indeed, the illustrious Harry Potter, who even before sorting lost 20 points. TSK. Dumbledore's gaze drifted. Oh, children, a little exuberance is a good thing. One shouldn't be so severus. Good thing? Dumbledore, you will regret this, Snape replied, not bothering to engage further, merely observing Harry's emerald eyes. Yet, every time he caught sight of Harry's face, it was akin to tasting something distasteful. As the crowd naturally gravitated, everyone noticed Lucci, Hermione, and Cedric had moved to other tables, and after a brief wait, realizing nothing was amiss, it seemed they had all agreed to rise and seek their friends. Gryffindor was the most exuberant, with nearly half the young wizards dashing about, much to Professor McGonagall's dismay. Oh well, it is a feast. What matters most is enjoyment. Cedric settled beside Zhang Xiu, both sitting upright, uncertain of what to say. The Weasley twins shook their heads, thinking a hopeless case. After another 2 minutes, Neville quietly approached Lucci, startling him, before Lucci pushed Neville toward the Weasley twins. Fred, George, this is Neville Longbottom. He is a bit timid and has social anxiety, and he stutters when he speaks. Now, Neville, these are the Weasley twins. George and Fred. Why, you good? Neville stammered. The Weasley twins exchanged glances, then swiftly pulled him in, one on each shoulder. Yes, sir. Leave it to us. What? You wonder why we're not hitting Lucci? Ahem. Who is Neville? Lucci is certainly his good friend, and it is absolutely not because he is unable to win. Chapter 16. When ancient demons encounter the sacred 28 families. The banquet lasted a full 2 hours before Dumbledore finally stood up and clapped his hands. Children, I believe you're all quite full now. It brings me great joy to see you so happy today. Perhaps it was our oversight not to clarify the purpose of the Hogwarts sorting ceremony, which compelled you to separate from your friends. I sincerely apologize for that. As he spoke, Dumbledore bowed deeply to the crowd. Lucci, being the first to courageously address the issue, earned Slytherin an additional 50 points. Lucci was momentarily taken aback, and the Great Hall fell silent for an instant before the Slytherin students erupted in exuberant cheers. Draco shouted excitedly, Lucci! Lucci! Dumbledore smiled and winked at Lucci, then cleared his throat. Ahem, everyone, please settle down. It is quite late, and I know you are all weary. However, I must take a moment to address a few important matters. The forest on school grounds, known as the Forbidden Forest, is strictly off-limits to young witches and wizards. Even some of our older students should remember this well. Furthermore, the school's caretaker, Mr. Filch, has asked me to remind you that the use of magic in the corridors is strictly prohibited. Additionally, this year's Quidditch matches will commence in the second week. Those interested may contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, if you wish to avoid suffering and death, it will be prudent not to venture down the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. With that, Dumbledore waved his wand, and golden particles gathered before the audience, slowly forming the lyrics to a song. After 2 minutes, Lucci and little Hermione felt as though their eardrums might burst. The cacophony of 500 to 600 voices singing in different tones was more terrifying than a howling banshee. The heads of each house drew their wands, conjuring their respective house animals into the air: lions and snakes, badgers and eagles. Slytherin students, gather around me. The head of Slytherin was a tall, slender girl with gold-rimmed, round glasses. The combined total of the younger Slytherins was barely 100. The girls surveyed the group. Excellent. No one is missing. Girls to the right, boys to the left. Line up and follow me. The Slytherin common room lay beneath the Black Lake, a dimly lit space illuminated only by a peculiar green light filtering through the water. The boys' dormitory was on the right. Girls, follow me. I trust the gentlemen of Slytherin would never dare to intrude upon the girls' dormitory, would they? Of course, if anyone does wish to attempt such a thing, you are welcome to try, the girl remarked with a shrug. I am Vanessa, head of Slytherin, residing in the head's single dormitory. Should you have any concerns, feel free to approach me, but I hope you truly have a matter to discuss. Now, let us proceed, ladies. The dormitories accommodated 4 students each, spacious and marked with names on the doors. Lucci's room was the 7th upon entering, and his 3 roommates happened to be Draco, Neville, and a rather gloomy-looking boy. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lucci disregarded the uninspiring self-introductions of the 3, made his bed, and promptly fell asleep. However, he did take note of his roommate's name, Theodore Knott. Additionally, Lucci discovered something exceedingly intriguing, a realization that had dawned upon him since his first visit to Diagon Alley, although he had not been entirely certain until now. 777 Lou. Draco unceremoniously snatched Lucci's blanket, prompting Lucci to slap Draco on the head. Aren't we friends? Draco inquired. Lucci opened his eyes in despair. Damn school life, and please just call me Lucci. So why did you hit me? Draco shook his head, gazing earnestly at Lucci. No, that is important. Lucci shook his head in response. No, I insist that it is not important. Draco stubbornly maintained eye contact with Lucci. I believe it is quite significant. Lucci playfully slapped Draco on the head again and smiled, asking, is it still important? Draco huffed dismissively. Not anymore. Satisfied, Lucci nodded and, upon rising, noticed it was only 7 o'clock. He sighed in resignation. The unfortunate reality of campus life. As the 4 left the dormitory, Lucci spotted little Hermione quietly seated in the lounge, engrossed in a book. Can you see clearly in such poor lighting? He asked. Hermione shrugged. As long as you truly wish to see, you will manage, and you still woke up so late. But I wanted to visit the library, he replied. Draco and Neville were taken aback. Aren't we friends? Hermione's cheeks flushed as she grasped Lucci's hand. Come on, let's eat first. Soon there will be no food left. You 3, hurry up. Draco shook his head, bemused. Truly, Lucci's little girlfriend is relentless, heading straight for the library on the first day of school. In the Great Hall, Hermione did not see Zhang Qiu, so she pulled Lucci to sit in a corner of the Slytherin table. The trio from the dormitory soon joined them. Before they could take their first bites, a girl resembling a lion dog sat beside Draco. Hello, I am Pansy Parkinson, Draco's fiancée. Lucci looked at Draco in surprise, who displayed unabashed disdain. Pansy, I never agreed to this, nor will my parents. Could you kindly keep your distance? The lion dog girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and for once, Lucci chose to remain silent. Hermione hesitated, but offered some comfort to the lion dog girl. Draco, your words are too harsh. Before Hermione could finish her thought, Pansy sprang to her feet, shouting furiously, It's you. You must have seduced Draco. I'm the sole heir of the Parkinson family. Were you even? Do you think you deserve Draco? I am one of the sacred 28. The sole heir of the Parkinson lineage. With that, the lion dog girl raised her hand as if to strike Hermione, but Lucci swiftly seized her wrist. Her scream was cut short as Lucci effortlessly snapped her arm. Draco and Theodore's eyes widened in shock, while Neville fainted from fear. Draco, disregarding everything else, hurried to assist him. The excruciating pain of crushed bones was undoubtedly unbearable for an 11-year-old girl, yet fear of the entity prevented her from witnessing anyone collapse before it. Fear grants you an indomitable will. Pansy suddenly opened her eyes, blood vessels crawling across the whites of her eyes, her screams damaging her vocal cords, transforming her once piercing cries into a hoarse whisper. Draco and the others in the great hall trembled in terror. The loud barking of the small lion dog made it evident that something was amiss, while Theodore's pupils shook as he fixated on Lu Chi. Lu Chi's gaze sharpened, and with a thunderous crack, the room filled with a ringing in their ears. After a brief moment, the thunder subsided as Lu Chi stripped Pansy of her indomitable will, causing her to successfully lose consciousness. Theodore paused for a moment, lowering his head in disappointment, while the others remained puzzled, though they would likely understand by the next day. Casually discarding Pansy outside the great hall, Lu Chi resumed his meal as if nothing had occurred. A few young wizards rushed to lift Pansy and escort her to the infirmary. At this moment, several upperclassmen arrived, not due to slowness, but because Pansy's dog had taken some time to locate them, and the incident had concluded rather swiftly. The group consisted of third-year Slytherin students, who turned their gaze towards Lu Chi. Where did Miss Parkinson go? Lu Chi scratched his head. Which Miss Parkinson are you referring to? Little Hermione chuckled softly, whispering to Lu Chi. They're talking about Pansy, the one with the lion dog. Realization dawned on Lu Chi as he nodded. Your Miss Parkinson has gone to the infirmary. The group's expression sharpened, and they drew their wands, directing them at Lu Chi. Lu Chi, a Chinese. And that Hermione Granger. I've never heard your surname before. You must be a muggle. The Slytherin students were taken aback, and Draco felt incredulous, angrily glaring at Lu Chi. Are you deceiving me? Lu Chi replied, Huh? Just yesterday, Draco had been betrayed by Goyle and Crabbe, believing he had found two true friends, only to discover they were muggles. He could not accept this. Shaking his head, he pushed Neville towards Theodore and ran out, tears streaming down his face. Theodore and the others were left bewildered. Ignoring Draco's outburst, the crowd sensed another spectacle unfolding, when a gentle, sunny voice interrupted. Hey, let's talk this over calmly. Put down your wands. How dare you point them at first year? Cedric stood with the Weasley twins, Cho Chong, and a group of young lions, eagles, and badgers for various years. 50 or 60 wands were aimed at the 4 loyal dogs of the Parkinson family. After all, dogs lack sweat glands, and Lu Chi could distinctly hear their labored breathing and the sound of them swallowing. Chapter 17. When the ancient demon discovers a source of amusement. Are you plotting a rebellion? Can someone tell me what is happening? Her blood pressure surged with anger as she arrived at the auditorium. What did she behold? 50 or 60 students from various grades and colleges engaged in a brawl. Professor McGonagall's face flushed red with fury as she glared at the crowd, her eyes aflame, directing her wrath towards the ringleader, Cedric. Mr. Diggory, I had always believed you to be an exemplary student. I implore you to provide me with a most reasonable explanation. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Cedric's forehead. Professor, Amy Sigwanagal. The situation is as follows. We heard that some upperclassmen were bullying the newly admitted first years, so we rushed to their aid. McGonagall took a deep breath, her gaze shifting to the 4 third-year Slytherin students. This scoundrel dares to defy the commands of Miss Parkinson. McGonagall's temples throbbed with anger, and before anyone could react, the 4 Slytherin lackeys were petrified. Lu Chi and little Hermione stood there obediently, beads of sweat adorning their brows. McGonagall inhaled deeply once more, pointing towards a Ravenclaw who had been spectating. It was actually that student who had informed Zhang Xiu about the situation, leading to Cedric and the Weasley brothers' arrival. Actually, it was Pansy who intended to confront Miss Granger, but Mr. Lu Chi intervened, breaking her arm. The 4 upperclassmen sought to attack Mr. Lu Chi and Miss Granger, which is why Cedric and the others intervened. McGonagall took a seat in Hermione's original spot, pinching the bridge of her nose, and waved her hand to lift the petrification from the 4 lackeys. You 4 are expelled. Our humble Hogwarts cannot accommodate the likes of your illustrious pureblood families. Cedric, as the leader, you shall bear the consequences. Hufflepuff loses 20 points, while Ravenclaw and Gryffindor each lose 10 points. After a long pause, McGonagall exhaled. Cedric, you shall lead your peers in assisting the first years. Hufflepuff gains 40 points, while Gryffindor and Ravenclaw each gain 20 points. Our beloved Professor McGonagall shall never disappoint us. Lu Chi, Hermione, and I followed. Lu Chi, feeling quite vexed, scratched his head in annoyance. Noticing this, little Hermione gently took his hand, instantly lifting his spirits. Hand in hand, they obediently trailed behind Professor McGonagall as the trio made their way to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. They paused before a door, and McGonagall crouched down, offering a wry smile. Little Hermione, you bear a striking resemblance to my younger self. Yet the difference lies in your having a brother who adores you, and you are in Slytherin. That very night, I had quite a quarrel with the Sorting Hat. McGonagall abruptly halted mid-sentence, a resigned smile gracing her lips as she gently ruffled Hermione's hair and playfully pinched Lucci's cheek. Fear not. You two wait here for a moment. Hogwarts has yet to succumb to the influence of those families. Finally, McGonagall embraced the two and turned to exit through the door. The resentment within Lucci suddenly dissipated, and he dismissed it with a smile, speaking up unexpectedly. Professor McGonagall, everything will be all right. Do not underestimate the strength of China, nor should you underestimate myself and little Hermione. We'll be fine, surely. If you could refrain from causing too much trouble, that would indeed be beneficial, wouldn't it? Little Hermione and Lucci chuckled, having noticed the weariness in Professor McGonagall's voice had vanished, replaced instead by a hint of mirth and ease. Headmaster Dumbledore, I do not believe this is Lucci and Hermione's fault. Dumbledore merely smiled and nodded. Minerva, there is no need to worry. I just need you to bring Mr. Lucci in. I may need to speak with him privately. Why? All right. Lucci possesses a dangerous power. Professor McGonagall suddenly slammed her hand on the table. But he wields it to protect Hermione. You often speak of love, do you not? How is it that you doubt your own words? Minerva, I simply wish to converse with him. Professor McGonagall closed her eyes, feeling a pang of softness for the man she respected most. Although she was unaware of his current endeavors, she recognized his fatigue. He was no longer the legendary wizard who had suppressed darkness for a century. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall emerged with a stern expression. Little Hermione shook her head, deciding to wait for Lucci. With a resigned smile, Professor McGonagall stood beside Hermione, waiting as well. Lucci approached the door, glancing disdainfully at the two grotesque stone statues. A heap of cockroaches. The two unknown stone beasts suddenly opened their eyes and stretched forth their hands to pull the door open, revealing a spiral staircase behind. The staircase was not long. After just a few steps, it reached its end. Come, child, sit. Headmaster Dumbledore sat behind his desk, and Lucci settled across from him. Dumbledore gazed at Lucci, getting straight to the point. Initially, I harbored many prejudices against you, as you are constantly absorbing a mysterious power I cannot quite articulate. However, the Sorting Hat advised me not to worry excessively. You understand love, and the power of love is immensely great, is it not? If this is all you wish to discuss, I shall take my leave. Little Hermione is waiting outside for me. Dumbledore smiled gently. May I inquire, can I trust you? Lucci burst into laughter. I have two purposes for being here, to accompany Hermione and to heed my mother's wishes. Luo-Wan had urged him to stay with Hermione. Lucci shrugged. I believe, rather than fretting over these trivial matters, it would be more prudent to properly manage the school. It is a mixed bag within, and in a vast forest, one encounters all sorts of creatures. Yet the problem is this forest is not that large. Dumbledore rose, bowing slightly. With that, he ceased concealing his aura, legendary peak. Coughing, Dumbledore, as a century-old legend, unleashed his formidable magic upon Lucci, who remained unresponsive. After a minute of stalemate, Lucci suddenly laughed, gazing into Dumbledore's azure eyes. Ah, Headmaster, during my initial visit to the magical realm, specifically Diagon Alley, I discerned something particularly intriguing. However, I could not ascertain its truth until yesterday. A month and a half later, it appears that the world no longer acknowledges you as human. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, fixated on Lucci, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his hands trembling. What do you mean? Huh? Is it still unclear? Allow me to rephrase. In the eyes of the world, humans and wizards are no longer the same species. They resemble tigers and lions, merely robust beasts. Ha. Do you know what is most amusing? When I encountered wizards in the Middle Ages, the world still regarded you as people. I heard you established some sort of Muggle Protection Act. Quite commendable, indeed. What do you mean by encountered wizards in the Middle Ages? And how do you know this? Oh, why should I tell you? Now, hurry to your class. Be gentler in your approach. After all, she is still your classmate. Dumbledore, as a headmaster, would never resort to violence against his students. Lucci shrugged and turned to leave, pausing momentarily at the door. Ah, Headmaster Dumbledore, I must admit I hold a certain fondness for you, but your tendency to include everyone in your plans is rather displeasing. A mere Tom Riddle is hardly worth such consideration. Lucci chuckled softly. Dumbledore gazed out the window in confusion as the wall mural erupted into a cacophony. Finding their noise bothersome, he waved his hand to silence them. Has the world truly forsaken wizards? Gellert, perhaps you were right. At that moment, the sleeping Sorting Hat beside him spoke up. Oh, Headmaster, I must inform you that he might be correct. Although his exterior appears normal, it is merely a shell. I cannot glean any of his thoughts or memories. However, the little girl's ideas are quite fascinating. She envisions a peaceful coexistence between muggles and wizards, advocating for wizards to no longer hide and for the liberation of house elves. Dumbledore shook his head with a bemused smile, more gentle than Gellert, yet undoubtedly more challenging. He dismissed the silence imposed upon the portraits and inquired, "What has transpired with the Parkinson family?" The portraits exchanged glances, and Dumbledore let out a weary sigh, his figure flickering out of the headmaster's office. Chapter 18. When the ancient demon arrived at the library. Meanwhile, upon exiting the headmaster's office, Lucci received a warm inquiry from Professor McGonagall. "How are you? Did he trouble you?" Lucci shook his head, grasping Hermione's hand. "I haven't eaten yet. Would you care to join me, Professor McGonagall?" Professor McGonagall appeared momentarily tempted, but ultimately declined, as Dumbledore, that old fellow, was not attending to matters, and she needed to prepare for the Parkinson family. Lucci cheerfully urged, Come on. We brought Chinese food. It's absolutely delicious." Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat bewildered, tugging at her own hand with a realization that her strength paled in comparison to that of Draco Malfoy. With a resigned smile, she allowed Draco to lead her to the Great Hall. It was already 8 o'clock, and the younger students had risen, hastily making their way to the hall for breakfast. How infuriating! I had always assumed that Granger, having been sorted into Slytherin, was a pure blood witch, yet it turns out she is a muggle. They have deceived me. Draco channeled his indignation into a voracious appetite, devouring sandwiches while Neville stood by, unsure how to console him, and Theodore stared vacantly at the ground. Upon her arrival at the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall was greeted by a most peculiar scene. Draco, tears streaming down his face, continued to eat, while Neville fumbled about in a flurry of concern, and Harry and Ron stifled laughter at the Gryffindor table, with curious glances directed at Draco. He appeared less like someone who had been deceived and more like a heartbroken lover. As Professor McGonagall entered the hall, flanked by Draco and little Hermione, an immediate silence fell over the room. They guided McGonagall to a relatively open space within Slytherin's table, and with a swift wave of Hermione's hand, a lavish spread of dishes appeared before them. The delightful aroma permeated the hall, momentarily halting Draco's weeping. "Professor McGonagall, do you know how to use chopsticks?" she inquired. McGonagall shook her head, prompting Hermione to produce a knife, fork, and spoon from her enchanted ring and present them to the professor. However, the trio sensed something amiss as McGonagall adjusted her glasses and surveyed the room. The younger witches and wizards quickly lowered their gazes. Draco chuckled softly, waving at the Weasley twins, while Hermione turned her attention to Cho-Chang. Just as Cho hesitated, the Weasley twins had already begun to eat, displaying a commendable lack of embarrassment. Noticing the Weasley twins approaching, Draco beckoned Cedric with a finger and exchanged a glance with Hermione, who was still eyeing Cho. "Professor McGonagall, is everything all right with Hermione?" Draco inquired. McGonagall cast a disapproving glance at the Weasley twins. "You're also complicit in this, are you not? Cedric is here on behalf of Hufflepuff. And what about Gryffindor?" The Weasley twins froze, their eyes darting around awkwardly. Hermione continued to wink at Cho, whose cheeks flushed increasingly red, leading her to shoot a glare at Cedric. Cedric, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead, realizing this was not the first time. "Ahem," he said, awkwardly approaching Cho and extending his hand. Cho, would you like to?" Cho's face turned a rosy hue as she grasped Cedric's hand and hurried to Hermione's side. Cedric, too, should have simply taken her hand without all the unnecessary chatter. After exchanging pleasantries with Professor McGonagall, they finally took their seats, though Cho remained inexplicably reluctant to release Cedric's hand, perhaps having forgotten. Hermione cheerfully handed chopsticks and a spoon to the two. Cho shot Hermione an exasperated look, but accepted the chopsticks with one hand. Draco chuckled heartily, finally beginning to savor his breakfast. Professor McGonagall speared a piece of Peking duck with her fork, preparing to take a bite. "Professor McGonagall, this dish known as Peking duck should be savored with this sauce." Lucci indicated towards the small dish beside the plate. "Peking duck? Oh, very well." As Professor McGonagall dipped the duck into the sauce, her eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, Lucci recalled his 3 rather unfortunate roommates. "Little Hermione, where are your roommates?" Little Hermione shook her head. "The Slytherin snakes, upon meeting you, would undoubtedly inquire first, which family do you belong to?" "What? You dare claim to be a muggle? TSK, how lowly." Lucci was not overly concerned about little Hermione being bullied. After all, aside from her inability to absorb fear, what difference was there? If she could absorb fear, she would be fear itself. He shrugged in resignation, contemplating whether he should communicate with the head of their year about possibly changing little Hermione as dormitory. "Hey, Neville, Draco, and Theodore, would you like to join us for a meal?" Neville quickly shook his head in refusal. "No, thank you. I'm still unaccustomed to being the center of attention. However, in the next moment, the Weasley twins had already lifted Neville and brought him over. Draco stubbornly turned his head away. Humph no. Lucci rolled his eyes, indifferent to their presence. Having just finished breakfast, Professor McGonagall gently ruffled Hermione's and Lucci's hair, stating that she had preparations to make in dealing with the Parkinson family, and thus took her leave. Zhang Xiao, Cedric, and the Weasley twins also departed for their classes. Would you like to head to the library? Neville hesitated, but eventually nodded, as he was uncertain of what else to do. As for Theodore, though he remained silent, his quiet stance behind Lucci spoke volumes. Lucci glanced at Draco. What are you staring at? Do you wish to invite me along? Even after you deceived me yesterday, purebloods will never befriend muggles. Lucci was taken aback, chuckling softly as he shook his head. Well then, we shall take our leave, esteemed pureblood. Theodore looked surprised, having thought Lucci might physically remove Draco from the scene. Master Malfoy, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. The ordinary people you disdain, whom you refer to as muggles, could effortlessly eradicate all wizards. Remember, it has always been wizards who have hidden and survived in the shadows throughout history. Lucci raised his hands in a gesture of indifference. Take care of yourself. Farewell. Little Hermione finally arrived at the library she had longed for, and upon entering, she was struck by the grandeur of the sight before her. The interior of the library was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside, resembling an infinite palace of knowledge. As far as the eye could see, countless books were meticulously arranged on towering, sturdy shelves that seemed to stretch endlessly. Hermione did not hesitate. She took a book from the first shelf at position 1. It was a biography of a wizard, not too thick, and she estimated she could finish it before 10 o'clock. However, she wondered how long it might take to explore the vast array of books within the library, including the restricted section. The Hogwarts Library boasts a total of 300 grand bookshelves, each capable of housing up to 300 tomes. In total, the library encompasses over 86,000 volumes, leaving Hermione pondering when she might ever read them all. Standing before the shelves, Lucci hesitated for a moment before selecting a book chronicling the history of the magical world. He was curious about how wizards managed to survive after the medieval church's relentless persecution. Neville also chose a biography of a wizard, unable to focus on anything else. As for Theodore, he found a book detailing the dark deeds committed by the infamous Voldemort since his rise to notoriety. At the entrance to the library, Madame Pants, the librarian, was somewhat taken aback. It was only the first day of term, and she had assumed these young wizards were merely there to explore, not to truly read. Lucci, lacking enthusiasm, slowly sifted through the content he sought, but discovered that most of the book was filled with nonsensical claims, suggesting that wizards had already conquered the earth, a delusion indeed. What surprised Lucci was that this search extended for an entire hour when Madame Pants approached him and startled him with her sudden voice. Child, what book are you looking for? A history book regarding developments after the Middle Ages. Accurate history, he replied. Madame Pants furrowed her brow slightly and then gestured behind her. Bookshelf 78, the 204th book. Lucci looked at her in astonishment, while Madame Pants shot him a stern glance. Hurry along, and remember, do not damage or soil the book, and certainly do not scribble in it. Thank you. I will not harm the books, he assured her. Satisfied, Madame Pants departed, and Lucci retrieved the book titled On the Future of Wizards. We have all erred, gravely misjudging the Muggles. Wizards believe that their war with Muggles had concluded, yet they have suffered catastrophic losses, with scarcely 1 in 10 remaining. The magical world has been devastated. It was not a war, but a one-sided massacre. The number of surviving wizards is now less than a third. Yet I find solace in the fact that most of those who remain are powerful wizards and young witches. They're the last hope for the wizarding future. Then came some minor developments, and Lucci scratched his head. This doesn't seem right. He meticulously leafed through the entire book again, furrowing his brow. He could not dismiss this as mere illusion. Every sensation had its basis and could not arise from thin air. Bookshelf 78, the 204th book. The title On the Future of Wizards gradually faded, transforming into the deceiver's deception. Chapter 19, When Ancient Demons Study at the Magical School. In the depths of the Hogwarts Library, a hand emerged from the shadows, seizing the 204th book from shelf 78. Vanishing into the darkness. The herbology classroom is located within the greenhouse on the right side of the castle. Suddenly, a pitch-black book appeared in Lucci's hands. The deceiver? He mused, falling into contemplation. Haven't they all departed from this world? Indeed, fear is a creation born of living beings. Yet living entities encompass more than just fear. However, those few have long since departed from this world upon acquiring corporeal form. Deceit is one among them. The creations spawned by living beings fall into 4 categories, known as the ancient 4 great demons: bliss, fear, suffering, and deceit. In truth, there could have been more, but these 4 were so formidable that they nearly drained the very essence of the world, which is why no further creations emerged, and, consequently, they 3 departed from this realm. Having discerned the underlying discord, Lu Qi felt a sense of relief. He stored the book within the void of his being. The power of deceit should not be wielded carelessly, for it could lead to significant troubles, as he had nearly fallen victim himself. At 10:15, a seemingly amiable witch entered the greenhouse, surveying her surroundings with a nod. "Greetings, young wizards. I am your herbology professor and the head of Hufflepuff House. You may call me Professor Sprout. Now, let us commence our lesson." Lu Qi listened intently, determined to master the material before succumbing to slumber. He could not afford to be bested in the upcoming examination by a mere 11-year-old girl like little Hermione. After all, he was the Lord of Fear. With over 300 million years of existence, surely he had some pride to uphold. As for the omniscience, both Lu Qi and little Hermione had sealed it deep within their minds, to be consulted as a library when necessary. For they had already established a connection to the celestial realm. Any further cheating would render the endeavor meaningless. The professor of magical history was a ghost, rumored to have transformed into one due to forgetting to bring his body to class. One must admit, the academic experience in this magical world truly seemed rather effortless. Upon the conclusion of today's lessons, Lu Qi and little Hermione retreated to the expansive lawn before the castle to rest. Lu Qi gazed at the dark waters of the lake, from which the void emerged, forming 2 fishing rods. He handed one to little Hermione. Focusing intently on the lake's surface, and with a vigorous flick, he cast his line. "What did you say? Baiting the hook? My apologies. But the void can transform into anything. A void-crafted fishing rod requires no bait." As the hook plunged into the water, it emitted an extraordinary vibration, instantly attracting the surrounding fish, which swam directly toward it. With a sudden tug, Lu Qi swiftly pulled back. A mere handful of small fish could hardly compare to the might of fear, and he effortlessly drew them up. 4 or 5 fish, each measuring nearly a meter in length, dangled from the line. Lu Qi and little Hermione paid them no mind, opting instead to sit on a bench in the lounge, engrossed in their books. "Slytherin does not welcome muggles. Begone." Lu Qi raised an eyebrow at the 4th-year Slytherin who had spoken. However, just as he was about to retort, a spell struck him, sending him tumbling backward with a cry. "Oh, my apologies. I did not expect you, a 4th year, to be so feeble. If I recall correctly, your name is Passerby number 3, and your great-grandmother was a muggle, wasn't she?" It was the head girl, Vanessa, who had cast the spell. She leisurely rose and approached Passerby number 3, who was still writhing on the ground in agony. Her wand lifted his chin, the tip glowing with a luminous green light. "Pray tell, when did Slytherin become the so-called pure blood academy in your eyes, you wretches? Ah, I suppose you are not the illustrious Harry Potter. I dare say you shall not survive the next unforgivable curse. Would you not agree?" The 3rd bystander trembled in fear. No, you cannot. We are in Hogwarts. Indeed, this is the renowned Hogwarts, a sanctuary for you wretches. Renaud, issue the order to send every member of their family to Azkaban." The 3rd bystander was struck dumb. How could he forget that she bore the Slytherin name? Vanessa approached Lu Qi and little Hermione, offering a slight bow. "I apologize. Slytherin is utterly despicable. Yet they did not cause any disturbances here. I had no intention of intervening. Truly did not expect them to dare bully a student of their own house. You need not worry about the Parkinson family's retaliation. I shall handle it." Lu Qi chuckled softly. "Thank you, but there is no need to concern yourself with the Parkinsons. In this world, power reigns supreme at all times, and there will always be fools who fail to recognize reality. Only when fear descends upon them will they learn to revere." The Slytherin common room fell into a prolonged silence, with only Draco and Theodore's pupils shaking in disbelief. Theodore gazed towards the girls' dormitory, his once confused eyes now resolute, while Draco appeared increasingly perplexed. The following morning, it was Neville who called for Lu Qi, but with his diminutive voice, there was no chance of waking him. At 8 o'clock, little Hermione burst into the boys' dormitory and yanked Lu Qi from his slumber. "Do you not know that classes begin at 9? Lu Qi's gaze wandered, scratching his head. "Is that so? Huh, I thought classes always started at 10:15. Little Hermione struck him playfully. Draco and Theodore had already departed, and Hermione glared at Neville in exasperation. "Neville, your voice is far too soft. How could you possibly awaken this rascal? You must raise your voice." "Why, yes, I apologize." Hermione facepalmed. "You haven't done anything wrong. Why apologize?" "Neville, Refrain from apologizing so casually. Sorry, I understand now. The trio arrived at the Great Hall just in time for the owls to deliver the post. The young wizards received the daily prophet, and a gasp escaped their lips. The front page boldly proclaimed the sudden disappearance of the Parkinson family, leaving nothing but charred craters in their wake. Not a single member of the family was spared. This was the most devastating incident in the magical world in nearly a century. Investigations revealed that even those members of the Parkinson family who were not at home had vanished without a trace, with only the young Miss Parkinson at Hogwarts escaping unscathed. Several young wizards stared at Lucci in shock, but none were more astounded than Draco and Theodore. Theodore's previously resolute gaze now wavered once more, while Draco appeared increasingly lost in thought. Professor Quirrell donned a deep purple turban, exuding a pungent aroma reminiscent of garlic. However, both Hermione and Lucci could discern the underlying stench of decay masked beneath the garlic scent. Lucci fixed his gaze on Professor Chilo's headscarf. Mr. Lucci, may I inquire why you were staring at me so intently? Lucci offered a faint smile. Professor Chilo, perhaps I can be of assistance to you. Seek me out in your moments of despair. The onlookers were bewildered, and even Professor Chilo seemed somewhat perplexed. As the class commenced, Chilo merely recited from the textbook, leaving the young wizards sorely disappointed, for they had eagerly anticipated the defense against the dark arts lesson, only to find this instead. At lunchtime, Neville unexpectedly produced a handkerchief and handed it to Draco. Draco, this is your handkerchief. I have already washed it. I meant to give it to you yesterday, but I forgot. I apologize. Draco accepted the handkerchief in a daze, bowing his head, lost in thought. Lucci helplessly grasped Hermione's hand. All right. It is my fault for bestowing you with the ability without teaching you how to wield it. No need to be anxious. We are extraordinary players. Hermione, feeling the warmth emanating from Lucci's hand, found her tension dissipating entirely. The flying lesson was to take place on the lawn in front of the castle, and the young wizards arrived early to await their turn. The instructor for the flying class was Madame Rolanda Hooch, affectionately referred to as Madame Hooch by all. She arranged 20 worn-out broomsticks neatly on the ground before departing. Only then did the Gryffindor lions hurriedly arrive. Indeed, the flying class was attended by both the Slytherins and the Gryffindors, as was the potions class. However, with only 20 students from the two houses combined, it was rather sparse. After a brief interval, Madame Hooch arrived precisely on schedule before the gathered students. Well, what are you all waiting for? Lucci thought to himself. Aren't you the one we are waiting for? Each student stood in front of a broomstick, seizing the moment. Now extend your right hand and place it on the broomstick. The incantation is up. Chapter 20. When the ancient demon encounters Professor Cat, Lucci extended his hand toward the shabby broomstick and softly uttered up. The broomstick rolled on the lawn, but did not rise. Very well, if you insist. Hermione, follow my lead. Summon the winds between heaven and earth. Hermione complied earnestly, diligently attempting to summon the winds. But in an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and a fierce gale erupted, toppling several unsteady young wizards. Stop, halt! Hermione's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she cast a glance at the toppled students. Madame Hooch looked skeptically at the suddenly clear sky. The very essence of life is the hurricane itself. Once you summon it, do not unleash it directly, but rather feel it. Attempt to let a gentle breeze entwine around your hand. As he spoke, Lucci brought his hand closer to Hermione's. Although she could see nothing, she distinctly felt the gentle breeze emanating from Lucci's hand, brushing against her own and providing a delightful sensation against her cheek. Closing her eyes, Hermione earnestly attuned herself to the winds of the world, as the previously clear sky began to stir with a gentle breeze, softly ruffling the hair of the young witches. A wisp of invisible breeze coalesced in little Hermione's hands, and she opened her eyes in delight. Lucci, I have succeeded. Quickly, do not let it dissipate. Lucci gazed at her in alarm, and Hermione's joyful expression faltered as she looked at her palms. The once formless wind had taken shape, resembling a grayish-white ribbon. Sharp and uninviting. Lucci, what should I do? Hermione hastily extended her hand, anxiously fixated on Lucci. Do not panic. Just relax, and... Yet before Lucci could finish, the stern voice of Madame Hooch cut through the air. Miss Granger, I believe I've been quite clear. You must extend your hand over the broom, not away from it, nor from yourself. The young wizards erupted in laughter, causing Hermione's body to tremble. The wind in her palm suddenly shot forth, the ribbon forming a crescent in the air before vanishing in the blink of an eye. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Ron's forehead as two of his hairs floated down. He scratched his head, wondering how it felt, as if his brain had nearly relocated. In the depths of the forbidden forest, A slender line appeared on the trunks of several trees in a straight line. Perhaps in a few years, someone pushing those trees would discover they had long been severed. The cut's remarkably neat. Well, in some respects, Hermione, you're an unparalleled genius. You created a hurricane with the wind on your first attempt, nearly obliterating Hogwarts. And on your second, you conjured a wind blade that almost harmed a young wizard. Ron exclaimed in confusion. QAQ? Hermione's cheeks flushed as she playfully punched Lu-Chi in the chest. All right, I was wrong. Now, let the wind envelop that wretched broom, lifting it into the air. In time, you shall elevate yourself with it and soar. This time, without any mishaps, Hermione successfully brought the broom to her hands. Madam Hooch, seeing all the young wizards grasping their brooms, nodded in satisfaction. Now mount your brooms and pay close attention to my posture. Madam Hooch demonstrated. And seeing the young wizards comply, she nodded approvingly. All right, when I whistle, you must push down hard with both feet. Make sure to grip your brooms tightly. You only need to ascend a few feet before landing immediately. Do you understand? However, just as Madam Hooch finished speaking, Neville's voice rang out as he soared into the sky. Oh dear, Madam Hooch's vision blurred, and she nearly fainted. Calm down, child, come down quickly. Neville's terrified voice echoed, seemingly devoid of control. It's out of my control. Help! At that moment, another figure shot upward, Draco, who was crouched low on his broom, swiftly closing in on Neville. Madam Hooch cried out in panic. After all, allowing Neville to fly away meant only one injury. If someone went to rescue him, it could result in two. What? You might wonder why Madam Hooch merely watched and shouted. I can only shrug. Who knows, perhaps wizards in the magical world are rather cold-hearted? In midair, Draco fixed his gaze on Neville, and one might admit, he did appear rather dashing at that moment. However, Professor McGonagall held a different opinion. She was cheerfully preparing to teach the young wizards magic in her office when a piercing scream broke the tranquility. Upon glancing out the window, she spotted Neville careening through the sky on a smoking broomstick, while Draco pursued him at a rapid pace. Without hesitation, Professor McGonagall drew her wand, transforming the window into two large birds that soared out into the open air. Outside, Draco had reached Neville, extending a hand to firmly grasp the collar of his robe. Neville jumped down, yet Neville clung tightly to his broom, eyes squeezed shut. Draco, I can't do anything right. In a fit of frustration, Draco gave Neville a light smack on the head and relinquished his hold on the broom, securing both arms around Neville instead. Nonsense. Did you not wash my handkerchief splendidly? Now let go. Draco succeeded, and the two remained safely perched on Draco's flying broomstick, with Neville weeping as he embraced Draco from behind. Oh, Neville, you truly ought to lose some weight. As they slowly descended, Draco, exasperated, remarked, when suddenly he noticed a ball flying out from Neville's pocket, the memory orb that had been delivered by an owl that very morning. Draco lowered the broom again, maneuvering it sharply to trace a perfect sin in the sky. He deftly caught the memory orb, landing safely with Neville in tow, and could not suppress a triumphant smirk as he tossed his golden hair. The window seemed to whisper, I too once embraced the sky and possessed freedom. Ron scoffed, turning his head away. What is so impressive about that? Professor McGonagall arrived, her expression grave. Mr. Malfoy, I believe you need to accompany me. Draco's smile faded, and he tossed the memory orb to Neville. Yes, Professor McGonagall. At this, Ron grinned, pulling Harry along to witness the spectacle. Ha ha ha. Draco is going to get expelled this time. Harry merely managed a stiff smile, feeling that Draco might not be as malevolent as Ron claimed. After all, he had acted to save Neville. Expulsion seemed unwarranted. Hermione glanced stiffly at Lu-Chi. Something feels off, doesn't he? Lu-Chi, his expression serious, thoughtfully stroked his chin and nodded. Indeed, something is amiss. Neville isn't stuttering anymore. Meanwhile, Madam Hooch, still shaken, offered some comfort to Neville before hastily following Professor McGonagall. Take a break. The broomstick is now broken. If I discover anyone who has secretly flown into the sky, they should brace for expulsion. The following 2 days passed uneventfully, with no one daring to provoke Lu-Chi and Hermione. The entirety of Slytherin, save for Neville, had essentially isolated the two, while the head girl and her faction adopted a nonchalant attitude, choosing neither to interfere nor engage. Since devising her wind blade, Hermione had ceased visiting the library, instead dragging Lu-Chi to the lawn to explore her newfound powers. She even devised techniques inspired by transfiguration spells, including wind, fire, water, and thunder spirals, along with numerous other maneuvers, leaving Lu-Chi with twitching eyes. Little Hermione has independently devised a new spell, yet she refrains from disclosing its nature to Lu-Chi. which leaves him in a state of restless curiosity. Despite Lucci's persistent inquiries, Hermione remains tight-lipped. In regard to the issue of Hermione's dormitory, Fanasha has resolved it by vacating a new single room for her. Hermione, you cannot be so secretive. What have you truly discovered? Hermione turned her head away. I merely let it slip inadvertently. You must not ask further, for I cannot divulge it. Lucci's expression instantly morphed into one of resigned indifference. The two entered the Transfiguration classroom, arriving early, with only a few students present. However, a small cat lounged atop the lectern. Both Lucci and Hermione paused, feeling slightly awkward as they took their seats. The lazy feline cast a glance at the formally seated Lucci and Hermione, unable to contain a chuckle. Lucci found it amusing that the usually stern Professor McGonagall had transformed into an adorable cat. The cat Professor McGonagall awkwardly rolled over, evidently disturbed by the peculiar intensity of their gazes. As more students trickled into the classroom, the cat nodded in satisfaction, leaping from the lectern and reverting to Professor McGonagall. Excellent. You little wizards have not arrived late, which pleases me. Let's commence our lesson. Now, who can tell me what magic I just employed? It was animagus, came the response. Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly. Correct. Slytherin earns 5 points. I wish to convey to you that the Transfiguration spell is both the most complex and the simplest of incantations, and it can also be perilous. I trust no one will disrupt our class. Chapter 21. When ancient demons encounter the caustic bat. Of course, what you're to do now is merely transform this matchstick into a needle. Lucci withdrew his wand, aiming it at the matchstick. Utilizing pure spiritual energy would align with the practices of an immortal, whereas magical power lacks the capacity to directly alter the fabric of reality. The essence of magical power is fundamentally the force that maintains the surface operations of the world, while spiritual energy embodies the world's origin. Everything in existence is crafted from this origin. Thus, one cannot influence the creations of the world with mere magical energy. Hermione, unfettered by such ponderings, promptly transformed the matchstick into a needle using her spell. Oh, everyone, behold Miss Granger's splendid transfiguration spell. Slytherin earns 10 points. Professor McGonagall suddenly appeared beside Hermione, holding aloft the silver needle that had emerged from the matchstick. After showcasing it, she returned the needle to Hermione. Professor McGonagall, does the essence of the transfiguration pertain merely to appearance, or does it also involve intrinsic nature? Moreover, can lifeless objects transformed into living beings possess consciousness? If so, from whence does it arise? Professor McGonagall swiftly interrupted Hermione. Hermione, your inquiries are indeed commendable, and I am pleased to see you engaging thoughtfully. However, you have only just begun your studies. Do not overexert yourself, all right? In subsequent lessons, those topics will be covered. However, if you're interested, you may wish to follow the Transfiguration column of the Wizarding Daily, where my paper on Transfiguration was published in issue 43. I understand. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, said Hermione, casting a disapproving glance at Lucci, who remained lost in thought, pointing his wand at a matchstick. Undeterred by Lucci's forlorn expression, Hermione calmly took his hand and exited the Transfiguration classroom. Mr. Lucci, may I have a moment of your time? Lucci glanced at Theodore, who was slightly bowing his head, his eyes betraying a hint of insecurity. Just call me Lucci. What can I do for you? The Parkinson family. How did you manage that? Lucci shot Theodore a sidelong glance. Me? Perhaps you should pay Madame Pomfrey a visit when you have the time. With a shrug, Lucci maneuvered past Theodore. Lucci, I wish to follow you. Huh? Really? You could actually go and see about your brain right now. Theodore gazed earnestly into Lucci's eyes and said solemnly, My father is a Death Eater, currently imprisoned in Azkaban. He chose the wrong path, nearly leading the Knott family to ruin, and I wish to choose you instead. I did consider following Headmistress Flitwick, but ultimately, I chose you. Lucci, feeling somewhat helpless, patted Theodore on the shoulder. Why must you follow someone? Isn't it better to be yourself? Though I appreciate your faith in me, I do not harbor any grand ideals. I do not require followers. The potions classroom was situated in the dank, dimly lit dungeons of the castle. The Gryffindor Lions were once again tardy. One must wonder what they were occupied with daily, perhaps assisting the elderly across the street? But I digress. This brings to mind a story that stirs the heart. Coughing, Harry and Ron finally entered the classroom, with Professor Snape trailing closely behind. Without uttering a word, or even glancing at the young witches and wizards, Professor Snape approached the lectern, picked up the attendance register, and began calling names. Initially, all proceeded normally until he reached Harry's name. The illustrious Harry Potter. Professor Snape sneered, fixing a gaze upon Harry before continuing with the roll call. Once finished, he gently set the register down beside the lectern. You are here to learn the exquisite art of potion making, not to foolishly brandish your laughable wands. I do not expect you to grasp the artistry of potions. I merely hope you are not the imbeciles I frequently encounter. Now, Harry Potter, what occurs when powdered daffodil root is combined with wormwood juice? Professor Snape's unexpected question caught the young witches and wizards off guard, all eyes turning to Harry. His face flushed crimson. I do not know, sir. Professor Snape shook his head. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems fame does not equate to knowledge. Let's try again. Potter, where would one find a bezoar? I do not know, sir. Professor Snape chuckled softly. It appears that Mr. Potter has not turned a single page during his holiday. Could you enlighten me on the distinctions between the aconitum and the wolfsbane? I'm unaware, sir. Professor Snape shook his head once more, casting a glance at the assembly. Young Hermione sat upright, hesitantly raising her hand. With a touch of joy and confidence, Hermione stood up. The powder of the daffodil root combined with the juice of mugwort can concoct a potent sleeping potion, known as the elixir of life. The dung stone must be extracted from the stomach of a goat, possessing remarkable detoxifying properties. The aconitum and the wolfsbane are, in fact, the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite. Applause echoed as Professor Snape clapped his hands in satisfaction. The young wizards hastily took up their quills to record on parchment. Mr. Potter, for our next potions class, please submit a 10-inch long differentiation of potion basic materials. The lesson commenced in earnest as Professor Snape divided the students into pairs to brew a simple potion for treating boils. Daffodil, mugwort, mugwort. Hermione's eyes sparkled as she grasped Lucci's arm and shook it. I am utterly heartbroken over Lily's demise. Lucci slapped his forehead, covering his eyes. A pale and somber visage suddenly appeared before them. Miss Granger, I wonder why you have yet to make any progress. While contemplation is commendable, excessive cleverness may lead to distress. Do not allow this to fester within you. Professor Snape cast a piercing glare at Hermione before slowly departing. Blushing, Hermione playfully punched Lucci, who rubbed his arm in resignation. Why do you keep hitting me? Why didn't you inform me? He stood there for ages. How was I to know what you were thinking? If you had initiated with a clear signal, I could have dodged. I don't care. It's your problem. Lucci chuckled helplessly, pinching Hermione's cheek. Fine, it's my problem. Hermione gently swatted Lucci's hand away, searching for ingredients. Step aside. I must commence potion brewing. Hurry and assist me. Yes, I'm coming. Professor Snape's ominous voice resonated repeatedly, chastising all but Theodore and Malfoy. Hermione, too, faced his reproach. It seemed he deliberately sought to admonish her, staring intently for over 10 minutes until she ground the snake's fangs. Miss Granger, you need not exert such force when grinding the snake's fangs. Do you intend to? However, before Snape could finish, he noticed Hermione gazing intently at Harry, seemingly uttering phrases pertaining to daffodils. Snape's words faltered as he nonchalantly walked away, deeply regretting his impulsive question. Something felt amiss. How did Miss Granger come to know of Lily? Snape cast a resentful glance at Neville. Fool! It turned out that Neville had overturned the cauldron, spilling the potion onto the floor, which hissed with a corrosive sound, splattering onto Neville and causing large, red, swollen boils to erupt upon his skin. Although Professor Snape harshly berated, his body remained honest as he retrieved his wand, causing the potion scattered on the ground and Neville's boils to vanish instantly. Did you perhaps neglect to remove the cauldron from the fire before adding the porcupine quills? Snape, feeling a profound sense of frustration with no outlet, happened to catch sight of Harry, who was watching the commotion. Well, Potter, since you were so close to Mr. Longbottom, why did you not offer him a word of warning? Due to your selfishness, Gryffindor loses 2 points. The corners of Snape's mouth twitched upwards slightly, providing him with some solace, only to be disrupted by the sight of the grinning Hermione, which soured his mood once more. However, the young witch's potion was indeed flawlessly concocted. Observing Miss Granger's potion, though it was the most basic and elementary of brews, her technique and the final product were impeccable, something that might elude some individuals for a lifetime. Slytherin gains 5 points. He declared, Very well, class is dismissed. The young wizards hurriedly gathered their textbooks and rushed out, with only a few Slytherin students lingering. Miss Granger, might I request a moment of your time? I believe we need to discuss something in my office. Hermione's heart sank. What could she possibly say? She couldn't very well admit to possessing omniscience, could she? Lukiki whistled, pulling Neville along. Neville, do you recall the Sorting Hat instructing you to seek out Dumbledore? Let us hurry. Startled, Neville stammered, Oh, I forgot. I'm so sorry. Lukiki playfully slapped Neville on the head. To whom are you apologizing? Move along. With that, Lukiki dragged Hermione and Neville away, leaving Professor Snape, who had just been ignored, in their wake. Chapter 22. when an ancient evil meets a proud young master. Once out of Professor Snape's sight, Lukiki contemplated for a moment before leading the duo to Professor McGonagall's office. The door was ajar, and Lukiki knocked gently. "Professor McGonagall, is Headmaster Dumbledore available?" McGonagall adjusted her glasses, the lenses reflecting a brilliant light in the sunlight. "The headmaster is in his office. What brings you here?" "Oh." The Sorting Hat suggested that Neville seek out Headmaster Dumbledore, as it seems there are issues with his memories. Professor McGonagall fell unusually silent, and the three waited for over 10 minutes. In truth, it was Neville's grandmother who had cast the forgetfulness charm on him, as he had witnessed the torment of his parents by Death Eaters during his childhood. Lukiki and Hermione were aware of this fact, but had not considered its implications. But why would the Sorting Hat instruct Neville to approach Dumbledore? Imsikoneke site. The reason for Neville's forgetfulness and timidity is likely a side effect of the forgetfulness charm. "Headmaster Dumbledore may have a solution. Then perhaps we should refrain from going," came the hesitant reply. The office fell into a contemplative silence, until Lukiki suddenly patted Neville on the shoulder. "Fear not. We have ample time ahead of us, and we believe in you. Keep your spirits up, Neville." With that, Lukiki and Hermione bid farewell to Professor McGonagall, with Hermione also giving Neville an encouraging pat on the shoulder. "You can do it, Neville." In the dormitory, Draco lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, accompanied by Theodore in a similar state of bewilderment. The atmosphere was profoundly tranquil when suddenly Neville burst in, tears streaming down his face as he buried his head beneath the covers. Draco's veins bulged, his brow furrowed in anger as he leaped from his bed. "Neville, who has tormented you?" I'm sorry. No one has bullied me." Draco inhaled deeply, placing a reassuring hand on Neville's shoulder. "Do not be afraid. Tell me who it is. We are all here for you, and even that scoundrel, Lucius, is around." It took Neville over 10 minutes to compose himself enough to recount the events that had transpired. I thought I was incapable of doing anything right. But it turns out it was merely the influence of the forgetfulness charm." Both Theodore and Draco froze momentarily, Draco trembling slightly as he lowered his head. Suddenly he uttered, "I'm sorry," and dashed out of the dormitory, likely heading towards Professor Snape's office. Without pursuing him, Theodore pondered where he might go, reflecting on that despicable father. He bore no hatred towards him, understanding he simply made poor choices, though he felt remorse for those harmed by the Death Eaters. In Professor Snape's office, Draco gazed vacantly at the professor. "Professor, is it truly wrong to uphold pureblood supremacy?" A sardonic smile played on Snape's lips, but upon witnessing the endless confusion in Draco's eyes, he withheld his retorts. "Draco, tell me about the Malfoy family-esque character." "Self-preservation," Draco replied. "Now reconsider. Is being pureblood truly that significant?" Draco's confusion dissipated slightly, yet he remained perplexed. Snape shook his head. "You are still too young to ponder such matters. However, the entirety of England's wizarding population barely exceeds 3,000. Why do you believe pureblood families possess such wealth?" I do not know, Professor. It is the Muggles. Pureblood families have long collaborated with Muggles. Do you understand? I have made an irrevocable mistake due to my own beliefs in pureblood supremacy. I hope you do not fall into the same trap." Snape closed his eyes, gesturing dismissively at Draco. A revelation washed over Draco, and he respectfully bowed to Snape before departing the office. Once outside, he suddenly grasped his wand tightly, recalling Lucius' words, "When venturing into the world, your identity is self-assigned." In this realm, power reigns supreme. A smile broke upon Draco's face, his gaze resolute. "Regardless of pure blood or not, if I cannot comprehend it, then let us duel. This duel will pertain to the honor of wizards." He hurriedly sought out Lucius and Hermione, who were resting on the lawn. Draco performed a proper wizarding salute towards them. "Lucius, I challenge you to a wizard's duel." Lucius raised an eyebrow, confused. "What is this about, mate? Are you losing your mind?" A crowd of young wizards gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "No, really, what are you up to?" Draco, with utmost seriousness, declared a duel. "If you win, I shall relinquish the glory of being pureblood. If I win, you and Granger will follow me." Lucius chuckled softly. "Is that so? Then your loss holds little consequence, does it? How about I add another 100 galleons?" Little Hermione chimed in, producing 100 galleons. Draco shook his head. "I wager 1,000. That amount constitutes my entire allowance for the month." The young wizards gasped in astonishment. Ron, consumed by envy, looked as though he might contort. Lucci chuckled, recognizing the opportunity for easy gains, yet marveled at Draco's audacity. "Come on, let us make this interesting. Although you've done well, allow me to serve as the judge." The elegant figure of Vanessa appeared beside Hermione, gracefully clapping her hands. Draco and Lucci nodded in agreement. The young wizards held their breath as some older students gathered around. Vanessa's lips curled slightly as she adjusted her glasses. Now, let the wizard duel commence. Draco swiftly aimed his wand at Lucci, but he froze in astonishment, while the surrounding young wizards gaped, and Vanessa, along with the arriving professors, were equally astounded. Lucci levitated into the air, pale lightning crackling around him, his voice resonating with intensity. The thunder roared in the ears of the onlookers, causing a ringing sensation. A pale glow emanated from Lucci's eyes. Mighty celestial authority, let the thunder descend. Draco's wand clattered to the ground. What the? 1,000 galleons were added to the pot, and a smile spread across little Hermione's face. Hee. However, upon seeing Lucci encircled by a throng of young witches, her smile faltered. Not he, until the thunder struck one of the young witches. Sending the others fleeing in disarray, Lucci elegantly brushed off his robes, flames enveloping him, reducing the love letters from the young witches to ashes. Hermione finally relented. The unfortunate witch who was struck, of course, emerged unscathed, albeit completely devoid of hair, every last strand. Ultimately, the incident concluded with Slytherin losing 50 points. Not Hermione lamented. As for the duel between Lucci and Draco, the professors engaged in extensive discussion, and upon learning the full account, a new rule was instituted. Young wizards may duel, but only under the supervision of a prefect or professor. What puzzled many was why Draco insisted on dueling Harry and demanded an assistant, reportedly provoked by Ron's taunts. Harry enlisted Professor McGonagall, renowned for her fairness. Yet when he saw Draco had chosen Lucci as his assistant, his heart sank. Lucci greeted Harry with a smile. Reluctant to participate, but unable to resist Draco's generous offer of 1,000 galleons. Though he was not in need of money, who would refuse such an abundance? Professor McGonagall noticed Lucci's twitching eye and inquired about Harry and Ron. Professor McGonagall, we shall duel. Ron gritted his teeth, knowing that Lucci was merely an assistant. Yet he felt compelled to confront Draco. McGonagall glanced at Ron and shook her head in resignation. The duel commenced. Harry and Draco instantly pointed their wands at one another. Expelliarmus. Lumos. Professor McGonagall wore an expression akin to that of an elderly commuter engrossed in their mobile device. Harry's front teeth had grown to nearly half a meter in length, prompting Professor McGonagall to swiftly lift Draco's minor curse. She rubbed her temples, reminding herself that they had only just begun the term, having barely scratched the surface with a single Lumos charm. And some young witches and wizards had yet to master even that. Ron stood before Draco in a state of bewilderment, while Draco, with an air of provocation, defiantly raised his middle finger at Ron. Professor McGonagall sighed. The duel commenced. Seizing the moment while Draco basked in his own arrogance, Ron swiftly brandished his wand. Expelliarmus, he exclaimed, but to his dismay, only a few sparks emitted from his wand, and that was the extent of it. Draco raised an eyebrow. Tarantaligra. A stream of delicate yellow light struck Ron, compelling him to dance uncontrollably. The victor was declared, Draco Malfoy. The young wizards erupted in cheers, while Lucci shook his head, quietly ushering Hermione away. In the great hall, the Weasley brothers each draped an arm around Lucci's shoulders. Wow, who is this? Our very own Thunder King from Slytherin. Lucci replied, whoever coined that nickname should be ashamed. It sounds dreadful. Zhang Qiu chuckled. In truth, your true moniker is the Thunder Demon. Hermione stifled a laugh, while Cedric shook his head. I did not expect you to be so formidable. It seems you could hold your own against Professor Dumbledore. Lucci merely smiled in silence. Dumbledore remarked, with Lucci around, I feel as though I could extend my life by another couple of years. Theodore bore a complex expression, still searching for his own sense of belonging. Draco, on the other hand, was utterly shameless. He had nearly succumbed to cravings for Chinese cuisine during their last encounter, and Neville was no better. The two of them cared for nothing other than indulging in food. Chapter 23. When Ancient Demons Celebrate Halloween. Time, much like an indifferent romantic partner, will not pause its relentless march, regardless of how fervently one may plead. 2 weeks had elapsed since the commencement of the Hogwarts term, and today marked the day for Quidditch team sign-ups, which held little relevance for the first-year students, save for Draco. Draco strutted through the Great Hall, his head held high, reminiscent of a peacock. My father has generously sponsored the entire Quidditch team with a Nimbus 2000 for each player upon learning of my intention to join. I even suggested he extend his generosity to fund Hogwarts communal broomsticks. The young witches' and wizards' eyes sparkled with excitement. Ever since Neville's broom malfunctioned, they had not attended flying lessons, and the prospect of new broomsticks meant they could finally return to the skies. Draco reveled in the adulation of his peers, had it not been for Neville's restraint. He might have leapt onto the table in triumph. Currently, Hermione found herself at an impasse in her studies, yet she was reluctant to seek assistance from Lucci, leaving him unaware of her predicament. Instead, she immersed herself once more in the library. Inquiring how long it would take an average person to read over 20,000 books might yield an answer of 4 to 10 years, while those exceptional readers, akin to the likes of Yifei, might accomplish it in just 2. However, with her omniscient capabilities, Hermione required merely 2 months. Little Hermione stood at the entrance of the library with a vacant expression on Lucci, stretching lazily. Much of the content of the later books had become repetitive. Yet where could they acquire the privilege to access the restricted section? Lucci shook his head, still feeling somewhat dazed. He did not despise reading, but enduring 2 months of it was quite a challenge. Little Hermione nodded, urging Lucci to hurry towards the herbology greenhouse, as class was to commence in 2 minutes. Despite not employing any abilities, they ultimately arrived late. Professor Sprout cast a reproachful glance at Lucci before allowing the two to enter the greenhouse, believing little Hermione's compliance must have stemmed from Lucci's shortcomings. In the evening, the young wizards gathered in the great hall, as usual. Little Hermione pulled Lucci to sit beside Zhang Qiu, while Cedric hurried over, indifferent to his previous social blunders. What mattered more than the potential embarrassment was the future of the Diggory family. Following them were the Weasley twins, supporting Neville, with Draco trailing behind. Having spent 2 months under the Weasley brothers' influence, Neville had gained considerable confidence, at least managing to speak without stuttering now. The 8 of them evidently formed a small group. As darkness descended, food materialized on the golden platters. However, before the young wizards could commence their feast, Professor Quirrell rushed in, exclaiming about a troll in the basement. After uttering his warning, he fainted, causing chaos among the students. Headmaster Dumbledore promptly conjured a firework with his wand, restoring calm as the students turned their attention to him. Vanessa sighed and raised her wand, casting a serpent pattern. Slytherin. As the commotion unfolded, someone inadvertently stepped on Quirrell as they passed, and the others followed suit, since he was blocking the entrance. When it came to Lucci, he paused momentarily before yanking Quirrell's turban off. Quirrell sprang up, snatching the turban back and wrapping it around his head, feigning a sudden awakening, though he shot a fierce glare at Lucci, unable to tolerate the affront. Lucci discreetly unleashed a bolt of lightning as he departed, prompting Quirrell to dance in delight. Little Hermione insisted on staying with Lucci in the common room until 2 hours later, when only the 2 of them remained. Lucci yawned and waved at Hermione. But before he could take a second step, little Hermione grasped his hand. "I'm a bit scared," she confessed. "You?" A wind blade could cleave that troll in 2. Flushed with indignation, little Hermione punched Lucci, who silently cradled his injured arm. "All right, what shall we do? I'll find Vanessa and have her arrange for someone to accompany you." Little Hermione tightened her grip on Lucci, her cheeks flushing. There's only me in my dormitory." Lucci nodded in understanding. "Exactly. So, I suggested finding someone to keep you company." "You? What about me?" "Wait. You don't mean you want me to keep you company, do you?" Little Hermione lowered her head and softly affirmed. "You're now 11 years old, and in just 2 years, you will mature and develop an understanding of gender dynamics. As a boy, I am obliged to inform you that we can no longer share a bed." Little Hermione playfully punched Lucci, who, feigning injury, clutched his shoulder. "I don't care. If you don't come out to play, I will tell Aunt Luo-11 that you are bullying me. Isn't that just unreasonable? Even if you lived alone, it would still be a girl's dormitory. Don't be willful. If it comes to that, I will consult the professor and have you stay the night with Zhang Qiu in Ravenclaw." Little Hermione, filled with indignation, punched Lucci again, grasping his ear and dragging him toward her dormitory. "Hey, stop. I'm going. Just let go." Lucci grimaced, covering his ear as he winced. Hermione shot him an exasperated glance. "You don't even feel pain, so why are you pretending? Hurry up." Lucci said nothing more, merely sighing in resignation. However, just before reaching the girls' dormitory, around the corner, he abruptly collided with an invisible barrier. Hermione looked at him, puzzled, while Lucci wore a bewildered expression. Whoa. It seems there is indeed someone eager to trespass into the girls' dormitory. The head girl suddenly appeared at the hallway entrance, clad in her pajamas, completely blocking the corridor, though her voice gradually softened. You're still young. Please refrain from engaging in inappropriate behavior." Blushing, Vanessa waved her wand and hurried away. Lucci, feeling utterly defeated, extended his hand as if to stop her, but his voice seemed to have abandoned him. Little Hermione went to wash up after grabbing her pajamas, while Lucci sighed and surveyed his surroundings. My once illustrious reputation, all for naught, but I doubt Vanessa is the type to gossip. I can only hope. Hermione's dormitory was immaculate, devoid of any unnecessary items. Only her pink bedding and the study materials on her desk bore testament to her presence. After finishing her shower and changing into her pajamas, she emerged with a flushed face, lying on her bed and covering her mouth with a quilt. Are you going to take a shower? There's still your pajamas in the space ring. The pajamas, of course, had been placed there by Aunt Luo Wanwan, who had provided an abundance of clothing for both of them. Lu Chi stroked his chin and nodded in agreement. Hermione tossed the pajamas to him, and he leisurely made his way to wash up. Peeking out, Hermione buried her face in the pillow, muffling her voice. Silly. The bed may be small, but 2 children can easily share it. Well then, let us sleep. Turning off the bedside lamp, Lu Chi faced Hermione and closed his eyes. Hermione paused, then playfully punched Lu Chi again. He opened his eyes in confusion, only to find Hermione had turned away from him. A rare look of bewilderment crossed Lu Chi's face, but he dismissed it, intent on falling asleep. Just as he closed his eyes, he felt a soft, warm body nestled against him. Hermione had buried her head in his chest, wrapping her arms around his waist. Lu Chi stiffened momentarily, then gradually embraced her as well, unaware that a smile was creeping onto his lips. Morning sunlight streamed through the gaps between the lake and the curtains, illuminating the room, and for an unexpected reason, Lu Chi woke up first that day. Gazing at the peacefully slumbering little Hermione in his arms, he gently shifted her hand aside and cautiously descended from the bed. Fearful of rousing her, Lu Chi approached the window and drew back the curtains, allowing the sunlight to flood the room through the lake surface. He couldn't help but scoff at the absurdity of a dormitory built beneath a lake, where sunlight still managed to penetrate. Little Hermione stirred, letting out a soft whimper as she rubbed her eyes and sat up. Upon seeing Lu Chi by the window, her face flushed a deep crimson. Good morning, she greeted. Indeed, good morning, Lu Chi replied, turning to her and affectionately tousling her hair. Their eyes met, and they both burst into laughter before hastily preparing themselves for the new day's academic adventures. Just as Lu Chi reached for the door, he paused, waved to little Hermione, and then vanished into thin air. In the boys' dormitory, Draco rubbed his eyes and yawned, startled by Lu Chi's sudden appearance at his bedside. Ah, a ghost! He shrieked. Lu Chi smacked Draco on the head. Ghost, my foot! Get up quickly! Neville was roused by Draco's shout, while Theodore, the earliest riser, remained in bed, lost in existential contemplation. Indeed, after so long, he was still engulfed in confusion, nearly overheating his CPU with Lu Chi's mere words. After the 3 finished their morning routines, they followed Lu Chi and little Hermione to the Great Hall. The Quidditch match is fast approaching, isn't it? Draco nodded in response. Yes, next month. And just a week away is the Quidditch match. Our training has been exhausting, especially with our captain being such a fool. Draco lamented about the Slytherin Quidditch team's leader. He resembles a gorilla and lacks any command skills. Chapter 24. When the ancient demon was summoned again to the headmaster's office, the weather in England during November is notoriously unpredictable. Temperatures plummeted rapidly, and a thick layer of ice formed over the Black Lake, prompting the young witches and wizards to don their sweaters. On Saturday, Draco awoke early, shouting and urging the 3 others in the dormitory to hasten their preparations. Hurry up. Today is Slytherin versus Gryffindor. If we win, the house cup will be secured. And this is my first Quidditch match. Lu Chi, in the common room, pulled Hermione aside, adopting a deadpan expression. Ah, the last statement is your true focus, isn't it? Draco's face turned red. Regardless, hurry up. In the Great Hall, they encountered the Weasley twins, Cedric and Cho-Chang. After their meal, the group of 8 made their way to the Quidditch pitch. It was just 8 o'clock, and the stadium was already packed with young witches and wizards filling the stands. The match was set to begin at 9, and Draco engaged in conversation with Cedric, the Hufflepuff seeker. As the clock struck 10, Draco and the Weasley twins hastily changed into their uniforms. They ascended to the highest point of the stands, where they met Ron and Harry. Cedric greeted them first, and Lu Chi and the others waved in acknowledgement. Hello, Ron and Harry, they called, to which Ron and Harry responded earnestly. As the time approached, the players for both teams made their way to the field. The Gryffindor players donned their crimson uniforms, while the Slytherins were clad in emerald green. The crowd erupted in cheers, and the group of friends spotted Draco and the Weasley brothers. After all, they were the shortest and the inseparable pair. Draco, with a beaming face, waved enthusiastically at the audience. How arrogant, Ron muttered under his breath. The noise from the crowd was so loud that even Harry, who was closest to him, could not catch what he said. However, Luna and little Hermione heard him clearly. Hermione frowned slightly, feeling the urge to scold Ron, but Luna restrained her. "Let us not make things difficult for George and Fred," Luna whispered into Hermione's ear. The warmth of her breath made Hermione's cheeks flush, and she nodded. Feeling her ears burn, Luna ruffled Hermione's hair, to which Hermione offered a mild protest, though it could hardly be called a resistance, as she leaned into Luna's touch. Madame Hooch stepped to the center of the pitch, casting a stern gaze over the young wizards. "I expect you to compete fairly. Now mount your brooms." The young wizards complied eagerly, and Madame Hooch's expression sharpened as she blew her whistle. They soared into the air, and the match commenced. Draco quickly ascended to a higher position. Typically, the elusive golden snitch would not appear so soon. The commentary echoed through the Quidditch pitch, though it seemed rather frivolous, intermixed with Professor McGonagall's stern reprimands. As the game began, we witnessed the bludger being swiftly seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson, a remarkable young woman, indeed, and quite charming. "Jordan," came the exuberant call from the Weasley twins, laughing heartily. "Apologies, Professor McGonagall," came the playful retort. "That S. Lee Jordan, our good friend." Cedric sighed in exasperation. "Being from Gryffindor, it's no wonder you share such a temperament." After watching for a while, Luna decided to close her eyes and lean against Hermione. The chaos of the match was overwhelming. Without the commentary, she would have been utterly lost. Feeling fatigued, she thought it might be best to take a break from watching. Hermione mercilessly teased Luna about her nap. "Excuse me," coming through, a deep voice announced as Hagrid settled beside Harry. Ron happily introduced everyone. "This is Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds. Hagrid, these are Cedric, Cho Chang, Luna, Hermione, and Neville." Hagrid greeted them warmly. "Hello, you're all welcome to visit my hut, though it might be a bit cramped. I should tell George and Fred to stay out of the Forbidden Forest. It seems rather perilous lately." Cedric raised his eyebrows. "I'll make sure they hear that, but isn't the forest always dangerous?" Hagrid scratched his head, a bit puzzled. "In truth, there is little trouble unless one ventures into the Forbidden Forest. However, I have recently observed a certain unease among its creatures, as if the outside world has become perilous as well." The crowd fell silent. At that moment, Ron shouted out, prompting gasps from the audience. "It's the Golden Snitch!" Jordan exclaimed, rising from his seat. "It's Malfoy, that first-year wizard. Oh, what a perfect dodge. Hiss, a flawless turn." Draco executed a swift maneuver, evading the bludger sent by George, defiantly gesturing a middle finger at him. He then lowered his body, fixated intently on the snitch, drawing ever closer. Yet at that instant, Jordan emitted a sharp cry. "What? The bludger is heading uncontrollably towards the audience?" Draco cast a quick glance, gritting his teeth as he relinquished pursuit of the snitch. Realizing the bludger was barreling directly towards Harry, the group of 5 had already risen. Cedric and Cho quickly brandished their wands, while Neville, tears streaming down his face, yanked Harry in an attempt to flee. Hagrid stood resolutely, shielding the young wizards with his bulk. The Weasley brothers swiftly caught up to Draco, yet they were still outpaced by the bludger. Lucci raised an eyebrow at little Hermione, who shot him a disapproving glance before drawing her wand. Obstructus Fractura. 2 spells were cast in an instant, one successfully slowing the bludger, while the other shattered it into fragments. The young wizards gasped in astonishment, gazing at Hermione in disbelief. How can you be so extraordinary? They wondered. After all, while they had only learned a handful of spells, Hermione was employing spells from the 4th year, such as the Obstruction Charm and the Splintering Charm. Draco executed a sudden stop, turning sharply to grasp the Golden Snitch. Jordan, in a state of shock, declared Slytherin the victors, and the Slytherin students erupted in cheers for Draco, who smiled and high-fived the Weasley brothers. Ron immediately became discontented, and as for Harry, he remained in a daze. "Lucci, Hermione, Professor Dumbledore is looking for you. The password is Chocolate Frog." "All right then, Professor McGonagall. By the way, Hermione, that was a splendid spell, and you saved Harry. Slytherin earns 50 points. Professor McGonagall ruffled little Hermione's hair before hastily departing for her office, intent on investigating why the bludger had gone awry. Surely it wasn't he malfunctioning again? Hogwarts could not afford such mishaps. Upon returning to the castle, Hermione and Lucci bid farewell to the others and approached the 2 grotesque stone statues on the 8th floor. Chocolate Frog. The stone beast moved aside, revealing a spiral staircase leading to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore invited the 2 to sit. Rarely, the old wizard seemed somewhat contemplative. What does Headmaster Dumbledore wish to discuss with us?" "Nothing of great significance. Merely an invitation for you to observe this mirror." Hermione and Lucci turned their gaze to the mirror, which reached up to the ceiling, its golden frame supported at the base by 2 claws, with inscriptions adorning the top. Eristra eru oit ubek hafru oit onwo sir. Dumbledore smiled gently. We prefer to call it the mirror of Arist. It reveals the deepest desires of your heart. Would you like to take a look? Little Hermione nodded in surprise, while Lucci remained unresponsive. Is it permissible? Certainly. Be my guest. Little Hermione took Lucci to stand before the mirror of Arist, and the image within began to materialize. In the mirror, a grown Hermione was embracing and kissing a grown Lucci. Little Hermione's face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away. Lucci, however, saw nothing amiss. The reflection merely displayed him and Hermione. He then turned to address Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, this mirror seems to be broken. It is just an ordinary mirror. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Broken, is it? Perhaps, but when you reflect upon it in the future, you may not hold the same opinion. Dumbledore offered no further time for Lucci to ponder, swiftly shifting the topic. Actually, I wanted to inquire if you both would be interested in becoming the headmaster of Hogwarts after graduation. As you know, I'm growing somewhat old. Little Hermione shook her head vigorously, while Lucci appeared somewhat intrigued. Dumbledore chuckled and waved them off. After a prolonged silence, the Sorting Hat suddenly spoke up. You say Hermione is the sister of your neighbor, Lucci? He said so himself. Dumbledore replied with a knowing smile. He believed it was merely an ordinary mirror. Yet it revealed him and Hermione. Youth is indeed splendid. Ah, could it not be due to his uniqueness? Dumbledore chuckled softly and shook his head. Nay, the mirror of Arist is a creation at the core of the world. As long as it resides in this realm, it shall not falter. Chapter 25. As the ancient demon approaches Christmas, Hermione and Lucci scoured Hogwarts, seeking permission from every professor to access the restricted section, but none acquiesced. Professor McGonagall, somewhat irate, delivered a sharp slap to Lucci's head. Hermione, you are merely 11 years old. There is still a long time ahead. Promise me you will cease your thoughts of the restricted section, all right? The tomes within are filled with dark magic of malevolent nature. Lucci's gaze wandered. But Professor McGonagall, power itself is neither good nor evil. It is the wielder of that power who discerns right from wrong. McGonagall delivered another slap to Lucci. Well put. Yet the dark magic in the restricted section was forged by irredeemably wicked wizards. Such magic can truly lead one's heart to ruin. Do you understand? Understood, he replied. Professor McGonagall sighed in resignation. Since you have mastered elemental magic, if you truly wish to learn, you may borrow some ancient magical text from Dumbledore. However, ancient magic also bears its own dangers. Be sure to safeguard yourselves. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. She waved her hand dismissively. Off you go. I have much work yet to attend to. Lucci took Hermione's hand as they departed McGonagall's office. Little Hermione insisted on heading to the 8th floor immediately. Little Hermione, let us take a break. Shall we not go at a later time? After some contemplation, Hermione agreed, for all the professors, including Snape, had urged them to rest. Snape's exact words were, if you have that much time, you should practice your potions instead. Hermione remarked, we have mastered all the potions prior to our 5th year. Snape raised an eyebrow. Very well, I shall provide the ingredients. You will concoct a vial of polyjuice potion. Snape observed the potion Hermione had brewed, which possessed the remarkable ability to transform one into Dumbledore. 10 points to Slytherin. I believe you may take a respite. The biting wind howled through the corridor like a blade, causing even the young witches and wizards, clad in thick sweaters, to shiver uncontrollably. The potion classroom, situated in the dungeon, was particularly frigid. It was colder inside than outdoors, with the refrigerator at a chilling -10 degrees, while the classroom itself plummeted to at least -20. Surprisingly, due to the influence of the Weasley twins, Draco, Ron, and Harry had reconciled, and their camaraderie was blossoming, filled with an unexpected bond of friendship. Something feels amiss. Indeed, Snape remarked, his gaze suddenly fixed on Lucci. Oh, it seems Mr. Lou has a different perspective. What seems to be the issue? I believe you should share with everyone. Snape abruptly materialized beside Lucci, his expression as impassive as ever. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lucci's forehead. No, he stammered. Snape shook his head with a tone of disappointment. How unfortunate, Lucci. He glared intensely at Lucci, then shifted his tone. You will come to my office this weekend. I trust you will be eager to assist me with some materials. Yes, Lucci responded, though Snape's lips curled into a slight smile before his expression darkened again, pondering why this rogue was indeed a Slytherin. Just as class ended, Professor McGonagall hurriedly approached, exchanging a brief nod with Snape, who shot another glare at Lucci before departing. Many young witches and wizards noticed that Professor Snape appeared to be limping, suggesting an injury to his leg. Lucci let out a soft chuckle and took Hermione's hand to leave the classroom. I sensed something was off. Do you think Draco has developed feelings for Harry? You know how it is in England. Hermione squinted, delivering a playful punch to Lucci before storming off in indignation. Lucci questioned, "What is the matter? Do you fancy Harry? Or perhaps Draco? I promise I won't speak of them again." Hermione's form, which seemed to vanish, suddenly reappeared before Lucci, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What do they have to do with this?" she snapped. Hermione glared fiercely at Lucci, a tear cascading down her cheek. "Lucci, I must seriously tell you, I do not like Harry, nor do I have any feelings for Draco." With that, she delivered another forceful punch to Lucci and ran off alone. Lucci fell into silence, pondering what had transpired. Had he truly done anything wrong? If she didn't like either of them, then what was the issue with mentioning them? "It's all your fault, the three of you, just go away." The trio protested. "Are we friends?" Lucci shot a frustrated glare at the trio and raked his fingers through his hair, feeling the urge to take a nap. Yet, it seemed a sleepless night awaited him. Meanwhile, Hermione wiped her tears and, with red-rimmed eyes, found Zhang Xiu, who was diligently working on her assignments in the library. Lucci is indeed a scoundrel. He can even comprehend Draco's affection for Harry. How dare he assert that I harbor feelings for them? Hermione, initially disheartened by Lucci's remarks regarding Draco and Harry, pondered how he could see their connection yet remain oblivious to her own feelings for him. Consequently, he turned around and declared his fondness for Harry and Draco. Hermione was on the verge of exploding with frustration, her irritation with Lucci reaching a boiling point. Zhang Xiu, both amused and exasperated, embraced Hermione gently and patted her back. "Yes, indeed, Lucci is a cad, but you must allow some time. After all, you are merely 11 years old." Hermione buried her head in Zhang Xiu's shoulder. "Yet, he is aware of Draco's feelings for Harry. How can he not recognize my affection for him?" Warm tears soaked Zhang Xiu's shoulder as Hermione stifled a sob. "Zhang Xiu, does Lucci not like me?" The plaintive tone tugged at Zhang Xiu's heart. How could that be? Our Hermione is utterly remarkable. He is simply still young, and boys mature later than girls. He is likely unaware of your feelings. Please do not cry. I shall summon Cedric to teach him a lesson. Give him a good thrashing, shall we? Hermione gently shook her head, refusing. Zhang Xiu smiled helplessly. How about this? Tell Lucci that you fancy Harry to make him jealous. That will surely provoke him into a duel with Harry. Harry, isn't that a bit much? Hermione shook her head vigorously, and Zhang Xiu continued to comfort her, gently patting her back. The following day, Lucci, sporting dark circles under his eyes, stared blankly at the ceiling when Hermione suddenly kicked open the dormitory door. Lucci, taken aback, was swiftly seized by the collar of his shirt. From this moment forth, you will reside with me. Draco Malfoy, wow. Isn't that inappropriate? Hermione remained silent, merely shooting Lucci a fierce glare as she packed all his belongings into her spatial ring, then left with an air of nonchalance. Lucci protested. Leave me at least one set of clothes. A single outfit was unexpectedly tossed at his face, and Hermione shot a warning glance at Draco and his companions before departing once more, leaving Lucci with a blank stare. Draco and his friends trembled in fear. The heart of a woman is a mystery, perplexing day by day. Lucci smirked subtly, humming a tune as he began to change his clothes. Draco, Harry, and Ron soon approached Hermione. Hermione, do you know who Nicholas Flamel is? Hermione nodded. What is the matter? However, as the words left her lips, she recalled Professor Snape's leg. Was this about to begin? Draco spoke first. It seems we have discovered that Professor Snape's leg appears to be injured. Harry visited Professor Snape's office yesterday and noticed a scratch on his leg. Harry and Ron, during a nighttime escapade, inadvertently ventured to the 4th floor, the very place that Headmaster Dumbledore forbids us from visiting, where a 3-headed dog is kept. At that moment, Harry retrieved a carefully cut newspaper from his pocket, which detailed the theft at Gringotts on July 31st. He pointed to the article and said, "Look, I was at Gringotts that day. Although I did not see the thief, I did catch a glimpse of a small package concealed within Hagrid's coat. Hence, we surmised that the 3-headed dog was guarding that mysterious parcel. When we sought out Hagrid, he inadvertently revealed that the package was connected to Nicholas Flamel." Ron nodded eagerly and interjected, "Indeed, and it's quite possible that Snape was responsible for the rogue bludger during the Quidditch match. I saw him aiming his wand at it that day, and, as you know, Snape has been targeting Harry since the start of the term." Draco sadly nodded. "I never imagined Professor Snape could be such a person." Both Luna and Hermione agreed with a nod. "Your reasoning is quite sound, but alas, it lacks evidence. Nicholas Flamel, the greatest alchemist of the 14th century, collaborated extensively with Professor Dumbledore on alchemical matters. He recently celebrated his 665th birthday and is the current owner of the Philosopher's Stone. You can find more details in the 46th book of the 117th shelf in the library, titled The Century of Alchemy. The three young ones were left speechless. Hermione, how do you remember all this? Little Hermione smiled proudly. I often tell you all to read more. Before she could finish, the trio waved their hands and hurried off. Chapter 26. When Ancient Evil returns home for Christmas. In December, the temperatures in England plummeted, transforming Hogwarts into a winter wonderland. At 5 in the morning, the world remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the Lumos charms cast by young wizards. Luna stifled a yawn and leaned against little Hermione's shoulder. Little Hermione shot Luna a glance, but patiently awaited the arrival of the train. Behind them, Cho Chang and Cedric were holding hands, having made plans to visit Diagon Alley together. With a thunderous roar, the train pulled into the station, and the young wizards boarded in succession. Cedric, Cho, Luna, and little Hermione settled into a compartment. As soon as Luna plopped down on her seat, she rested her head on the table and fell asleep. Cedric shrugged and produced some snacks. Would you care for breakfast? This is prepared by the house elves of Hogwarts. You must always trust in the food reserves of Hufflepuff badgers. Little Hermione remarked. Mrs. Granger's meals only lasted a month and a half, and over 100 dishes for 11 people is quite a feat. We didn't even eat it every day. Otherwise, it would have run out sooner. Leaning closer, little Hermione whispered into Luna's ear, Luna, would you like to eat? Half an hour later, with breakfast finished, darkness still blanketed the outside world. It wouldn't be until 8 o'clock that the sun would rise in England. Little Hermione twirled Luna's hair, stifling a yawn, and soon she too nestled beside Luna and fell asleep. Cho smiled gently, resting her head on Cedric's shoulder. Cedric's face flushed red, and after a moment's hesitation, he reached out to turn off the lights in the compartment and leaned his head against Cho's. Crookshanks lounged on a nearby chair. The world isolates me, yet I remain unfazed by its derision. Indeed, the world has seemingly forgotten Crookshanks. Crookshanks, meow! As the sun broke through at dawn, a ray of light illuminated the solitary train, casting warmth upon the dimly lit compartment. Zhang Qiu was the first to awaken. Feeling a gentle pressure above, her cheeks flushed as she remained still. Soon after, Cedric stirred awake. Unaware of Zhang Qiu's consciousness, he too stayed motionless. Thus, they both cautiously lingered, fearful of disturbing the other. Little Hermione stretched and rubbed her eyes. Upon observing their peculiar behaviors, she paused in silence, and both exchanged knowing glances with her before she returned quietly to her book. Hours later, at noon, Lucci let out a hum, stretching lazily, having enjoyed a truly restful slumber. At this point, Cedric and Zhang Qiu felt the stiffness in their necks, yet they exchanged a tacit look, signaling Lucci. Lucci nodded contemplatively, propping his chin on his hand while gazing out the window. Cedric and Zhang Qiu breathed a sigh of relief, though the discomfort in their necks was quite bothersome, leaving them puzzled as to why the other had yet to awaken. At 12 o'clock, the snack vendor returned. But this time Lucci declined to purchase anything, as remnants from the previous snacks still lay within his space ring. Little Hermione placed the snacks on the table, casting a bemused glance at Zhang Qiu and Cedric. You two are quite impressive, having simply sat here all morning. Both nodded in agreement. And then wait, you two? Cedric and Zhang Qiu abruptly turned to face each other, resulting in a collision of heads. Lucci erupted in merciless laughter, but with no time to heed him. Cedric earnestly inquired of Zhang Qiu, when did you awaken? Long before. I woke up shortly before Hermione, she replied. And you? Me too. A prolonged silence enveloped them. Their faces soon flushed with embarrassment. The train would not arrive at King's Cross Station until 2 in the afternoon. After bidding farewell to Zhang Qiu and Cedric, Hermione and Lucci located their parents, the Grangers standing alongside the Lu family. Little Hermione joyfully embraced her parents, then turned to hug Aunt Luo Wanwan. Aunt Wanwan, Lucci is bullying me. Lucci froze, for piercing gazes suddenly directed at him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he repeatedly waved his hands. Truly I didn't. She is slandering me. Little Hermione shot him a fierce glare before whispering to Luo Wanwan. Mr. Lu and Mr. Granger surrounded Lucci, already rolling up their sleeves. Spill it. What explanation do you have? Lucci even activated his omniscient ability, his mind racing. Yet he truly could not recall a moment when he had bullied Hermione. Ahem. No, it is merely a misunderstanding on little Hermione's part. Luo Wanwan coughed lightly, hastily intervening to prevent Mr. Lu and Mr. Granger from proceeding further. They exchanged suspicious glances with Lucci before finally relenting. On their way back, Luo Wanwan and Mrs. Granger gazed at Lucci with an expression that was difficult to interpret, while little Hermione appeared utterly helpless. Lucci remained bewildered, questioning what had transpired to him. Surely, if he had been slandered, there ought to be an accusation to accompany it, allowing him to comprehend his predicament. At that time, Lucci was still attending classes at Hogwarts. The holiday season always seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Lucci had initially intended a rest, but Hermione had insisted on dragging him out for some fun. He cast a forlorn glance at little Hermione. "Little Hermione, I have treated you so well. Pray tell, how have I wronged you?" Little Hermione shot him a glare. "You're not my brother." Lucci was momentarily taken aback. All right. You have grown up and no longer recognize me. Would it suffice if you considered me an older sister?" Little Hermione furrowed her brow. "If you insist on calling me sister, that is acceptable, but I'm certainly not your sister." She held her head high with an air of pride, leaving Lucci nearly speechless as he reached out to touch her forehead. What is the matter with this child? She doesn't even have a fever. Hermione, equally exasperated, swatted Lucci's hand away. Blockhead. Zhang Xiu had gifted Hermione all her notes from her first year, which were immensely valuable, while Lucci received several romantic novels featuring childhood sweethearts as protagonists. The Weasley twins presented Lucci and Hermione with a magical gadget of theirs. Cedric gifted them cookies he had personally baked, which were exquisite. Draco's offering was rather unpretentious: 2 brooms of the latest model, worth at least 3,000 galleons. Ron presented them with delicious candies made by his mother. Neville had not forgotten to send gifts, which included some unfamiliar snacks. Hagrid gifted each of them a small rug woven from unicorn tail hair. Professor McGonagall's present for both was a paper on advanced theories of transfiguration, written by her own hand. To their surprise, Professor Snape also bestowed a gift upon them: a textbook, specifically the 5th year potions textbook, accompanied by a letter. "This was my textbook during my time at Hogwarts. It contains my handwritten notes, along with some new insights I have added over the years. I hope you do not squander your talented minds. I cannot bear to see your potential wasted." Lucci opened the book, raising an eyebrow. "The Half-Blood Prince? Professor Snape actually gifted us this book." Little Hermione suppressed her desire to read and continued unwrapping gifts. Dumbledore's gift was also a book focusing on ancient magic. The Grangers had personally crafted 2 jade pendants for them. Indeed, they had personally selected 2 pieces of warm jade and carved them after studying painting and sculpture for 3 months. Lucci's pendant featured a Chinese dragon carved by Mrs. Granger, while Hermione's depicted a Chinese phoenix, sculpted by Mr. Granger. Luo Wanwan presented them with a spatial ring. "I have already provided you with the little Hermione, which is white, while the little Lucci's is black. This was custom made by your grandparents and was later passed down to me and old Lou, and now it is being handed to you." Little Hermione cast a furtive glance at Lucci and could not help but strike him again. Lucci, however, remained unperturbed, merely donning the spatial ring on his finger. "Fool," Lucci responded, "huh?" The gift from Lu Ongwa was a tome of cultivation techniques, specifically for practitioners of the mystical arts. Ultimately, the mutual gifts between Hermione and Lucci included a hand-knit scarf from little Hermione, adorned with an H and a heart. In return, Lucci gifted Hermione a fragment of nothingness, within which resided a portion of the power of fear. Indeed, it was the essence of fear, enabling little Hermione to now absorb it. The world, trembling in dread, questioned, "Are you intent on destroying this realm?" Hermione's gift was a protective talisman, imbued with spells of defense, capable of withstanding at least a single rocket strike. The gifts to Dumbledore and Snape were mirrors forged from nothingness, able to conjure phantoms from memories for conversation. To Professor McGonagall, they presented a set of miniature figurines representing Hogwarts professors, including little McGonagall, little Snape, and little Dumbledore. They casually acquired some candies for Hagrid, regardless of whether he consumed them. Merely possessing them would enable him to converse with animals. To ensure Hagrid truly accepted them, they even penned him a letter. In conclusion, they gifted each set of parents a stone, bestowing upon them the essence of fear omniscience. Chapter 27. When the ancient demon unveils a camera. The 2-week holiday swiftly elapsed, during which Mrs. Granger rolled up her sleeves and prepared an impressive 200 dishes, all placed within little Hermione's spatial ring. At the station, they encountered Neville and boarded a hovering carriage together. Cedric introduced the group to the legendary nightmare. Said to be visible only to those who have witnessed death, the core of the Elder Wand is crafted from its tail hair. Lucci observed the skeletal horse with keen interest. Having participated in World War II, he had certainly encountered death. Thus, little Hermione would not perceive it. He proceeded to describe the nightmare's appearance to her. It was entirely black, resembling a dragon, yet possessing the body of a horse, emaciated and bony. Little Hermione, contemplative, retrieved a piece of parchment and began to sketch. "Is this how it looks?" Upon showcasing her depiction of a nightmare, Lucci gazed at Hermione in astonishment. It's identical. How did you know? Hermione shot him a bemused glance. Omniscience. Lucci whistled, his gaze drifting. Ahaha. By the way, when did you learn to draw? Little Hermione? Your likeness is remarkable. The group fell silent, though Cedric and Cho Chang exchanged puzzled glances, questioning omniscience. Upon returning to Hogwarts, it was unexpectedly revealed that Draco, Harry, and Ron eagerly sought out Lucci and little Hermione. Guess what we discovered? Little Hermione paused, hesitating before suggesting, the mirror of Ariste? The trio's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know? Draco inquired. What did you see? I saw myself riding a dragon, soaring freely through the sky. Ron scoffed dismissively. I envisioned myself as the president of the student council, as well as the captain of the Quidditch team. Harry sheepishly scratched his head. I only saw my family, Lucci said, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. All I beheld was an ordinary mirror, reflecting merely my own image. The trio nodded thoughtfully, recalling what old Dumbledore had once said. For those who are genuinely content, the mirror of Ariste serves only as a commonplace looking-glass. Indeed, the three had been caught by Dumbledore before. However, he merely advised them not to become obsessed with it, for he intended to remove the mirror the following day. Hermione cast a furtive glance at Lucci and cleared her throat. Ahem, I saw myself achieving the top rank in our year. The four fell silent. If she were not the top student, then no one could be. Neville gazed at them with envy, while Harry extended a hand, which unexpectedly vanished, startling Neville. The trio draped an arm around Neville's shoulders. Indeed, it's the invisibility cloak. Come on, Neville, let's take you to see the mirror of Ariste. Lucci scratched his head, as though he had glimpsed the shadow of an old acquaintance. Hermione seemed to sense his thoughts and nodded subtly. They indeed bore a resemblance to George and Fred, though the trio was about to become a quartet. Yet Theodore remained puzzled. Otherwise, they would be five. The world isolates me. Let mock me, he mused. Indeed, the two had delved into ancient magic, discovering that it could be activated directly through magical power. But how could that be? To influence the world using the very forces that sustain it? Lucci shook his head. Realizing that heroes are as numerous as the stars, one must not underestimate any intelligent being. However, there was a reason ancient magic had fallen out of favor. Most of it pertained to massive warfare spells, predominantly in the form of magical arrays, rendering it exceedingly difficult to learn, and far less convenient for everyday use compared to modern magic. That day, the long-absent quartet stumbled unceremoniously into the library, inciting the wrath of Madame Pants, who expelled both Hermione and Lucci. Hermione shot them a dangerous glare, causing the quartet to shiver in unison. Eventually, Draco timidly spoke up. I apologize, but we truly have something of utmost importance. Hermione sighed in resignation. What is it? The upcoming Quidditch match has Snape as the referee. Indeed, the second Quidditch match was about to commence with Harry, Ron, and Neville assisting Draco in training. Although the match featured Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, it did not deter them from training alongside Cedric and Draco. They discovered that Harry possessed remarkable Quidditch talent. After consulting Professor McGonagall, Harry showcased his skills and successfully secured a place in the Quidditch match. Lucci dug at his ear. So what? What does that mean? He will surely kill Harry. Last time, Lucci hastily covered the excited Draco's mouth. All right, I understand. You all needn't worry. It's nothing. Anyone could wish to harm Harry, but Severus is the least likely. You can trust him even more than Dumbledore. The four friends looked perplexed, and Ron asked, but why? He seems to target Harry. Lucci shook his head. That is a sorrowful tale. If I were to speak of it, Severus would risk everything to eliminate me. In any case, you can unconditionally trust the old bat. However, Harry, if you wish to avoid being targeted, perhaps you might consider donning female attire. The four friends were bewildered. Female attire? Little Hermione chuckled softly. Harry, you would look quite lovely in women's clothing. Harry's face flushed, and he quickly shook his head. Draco and Ron exchanged knowing smiles. Ron even pondered whether to ask the Weasley twins to concoct a transfiguration candy that could change one's gender upon consumption. Despite Lucci's reassurances, Harry remained uneasy. If it wasn't T. Severus, then who desired to harm him? Could it be that the one seeking to steal the Philosopher's Stone was not Severus? Was he actually there to protect it? Endless thoughts swirled in Harry's mind until the day of the Quidditch match arrived. As it was Harry's first Quidditch match, he could not falter, especially with Draco, Ron, Neville, Hermione, Lucci, and the ever-supportive Madame Hooch in the stands cheering for him. Even Dumbledore had come. A warm, strong hand patted Harry on the shoulder. He looked up to see Cedric. Friendship first. Don't be nervous. Just do your best. The Weasley twins beamed as they embraced Harry. You are the chosen one, the hero who defeated the Dark Lord. A mere Quidditch match should be a breeze for you. Go for it. In the stands, Draco and Ron had prepared 3 banners, each cheering for Cedric, Harry, and the Weasley twins, focusing solely on supporting their friends. Regardless of the outcome, Harry smiled. The match began, and Severus glared at Harry with a dark expression. Harry's body trembled. Then he and Cedric, like hawks, locked onto the field. The golden snitch was present, yet it rarely appeared at the forefront. However, this Quidditch match was certainly extraordinary. Both Cedric and Harry simultaneously spotted a glimmer of gold and dove towards the snitch. Nonetheless, Cedric was slightly faster. After all, Harry had only recently begun his journey with a broomstick. The audience held their breath, but the erratic golden snitch suddenly darted towards Severus, nearly colliding with him. Cedric executed a sharp turn, and Harry closely followed. As the saying goes, anyone can accelerate in a straight line. True speed lies in cornering. Harry, still unfamiliar with straight acceleration due to his limited experience, squinted and lowered his body. It seemed as though he instinctively knew what to do. With a flawless drift, he successfully overtook Cedric and seized the golden snitch first. Harry hovered in a daze above Snape, gazing at the small, golden snitch in his hand before raising it triumphantly. The young wizards in the stands erupted in spirited cheers, standing in a frenzy of excitement. 5 minutes. This would establish an entirely new record. Upon returning to the ground, Cedric and Harry exchanged high fives, smiling as they congratulated him, while the Weasley brothers lifted Harry high into the air. Snape shot Harry a piercing glare before turning away. However, Lucci noticed the faint smile tugging at the corners of Snape's mouth and swiftly captured the moment with his camera. Snape, lost in his inner thoughts, mused Lily. Your child is indeed remarkable. Little Hermione curiously examined the photograph, which captured a brilliantly candid moment of Harry celebrating his victory alongside Snape, who was turning away with a subtle smile, as if to convey that despite his outward demeanor, he could not conceal his inner joy at Harry's success. When did you acquire that camera? Little Hermione pondered, shaking her head as she glanced at Snape's receding figure. Professor Snape would certainly be furious if he saw this. Snape, meanwhile, sneezed elegantly, retrieving a handkerchief to dab at his nose, casting curious glances around, sensing that someone was observing him. Shall we go out for barbecue tonight? The Weasley brothers readily agreed, and the others nodded in affirmation. However, the young wizards were unprepared for Lucci's invitation extended to Dumbledore, Snape, Professor McGonagall, and Hagrid. Initially, the young wizards felt a bit awkward, but with the Weasley brothers present, the atmosphere quickly became lively. After a delightful barbecue, the young wizards discovered that the professors were not as stern as they had imagined, particularly Snape, who, despite his harsh words, displayed a surprisingly gentle demeanor. Harry sensed that perhaps Snape was not as detestable as he had previously thought. Ah, it seems something is amiss, Snape remarked. Chapter 28, when the ancient demon encounters the magical dragon egg. Ah, Potter, if you wish to avoid an upset stomach, you ought to set down that undercooked kebab. Oomph. Do you not ponder how you have grown so large? Surely, food just taken from the fire is exceedingly hot. The young wizards wiped the cold sweat from their brows, acknowledging that Professor Snape was indeed not so bad, though his tongue was rather sharp. Draco and Ron exchanged glances, each pulling along Neville and Harry respectively. Ahem. We need to use the restroom, so we shall take our leave. Lucci was left speechless, while Professor McGonagall smiled gently and bid them farewell. Back in the castle, Zhangxiu and Cedric were the first to depart, and Professor McGonagall waved cheerfully at Lucci and Hermione. I truly, truly adore your Christmas gifts. In the end, only little Hermione, Lucci, and Dumbledore remained. Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles and suddenly bowed to Lucci. I sincerely apologize for my earlier doubts regarding you. At that moment, Lucci had already taken a few steps with little Hermione and did not halt his pace, merely waving his hand dismissively. It is of little consequence. One tends to overthink with age, so there is no need for further concern. You ought to focus on enjoying your retirement. Dumbledore erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Once you graduate, I shall pass on the principal to you. But for these few years, I must trouble Minerva. Alas, you only know how to bother Professor McGonagall. There is no remedy, as you are aware of my advancing age. Even if you refrain from mischief, you could easily live to 100. Dumbledore said no more, his hearty laughter echoing behind him. Young Hermione looked helplessly at the joyful Lucci and shook her head. I truly cannot fathom these boys. The following morning, the four little ones hurriedly sought out Lucci and Hermione, who were dining in the great hall. Ron shouted excitedly, It's Quirrell. It must be Quirrell. The young wizards in the hall shifted their attention to Ron, who quickly covered his mouth. Draco took a nearby juice and drank it down in one gulp. We followed Professor Snape last night and discovered him threatening Professor Quirrell in the Forbidden Forest. They were discussing the three-headed dog on the fourth floor, but Draco suddenly changed his tone, lowering his voice significantly. But you all claim Snape is definitely innocent, although we still harbor doubts about him. It is evident that Quirrell is the one with greater issues, right? After all, who would suspect the stuttering, seemingly harmless Quirrell? Harry nodded solemnly, continuing his analysis. Seeing that Harry had finished, Ron quickly added, and look at Quirrell. He appears and disappears mysteriously, never in his office. It's all quite suspicious. Plus, he always wraps himself in that turban. Who knows what he might be hiding? Neville nodded in agreement. Let us hurry and inform Professor Dumbledore. We must apprehend Quirrell. Lucci and Hermione exchanged glances, astonished by the intelligence of these foolish children. How they become so clever. Lucci caught Neville's arm and shook his head. So, all of this is merely your analysis. When you lack power, it is essential to have evidence for your actions. The four little ones appeared somewhat anxious. Then what should we do? Young Hermione wiped her mouth and directed everyone's gaze towards Dumbledore. Do you see that? He is the greatest legendary wizard of this century. With Professor Dumbledore present, there is nothing to fear. You are worrying too much. The four sighed in relief, but Draco soon detected something odd in Lucci's words. Lucci, what do you mean by when you lack power, you must have evidence for everything? What is the relation between evidence and power? Lucci smiled and shook his head. Do you remember that three-headed dog? Isn't it that Parkinson? As a member of the Sacred 28. Why hasn't she continued to trouble me? Draco's pupils widened in disbelief as he looked at Lucci. He had always thought it was a mere coincidence. After all, the Parkinson family had vanished. Lucci patted Draco on the shoulder. Do you recall what I said? Out in the world, one's identity is self-assigned. Hermione glanced at the taken-aback Draco and shot an admonishing look at Lucci. He is only 11. Why are you explaining so much to him? Lucci shrugged. Didn't he ask me? Lucci, can you teach me to grow stronger? Lucci was momentarily taken aback and quickly waved his hands. Regardless, I lack the patience for this. Draco tugged at Ron and Harry, and the three of them gazed pitifully at Hermione, with Neville quickly mimicking their expressions. Hermione was at a loss for words. All right, but what I can teach you are merely some advanced spells and ancient magic, which can be quite exhausting. No worries. Furthermore, after your studies, you will likely have no time left for leisure. Is self-preservation truly the most impeccable choice? He recalled the Parkinson family, one of the Sacred 28, who surely understood the concept of self-preservation. For the Malfoy family, I shall learn. The other three fools looked at Draco in astonishment. Ron clenched his teeth, determined to prove that the Weasley family and he, Ron, were not inferior to his brothers. I want to learn too. Neville's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He did not ponder deeply, only wishing to make his grandmother proud. I shall learn as well. Hermione observed the struggle and hesitation on their faces, followed by their resolute determination, and reluctantly nodded. Fine, it's not that exhausting. Come to the library to find me every afternoon from 4:10, no matter the house. First years were always finished with classes by 5, and astronomy did not commence until the stroke of midnight. Upon hearing Hermione's assurance that it wasn't so arduous, their initial thoughts of abandoning their leisure revived, only for Hermione to pour a bucket of cold water on their spirits. To their further despair, it seemed the teachers were in sync with Hermione, assigning a mountain of homework. Fortunately, thanks to Hermione's intensive tutoring, they found the assignments to be easier than ever before. However, just a week later, the four of them and Hermione were fervently studying second-year spells in the library. Indeed, they fully grasped the first-year material in just a week. One must admit, they were truly prodigies. Draco shook his weary hands and suddenly spotted Hagrid, greeting him in hushed tones. They had been expelled by Madame Pants a total of 6 times, which was why Hermione had continued to teach them second-year knowledge. Otherwise, they could have enjoyed 3 days of rest, which brought tears to their eyes. Hagrid, nervously seated beside them, greeted them back. Ron looked at Hagrid, puzzled by his nervous demeanor. Hagrid, are you here in the library to read as well? Just browsing. Little Hermione flashed a mischievous smile. Not quite, Hagrid. You just placed books about fantastic beasts in shelf 34 and shelf 3050. While shelf 3040 contains tomes solely about fire dragons. And shelf 34 holds knowledge on the care of fire dragons. Hagrid's mouth fell open in shock, his eyes wide. The four had already grown accustomed to his antics. Wait, fire dragons. Draco's eyes nearly bulged out, alight with curiosity. Hagrid, you don't mean to say you've raised a fire dragon? Hagrid quickly placed a finger to his lips. Sure, follow me. The The four of them looked at Hermione with hopeful eyes, but she shot them an exasperated glance. Hurry up and keep up, but next time, refrain from shouting. All right, all right. The young wizards stealthily followed Hagrid out of the library. Mrs. Pants exclaimed, "Are they out of their minds?" Hagrid led them to his quaint abode, which was for Neville, Draco, Luna, and Hermione, their inaugural visit. Though termed a small house, it was relatively spacious, at least for the young wizards. As they entered the wooden cottage, there was even some room to spare. A massive bed, neatly adorned with patchwork quilts, occupied one corner. For the wizards, who stood under 4 feet tall, the fireplace seemed quite distant. Yet for Hagrid, who towered at 3 meters, it was indeed a modest dwelling. The ceiling was adorned with smoke-cured provisions. Hagrid plunged his hand into the fireplace, stirring the embers to reveal a pitch-black egg, towering at a meter in height, deeply nestled among the coals. Ron shook his head in disbelief. "Oh, Hagrid, it's illegal to privately raise a dragon." The young wizards gazed at Ron in astonishment. "What's wrong?" Harry inquired, shaking his head. "I thought you didn't care about such things. You've changed." Luna and Hermione exchanged glances. Draco, however, disregarded Ron, his excitement directed toward Hagrid. "Hagrid, is it a Norwegian Ridgeback? Where did you acquire it?" Hagrid chuckled lightly. "I want it." Neville looked at Hagrid, puzzled. "You want it?" "Indeed. I won it in a card game against a stranger who was eager to rid himself of the egg." Chapter 29. When ancient demons stain the hearts of the mundane. Harry stroked his chin, sensing something amiss. This doesn't add up. Who plays cards with a dragon egg and loses to Hagrid? Draco, realizing the implications, urgently questioned Hagrid. "When did you win the dragon egg? What did he discuss with you?" Hagrid scratched his head. 2 weeks ago, he was chatting about magical creatures with me, continually pouring drinks. He asked if I could control a dragon, and I assured him I could. I even told him I could handle a 3-headed dog. So a Ridgeback is nothing. The 4 young wizards inhaled sharply. Is he particularly interested in 3-headed dogs? Also, was there something crucial about his leg? Of course. He inquired how I managed it, and I informed him that a Fluffy is quite easy to handle. Just a bit of music, and it will fall asleep. His leg seemed fine. The 4 wizards simultaneously covered their eyes, and Draco sighed. However, that hardly constitutes evidence. That wretched quarrel. Hagrid paid no mind to the peculiar behavior of the 4, his focus solely on the dragon egg. Hermione glanced at the imposing egg. Hagrid, what will you do when it hatches? Dragons grow incredibly fast." Hagrid scratched his head and retrieved several books from beneath his pillow. "I have also been engrossed in reading, as dragon eggs require the warmth of their mother's breath to maintain a scorching environment. Thus, I decided to place it in the hearth, and it has proven to be the right choice. After its hatching, it only requires a bucket of chicken blood brandy every half hour." As he spoke, Hagrid began to hum a little tune, clearly delighted, though Draco shook his head in disapproval. Chicken blood brandy is indeed a decent sustenance, yet evidently insufficient. I could arrange for an owl to deliver some XXXX grade magical creature's blood. "Oh, that would be splendid." Observing Hagrid and Draco animatedly discussing the matter, Hermione was a loss for words. She meant to convey that Hagrid's hut could scarcely accommodate a dragon, as their size escalates rapidly. She estimated that within a month, Hagrid's dwelling would be too small for the creature. "Little Hermione, you are now 12 and should learn to be independent. It is truly time to stop sleeping with your brother." As she spoke, Lucci's face flushed slightly, for he could feel Hermione's growth, the softness of her chest palpable even in his embrace. Little Hermione stood frozen, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Lucci, do you truly dislike me?" Lucci hastily waved his hands. "How could that be? You are my sister whom I have watched grow. Of course, I care for you. Yet, one must acknowledge the differences between genders." A tear rolled down little Hermione's cheek as she forcefully struck Lucci's chest. "I have told you, I am not your sister." Lucci fell silent, realizing that Hermione's feelings for him were distinctly different. Although he had sensed something last year, he had merely attributed it to the bond of sibling dependence. "Hermione, you." Lucci shook his head. "Who is he?" "He is an ancient demon, the Lord of Fear. How could he possibly cultivate earthly affections? Having roamed the world for over 3,000 years, he understands the 7 emotions and 6 desires of humanity. Yet he remains fundamentally non-human. Fear is nothing but pure terror. His familial and friendly sentiments are mere illusions." Lucci gently ruffled Hermione's hair. "Alas, you are still young and do not comprehend the essence of true love. Do not cry." Little Hermione's tears flowed freely as she vehemently swatted Lucci's hand away. "You know nothing." With that, before Lucci could react, little Hermione turned away and fled. Lucci was left speechless. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You have truly broken a young girl's heart." Vanessa, clad in her nightwear, leaned lazily against the doorframe. As the head of Slytherin, she naturally kept an eye on the activities in the common room. Although she had become indifferent to managing Slytherin, she could not allow the young witches and wizards to cause chaos. She is still young and has yet to grasp the concept of genuine love. Vanessa scoffed and shook her head. Perhaps you have not discerned your own heart. My heart is but a void. It is you who possess a power that does not belong to you, Vanessa shrugged. Deception has trickled down some of his power to define his homeland. Why should ecstasy be any different? Have you not also acquired the power of fear? Lucci refrained from explaining, for she was merely the chosen heir of ecstasy, knowing less than Hermione. Seeing that Lucci was silent, Vanessa shook her head. In this world, the concept of love remains the most elusive. Fear, a mere byproduct of life, also possesses emotions. To my knowledge, fear, upon its inception, nearly led the world to believe it was annihilated, and it even shed tears. How much more so for you, an heir? Lucci was momentarily taken aback. That is simply fear. Away with you, young one. What do you know? Fear indeed lingers in this world, but you're not fear itself. Huh. Even the essence of fear does not possess your pretentiousness. Off you go. Attend to that little girl, or you shall find yourself in dire straits. After all, in terms of lineage, Bliss is indeed the eldest sister. Lucci fell silent, dejectedly making his way to Hermione's dormitory. After all, when considering the ancient four great demons by seniority, Bliss is undeniably the eldest, followed by fear, then suffering, and lastly, deceit. Regardless of their powers, they're all products of life. As long as a single living being exists in this world, their strengths are identical. Moreover, their relationships are remarkably harmonious, as they all originate from the same source, akin to quadruplets in human terms. In Hermione's dormitory, Lucci helplessly pulled back the covers to find little Hermione curled up inside, her tears thoroughly soaking the pillow. Go away. Lucci switched off the bedside lamp and embraced Hermione from behind. Little Hermione, let me ponder for just one night. Lucci's gaze flickered, and his tone carried an air of supplication. Hermione's heart ached, yet she turned to embrace Lucci. That night was destined to leave two souls sleepless. Lucci looked down at Hermione, who had wept throughout the night. His clothing was completely drenched, and he wondered how such a small girl could possess so many tears. His gaze flickered as he held Hermione tightly. Little Hermione, you know that my essence is ultimately fear. You cannot expect love from a demon. However, yesterday, the eldest sister Bliss spoke a profound truth. Even fear possesses emotions. I have been too extreme. I apologize. I have walked the earth for 300 million years, traversing human life for 3,000. Although some have harbored affection for me, I genuinely believed fear was devoid of feelings, never accepting any emotions until I lived a second life as a human 12 years ago. Yet, I never contemplated matters of love. At this moment, we are merely 12 years old. It is too early to consider such things. Please grant us some time, shall we? Little Hermione's voice was somewhat hoarse as she gazed up at Lucci, her vacant eyes causing Lucci immense heartache. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to feel. Then, please do not leave me, all right? Lucci sighed and leaned down to kiss Hermione's forehead. How could I ever leave you? Have you forgotten? I have shared all of my being with you, including half of the dominion of fear. You could even consume me and become the true embodiment of fear. As he spoke, Lucci chuckled, but Hermione was in no mood for jest. She merely buried her head deeper into Lucci's chest. He sighed, regretting having granted Hermione omniscience so freely. Hermione's feelings for Lucci were initially vague. Although they would solidify with time, they would not manifest in the same way as they did now. Lucci helped Hermione rise to wash up, thankful that she had not changed into pajamas the night before, sparing him from further discomfort. Hermione, much like a marionette, spent the day following Lucci. Professor McGonagall inquired multiple times about Hermione's well-being, yet Lucci merely replied that everything was fine. As another day passed, Lucci too became akin to a soulless shell, moving like a living corpse. Vanessa, at a loss for words, pondered how both of them could be in such a state. Children could indeed be troublesome. Here you are, an heir to fear, and your first instinct is to flee when faced with adversity? Lucci averted his gaze, contemplating whether he should reset time. The world, adolescents do not interfere. Vanessa delivered a swift kick to Lucci. Get lost? If your heart is truly void, why do you care so much? Dejected, Lucci exited the dormitory, leaving Vanessa exasperated as she gently embraced Hermione. Lucci does not dislike you. He is not devoid of feelings. You are merely 12 years old. Why do you torment yourself? Little Hermione shed more tears. But he simply won't accept me. Have I caused him great distress? Am I indeed the person everyone despises? Suddenly, Lucci flung open the door, frowning as he gazed at Hermione. You still care about that world? Vanisha interjected. What on earth? I cannot comprehend. Lucci, in a fit of frustration, bestowed upon Vanisha the gift of omniscience, leaving her wide-eyed. He then embraced Hermione. You claim that world is but an illusion, yet it is the one you cherish the most. I truly do not know what I would do without you. Lucci's eyes reddened as he realized that even the Lord of Fear could feel compassion. Should I annihilate that world? Do not overthink. I will not abandon you. Chapter 30. When the ancient demon encounters the hatching of dragon eggs. Upon noticing Hermione's continued silence, Lucci, in a fit of anger, vanished with her, leaving Vanisha in stunned silence. Wait, are you truly the embodiment of fear? The Lord of Fear's gaze shattered an entire realm in an instant. The world responded, Haha, splendid. I shall grant you some authority. Much of the world's essence is mine. It's all mine. Lucci turned to Hermione, who had ceased her tears and instead smiled. Lucci, do you know? In that world without you, I nearly took my own life. It was the letter from Hogwarts that offered a glimmer of hope. Yet upon arriving at Hogwarts, I remained isolated. How greedy of me. I apologize. Lucci, nearly breathless from frustration, held Hermione tightly. I was wrong. I too have feelings for you, but I dared not admit it. My identity made me reluctant to lower my pride. I truly erred. Hermione smiled gently and shook her head. Lucci stood, stunned, watching as Hermione faded away, endless lightning manifesting around him as fear directed its gaze toward Earth, tremblingly extending a finger. The world quaked in terror as a third of the youth on Earth vanished in an instant. In 1992, with approximately 1.4 billion youths, 500 million disappeared without a trace, sending shockwaves across the globe. Despite their investigations, no one could fathom that it was merely due to a young girl. The Lord of Fear enacted a global decree. Bullies shall face immediate death. Their souls shall not perish, enduring eternal torment. Brother, we have grown up. There exists a distinction between men and women. Late at night, Lucci sat in a daze atop the castle tower, the moon obscured by dark clouds. Vanisha appeared behind him, though he could not recall when. You, alas. Do you think we demons can truly possess emotions? Well, I am merely a successor. Yet I believe it is possible. Lucci turned around, and Vanisha was taken aback, for tears streamed down Lucci's face. I regret it. I regret my arrogance. My pride, my ignorance. Vanisha sighed helplessly, yet she smiled and patted Lucci's shoulder. Lucci fell silent again, disappearing at an unknown moment. Vanisha shook her head. Why bother? However, omniscience is indeed not a blessing. It is no wonder that some fear it. The world lay in tatters, yet life must persist. A week passed, during which nothing significant occurred, save for the confusion of the four little ones regarding the relationship between Lucci and Hermione. They seemed unchanged, yet somehow transformed, leaving others utterly perplexed. Only the Weasley brothers and Cedric noticed the shift. They united to confront Lucci, who surprisingly did not resist. Zhang Xiu continuously consoled Hermione, who insisted that nothing had happened, yet she felt an unusual anger upon witnessing Lucci being struck. You, brother, are you all right? All, including Lucci, were momentarily stunned, while Zhang Xiu furrowed her brow, glancing at Hermione. Hermione wished to retaliate against the Weasley brothers and Cedric, but was stopped by Lucci, who offered a weary smile. It's all right, it's all right. Later, Zhang Xiu approached Hermione alone, who shook her head. I simply did not understand in my youth, mistaking my reliance on my brother for affection, and I burdened him. Zhang Xiu felt a pang in her heart, rendered speechless, and could only embrace Hermione. Subsequently, she sought out Lucci. Unlike the theatrics of Cedric and the Weasley brothers, Zhang Xiu drew her wand and genuinely struck Lucci. She gazed at him with sorrowful eyes. Do you still believe that Hermione's feelings for you are merely dependence? Lucci remained silent. Zhang Xiu sighed. We cannot offer much aid, but you both are still young with opportunities ahead. Do not let Hermione despair further. The Weasley brothers, devoid of their usual jesting spirit, merely patted Lucci's shoulder before departing. Cedric sat with Lucci for a while, also offering a gentle pat before leaving. In the Great Hall, owls delivered letters and packages, while Hermione rested her chin on her hand. Brother, perhaps we should acquire an owl. Lucci simply nodded, earning a roll of the eyes from Hermione. Brother, could you act a bit more normally, rather than like a fool? They excitedly revealed a small note to Lucci and Hermione. The note bore only 4 words, hatching soon. The 4 little ones had already conspired to skip class to witness it, and Hermione felt a flicker of temptation. But I still think we shouldn't skip class. Lucci attempted to grasp Hermione's hand, but she evaded him. Unyielding, he, filled with fear and embarrassment, forcefully clasped her hand. It matters not. I shall have old Deng sign a few leave permits and inquire whether Zhang Xiao and the others will attend. Naturally, Zhang Xiao will go, and the Weasley twins are given. Cedric, too, has an interest in magical creatures, particularly dragons. Lucci pulled Hermione to find Dumbledore. Old Deng, 10 leave permits, please. What are you all going to do? Dumbledore inquired as he signed the permits and turned his gaze to Lucci. To witness the hatching of a dragon. Make sure not to cause a ruckus. A procession of 10, armed with Dumbledore's permits, made their way to Hagrid's hut. Hagrid appeared somewhat taken aback, but welcomed the young wizards nonetheless. However, his hut was indeed rather cramped this time. Lucci wore a peculiar expression. Perhaps he could gift Hagrid a proper house, for to him, this truly was a small abode. The young wizards gathered by the fireplace, oblivious to the sweat trickling down their foreheads from the heat. Only Lucci and Hermione remained unaffected, as Lucci's essence was inherently ethereal, and Hermione had acquired all of Lucci's abilities, including his incorporeal nature. Yet, they could not use magic to cool the others, as it would jeopardize the dragon eggs. At this moment, one might wonder why they didn't isolate the eggs instead. With the cracking sound of the eggshell, a dark head emerged, causing Hagrid's heart to melt. He reached out to cradle both the hatchling and its shell. Oh, look at it. Isn't it adorable? The others scratched their heads, while only Draco's eyes sparkled with fervor as he nodded vigorously. Indeed, just look at its graceful form. It is truly stunning. A shiver ran through the young wizards, as Draco at that moment resembled a fervent cult leader. The hatchling sneezed, sending out a spark, and began to nibble on its shell. Hagrid gazed dreamily at the hatchling, gently stroking its head, only for the dragon to nip at Hagrid's hand. Oh, look, it recognizes its mother. Draco nodded in agreement, while the young wizards felt a chill. These two were rather eccentric. Harry watched in astonishment as the once emaciated hatchling grew robust after devouring its shell. Hesitantly, he asked Hermione, "How fast does this hatchling grow?" Hermione stroked her smooth chin and replied, "Under normal circumstances, it would reach the size of Hagrid's hut in a month. However, with the XXXX level magical creature meat that Draco brought, I estimate it'll take merely 2 weeks." Ron shook his head. "Draco, Hagrid, I think we should release it. We will undoubtedly be discovered." Draco cast a disdainful glance at Ron. "Well, Draco, you truly are remarkable. Now, we need not fear being caught." The young wizards were left speechless, while Hermione regarded Lucci with a peculiar expression. "Brother, is this right?" Lucci's heart sank, and he let out a dry laugh. "That world has been obliterated by me, and I am not your brother." Hermione shot Lucci an incredulous look. "What nonsense are you spouting? What does that world have to do with this? And how can you claim not to be my brother?" Lucci fell silent. Yet, on a brighter note, could this not be seen as a playful banter following a couple's quarrel? Thinking back, Lucci couldn't help but chuckle as a saying came to mind. A fleeting pleasure in tormenting one's wife, but a funeral pyre in pursuing her. With a sigh, Lucci attempted to ruffle Hermione's hair, only to have her swiftly swat his hand away. "Brother." Lucci raised both hands in surrender. I was wrong. No wonder Draco's first words upon meeting anyone were, "My father, Lucius." Indeed, the elder Malfoy possessed considerable influence, having legally acquired a dragon, with the documentation delivered to Hagrid. The elder Malfoy did not even inquire how Draco obtained the dragon. He merely wrote a letter commending Draco on his extraordinary feat. Armed with the legal papers for dragon husbandry, Hagrid promptly erected a fence at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, to which the Weasley brothers shook their heads. It was futile to deter those eager to venture forth, and equally ineffective for those unwilling. However, they were destined to underestimate the situation as Professor Dumbledore, in collaboration with the faculty, cast a powerful enchantment. Proximity to the fence would activate a formidable magical barrier, designed not only to deter young wizards, but also to keep the dragon at bay. The sole entrance to the Forbidden Forest now lay at Hagrid's hut. Professor McGonagall handed Hagrid a small booklet, instructing him to record those wishing to enter. Quirrell muttered, "This is bad. They're coming for me." Chapter 31. When an ancient demon encounters the elegant Quirrell. As Hermione had anticipated, within merely 2 weeks, the dragon had grown larger than Hagrid's wooden cottage. The now mature Norwegian Ridgeback was far more splendid, and thanks to Draco and Hagrid's meticulous feeding, the dragon exuded an aura of majesty and power. Its glossy black scales and sharp claws shimmered ominously, and the young dragon, having hatched only 2 weeks prior, had already established itself as the sovereign at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As for the interior, well, Deeper within lay a realm inhabited by magical creatures of XXX and XXXX levels, including centaur tribes and eight-eyed spiders of XXXXX rank. This was merely the periphery. Who could fathom what resided at the heart of the Forbidden Forest? Perhaps a clan of vampires, a pack of werewolves, ancient elves, or fully grown dragons. After much contemplation, Hagrid decided to name the Norwegian Ridgeback Noble. Malfoy hesitated before commenting, but it seems to be a female dragon. Hagrid stiffened, falling into deep thought once more. Hermione extended her hand, and the little dragon obediently lowered its head, resting it against her palm. How about we name her Eve? The dragon emitted a soft hum, prompting Hagrid to chuckle heartily. Eve, is it? She seems to quite like that name. Since acquiring the legal documents for dragon husbandry, and with Eve's size increasing, Hagrid decided to let her roam freely. Now, the young witches and wizards would rush to the fence at the end of their classes, hoping to catch a glimpse of Eve. Some daring students even attempted to leap over the fence, only to be repelled by the magical barrier, leading them to abandon their efforts. A young wizard sought out Hagrid, hoping he would grant them entry. However, Hagrid naturally refused, explaining that even with legitimate documentation for the care of a dragon, should the creature harm anyone, the Ministry of Magic would still hold him accountable. As the end of term approached, it seemed as if the professors had conspired to assign an ever-increasing amount of homework, leaving the young wizards in despair. Yet, the four friends felt immensely grateful for their decision. Ever since they began studying with Hermione, they had never found their assignments so manageable, and they were on the verge of completing all the knowledge required for their second year. Quirrell, on the other hand, was in a state of panic, as he felt as though four pairs of eyes were perpetually fixed upon him, and there were times when young wizards attempted to tug at his turban. This was, of course, incited by Ron. Quirrell had worn his turban for a year. How could the young wizards not be curious, although they had grown accustomed to it? Ron's suggestion prompted the bolder young wizards to target Quirrell's headwear. Inside the Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Quirrell appeared pale and collapsed to the ground in anguish. Master, I am on the verge of death. I beg you, spare me. A cold, raspy voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Quirrell knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against the floor. He, but I too am destined to perish. Quirrell, trembling, prostrated himself. That is impossible. You have already achieved immortality. Regardless of the state, humanity requires vitality. If you wish to prevent me from draining your insignificant life force, it would be prudent to summon some powerful magical creatures. Moonlight illuminated the world, yet who could illuminate his own? He retrieved a small cloth pouch from a drawer, enchanted with an extension charm, but the vast interior contained only a couple of galleons and a handful of sickles. He had exhausted most of his savings on purchasing dragon eggs. Quirrell gazed towards the Forbidden Forest, where the barrier conjured by Professor Dumbledore and the other professors stood. What wizard in the world could breach it? Not even the Dark Lord could, he mused. Gently shutting his eyes, a tear trickled down his cheek. He had only heard whispers of the Dark Lord's relics hidden within the Albanian forest. He yearned for power, for the respect of others. Traveling to Albania would also provide a welcome distraction, but little did he know that the Dark Lord was not dead. Why? Why does everyone look down upon me? Why was I chosen by him? Quirrell donned his dark robe and pulled up the hood, leaving only his crimson eyes visible. To the astonishment of the young wizards, they noticed that Quirrell no longer stuttered. His lectures had transformed into amusing and engaging affairs. He stood upright, his attire meticulously arranged, and the pungent odor of garlic had dissipated, replaced by a subtle fragrance. I previously encountered a vampire. I had sustained an injury to my head, but I have since recovered. The current Quirrell resembled a courteous nobleman. Not only the young wizards, but even the professors were taken aback by Quirrell's transformation. In the great hall, the four friends reconvened. Ron, clutching a chicken leg, looked puzzled at the other three. The rest were equally bewildered, prompting them to seek out Luna and Hermione in the library. Hermione turned to Luna and asked, "Brother, do you know?" Lucci paused for a moment and shook his head. Ultimately, he could only shake his head again. The Defense Against the Dark Arts class had become the favorite among the young wizards, not only due to Professor Quirrell's humorous and engaging teaching style, but also because he assigned no homework. The students developed an interest in Quirrell upon discovering that he was a senior from Ravenclaw and one of the most outstanding students of his year. During the class, Quirrell smiled as he surveyed the Slytherin students seated in front of him. Only 2 or 3 hands were raised. Mr. Draco Malfoy lowered his hand and stood up, squinting at Quirrell. Magic can generally be categorized into 2 types, dark magic and light magic. Quirrell nodded, indicating for Draco to sit down. Excellent. Slytherin earns 2 points. Now, who can tell me what dark magic is? This time, many hands shot up, and Quirrell called on 2 students. Dark magic is the magic that harms others. Dark magic is evil. Very well, Slytherin earns another 2 points. You may sit down. While they were correct, their answers were rather vague and not entirely precise. Who has a different perspective? The young wizards fell into contemplation, leaving only Hermione with her hand raised, which Quirrell acknowledged. Dark magic is a form of magic that can lead to the user's own downfall, inflicting harm upon both themselves and others. Quirrell nodded in approval, signaling for Hermione to take her seat. A commendable understanding. Slytherin earns 5 points. Indeed, true dark magic does lead to the user's corruption. Moreover, I believe that defending against dark magic involves shielding oneself from its detrimental effects, allowing us to master it. The power itself is not inherently good or evil. The true measure of morality lies within us. The young wizards gazed at Quirrell with admiration, while Draco wore a wary expression, and Hermione fell into deep thought. Lucci, exasperated, patted Draco on the shoulder. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Are you so afraid that Quirrell won't notice your suspicion? Draco's face stiffened, and he lowered his head, but upon seeing Neville's look of admiration, he felt a surge of anger and discreetly kicked Neville's leg, causing him to wince in pain. Quirrell smiled gently. All right, class dismissed early. You may go out and play. The young wizards cheered as they exited, and Quirrell waved his hand, leading the way out of the classroom. Draco's expression was grave. Something is amiss. Something is very wrong. Neville looked at Draco with a forlorn expression. Draco, why did you hit me just now? Draco nearly sputtered in frustration. Why are you so enamored with Quirrell? But I feel that what he said makes so much sense. Draco rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond to Neville, and followed Lucci and Hermione to the library. The 4 friends reconvened. Do you think Quirrell has already stolen the Philosopher's Stone? Harry's remark stirred a tempest of realization within Draco. Indeed, that explains the drastic change in Quirrell. He must have succeeded. Their excited chatter caught the attention of Madame Pants, and Hermione shot them a frosty glare, prompting the quartet to hastily cover their mouths. Lucci shook his head. In truth, the Philosopher's Stone within Hogwarts is merely a fabrication. Quirrell could not possibly succeed. How do you know this? Lucci cleared his throat. Ahem, old Dumbledore revealed this to me. To be perfectly candid, I am the next headmaster of Hogwarts. The 4 little ones' eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is that true? Lucci shook his head and glanced at Hermione, who shot him a disapproving look. Indeed. Wow. You lot, get out. Madame Pants rolled her eyes as she closed the library doors, leaving the 6 standing dazed at the entrance. Hermione, with a calm demeanor, gazed at the quartet, while Draco, trembling, hastily waved his hands. Hermione, we'll call you sister now. Please let us explain. Hermione nodded. I'm listening. Draco was taken aback. You truly want me to explain? What on earth can I say? No explanation? Then, do explain. We really didn't mean to. It was just that we heard Lucci. No need to explain. With a month and a half until summer vacation, you won't be coming to the library anymore. Whenever you have time, just run laps around the Black Lake. The 4 little ones widened their eyes, while Lucci chuckled mischievously. Draco mustered his courage. Could we? No. During summer, study independently for your 3rd year. I will test you upon your return. Harry might manage with a slight margin, but the 3 of you will need to consult your families for assistance. That is final. The quartet felt utterly hopeless, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Chapter 32. When the ancient demon extorts the centenarian as summer approached, the temperatures in England soared. The past month has been a trial for the 4 little ones. Whenever they had free time, they either ran or practiced spells. Even the adorable chubby Neville had slimmed down, and it must be said, he looked even better now. This weekend, Hermione decided to take the 4 little ones and Lucci to Hagrid's hut for spell practice. Naturally, Hermione also invited Cho Chang, Cedric, and the Weasley twins. They watched in silence as Hermione administered her rigorous training to the quartet. At this moment, Eve emerged slowly from the Forbidden Forest, now significantly larger than Hagrid's little hut. The Weasley twins circled around Eve, making clicking noises. We estimate that Eve might become the largest dragon in the wizarding world. Cedric and Cho nodded in agreement. For Eve was undeniably immense. She was nearly the size of a 2-year-old dragon just 2 months after her birth. Dragons undergo rapid growth in their first year, generally reaching between 5 to 10 meters, after which their size tends to stabilize. By their 3rd year, dragons are considered adults. Presently, Eve stood nearly 6 meters tall. Hagrid, a little over 3 meters in height, had a hut measuring 5 meters. Lucci stroked his chin. Hagrid, would you like a new house? The little wizards all turned to Lucci, puzzled. A house? Hagrid was even more confused. What do you mean by wanting a house? I could construct a larger one for you. The little wizards and Hagrid were momentarily stunned, while Lucci could only shake his head, perceiving them as utterly bewildered. Lucci clapped his hands, rising from the grass and approaching Hagrid's quaint wooden cabin. Hagrid extended his hand, but Lucci interjected, "No need." Before Hagrid could finish his sentence, Lucci had already excavated the stone wall behind the cabin. With a swift gesture, metal surged forth from below, purging impurities to form the most robust foundation. Lucci smiled, bringing his hands together in a prayer-like pose. Wood release. Enhanced version of the luxurious villa technique. Towering trees erupted from the ground, intertwining around the foundation. Hagrid's hand lingered in mid-air as a magnificent villa materialized behind his cabin. Standing over 10 meters tall, the two-story structure boasted 6 rooms, all designed to accommodate Hagrid's sizable frame. Beside the villa stood an enormous pavilion, soaring 15 meters high, designated as a resting place for Eve. Lucci placed his hands on his hips. "So, Hagrid, what do you think? If there's anything you dislike, we can still make adjustments, but you'll need to procure your own tools. No matter how soft the wood, it pales in comparison to a cozy blanket." Hagrid, in a daze, approached and pressed his palm against the villa's wall. "Is this truly for me? Of course. Who else could inhabit such a grand abode? Eve's little nest is right next door." Eve let out a delighted shout, and Hagrid recognized it as her way of thanking Lucci. Hagrid covered his face with his broad hands. "Oh, sob. Thank you, Lucci. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Lucci, at a loss for words, patted Hagrid's waist, for he could only reach that high. "What is there to thank? Aren't we friends?" Hagrid's eyes brimmed with tears, and he simply sat down and began to weep. The Weasley twins, bewildered, approached Lucci and suddenly grasped his hands. "What kind of magic is this?" "Strictly speaking, this isn't magic. However, ancient sorcery and the techniques of cultivators can achieve such feats." The Weasley twins exchanged glances and sat cross-legged on the ground, clinging to Lucci's legs. "Please teach us." Lucci hurriedly attempted to withdraw his legs, but the Weasley twins held on tightly. "Let go. Tap, tap, tap. First, loosen your grip." The twins quickly stood up with cheeky grins. Lucci looked up to find Cedric, and Zhang Xiu had inexplicably joined him, both gazing at him with pleading eyes. "Tachus, tachus. Yet for ancient magic, Hermione possesses a deeper understanding than I do." With such a commotion, Hermione and the other 4 had long ceased their practice. Upon hearing Lucci's words, Hermione gazed at him incredulously. Lucci sheepishly scratched his head and offered a sheepish grin. Hermione clenched her fists. "I will teach you. However, you must gather with Draco and the others at the library by 5 in the afternoon and remain until midnight." The Weasley twins immediately stood at attention. "Understood, Professor Hermione." Hermione sighed, realizing that since teaching the original 4, she now had an additional quartet to instruct. Nevertheless, this did earn her the new title of Professor Hermione. As summer approached, tranquility reigned, and there was a certain charm in the stillness. As the weather grew increasingly sweltering, early June saw the young wizards hastily concluding their final examinations, eagerly anticipating the release of their results, for their vacation was imminent. Lucci firmly grasped Hermione's delicate hand, leading her to the headmaster's office, oblivious to the glimmer of excitement in her dreamy eyes. "What's the matter, Professor Dumbledore? What do you require of me?" Lucci inquired. Dumbledore offered an apologetic smile. "Well, you see, I have painstakingly devised this challenge game. Do you not wish to experience it?" Lucci cast a disdainful glance at Dumbledore. Not interested. Dumbledore turned his hopeful gaze towards Hermione, whose cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head at him. "Actually, I find it rather intriguing. Perhaps you could invite Harry and the others to take a look." Lucci raised an eyebrow and extended a hand towards Dumbledore. Hermione, lacking Lucci's audacity, retreated behind him. Dumbledore's expression darkened, his eyelids twitching in irritation as he turned to retrieve several ancient tomes from the bookshelves. Lucci scoffed dismissively. Dumbledore's eyelids fluttered. "I will announce a new school regulation. Each house will appoint an additional prefect, with no age restrictions." Satisfied, Lucci nodded and led Hermione away. Dumbledore gazed out the window, the direction of New Mungo's castle clearly visible. "Huh, who would have thought we were all mistaken in the end?" He reached for a small gray mirror on the desk, in which a charming blonde girl smiled back at him. "This isn't so bad, is it, brother?" The following day, rumors spread, unbeknownst to their origin, that Dumbledore had gone on business to London. Lucci accompanied Hermione to Hagrid's cottage, where the 4 friends sat in a tense huddle, the trio nearby nodding in agreement. Harry's brow was furrowed deeply. Something is amiss. There's a palpable sense of foreboding. Why did Dumbledore leave today of all days? Right after the exams? The professors are free, and my scar is aching. Something ominous is bound to happen. Ron suggested, I think we should check the 4th floor. Lucci nodded in approval, relieved he wouldn't have to concoct an excuse. The Weasley twins stealthily peered out the window. Hagrid was bathing Eve, and then waved to the group. Hurry, hurry. Hagrid would never let us go. We must work quietly, and no loud noises. Neville believed it would be safer to seek out a professor, but the Weasley twins quickly seized him and dashed toward the 4th floor. We have 10 of us. Which professor should we call? Hurry up. Let me down first. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Harry cautiously pushed open the door, and Ron gasped. Look, the trapdoor is open. Accompanied by a low, menacing growl, foul-smelling saliva splattered at the feet of the young wizards. The 3-headed dog, Fluffy, bared its teeth at them. Should they take a single step forward, it would shred them to pieces in an instant. The young wizards froze. Slowly, Harry retrieved a wooden recorder from his pocket. Do you recall Hagrid's words? Whenever Fluffy hears music, he falls into a slumber. Look down. There lies a music box. Harry played his flute, and Fluffy's gaze became instantly dazed. He abruptly shook his head, and just when everyone thought it was futile, the 3-headed dog collapsed onto the ground, emitting a thunderous snore. The group quickly approached the trapdoor with cautious anticipation. The Weasley twins, accompanied by Neville, were the first to leap down, followed closely by Cedric and Cho. Hermione, Luna, and finally Draco joined Ron and Harry in their descent. Hello, are you all right? It seems we are ensnared by something, Neville remarked with unexpected confidence. It's a devil-esque snare. It fears fire and bright light. 10 brilliant flames erupted around them, illuminating the space. The young wizards exchanged glances, all turning to Luna, as she was the only one conjuring flames without a wand, while the others, including Hermione, relied on their wands. Luna scratched her head and retrieved her wand from her enchanted ring. This was the first time, aside from Draco, that the others had seen Luna's wand, and they admired its beauty. Continuing onward, they discovered a singular path. Harry tilted his head. Oh, do you hear that sound of wings flapping? The Weasley twins suddenly clung tightly to Neville. Could be thousands of bats, or perhaps vampires. Neville shivered, and Hermione promptly delivered a punch to each of the Weasley twins. At the end of the corridor, they entered a spacious room, revealing countless birds in flight. At the far end stood a locked door, and Cho surveyed the surroundings. I believe I know what we must do. There are flying broomsticks, and those are not birds. They are winged keys. We need to locate the true key among them. Cedric, Draco, and Harry exchanged glances, each stepping forward to grasp a broomstick. Hermione delivered another punch to each of the three. With a flick of her wand, Hermione transformed the door into a colossal key. In a headmaster's office, an elderly figure sighed in exasperation. Beyond the door lay darkness, and the group pressed onward. However, as they took their first step inside, torches flared to life instantly. Chapter 33. When an ancient evil encounters the frantic Dark Lord. Ah, wizard S chess! Ron exclaimed, eyes wide. They found themselves standing upon a vast chessboard. The floor entirely covered in checkered squares, with enormous chess pieces towering 2 meters high, motionless in place. It seems we must play chess. Victory is our passage forward, and we must serve as the pieces. Protecting the Philosopher S stone involves so many trials. Thankfully, I know how to play. After his remarks, a smile appeared on Ron's face, and the group surveyed their surroundings, noting that they faced the white pieces, while the black pieces were short by 10. Actually, it need not be so complicated. Hermione shrugged, raising her wand, and they all floated into the air. Wow, cool. The Weasley twins' eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. As they soared over the chessboard, the pieces below raised their weapons in fury, yet they were rendered powerless, unable to even discard the arms they held. This room possessed no second door, but at the end of the corridor, there lay another entrance. Cedric pushed the door open, his gaze suddenly becoming unfocused, teetering on the brink of collapse. Zhang Qiu swiftly caught him. Ugh, the stench. It is even more potent than the odor of our rotten eggs. The young wizards quickly covered their noses. Inside the room lay a creature, slightly smaller than Hagrid, sprawled on the floor. It was a troll, and the foul smell was unbearable. We must leave at once. They opened the next door to escape the room, anticipating the presence of a creature even more formidable than the troll. However, they found only a small table, upon which rested a parchment and 7 oddly shaped bottles. As they approached, flames erupted from the far side of the room, engulfing the space and sealing off their path of entry. Hermione picked up the parchment from the table. The Weasley twins clung to Neville in terror. Alas, does this mean only one of us can enter? Zhang Qiu grasped the parchment and pointed to 2 of the bottles. This one allows progression, and this one facilitates retreat. Hermione shook her head. Brother, Lucci decisively extended his hand, absorbing the surging flames into his being. The Weasley twins, with expressionless faces, clapped their hands, and the group pressed onward toward the final chamber. Surrender at once, Quirrell. The Weasley twins suddenly leaped forth. Wands aimed at the figure in the center of the room. Quirrell. The figure abruptly turned, revealing not Quirrell, but a noseless, two-headed socket. Uh-huh, the Dark Lord. We knew it. Draco furrowed his brow, perplexed. You are not Quirrell? Ha ha ha. Indeed, who would suspect a pitiful, stuttering Professor Quirrell? Yet it is he who betrayed me. The noseless, two-headed socket's bloodshot eyes glinted as he brandished his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green curse shot forth like lightning, striking towards a group who quickly dodged. Lucci raised an eyebrow, but was halted by Hermione. The flames blazed fiercely. The Weasley twins, undeterred, unleashed a torrent of fire from their wands, their flames intertwining to form a massive fireball. Voldemort waved his wand casually, and the flames dissipated instantly. Enough. I have grown weary of this. You may depart now. Come forth, Harry, come forth. Disarm you. Disarm you. These two disarming spells were cast by Zhang Qiu and Cedric, and Voldemort, slightly irritated, waved his wand, causing their spells to shatter instantaneously. Do not test my patience. You will now live in my shadow, so begone. With that, Voldemort aimed his wand at Harry. Harry, come here, come here. Suddenly, Harry cried out, clutching his forehead, and then began to walk toward Voldemort. The trio quickly restrained Harry to the ground. The quartet found themselves in a state of exasperation. 3 of them were in the 3rd grade, while 1 was in the 2nd, and collectively they had scarcely mastered a handful of offensive spells. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck at Voldemort, who clumsily evaded the attack. Elemental magic? Ancient sorcery? Voldemort gazed in astonishment at Hermione. Ah, young lady, you possess remarkable talent. Would you care to join me? Hermione turned to Lucci. Do you remember the spell I mentioned? Lucci nodded, and Hermione smiled faintly. With a flick of her wand, flames enveloped Hermione, and a surge of lightning emanated from the tip, intertwining with the fire. Voldemort, taken aback, directed a lethal curse towards Hermione akin to a barrage from a machine gun. Avada Kedavra! Hermione swung her wand fiercely, transforming the orange flames into a blinding white blaze. The white fire morphed into a colossal dragon, devouring the curse and charging toward Voldemort. Voldemort was enveloped in a wisp of black smoke, which coalesced into a humanoid figure. Lucci scratched his head, realizing they might have crossed wires. Hermione, amidst the incredulous stares of her companions, sheathed her wand. Ahem, what is it? Zhang Qiu shook her head in bewilderment. What kind of magic did you employ? Perhaps it's considered natural magic? The Weasley twins interjected eagerly. What's it called? It's the fusion of magical and spiritual energy, infused with lightning flames? Lucci raised an eyebrow, pondering the fusion of spiritual and magical energies. It's the Mirror of Ariste. Would you like to take a look? Harry approached the Mirror of Ariste, only to find that instead of his parents, he saw himself smiling, pulling out a glimmering red stone and placing it into his pocket. Feeling the weight of the stone, Harry retrieved it. The Philosopher's Stone? Ron exclaimed, shoving Harry aside with a dismissive scoff. Well, it's merely a fake. Oh, we saw that we opened a Weasley's Wizard Wheezes in Diagon Alley, and business is booming. Cedric shook his head and approached the mirror. Within its depths, Cedric was clad in a fitting blue suit, while Zhang Qiu donned a pristine white wedding gown. The two were hand in hand, walking down the aisle toward matrimony. Zhang Qiu witnessed the same vision, and they both turned into wide-eyed figures, steam rising from their heads. Draco still beheld the Malfoy family reigning as the most powerful in the wizarding world. Neville saw his grandmother beaming with pride for him, and Ron envisioned himself as the captain of the England Quidditch team, leading his comrades to victory. Lucci stood before the Mirror of Ariste, cursing under his breath, for it reflected only his and Hermione's current selves, identical to the 4 little ones and the quartet behind them. Wretched mirror. The Mirror of Ariste murmured, you. Hermione's gaze grew distant as she looked into the mirror, pushing Lucci playfully while calling out, Lucci, brother. Well, since you enjoy being the big brother so much, I find myself at a loss. Hermione suddenly clutched Lucci tightly, causing him to gasp. What's wrong? Hermione shook her head in response. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore stretched lazily and casually tossed a pile of cockroaches into his mouth. Setting aside the beginning, middle, and end, it was still rather good. Dumbledore picked up a newspaper and adjusted his glasses. It was a month-old edition reporting on the rioting in Knockturn Alley, 11 dark wizards missing, and 4 werewolves dead. In the distant forest surrounding Hogwarts, a wisp of black mist seeped into the body of a small serpent. Damn it, damn it, damn it. That accursed Quirrell. How dare he? How dare he? Oh, esteemed master, how have you reduced yourself to this? You are no longer the Dark Lord that instilled fear throughout the wizarding world. Ha, Quirrell, I never imagined you could conceal yourself so deeply. Everyone underestimated you. Ha ha ha. It is indeed thanks to you, master, but now I must urge you to your demise. For your loyal Death Eaters would not wish to see you in such a pitiful state. Ha 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 ha. I truly did not expect this, yet you cannot kill me. Quirrell smiled. Master, after all, I was once the most exceptional student at Hogwarts, and a Ravenclaw at that. Do you think I have never ventured into the restricted section? I have studied Horcruxes as well, but considering the capacity of our souls, how many can be divided? 5 or 7? Impossible, I have already torn up all records concerning Horcruxes. When did you become so naive? Hee, the wise book of the great sage. You must be aware of this tome. How did you even discover it? Its contents are not random. Quirrell had already ensnared the small serpent with a spell. Hee, as long as one sacrifices something it desires, any information can be acquired. Voldemort fell silent. Quirrell chuckled, and suddenly a mouth appeared in his palm, devouring the small serpent. Power, how splendid! Quirrell clenched his fist, then abruptly relaxed, revealing a gentle smile as the space around him twisted and vanished into the forest. In the great hall, the young wizards pointed and whispered about Harry, Hermione, and their companions. Hermione turned her on. I wonder who leaked our business, and in such an exaggerated manner. If I find out, they'll be in for a world of trouble. Ron wiped the sweat from his forehead. Ha, yes, I cannot fathom who has such a big mouth. Dumbledore stood up, gazing kindly at the young wizards. Chapter 34. When Ancient Demons Become Great Perverts. Another year has passed, but before everyone indulges in the feast, this old man has a few more words to share. For now, let us commence the awarding ceremony for the House Cup. Gryffindor, 204 points. Hufflepuff, 354 points. Ravenclaw, 379 points. Slytherin, 587 points. Dumbledore fell silent twice, and a thunderous cheer erupted from the Slytherin table. Quickly, he clapped his hands. Yes, quite deserving of applause. But I still wish to award a few extra points to certain individuals. Firstly, Cedric, Zhang Xiao, George, and Fred, undaunted by peril, stood resolutely alongside their friends. And in honor of their camaraderie, Gryffindor was awarded 40 points, while Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw received 20 points each. The young wizards erupted in applause. Furthermore, Harry, Ron, Draco, and Neville faced adversity with calm analysis. And for their wisdom, Slytherin was granted 50 points, complemented by another 50 for Gryffindor. In the audience, the little lions of Gryffindor and the little snakes of Slytherin rose to their feet, their cheers resounding like thunder. Dumbledore, compelled by the fervor, raised his wand to his throat. Very well, such exuberance is indeed warranted. Now, let us turn our attention to Miss Hermione Granger, who, in the face of Voldemort, exhibited unparalleled bravery to protect her companions and thwart his sinister plans, thus earning Slytherin an additional 100 points. The hall fell into a profound silence, and Dumbledore hastily waved his wand, transforming the decor into a vibrant green, emblematic of Slytherin. After a moment, someone broke the silence, exclaiming, 737 points. The hall erupted into a cacophony of applause, the young wizards unusually quiet. Once the clapping subsided, Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye, declared, There's one more matter to address. This year has been fraught with unexpected chaos, and I have observed that our head boy appears somewhat overburdened. Therefore, for the upcoming academic year, we shall appoint an additional head, regardless of age. Now, I appreciate your patience as I ramble on, and with that, let the feast commence. Hermione retrieved the final dish from her enchanted ring, and the group of 10 reconvened. Why haven't you received any points, Lucci? Draco fumed, lamenting that if Lucci had also been awarded points, Slytherin's score would have been unprecedented, as in previous years. 400 points had sufficed for victory in the House Cup. Hermione grasped Lucci's arm once more. Brother, I wish to sleep beside you. Lucci hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced. In the dormitory, cloaked in darkness, Lucci and Hermione lay in bed clad in pajamas, though a slight distance lingered between them. Brother, you still regard me as your little sister, do you not? Your indulgence these days is merely to spare me further sorrow. Lucci remained silent. Yet you are special. I have come to realize that my feelings for you are unlike any other. Hermione chuckled softly, turning to embrace Lucci. It matters not. Siblings can share love as well. Since you claim that fear bears no emotions, allow me to love you. Hermione nestled her head against Lucci's shoulder, suddenly biting his neck. Ouch! Hermione's gaze became distant as her hand caressed Lucci's face. "Brother, you shall not abandon me, will you? You say fear lacks emotion, so I require not your love. I simply wish for you to remain by my side. Is that agreeable? How could I ever leave you?" Hermione smiled gently, tightening her embrace around Lucci, biting his neck once more, and then, without releasing her hold, drifted into slumber. Lucci, rendered motionless, was engulfed in a haze of confusion. What was happening here? In the early morning, Hermione awoke and playfully nipped at Lucci before skipping off to freshen up and change her attire. Lucci picked up a small mirror, noticing that his neck was now severely swollen, with 2 distinct bite marks that had begun to bleed. The pain made him grimace. Helpless, he decided to temporarily shut off his pain receptors. As for why he didn't simply heal his body, who could fathom Hermione's thoughts? Lucci felt that Hermione seemed rather unhinged at the moment. Although he was devoid of pain, he had always kept his pain receptors activated in Hermione's presence. Once ready, Hermione led Lucci to the castle hall where their exam results had been announced. Both Hermione and Lucci had tied for first place, achieving perfect scores across all subjects, closely followed by the 4 others who had each shown some specialization. Harry excelled only in defense against the dark arts, Draco in transfiguration, Ron in charms, and Neville in herbology. The young wizards, laughing and chattering, departed the castle and boarded the small boat they had arrived in. Lucci, your neck. Oh, a little kitten was a bit possessive and nipped me last night. Was it Crookshanks? You should teach her a lesson." "Not all." Mate Draco squinted. "That doesn't look like a cat bite to me." Upon boarding the train, Hermione decisively shooed away the 4 others who had approached their group. A cold sweat trickled down Lucci's forehead as he felt a wave of unease wash over him. The compartment door swung open. "Hello, Miss Granger, may I?" "Apologies, it's not convenient," Hermione replied, setting her book down, her eyes gleaming with a strange light. The young wizard shivered and quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry for the intrusion." After dismissing yet another young wizard, the train began to move slowly. Hermione read for a while before suddenly stretching, removing her shoes, and resting her feet on Lucci's lap. Lucci cast a sidelong glance at Hermione, turning his gaze back to the window, though his mind was somewhat distracted. As the train ambled along for half an hour, Lucci felt a stiffness in his neck and decided to stop looking out the window. He had no desire to read either, intending instead to rest his head on the table and doze off. However, just as he lowered his head, he caught sight of Hermione's feet, clad in pristine white cotton socks, remarkably clean. Lucci certainly did not mind. He was ready to sleep, but as he turned his head left and right, slumber eluded him. Reluctantly opening his eyes, he found himself gazing at Hermione's feet, which were mere centimeters from his face. His heart skipped a beat as he gently inhaled the faint scent of laundry detergent lingering on her socks. A cough. Lucci was momentarily taken aback and looked at Hermione. She had already put her book away. It turned out it was now noon, and Lucci's expression stiffened. Setting food on the table, Hermione bit her lip slightly. "So, it seems even a brother can have a peculiar interest in his sister's feet." Lucci felt a chill run through him. "No, Hermione shook her head, picking up a piece of chicken to silence Lucci. "It's fine, brother. I don't mind." Lucci chuckled softly, deciding against further explanation, for he knew that at this juncture, no words could rectify the situation. With a wave of magic, the dishes and utensils were cleaned and stored within the confines of a spatial ring, causing Hermione's cheeks to flush slightly. "Should I remove my socks?" Lucci found himself momentarily speechless, yet Hermione had already taken off her socks and placed her feet on his lap. "You mustn't do anything strange," Hermione said, her face still warm, as she playfully covered her face with a book. For a fleeting moment, Lucci contemplated the annihilation of the world. The world responded, "Oh dear, how peculiar." Lucci turned his gaze back to the window, though his thoughts seemed to drift elsewhere. The sunset gradually dimmed, and Lucci felt as though his neck might snap from the angle he held. Stealing a glance at Hermione, he discovered she had fallen asleep at some point. He felt a pang of despair, but listening to her steady breathing, he sighed. Eagerly, he shifted his gaze towards Hermione's feet. Her delicate feet were exceptionally fair, with rosy toes that sparkled like jewels. Suddenly, Lucci shut his eyes, feeling his heart race. "Am I truly a pervert?" he mused. Opening his eyes again, he scrutinized Hermione's feet, questioning what was so captivating about them. Yet, they undeniably possessed a certain beauty. Clearing his throat, he thought, "I haven't done anything inappropriate, have I?" His body stiffened as he turned his head towards the window. Hermione rubbed her eyes, waking to find Lucci staring intently at her feet. As the young wizards disembarked, Lucci, Hermione, and their friends exchanged farewells. "Goodbye. See you next semester." Upon leaving the station, Lucci immediately spotted the eagerly waiting Luo Wanwan. Hermione tugged Lucci towards her, and Luo Wanwan quickly wrapped her arms around Hermione. Little Hermione, has Lucci bullied you this time? Lucci's heart skipped a beat. But Hermione shook her head. Not this time. A smile crept onto Lucci's lips. Though he does annoy me to the point of tears. The smile faltered as Lucci chuckled, shutting his eyes. He had indeed taken a hit. Mr. Granger rolled up his sleeves and promptly lifted Lucci. Hermione gasped and hurriedly grasped her father's arm. No, I'm just joking. Mr. Granger shot Hermione a bemused glance, and she sheepishly scratched her head. Luo Wanwan squinted her eyes and crouched beside Lucci. Do you feel any pain now? She inquired. No, why? He replied. Open it. Oh, ow. As soon as Lucci activated his pain receptors, he yelped, prompting Luo Wanwan to quickly cover his mouth. Mr. and Mrs. Granger exchanged a glance, and Luo Wanwan smiled gently before they turned away. Luo Wanwan pinched Lucci's lower back and twisted him around 180 degrees. Lucci hastily shut off his pain response, looking at Luo Wanwan in confusion. If you hadn't made little Hermione cry, would you still need to explain? Chapter 35. When ancient demons encounter the white dragon upon returning home, dinner was once again served at the Granger household. The Granger couple appeared somewhat awkward at the dinner table. Little Hermione, do you prefer a younger brother or sister? Luingua's family and Hermione were taken aback. Luo Wanwan hurriedly wiped her mouth, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Are you pregnant? I adore little girls. Luangua pressed his forehead, while the Granger couple's faces flushed slightly. I will do my best, came the ambiguous reply. The crowd exchanged glances, sensing an underlying tension. Hermione nodded earnestly. I prefer younger brothers. Luo Wanwan's expression shifted to one of discontent, tears welling in her eyes as she embraced Hermione. Why? Hermione shook her head in silence, wishing that Lucci would not truly have a sister. After their meal, Luo Wanwan clung to Mrs. Granger, expressing her desire to live with her for a year to take good care of her. As for Mr. Granger, he can go wherever he pleases. Old Lu, lost in thought, failed to notice Hermione following closely behind. In the bedroom, Hermione playfully bit Lucci several times, not just on the neck, but also on his chest, collarbone, ears, shoulders, and arms. Fortunately, this time, Hermione did not bite him throughout the night, which was somewhat acceptable. Lucci scratched his head, using magic to conceal his body, fearing that Mr. Granger would be furious if he caught sight of him. The next morning, old Lu knocked on the door. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback by Hermione in her pajamas. I understand, Uncle Lu. I will wake Lucci. Luangua nodded, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor as he turned and walked down the stairs, enveloped in solitude. Hermione scratched her head and closed the door behind her. Returning to the bedside, she pinched Lucci's face. Brother, wake up quickly. Lucci waved his hand dismissively and rolled over to continue sleeping. In exasperation, Hermione simply climbed onto Lucci's back. Suddenly, Lucci opened his eyes. Hermione leaned down and gently bit his ear, causing him to shiver. She pressed her hand against Lucci, her body close to his. The warmth of her breath brushed against his ear as he felt her tongue teasing him. Lucci shivered again. Hermione giggled, releasing him momentarily, only to bite his neck once more. Seeing Hermione heading to wash up, Lucci hastily got out of bed to change his clothes. After freshening up, he found no sign of old Lu in the living room downstairs. Dad, we're going to find my mom. After dining at the Granger residence, both families drove to London Airport. Upon boarding the plane, Luo Wanwan once again shooed Mr. Granger away from Mrs. Granger. With a stoic expression, Mr. Granger sat beside old Lu, who sheepishly scratched his head. Hermione leaned against Lucci's shoulder, gazing out the window with him. Outside, the clouds rolled in tumultuous waves, prompting Lucci to furrow his brow and extend his senses. High above the aircraft, amidst the depths of the sea of clouds, a colossal beast circled, a creature with antlers resembling a deer, a head akin to a camel, eyes like a rabbit, a neck reminiscent of a serpent, a belly akin to a mythical beast, scales resembling fish, claws like an eagle, paws like a tiger, and ears like a bull. Lucci's eyes widened in astonishment. It was a white dragon. How could it be that after 300 million years, he had never encountered a dragon before? As if sensing Lucci's gaze, the white dragon opened its eyes and fixed its golden pupils on the aircraft, which appeared as insignificant as an ant to it. It seemed to penetrate the plane's exterior, locking onto Lucci's being before closing its eyes and gradually fading, as if on the verge of vanishing. Why have I never seen you before? Is it fear? You have not departed, it seems, for I too have only recently come into existence within the past few centuries. The ambitions of this world are indeed vast. Lucci suddenly comprehended. Are you also a product of life? No, I'm not that formidable. I am merely a creation of human belief, and even now, my form is not fully consolidated. Are you acquainted with Koenyo? The white dragon shook its head. It is either a being snatched from other realms or a product of human faith, but why do you concern yourself with such matters? Omniscience has no record of it. I am merely curious. Haha, there is no true omniscience in this world. Your omniscience pertains solely to humanity, unable to encompass the entirety of existence. Yet, you are indeed a primordial creation of life. As long as life persists in the myriad realms, you remain invincible. Oh, esteemed one, do you lack adornments? I believe I am quite splendid. At the very least, I am beautiful. Are you male or female? Huh, I am female, but wait, you seem not to require reproduction. Nor do you need to experience the joy of it. Cough, cough. No, I could do anything, even keep the bed warm. Lu Qi was at a loss for words, wondering how he had come to ask such a question. Do you have a name? Long Ao-Tion. With the essence of the void, Lu Qi solidified Long Ao-Tion's body, causing her to tremble all over. Oh, splendid. Is this what a true form feels like? Delightful. Esteemed one, how do I enter? Hermione was taken aback, glancing at Lu Qi, who sighed and waved his hand. Instantly, the small white dragon's body disintegrated, transforming into nothingness and floating into Lu Qi's grasp. The void morphed into a white dragon-shaped bracelet, which Lu Qi placed on Hermione's wrist. Well, I suppose it can be considered a trinket. Hermione lifted her hand, and from the bracelet emerged a white dragon, gazing sorrowfully at Lu Qi. This must be my sister-in-law. I see now. It was to ensure I accompany her. No wonder you inquired about my gender. However, esteemed one, this feels somewhat unfair. Ignoring Long Ao-Tion, Lu Qi recounted the earlier events to Hermione. She gazed at the bracelet for a moment, then smiled softly. Thank you, brother. The aircraft flew for a full 12 hours, departing London at 9 o'clock. Accounting for the time difference, they arrived in Sichuan precisely at 2 in the morning. Two families occupied 3 rooms. Mr. Granger and Old Luo Wanwan and Mrs. Granger, along with Lu Qi and Hermione. Mr. Granger was exceedingly displeased, believing Hermione should at least stay with Luo Wanwan and the others. However, he found himself unable to oppose Mrs. Granger or reject Hermione. In disbelief, he took 2 steps back and shattered into pieces. Old Lu felt the strain as well, if he were to adhere to Luo Wanwan's words. Spending a year with Mrs. Granger would surely suffocate him. Lu Qi shook his head, contemplating the plight of the 2 unfortunate middle-aged men. Hermione remarked, So, you consider yourself quite brave, then? Early in the morning, Lu Qi picked up a small mirror to find his neck adorned with bite marks. Thankfully, most had faded over the past few days, though the mark left by Hermione, which she had not released for an entire night, had merely reduced in swelling. Hermione provocatively glanced at Lu Qi, presenting her own pristine neck before him. Lu Qi's eyes darted about, and he hurriedly ran off to wash up. Hermione scoffed with disdain, leisurely trailing behind Lu Qi. As for Long Ao-Tion, she had been dismissed by Hermione, leaving only the bracelet behind. The bracelet represented Long Ao-Tion's essence, embodying her consciousness, which meant she remained unchanged, save for the addition of a newfound ally. And there was also Crookshanks, confined within a cage, ever present. Crookshanks, with tearful eyes, exclaimed, You truly have not forgotten me. Coughing slightly, he added, Actually, I did forget, but it just crossed my mind. We're heading to the Mo family for a meal. Would you like to join us, or prefer to explore on your own? Lu Onghua, accompanied by Luo Wanwan, inquired of the Granger couple as the elevator descended. Mr. Granger quickly declined, saying, No, we'll manage on our own. Please don't feel obliged to entertain us. Do carry on with your business. Upon reaching the first floor, Mr. Granger finally managed to smile, ushering Mrs. Granger along as she waved goodbye to the others. Luong was shrugged and led the group to the hotel entrance, where they were awaited. Mr. Lu, Miss Luo. Old Wang, why have you come in person? Old Wang smiled faintly. Luo Wanwan rolled her eyes and ushered Lu Qi and Hermione into the vehicle. Old folks are always so particular. Is my grandfather home? TSK, you're always biased towards him. Look at my daughter-in-law, little Hermione. I ascend, she adorable? Little Hermione, this is Old Wang, who watched me grow up. Luo Wanwan lifted Hermione, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Hello, Grandpa Wang. Suddenly, a large red envelope was presented, leaving Hermione momentarily stunned. Luo Wanwan cheerfully accepted the envelope and placed it into Hermione's hands, deepening her blush. Thank you, Grandpa Wang. You're especially kind. Not at all. The Mo family resided not in the heart of Chengdu, but rather in a courtyard situated in the outer ring of a small town, adjacent to the Luo family. Luo Wanwan's grandfather was the current head of the Luo family, also the commander of the army. Her father served as the ambassador to the UK, while her mother was the eldest daughter of the Mo family. Indeed, her maternal grandfather was the current patriarch of the Mo family, renowned as the most formidable cultivator in China. At the entrance of the Mo and Luo families, two elderly gentlemen stood side by side, accompanied by an elderly butler, Old Li, who served the Mo family. Upon sighting the approaching vehicle, the two elders simultaneously beamed, exchanging knowing glances before snorting in unison. As the car came to a halt, Luo Wanwan was the first to leap out, rushing into the arms of the two elders. Following her, Luangwa disembarked, respectfully greeting the two gentlemen. "TSK, you old ghost, you're always away from home. How could you possibly think of my granddaughter? Wanwan, your grandfather misses you the most. Puffed. You old-timer talk as if you were home all the time. You train in the army daily, and you still think of my granddaughter? I have yet to settle the score with you for taking my girl. Huh, that's because my son is capable. Damn it. If you're not convinced, let's have a spar. Bring it on." Chapter 36. When the ancient demon brought Hermione back home. Luo Wanwan swiftly intervened between the two centenarians. Indeed, they were both cultivators. The moment the two old men turned their heads, their eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. In an instant, two large red envelopes appeared in the hands of the venerable Master Luo. "Is this little Seven? And this must be little Hermione? Ha ha. In our esteemed Luo family, finding a spouse has always been a given from a young age. Come, here's a generous red envelope from great-grandfather." Old Master Mo's eyes gleamed with envy as he produced 2 rings for Lu Qi and Hermione. "Master Luo, you ought to be ashamed. How can you even think of taking money? Look at what great-grandfather has prepared for you. A cultivation technique from the Mo family, along with corresponding elixirs and 2 celestial artifacts, all neatly tucked away in spatial rings." Old Master Luo's eyes turned a shade of crimson. "Goodness, mere celestial artifacts? Great-grandfather should have given you both ancient divine weapons." Luo Wanwan hastily intervened. "Wait a moment. They haven't practiced cultivation. And do they even possess any talent? I seem to have forgotten." The two old men exchanged glances, and in a flash, Old Master Luo seized Old Lu, while Old Master Mo, seemingly out of nowhere, brandished a whip. "You rascal, did you forget our Wanwan? Why didn't you remind her? What if little Seven and little Hermione turn out to be unparalleled geniuses? Can you afford to delay that? I see that without us around Wanwan, you've taken to mischief." With that, Old Master Mo swung the whip, prompting Luo Wanwan to once again restrain the two elders. "Oh dear, grandfather, great-grandfather, please stop. I'm hungry." Instantly, the two elders changed their demeanor, one taking Hermione's hand and the other clutching Lu Qi's. "Ha ha ha, little Seven, little Hermione, what would you like to eat? Never mind, even though you haven't practiced cultivation yet, you are still only 12. It's not too late. Quickly, accept the spatial rings." "Thank you, great-grandfathers. Look at you, what else with all the thanks? By the way, Wanwan, has T told you about the ranks of spiritual artifacts? Has she? They are categorized according to the elements of heaven and earth. Celestial artifacts are the best, while yellow artifacts are the least valuable. However, there are also ancient divine weapons, renowned throughout history, such as General Zhao Zilong's Dragon Dagger and Lu Bu's Fong Tianhua Halberd. Within the spatial rings are the legendary swords of Ganjiang and Mo Xie, the very swords belonging to your great-grandmother and me." Lu Qi and Hermione nodded obediently, indicating they had taken note. Though it was their first encounter with Old Master Mo and Old Master Luo, Luo Wanwan had shared that both elders lost their spouses during World War II. When it came to dining, it was rare for Old Master Luo not to compete with Old Master Mo over whose house to visit, especially since Old Master Mo had prepared the meal himself, while Old Master Luo had no culinary skills to speak of. He had tried to learn, but unfortunately, he lacked any talent in that regard. The stone table in the Mo family courtyard was laden with an array of home-style dishes. And Old Master Mo ushered everyone to take their seats. "Hey, you old rascal, you've come along too." Old Master Luo chuckled. "That is a mistaken notion. My presence here is a testament to your culinary skills." Old Master Mo retorted with a huff, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile. Choosing not to spar further with Old Master Luo, Old Master Mo's dishes were remarkably varied. As Luo Wanwan expressed a particular craving, she simply enjoyed whatever was delicious. There was no concern about an excess of food, for powerful cultivators could fast or consume copiously without worry. After the meal, the two elders engaged Lu Qi and Hermione in lively conversation, while Luangwa cleared his throat. "Ahem, well, Old Master Mo, do you still remember? How is it that you disdain my age and confusion? I distinctly recall stating that you, young man, are utterly shameless for absconding with my beloved Wanwan. Immediately, Luo Wanwan intervened to halt the elder Mo. Wait, grandfather. Ngwa is no longer in danger. It's England that is currently tumultuous. Last year, Xiao Qi and Xiao Hermione were nearly assaulted by terrorists. My parents are, after all, merely ordinary individuals. The two elders shattered the stone table in their agitation. What? Are they courting death? Why did you not inform us during your call? An email would suffice. Luo Wanwan scratched her head. Wasn't it my father who handled it? Handled what? He is an ordinary man. How could he possibly manage such a situation? This is outrageous. Old Li, Old Wang, summon help. Luo Wanwan and Lu Ongwa swiftly restrained the two elderly caretakers. Oh dear, grandfather, please cease your commotion. We are serious. Who will you send to replace my parents? Luo Wanwan cast a stern glance at the two elders, who immediately straightened up. We are not jesting. We shall personally investigate. What audacity do they possess to threaten my family? Old Wang and Old Li adjusted their wrinkled suits, having been interrupted by Lu Ongwa. Well then, shall we assemble a group? Yes, 200 should suffice. Luo Wanwan placed her hand on her forehead. By the way, Xiao Qi and Xiao Hermione, would you care to explore your potential for cultivation? Hermione's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is that possible? Indeed, of course. Old Wang turned and departed, returning shortly with over a dozen books, all detailing cultivation techniques. Lu Ongwa's eyes lit up. Grandfather, I have provided them with cultivation methods. The two elders shot him disapproving glances. Begone. What nonsense did you give them? And did you provide them with spirit stones? Ahem, Xiao Qi, Xiao Hermione. Have you begun your training? Hermione shook her head and produced her wand from her spatial ring. We are wizards and have been studying ancient magic recently. Ah, splendid. No wonder you are my great-grandson and great-granddaughter-in-law. Ancient magic is indeed remarkable, unlike modern spells which are mere facades. However, they cannot compare to the convenience and power of a cultivator's techniques. Give it a try. Hermione nodded obediently, accepting the spirit stone from Elder Mo and commencing her practice as instructed. With closed eyes and focused mind, she soon caused the spirit stone to lose its luster and crumble to dust. Truly, my descendants possess talent. The two elders were so excited they rose to their feet. They quickly turned to Lu Qi, who shook his head. I need not attempt it. As he spoke, Lu Qi extended his hand, and the minuscule spiritual energy in the surroundings swirled around him, instantly refined and transformed into his own spiritual power. The two elders embraced each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. A genius. Two extraordinary prodigies. The Mo family, the Luo family, and our China are destined to soar. Moments later, Elder Mo released Elder Luo, conjuring several small figures from his spiritual energy. What weapons do you wish to learn? I am proficient in all manner of martial arts. Elder Luo quickly pushed past Elder Mo. Cold weaponry has ultimately become obsolete. You all train under the guidance of Tama Y, cultivating your physical prowess to the level of saints, preparing to withstand atomic bombs, while wielding the latest Easter missiles. How delightful that would be. Old Mo kicked Old Luo aside. You're talking nonsense. That is just a self-destructive soldier. Why would anyone want to endure an atomic bomb? If one can strike from a distance, why choose to receive blows? Isn't that foolish? It's far better to master a martial art that allows for powerful ranged attacks, which are also far more stylish. You're boasting. With your flowery techniques, I could easily end you with a single strike up close. Oh, so you acknowledge the need to engage closely? Here I stand. Let us see you come closer. Damn it. Old Luo, are you itching for a fight? Come on. I've been wanting to settle this with you for days. Let us go. Come at me. Here I come. You really are coming. I truly am. The two old men fell to the ground, grappling with each other, but after a brief struggle, they dusted themselves off and stood up nonchalantly, casting reproachful glances at Luo Wanwan. After all that tussling, they had merely accumulated a bit of dust on their clothes. Ahem, Xiao Qi, Xiao Hermione. What would you like to learn? Hermione remained silent for a moment, ultimately deciding to join in. Tama Y, can we all learn together? The two old men exchanged glances. Well, that is possible, but it would be quite exhausting. A little hardship is nothing. Tama Y, do not underestimate me and Brother Lu Qi. We are quite strong. The two old men burst into hearty laughter. All right. However, since you're on summer vacation, we want to be teaching you two for now. Once we reach England, let us see if we can visit your school to teach you. Lu Qi was taken aback. Hogwarts? Keep pushing forward. Ha. Xiao Hermione, do you have any particular interests? Does reading count? Of course it does. Come to my study. It's filled with ancient texts. And what about you, Xiao Qi? I guess reading too. Ha! Let us all go together. The two old men cheerfully led Lu Chi and Hermione to the study. Wan, you have a fondness for Ngwa. You two should hurry and leave so that Ngwa doesn't see me getting awkward. Luo Wan grasped Ngwa's hand. Ngwa, that is not true. I respect both of you. Also, I like you two as well. The two old men shook their heads at the girl. Hermione picked up a book. And were it not for the omniscience, she truly wouldn't recognize the Chinese characters. Old Mo brought over 2 chairs. Hey, old Luo, you can stand. Xiao Hermione, that book you have is about knife techniques. Old Luo curled his lip and retrieved a chair from his spatial ring. Hermione opened the book and discovered that the knife techniques recorded within were extraordinarily intricate, detailing not only the moves, but also the accompanying routes for spiritual energy circulation. Lu Qi selected an ancient text regarding the art of Qi Min Dun Jia. The two old men nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Qi, Xiao Hermione, do you require us to explain anything? Hermione and Lu Qi set down their books and smiled at the two old men. Thank you, great-grandfather. But there is no need for now. If I have any questions, I will ask you later. Chapter 37. When the ancient demon returns to England. When one is deeply focused, time seems to fly by. Great-grandfather, do you have any more sword techniques? Of course, wait a moment. With that, the old man stood up and selected around 30 volumes of sword techniques. Look here, these are all sword techniques, though they may not possess the same intricacy as these. Hermione smiled sweetly, melting the hearts of the two old men. Thank you, great-grandfather. Haha, we're all family sooner or later. No need for formality, little Hermione. Do you have a particular fondness for blades? Hermione shook her head. Just looking. By evening, Hermione had finished reading all the sword techniques and was about to continue with the swordsmanship. The old man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This child truly loves reading. All right, you've been reading for an entire afternoon. It's time to take a break. Let us go have dinner. The other old man nodded in agreement. Yes, let us eat first, and then we'll head to great-grandfather's house. His study is far larger than this one. Ha, you old rascal. What kind of shabby collection do you have in your study compared to my library? Huh, my study is filled with ancient military texts and body refinement techniques, while you have merely flashy moves. Lu Qi and Hermione quickly each grabbed an old man, and the two exchanged eye rolls. I refuse to engage in disputes with such ruffians. Hee, I too disdain to argue with such petty rogues. Oomph, ruffian. Oomph, rogue. Lu Qi and Hermione sighed in unison. Over the past 12 years, the changes in their hometown were immense. Luo Wanwan felt somewhat dazed, gazing at the towering buildings under construction, genuinely pleased with her country's growing strength. After a series of turns, Old Lu and Luo Wanwan arrived at the Wuho Shrine, coincidentally encountering the Granger couple. Luo Wanwan jumped up, waved her hand, and dashed to Mrs. Granger, pushing aside Mr. Granger. Mr. Granger, that's not your brother. That is my wife. Old Lu helplessly patted Mr. Granger's shoulder. The two exchanged glances and sighed simultaneously. Why not stay at my house tonight? It's just me and 4 old men at home. My grandfather, my maternal grandfather, and 2 caretakers. Mrs. Granger hesitated. Will it be a bother? A bother? Those 2 old men would love to have more company. Grandfather, this couple is little Hermione's parents, Mr. and Mrs. Granger. Luo Wanwan linked arms with Mrs. Granger, guiding her to the 2 elderly gentlemen, who chuckled heartily as Mrs. Granger awkwardly bowed. Good child, good child. Dinner was once again prepared by the old man himself. As Mrs. Granger sampled some dishes, her eyes lit up, and she immediately decided to learn culinary skills from him. Old Lu's eyes turned red with envy. How could he lack even a shred of culinary talent? For the following week, everyone stayed by the side of the 2 old men, bringing them joy, while the others wore smiles that began to feel somewhat strained. Chengdu International Airport, where 400 figures clad in black suits stood, causing passers-by to instinctively veer away. Ahead, the 2 elderly gentlemen, known as Old Mo and Old Luo, produced 2 spatial rings and presented them to Hermione. Dear little Hermione, I know your passion for reading. These are all the books from my great-grandfather's study, and I bestow them upon you. Hee, and these are from my own collection for you. Hermione quickly shook her head. Great-grandfather, these are too precious. I cannot accept them. The 2 old men puffed their beards and widened their eyes. Precious? What is precious about them? Or do you, young Hermione, perhaps not recognize us old fellows? Hermione hurriedly shook her head, glancing at Luo Wanwan, who took the spatial ring and knelt down to personally adorn Hermione's hand. Oh, dear Hermione, please accept them. They're merely a few worn books, not of great value, and we are all family here, so why speak of preciousness? Hermione felt her cheeks flush, grasped Lu Qi's hand, and nodded in agreement. Thank you, great-grandfather. Ah, you child, old Luo shook his head, gently ruffled Hermione's hair. Then his expression turned grave. Old Wong, Old Li, have the arrangements been made? The two elders narrowed their eyes, gazing at the 400 black suits. Let us depart. Yes. The spiritual swords appeared beneath everyone's feet, and the 400 black suits stepped onto the blades, floating into the air. Wan, you all should take the plane. Let us old men scout ahead to see if England dares to treat our China as if we are invisible. Old Mo soared into the sky, smiling at the crowd. Farewell, little Hermione, little Chi, to England. Old Luo, I shall take my leave first. With that, Old Mo flicked his sleeve, the spiritual sword sliced through the air, and his figure vanished in an instant. The 400 black suits followed closely behind. Old Luo's forehead creased. Heh, old rascal, don't you dare let me catch up? With that, Old Luo ascended into the void, waved to the crowd, and also disappeared in a flash. Hermione sensed the astonishing speed of these two elders and turned to Lu Chi. Brother, what do you think is their level of power? Well, they might not withstand an atomic bomb, but if they wish to flee, such a trivial bomb could never hold them back. They are cultivators, seizing the essence of heaven and earth to elevate themselves to immortality. The bracelet on Hermione's wrist transformed into a small white dragon, coiling its way up her arm before finally resting on her shoulder. What? You mentioned Crookshanks? Ahem, I surely cannot forget him. He is still in his cage, and logically, he should be on a pet transport to England by now. Hermione leaned against Lu Chi, nuzzling her face against his. Brother, I can't sleep, and I'm so tired. I seem to be suffering from jet lag. Should we take a hot bath? Would you like to join me? Of course not. Hermione pouted, burying her head in Lu Chi's shoulder, producing a muffled sound. We used to bathe together every day when we were little. Perhaps it's best not to. Brother, I am so sleepy and especially fatigued. Yeah, I just can't fall asleep. Hermione grasped Lu Chi's hand, their fingers entwined, and she gently bit the nape of his neck. Her warm, soft tongue brushed against his skin, although she had been doing this for over 10 days. Lu Chi still shuddered, his face turning crimson. Soft lips continuously pressed against Lu Chi, leaving behind tiny bite marks. The morning sun illuminated Lu Chi's face, while Hermione, unbeknownst to him, had fallen asleep, still nibbling at his neck. Lu Chi's gaze trembled. To speak candidly, his prior declarations of affection for Hermione were mere fabrications, as he had wished to shield her from despair. Yet now, he found himself unable to discern the true nature of his feelings. He was Fear, an ancient demon, who had long believed himself devoid of emotion, traversing the world alone for over 300 million years. Upon acquiring a physical form, he walked among humans, meticulously mimicking their emotions. He grew increasingly human-like, achieving success in becoming himself, becoming Lu Chi. However, Lu Chi understood that no matter how convincingly he masqueraded, he would never be human. He was Fear, and he lacked genuine feelings. As Lu Chi gazed at Hermione, who lay atop him, he felt his heart racing. Did he truly possess emotions? He stared fixedly at the pristine ceiling, lost in thought for an entire morning. With the sun high overhead, he suddenly erupted in a silent laughter. The question of whether he had feelings seemed inconsequential, for she had insistently compelled him to accept her love. Lu Chi continued to smile, his heartbeat quickening, his gaze toward Hermione softening. Hermione awoke in the evening, sitting up on Lu Chi, rubbing her eyes. Upon meeting his gaze, she offered a shy smile before heading off to freshen up. Lu Chi inhaled sharply, retrieving a small mirror to inspect his neck, which was now completely red and swollen, stinging painfully in the open air. Fortunately, Hermione had not bitten down hard this time, and the pain subsided within 2 minutes. Concealing the marks as best he could, Lu Chi scratched his head and changed his clothes before preparing to wash up. Hermione cast a glance at Lu Chi, her cheeks slightly flushed. Possessing half the authority of Fear, she easily noticed the marks on his neck. In the living room, the Granger couple, grandparents, and 2 great-grandfathers were present. Additionally, Old Mo, as a diplomat for the realm of cultivation, had finalized arrangements with the English Ministry of Magic, and both elderly gentlemen were set to teach at Hogwarts. What subjects would they teach? Well, certainly physical education. The nearly 3-month summer vacation passed swiftly, during which Hermione temporarily paused her studies in ancient magic to learn cultivation alongside the 2 elders. After careful consideration, she decided to study swordsmanship, especially since old Luo had gifted Lu Chi and Hermione the legendary sword, Ganjiang Mo Xie. Although Lu Chi had some proficiency with cold weapons, it was predominantly lethal techniques honed during the resistance against beasts. Chapter 38. The Ancient Demon's Second Descent upon Diagon Alley. Time, akin to the white moonlight of youth, exist solely in memory, yearn for yet unattainable, never pausing for anyone. 3 months of summer vacation slipped away in an instant, during which Lucci celebrated yet another birthday, marking his 12th year. Old Mo, Old Luo, Hermione, and Lucci all received letters delivered by Hogwarts Owl in succession. Initially, a correspondence was sent to 2 elderly gentlemen, primarily extending greetings and inquiring about the preparations for the young wizards. After deliberation, they concluded that nothing was required. Subsequently, a letter was penned for Lucci and Hermione, detailing the books and tools necessary for their second year. During this time, their Hogwarts companions also wrote, with Zhang Xiao and Cedric inviting the duo to Diagon Alley to procure school supplies before the term commenced. Hermione readily accepted, while Neville penned a letter inquiring about his summer studies, which he had inadvertently forgotten. Draco extended an invitation for the two to visit Malfoy Manor, including all their friends. Ultimately, only Cedric, Zhang Xiao, and Neville attended, leaving Draco in a state of melancholy for some time. Hermione was still engaged in practicing swordplay with Professor McGonagall and studying ancient magic, leaving her with little time to spare. As for the Weasley twins and Ron, Harry found himself under the watchful eye of his uncle, but the twins and Ron came to his rescue. Naturally, their stories extend far beyond this, but Harry would recount them in detail upon his arrival at Hogwarts. On August 20th, a Wednesday, the young wizards had arranged a collective excursion to Diagon Alley. Coincidentally, Mrs. Granger was scheduled for a hospital checkup, her belly noticeably rounder, while Luna remained by her side, as if the child within were her own. Mr. Granger remarked, "This is not right, is it?" Hermione had hoped to accompany them to the hospital, but Mrs. Granger declined her request, leading to the 2 elderly gentlemen joining Lucci and Hermione on their journey to Diagon Alley. The distance was not great, and since the 2 gentlemen did not drive, the quartet leisurely strolled to the Leaky Cauldron. This time, it was Hermione who greeted old Tom. "Ah, my dear little witch, shall we indulge in a butterbeer?" he inquired, though it was merely a soft drink despite its name. "No thanks, my friends are waiting me." "Ah, do hurry then, and do not keep them waiting." In the back courtyard, it was Hermione's turn to brandish her wand, tapping a peculiar brick. The 2 elderly gentlemen exchanged bemused glances. The dilapidated tavern and its entrance were rather rudimentary. Lucci chuckled and waved his hand, vanishing a nearby trash can. "Not cool, mate." The exasperated Hermione grasped Lucci's hand, urging him into Diagon Alley. "All right, great-grandfather, let us proceed to the bookstore. My friend should be there." As anticipated, Hermione spotted Zhang Xiao and Cedric outside the bookstore, hand in hand, leaning against one another. Lucci swiftly retrieved a long-lost camera from his enchanted ring and captured the moment. Hermione sighed, approaching the couple. "Greetings, Zhang Xiao and Cedric. May I introduce my 2 great-grandfathers? Why are there so many people here?" Flustered, she hastily released Cedric's hand to glance at Hermione, then paused, realizing her haste was unwarranted, before leisurely reclaiming Cedric's hand. "Greetings, great-grandfathers." Initially, it was a fan meeting for Gilderoy Lockhart, which later escalated into a scuffle between the 2. The elderly gentleman greeted Zhang Xiao and Cedric with warm smiles. Hermione was taken aback. Then her thoughts drifted to Lucius Malfoy. Indeed, I seem to have discerned the identities of those engaged in the altercation. Zhang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "Who?" she inquired. "Ron's father and Draco's father." Cedric replied, also surprised. Indeed, the Malfoy and Weasley families have always been at odds. Subsequently, Cedric pressed his forehead and hurriedly urged the others to squeeze into the fray. The elderly Mo chuckled, effortlessly parting the crowd with his magical aura. In the midst of the throng, 2 middle-aged men were embroiled in a fierce struggle, while nearby stood Harry, Ron, the Weasley twins, a young girl, and Draco, accompanied by 2 women. Draco shook his head, bemused. Father is truly obstinate, so unyielding. The Weasley twins nodded in agreement, distributing sunflower seeds among the crowd, who began to munch on them with delight. The twins' eyes lit up as they beckoned Cedric. "Hey, we are over here." Hermione and her companions joined the Weasley twins, who excitedly introduced a woman. "This is our mother, Molly Weasley. Mother, these are Lucci, Zhang Xiao, Cedric, and Hermione." Draco also brought his mother over. "This is my mother, Narcissa Malfoy." The 2 mothers greeted the young wizards kindly, while Hermione took the opportunity to introduce the 2 elderly gentlemen. "Haha, children, we are about to become your professors." The Weasley twins' eyes widened in amazement. "Really, great-grandfather? Of course. Cool." Lucci noticed the remarkable rapport between the 2 elderly gentlemen and the Weasleys, and to his astonishment, Narcissa and Molly appeared to be enjoying a delightful conversation. Lucci nudged Draco with his elbow. What is happening? Oh, don't mention it. My father is incredibly stubborn. I argued with him throughout the entire summer. Yet he still mocks Uncle Arthur whenever he sees him. I hope he gets beaten up to gain some clarity. Lucci chuckled, so filial. Before long, Hagrid approached, attempting to separate Arthur and Lucius, but was thwarted by Draco and Ron. Lucci sighed. These two children are truly extraordinary. Their filial piety is formidable. The commotion gradually subsided, and Arthur and Lucius awkwardly rose from the ground. Lucius snorted disdainfully, adjusting his attire. How utterly repugnant and coarse, huh, Weasley? Father, you ought to leave at once. You've embarrassed both me and Mother. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Narcissa and Molly excused themselves. Arthur scratched his head, contemplating the situation. Yet Molly first introduced him to the two elderly gentlemen. Arthur shook hands with them in turn. Mr. Mo and Mr. Luo, I was present when you met the minister. Ha, that fool spoke of you. The SA head of department, they chuckled. The group was taken aback. How could one so brazenly refer to the Minister of Magic as a fool? Arthur could only manage a few awkward laughs as he engaged in conversation with the two elderly gentlemen. Hermione, momentarily stunned, expanded her perception, yet still could not locate that notebook. Was the distance too great? How could that be? Given Hermione's current range of perception, it encompassed all of England. After all, Hermione glanced at Lucci, who offered a faint smile as he retrieved a notebook from the void. Hermione shot him a disapproving look, snatched the notebook from his hands, and playfully punched him. I help you get a book, and you still hit me? Lucci pondered, growing increasingly irate. Seizing a moment of privacy, he mischievously bit Hermione's earlobe. Startled, Hermione let out a soft sound and nearly stumbled backward, but Lucci quickly caught her, resulting in her landing in his embrace. Fortunately, it was the bustling back-to-school season in Diagon Alley, so no one paid them any mind. Hermione's cheeks flushed crimson as she buried her face in Lucci's chest. Lucci widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Wait a moment." Hermione hastily extricated herself from his arms, lowering her head to rejoin the group. Zhangqiu noticed Hermione's downcast demeanor and inquired with curiosity, "What's wrong, Hermione?" Suddenly, Hermione lifted her head, her previously rosy complexion drained of color, leaving only her naturally fair skin. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought." "Oh, what were you pondering? Could it be about Lucci?" Zhangqiu teased. Hermione replied with a serious tone, "Lucci is merely my brother." Zhangqiu chuckled and leaned closer to Hermione's ear. Ahem, I know, siblings can be even more thrilling. Instantly, Hermione's face turned beet red, steam seemingly rising from her head. Zhangqiu burst into laughter and quickly ran away, knowing she wouldn't stand a chance against Hermione's wrath. As they passed Ollivander's wand shop, the Weasley twins' eyes sparkled with excitement. "Great-grandfather, would you like to buy a wand?" The two elderly gentlemen stroked their chins, ultimately shaking their heads, as they felt they might lack any magical aptitude. Arthur offered an awkward smile, while Molly pulled the Weasley twins into her embrace. "I apologize, gentlemen. My children can be rather exuberant." The elderly men laughed heartily. "A cheerful disposition is a good thing. Let's go take a look. You needn't wait for us. Allow the little ones to guide us instead." Hermione produced 100 galleons from her enchanted ring and handed them to the two gentlemen, who graciously accepted the coins and placed them in their own rings. The previously disappointed Weasley twins now beamed with delight as they led the two elderly gentlemen into Ollivander's. Lucci turned to the group, waiting patiently. "Why aren't we moving?" Arthur paused, perplexed. "Aren't we waiting for your great-grandfathers?" Lucci waved his hand dismissively. "They aren't bound by such formalities, Uncle Arthur. Just treat them like ordinary old men. There's no need for formality." After their shopping was complete, the group awaited the return of the Weasley twins and the two gentlemen at the exit. At the corner, the two elderly men were forehead to forehead, appearing on the verge of a quarrel. Old Man Mo raised his wand, declaring, "You old codger. Clearly, I am a stronger one. My wand represents power." Old Man Luo, undeterred, rolled up his sleeves and brandished his wand. "Ha! My wand represents wisdom. If you're unsatisfied, let's have a duel. Bring it on. I'm ready." Hermione sighed and quickly intervened, pulling the two old men apart while sharing a smile with the others. Arthur scratched his head awkwardly, acknowledging that they could indeed be treated as ordinary elderly gentlemen now. With a cold grunt from the two elderly gentlemen, the gathered crowd agreed to reconvene at Hogwarts. Chapter 39. When the Ancient Evil returns to Hogwarts. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Granger family, along with the Lou family, arrived once more at King's Cross Station. Suddenly, Luo Wanwan pressed her forehead. "Grandfather, that wall seems impassable for ordinary people." The two old men, with their eyes fixed ahead, silently produced 2 wands from their spatial rings. Luo Wanwan threw herself into Luongwa's arms, weeping uncontrollably. I now seriously doubt whether my parents are truly your offspring. You both are so formidable, yet my parents are utterly inept. Hey, you little brat, stop feigning, old Luo said, bemused, as he gently tapped Luo Wanwan's head. She immediately ceased her wailing, her eyes glistening as she looked at old Mo grandfather. He hit me. Old Mo's face flushed, and a long spear appeared in his hand. You old fool, are you seeking death? Come and fight. Wait, are you both conspiring against me? Old Luo exclaimed, clutching his chest in despair, incredulous at Luo Wanwan. Old Mo chuckled, thrusting his spear into old Luo's backside. Old man, stop dawdling and get on the train. Ouch. Old Mo quickly retracted his spear and hurriedly pulled Hermione and Lu Chi into the Platform 9 train. Old Luo, covering his backside, angrily pursued them. You rascal, just wait until I catch you. Luongwa, helpless, rubbed his forehead and shook his head. Once aboard the train, old Mo held back old Luo. Little Hermione, little Chi, your great-grandfathers have gone to a compartment of their own to discuss what we'll teach in class. With that, the 2 old men turned and entered the adjacent compartment. Lu Chi and Hermione scratched their heads. Well, okay then. Old Luo looked quizzically at old Mo, who shook his head in resignation. You fool, they're just 2 young folks. What business do we being third wheels? However, in the end, the 2 old men found themselves sharing a compartment with the Weasley twins, who had brought along their sister, Ginny. As for the 4 young ones, Draco and Neville were bewilderedly searching for Harry and Ron. They approached the compartment occupied by the 2 old gentlemen, politely greeting them before hurriedly inquiring about the Weasley twins. George, Fred, where did Harry and Ron go? Aren't they right behind us? Draco shook his head. We've searched every compartment. They're not on the train. Ginny, suddenly flustered, clutched the Weasley twins' sleeves. Harry and Ron, they wouldn't have missed the train, would they? So, Ron replied. The Weasley twins patted Ginny's shoulder reassuringly. It's all right. Mom and Dad are still there. They'll get Harry and Ron at Hogwarts. Ginny finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her cheeks faintly flushed. With 2 of the 4 missing, they ultimately decided to seek out Cedric and Cho Chang instead. Thus, the originally intended search for Hermione and Lu Chi was thwarted by Draco and Neville. Lu Chi's cheeks flushed slightly as he stole a glance at Hermione, who, of course, noticed his unusual behavior, especially since he had been covertly watching her since he sat down. Upon seeing the hint of redness on Lu Chi's face, Hermione understood, and her own cheeks turned crimson in an instant. Brother, do you still want it? I want what? Your feet. Hermione's voice dwindled to a whisper. Had it not been for the fact that there were only the 2 of them in the compartment, with decent soundproofing, Lu Chi might not have heard her at all. Clearing his throat twice, Lu Chi hurriedly turned to gaze out the window as the train began to move slowly, emitting a series of low whistles. Cough, cough, cough. I've told you I don't have that kind of preference. You misunderstood. Hermione sighed in relief. She truly didn't mind, but it was still rather embarrassing. After lunch, Hermione could no longer endure Lu Chi's intermittent glances. It would have been fine if he merely stole glances. But the problem was that he would become lost in thought while gazing at her, making it seem like he was unabashedly staring. Mortified, Hermione covered her face with one hand, her head feeling as though it might ignite, and slowly removed her shoes and socks, placing her feet on Lu Chi's lap. Lu Chi was momentarily taken aback, his face turning red as he looked at Hermione in confusion. Leaning back against her chair, Hermione shielded her face with a book. Although the little head peeking from behind, it was still glowing with embarrassment. Though the early September weather in England was not particularly cold, exposing her skin to the air on the train for a while was still quite chilly. Hermione had completely lost interest in reading and, blushing, lowered her book to reveal her sparkling, watery eyes. Brother, it's a bit cold. Lu Chi retrieved a blanket from his space ring and draped it over Hermione's legs. As he spread the blanket, it enveloped both their lower halves. The atmosphere in the compartment grew increasingly intimate, as if pink bubbles and little hearts were materializing in the air. As dusk fell and the sun set completely, they realized it was time to change into their wizarding robes, for the train had slowed down and Hogwarts was approaching. Lu Chi cleared his throat again. Little Hermione, we need to change clothes. Hermione hesitated. Changing clothes in front of each other didn't seem entirely out of the question. Her face turned a deep shade of red as she hastily stowed the blanket in her space ring, hurriedly putting on her socks and shoes before rushing out. Lu Chi sighed in relief and quickly changed into his robes to assist Hermione outside. The train came to a stop beside the Hogwarts platform, and the young wizards began to disembark, with Hagrid still standing there, calling out, first years, come this way." At the same time, Hagrid noticed the two older gentlemen and waved happily. Mr. Mo, Mr. Luo. The two older men waved back in acknowledgement. Hermione clung to Lu-Chi, shaking her head in disbelief. I can't believe we have to take a boat across the river in such cold weather. Zhang Xiu nodded in agreement. Thank goodness it's only once. I've heard it's to experience the route taken by the four founders when they established Hogwarts. The two older gentlemen snorted disdainfully. No pain, no gain. The older students, led by the prefects, guided them outside the station, where an orderly line of horseless carriages awaited. However, to everyone's surprise, Dumbledore awaited quietly. He approached the two elderly gentlemen, extending his hand for a handshake. Lord Mo Yun, Lord Luo Tianhe, welcome to Hogwarts. Please follow me. With a playful wink at Lu-Chi and Hermione, old Dumbledore led the two elders to a carriage and departed. A chill ran down Lu-Chi's spine as he, along with Hermione and Zhang Xiu, boarded another carriage. The carriage passed through the gates adorned with winged pigs, entering Hogwarts, and finally came to a halt before the stone steps of the oak door. The young wizards disembarked, following the prefects into the Hogwarts entrance hall, when suddenly, water-filled balloons were hurled towards them. Ha ha ha! Peeves has been waiting for you for quite some time. The young wizard screamed, scrambling to escape, with only a few raising their wands to cast a minor protective charm. Hermione, exasperated, raised her wand to create a massive magical barrier, enveloping all the young wizards. After a moment, they calmed down and applauded Hermione. What a splendid spell. Slytherin gains 10 points. Now, young wizards, follow me. Professor McGonagall emerged from the Great Hall, clapping her hands, taking over from the prefects and guiding the young wizards into the hall. The group, minus Ron and Harry, reconvened at the Ravenclaw table, where they spotted the two elderly gentlemen seated at the professor's table, who waved cheerfully at them. There was also a rather effeminate-looking blonde wizard, but Professor Quirrell was nowhere to be seen. Professor McGonagall hastily exited through another small door, returning with a throng of young wizards, though this year, there were fewer than 50. Lu-Chi shook his head, recalling that their year had just over 60. At that moment, Snape rose from his seat, perhaps sensing something amiss, and departed. With so few first years, Dumbledore soon commenced his speech. Firstly, it is with regret that I announce the resignation of Professor Quirrell, our defense against the dark arts instructor. He was an exceptional professor, yet a seeker of knowledge, and has left Hogwarts to embark on his own adventures. This year's defense against the dark arts class will be taught by Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. No sooner had Dumbledore finished his statement than Lockhart sprang to his feet. Indeed, hello everyone, I am Gilderoy Lockhart. Dumbledore quickly interjected, continuing, furthermore, we are delighted to welcome the Chinese cultivators, Professor Mo and Professor Luo, who have come to the magical community of England for an exchange. They will selflessly impart to us the martial arts of their homeland and will serve as our martial arts instructors, with the course being offered as an elective for more detailed study after the third year. The young wizards applauded enthusiastically, while Dumbledore sighed resignedly. Finally, the new class leader will be determined tomorrow after you register with your college dean, based on your academic performance and daily conduct. The names of the selected young wizards will be announced next Monday. Now, let the banquet commence. However, a minor issue has arisen that requires my attention. Please excuse me. Chapter 40. When ancient demons encounter bloodline curses. After Headmaster Dumbledore hastily departed, the young wizards began to murmur among themselves, though their chatter soon dissipated with the arrival of the food. Ginny was predictably sorted into Gryffindor, but she soon joined the Weasley twins. Her face was pale, and her eyes slightly reddened. Did Headmaster Dumbledore leave because of Harry and Ron? The Weasley twins stiffened momentarily. No, it couldn't be. They exchanged glances with Cedric, both placing a hand to their foreheads. Lu-Chi shrugged. Rest assured, Dumbledore holds Harry in high regard. Everything will be fine. They cannot possibly be expelled. Ginny was nearly in tears. What on earth did Harry do to warrant expulsion? And Ron too. The Weasley twins suddenly put down their utensils and exchanged knowing looks. It seems we may have an inkling of what they did. Flying car? How cool. Meanwhile, Lu-Chi observed Draco's unusual lack of presence that evening. Draco was fiddling with his cutlery, his plate long devoid of food. As others noticed Lu-Chi's interest in Draco, they turned their gazes toward him. Draco was staring blankly at the Slytherin table, and following his line of sight, they spotted a particularly frail-looking young girl. Her pallor was almost sickly, her eyes red as if she had just been crying, evoking immense sympathy, and she increasingly resembled a Western version of Lin Daiyu. Zhang Xiu chuckled and leaned towards Draco. Isn't she lovely? Draco, lost in thought, nodded absently. I feel as though I've seen her somewhere before. Lu-Chi rolled his eyes. Do you fancy yourself a great sage? Is she your Lin Daiyu? You might as well ask her if she has any jade. If not, will you smash yours? Zhang Qiu laughed, while Cedric frowned slightly. Ahem. That appears to be Astoria Greengrass, the second daughter of the Greengrass family, one of the Sacred 28. If I'm not mistaken, Draco has indeed encountered her before. Lu Qi's smile faltered, yet Draco shook his head. I'm certain I have seen her somewhere, but not at a pure blood family gathering. Zhang Qiu nudged Draco with her elbow. Do you fancy her? Why not go ask her? Draco's face flushed, and after gulping down his pumpkin juice, he resolutely approached the young lady. Zhang Qiu covered her mouth, surprised. Was he truly going to do it? The Weasley twins' eyes lit up, and they gestured for everyone to follow. Together with Ginny, the 8 of them stealthily trailed behind Draco to the Slytherin table. Draco stood before Astoria, who was engaged in conversation with her sister, Daphne Greengrass. Daphne is a young witch from Slytherin, the same year as Draco. Upon seeing Draco, the two sisters paused, with Daphne nervously positioning herself to shield Astoria behind her. Hello, Mr. Malfoy, what brings you here? Draco appeared slightly flustered as he scratched his head. I just wanted to ask if I have met your sister somewhere before. Daphne narrowed her eyes. Of course, Mr. Malfoy, not only my sister, but I too, we have both been at Malfoy Manor. Invited by your father along with other pureblood families, haven't we? Draco quickly shook his head, looking earnestly at Astoria, whose pale face had taken on a hint of color. I can no longer recall my father's gatherings. What I mean is, have we met alone somewhere? Daphne completely positioned herself between the two, effectively blocking Astoria. I'm sorry. Mr. Malfoy, my sister's health is fragile. She does not go out alone, especially not to meet the heir of the Malfoy family. Draco looked momentarily taken aback, nodding with a hint of disappointment. My apologies for intruding. Not at all, Mr. Malfoy. He had long forgotten his father's soirees and did not even remember Daphne. So it certainly wasn't at one of those gatherings. But when could it have been? Daphne smiled as she ruffled Astoria's hair, who clutched at Daphne's sleeve. Sister, it was actually you who took me to the hospital that day. Huh, I know, but you were only 2 years old then, and he was just 3. How could either of you remember? I know because Mother told me. I don't know, but I just remember. But wouldn't it be wrong to deceive him? Huh, how do we deceive him? He never met you alone. But we did encounter the Malfoy family together in Gringotts. It was just that Mother handed you to him, and he felt you were unwell and took you to the hospital. How could that be considered a private meeting? All right, everyone else. The Weasley twins tossed sunflower seed shells into the trash, and George shook his head, saying, TSK, TSK, TSK. Draco has this story? Kidnapping a little girl at 3. Fred stroked his chin, adding, I seem to recall that. Wasn't it a few years ago when Miss Greengrass discovered the bloodline curse? Everyone was taken aback. Bloodline curse? The Weasley twins nodded. Members of the Greengrass family are at risk of inheriting the bloodline curse, and those afflicted do not tend to live long. Zhang Qiu looked at the Weasley twins. Isn't there a way to treat it? Since it's a bloodline curse, perhaps a complete blood transfusion could be attempted? Hermione interjected, halting Zhang Qiu. The Weasley twins shook their heads. It's futile. The bloodline curse is not merely a curse residing in the blood, but rather, anyone from the Greengrass family may inherit it. Zhang Qiu, disheartened, rested her head on the table, letting out a resigned sigh. Lu Qi scratched his head. Actually, I can treat it. Cough, cough, I'm not joking. I genuinely can. Draco looked at everyone in confusion. Treat what? Is anyone unwell? Why not seek out Madame Pomfrey? The crowd paid no heed to Draco, who merely scoffed. Ahem, I have entrusted the responsibility of healing to Draco, allowing him to explore it on his own. Draco was taken aback, as a sudden phrase echoed in his mind. Fear grants you plague. Plague, the mastery over all maladies. Huh, what is fear? What is plague? What does it mean to command all diseases? The onlookers gazed in astonishment at Lu Qi, who shrugged nonchalantly. You will come to understand in due time, and you shall thank me for it. In the future, when the new year arrives, I shall not take a seat, and you shall not dine without me. The Weasley twins seized Lu Qi's shoulders and began to shake him. Wait, how is it that only you can heal? How do you heal? What do you mean you have entrusted it to Draco? Lu Qi shrugged, and regardless of how Zhang Qiu, Cedric, the Weasley brothers, Neville, and Draco continued to pester him, he simply focused on his own meal. Suddenly, the earth trembled, leaving the little wizards in a state of shock. The world exclaimed, how outrageous! Just because I do not count wizards as humans does not mean you can disregard my existence. Lu Qi retorted, what the devil? Dare you threaten little Hermione? The world responded, damn it. If it comes to that, let us cease all play. Lu Qi challenged, go ahead. We can simply venture to another world. The world snapped back, fine. If you dare interfere with human progress, then let us abandon all play. Lu Qi cleared his throat, seemingly having provoked it. Just as he intended to follow the distracted Draco to the dormitory, he was halted by Hermione. Her slightly reddened eyes caused cold sweat to cascade down Lucci's back. Ahem, with so many people around, it could have adverse effects. The little snakes instinctively halted, inexplicably producing a handful of sunflower seeds. Adverse effects on you? Delaying your search for other little witches? Sensing Hermione's grip tightening, Lucci silently acknowledged that his instincts regarding her sensitivity were correct. He promptly shook his head. You know, I harbor no feelings for anyone else. So you believe I would like someone else? I don't think so, nor do I wish to. Hermione shot him a glare before dragging him into the girls' dormitory. The little wizards protested. Are we your buddies? Are we merely a part of your play? Damn, these sunflower seeds are anything but tasty. Vanessa shook her head, shivering slightly. Little Hermione seemed somewhat Yandere. How terrifying. Inside the dormitory, Hermione neglected her usual routine, pushing Lucci onto the bed, her slender fingers wandering over him. Brother, have I done something wrong that makes you think I care for the opinions of others? How could that be? It is my fault. So, do you like someone else now? Warm tears trickled onto Lucci's face, darkening his expression as a deep ache gripped his heart. Hermione Granger, I, Lucci, solemnly declare in the name of fear that I will not harbor feelings for anyone but you. Hermione tightened her grip around Lucci's neck, her nails suddenly sharp, leaving several marks upon his skin. She leaned down, kissing the wounds on his neck. Blood stained Hermione's lips crimson. Hermione's crimson eyes cast down as she bit into Lucci's lips. Brother, you belong to me. The first volume concludes. Chapter 41. When the ancient demon is reluctantly assigned to duty. The early September morning in England was not cold. The sunlight warmed the world pleasantly. Today, Lucci managed to rise earlier than Hermione. He grimaced, attempting to hide the wounds upon his body, for little Hermione had exhibited a rather alarming intensity. 3 slender claw marks marred his chest, and his neck was dotted with small injuries, his lips torn in 2 places. Lucci stared vacantly at the ceiling, pondering his unusual resilience. Was it truly viable to endure such treatment? Last night, Hermione had drained at least a pound of his blood. Surely, that was excessive? As he got out of bed, he scratched his head in mild embarrassment, realizing that perhaps he had indulged little Hermione too much. She let out a soft hum and wrapped her arms around Lucci's waist. Brother. Lucci ruffled her tousled hair. What is the matter? Nothing. Hermione stretched lazily and promptly changed her clothes, causing Lucci's face to flush crimson as he hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. Hermione, sitting on the bed, shot him a sidelong glance. TCH. In the great hall, Ron and Harry huddled beside Draco, who was fixated on Astoria. Astoria's pale visage bore a hint of pink as she half-concealed herself behind Daphne, who glared at Draco with evident irritation. Zhang Xiao, unable to bear the scene at the Ravenclaw table, approached Draco, food in hand, and turned his face away, jolting him from his stupor. Hermione led Lucci to sit beside Zhang Xiao, where Cedric and the Weasley twins soon joined them. Oh, Lucci, Hermione, hi. Ron and Harry raised their heads, revealing dark circles under their eyes. Draco had them too, though less pronounced. Zhang Xiao chuckled softly. What happened to you 3? Did you stay up all night, right at the start of the term? Ron simply rested his head on the table. Last night, we were caught by Snape and nearly expelled. Thankfully, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall saved us, but we missed the party and no one informed us of the Gryffindor common room password. At that moment, Harry sneezed and fished a half roll of tissue from his pocket. So we spent the night in the Great Hall. I'm already coming down with a cold and feel dreadful. He shook his head, tearing off a piece of tissue to wipe his nose. The Weasley twins burst into laughter before turning their attention to Draco. And what about you, Draco? Draco was about to turn his gaze back to Astoria, but was thwarted by Zhang Xiao. He appeared somewhat lost. I spent the night pondering when I had last seen Astoria. Cedric's eyelids fluttered, eager to inform Draco, but Zhang Xiao held him back. Leaning closer, she whispered to Cedric. Astoria herself hasn't told Draco. Why should you? We overheard it. Cedric was completely oblivious to the words spoken by Zhang Xiao. His heart raced uncontrollably. As Zhang Xiao spoke, her warm breath brushed against Cedric's ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Noticing Cedric's lack of response, Zhang Xiao cast a questioning glance in his direction. What's wrong? Did you hear me? Cedric sat upright, his cheeks flushed as he met her gaze. I'm fine. I heard you. At that moment, the distance between them was less than 2 centimeters, causing Zhang Xiao's face to redden instantly as well. Lucci raised an eyebrow and swiftly captured the moment with his camera. When the new year arrived, neither Cedric nor Zhang Xiao would dare to eat in front of him. Zhang Xiao quickly turned her head, covering her crimson face with both hands. Lucci nodded, satisfied with the angle, and requested a couple more shots. Ron blinked, looking around. Lucci and Hermione were still holding hands. while Cedric and Zhang Xiu were enveloped in a cloud of pink bubbles and hearts. Without Zhang Xiu to restrain him, Draco was close to resembling a lovesick statue, while Harry was genuinely accepting food from Ginny. Only he and Neville remained, with Neville still engrossed in his meal. Ron glanced at the Weasley twins, relieved to see them still present. Wait a moment, Ginny was feeding Harry. Ron looked at Harry in disbelief, who was happily sharing food with Ginny. The Weasley twins intercepted Ron's dismay, casting an exasperated glance in his direction. Ron thought, the world may isolate me, but I shall endure their mockery. However, greater despair loomed. Owls leisurely flew into the great hall, delivering packages and letters. Among them, an evidently elderly owl was struggling to carry a bright red letter towards Ron. Unfortunately, it seemed too old, as it fell before it could land. Hermione quickly brandished her wand, deftly casting a spell to catch it. The Weasley twins recoiled in disbelief. Oh! Ginny hurriedly pulled Harry aside, her eyes filled with sympathy for Ron. Trembling, Ron reached for the bright red letter, glancing around to find everyone shaking their heads. With shaking hands, he opened the envelope and extracted the letter. A tremendous noise filled the hall, drawing the attention of young wizards. It was the voice of Mrs. Weasley. As her words concluded, the red letter slowly ignited, turning to ash. Draco shook his head, explaining to the still bewildered Harry, that was a howler. As you can see, its effect is quite dramatic. Moreover, if you fail to open it within 5 minutes of receiving it, the consequences are unimaginable. As he spoke, both Draco and Neville shivered slightly. Sorry, it's not my fault. Ron managed a smile, patting Harry on the shoulder. It's all right, it's not your fault. Professor McGonagall shook her head, producing a stack of schedules and a form from her robes, then clapped her hands to gather the students' attention. All right, young wizards, those who wish to participate in the selection of the second prefect, please come to me to register. The Weasley twins disregarded the howler and Ron entirely, dashing to the front of Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, you want to sign up too? McGonagall's lips curled slightly in a smile as she shook her head and inscribed the Weasley twins' names on the list. The selection of prefects is based on their usual conduct and academic performance, and your grades are quite satisfactory, I suppose. Then, Professor McGonagall, please include my name as well. My duty is merely to record, so do wait patiently, she replied. The Weasley twins exchanged a gleeful grin and stepped aside joyfully. Cedric and Cho followed closely behind, both eager to sign up, along with several other young witches and wizards. McGonagall turned her gaze towards Lucci and Hermione, prompting Lucci to quickly shake his head. I shall not sign up. Only Hermione will. McGonagall shot Lucci a disapproving look before writing down Hermione's name and waving her hand dismissively. The Slytherin students pondered for a moment, suddenly dissuaded from their initial desire to register, especially since Hermione had nearly single-handedly contributed over 300 points to Slytherin. Moreover, her academic excellence was extraordinary. Typically, a commendable score would suffice for a rating of outstanding, yet there exists a disparity even among OS. Professor Flitwick had once confided that Hermione achieved full marks in all subjects, and that was merely the limit of scores, not her true potential. After a brief pause, McGonagall rose to her feet. There is but one opportunity to register. Is there anyone else wishing to sign up? Seeing the young witches and wizards shaking their heads, she collected her quill and a list, then distributed a thick stack of class schedules to those who had registered. All right, prospective prefects, I hope you will distribute these schedules to the students of your respective houses. This is also part of the evaluation, and the final selections will be announced next week. So everyone must put in more effort. Lucci stared in confusion at the class schedule in his hands, tilting his head to glance at Professor McGonagall. Wait, Professor McGonagall, why did you also give me a class schedule? McGonagall smiled gently. Ah, yes, because Headmaster Dumbledore believes that the workload for the two prefects may be somewhat excessive. Consequently, he intends to add an additional prefect and appoint a head assistant, which will not require a sign-up. I will personally select the candidate, who will be announced next week alongside the new prefects. With a gentle ruffle of Lucci's hair, McGonagall turned and sauntered away from the hall. Lucci stared blankly at Dumbledore, who was quietly sipping pumpkin juice in the corner of the staff table. Dumbledore subtly shifted, avoiding Lucci's gaze. The selection of the head assistant was certainly not Dumbledore's decision, but rather McGonagall's, as he tended to be indifferent, leaving the myriad affairs of Hogwarts to her capable hands. Regardless, Lucci would eventually graduate to become the headmaster of Hogwarts, and McGonagall had proposed that he familiarize himself with the responsibilities beforehand. With a resigned smile, Lucci waved at Draco. What is up? Why don't you distribute these schedules? Draco shot Lucci a derisive glance and shook his head. I refuse. Then let Astoria do it. You. Lucci, you're infuriating. Fine, I'll do it. Draco, in a fit of anger, snatched the class schedules from Lucci's hands and began distributing them one by one. Lucci shrugged, and Hermione shot him a glance, waving her hand as the class schedule gracefully flew into the hands of the Slytherin students. The Weasley twins, Zhangxiu, Cedric, and the other students who were still distributing the schedules paused in surprise, momentarily silent, before resuming their task. After all, achieving such precise control with the levitation charm was beyond their capabilities, not to mention that Hermione performed it wandlessly. Chapter 42, Lockhart. In early September, the morning sun of England shone brightly. Inside Hogwarts, sunlight streamed through the hall's windows, illuminating the young boy. The rays made his silky platinum hair glisten as he earnestly handed the schedule to the delicate girl. Astoria looked up to meet Draco's gaze, her cheeks flushing as she accepted the schedule. "Thank you," she murmured. Lucci nodded slightly and took a photo, capturing the girl's blush, which spoke volumes. "That picture was simply perfect." "You're welcome," Draco said, momentarily distracted, then smiled faintly. "I suddenly realized that whether or not I've met you seems inconsequential now." Draco reached out to gently ruffle Astoria's hair before continuing to distribute the schedules. "Daphne, not a bro. What the hell?" Astoria quickly tugged at her sister Daphne's sleeve, remaining silent as she stared dreamily at Draco's retreating figure. "Daphne, not a sister you." Hermione nudged Lucci's arm. "Did you manage to capture that moment?" "Of course." Hermione extended her hand toward Lucci. "Lucci, huh? The photo. You should inform Astoria. After all, you took it without her consent." "Wait. I believe I took it quite openly, didn't I? Without the subject's permission, it's considered covert." "Lucci." Hermione approached Daphne and Astoria with the camera, offering a sheepish smile. "I apologize. My brother has a penchant for photography and snapped a couple of pictures without your permission. I hope it's not an inconvenience." As she spoke, Hermione displayed the photos to Astoria and Daphne. Daphne looked incredulously at Hermione and Lucci. "Not a bro. Is this right? Did you think they were a couple, capturing such sweetness? Could I have a copy?" "Of course. However, it will be ready tonight. We need to make some prints." Naturally, Lucci brought a printer, and even if he hadn't, he could conjure one on the spot. Astoria shook her head. "No problem. Thank you both." "We should be the ones thanking you," Hermione replied, and Astoria offered a faint smile. Once the schedules were distributed, the young wizards began to leave the hall for their classes. Draco also took Neville to the library, as they needed to prepare for Hermione's exam later that evening. And there was much to review for third-year studies. Gryffindor's herbology class was scheduled for 9 o'clock, which was imminent. The young wizards in the hall gradually departed, and Lucci and Hermione exchanged greetings with the two elderly gentlemen before approaching Dumbledore's side. "Ahem, ahem." Dumbledore coughed twice, hastily took a sip of juice, and then set down his cutlery, wiping his mouth as he prepared to leave. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I believe an explanation is in order." "What is there to explain?" Lucci remained silent, gazing intently at Dumbledore. The headmaster pulled out a handkerchief to dab the sweat from his forehead. "It is indeed a bit warm now. Perhaps we should consider adjusting the summer vacation schedule next year." Headmaster Dumbledore, I dare say you're not afflicted with senility. It was Professor McGonagall's request. It has nothing to do with me." "Professor McGonagall? Why?" Dumbledore's eyes darted about. Perhaps it is due to the sheer volume of work she has." "Well then, Lucci, I believe I must attend to some matters." Are you off to the office to indulge in a heap of cockroaches? Or perhaps a lemon snow cone? Or chocolate frogs? Cough, cough, cough. Certainly not. I truly have matters to attend to meetings." With that, before Lucci could utter another word, Dumbledore's figure shimmered and vanished. Lucci was left speechless. At over a century old, couldn't he exhibit a bit more composure? Hermione turned to the two elderly gentlemen. "Great-grandfather, have you explored Hogwarts yet?" "Not yet. Young McGonagall has assigned us an office, which contains 2 rooms where we reside." This year is 1992. McGonagall is 57, and the two gentlemen are even older than Dumbledore. Referring to Professor McGonagall as young McGonagall is quite reasonable. "Allow Lucci and me to show you around." That would be splendid. By the way, great-grandfather, why are there no classes listed for you?" "Well, our courses are open lectures, held on weekends at that." "What is it called?" "The Quidditch pitch." "Oh, are they all day on weekends?" "Of course not. Classes begin at 2 in the afternoon and end at 5. We primarily guide the children in physical exercises and teach some fundamental skills. For those who choose the martial arts elective, we will instruct them in their practices, but only if they possess the talent for it." In the evening, at the library, Lucci produced 2 photographs, deliberately flaunting them in front of Draco before departing for the Slytherin common room to present them to Astoria. Hermione rapped her knuckles on the table. If you wish to avoid tripling your workload this year, it would be wise to secure and own these papers. Draco wiped the cold sweat from his brow and continued working on the third-year history of magic assignment laid before him. Subsequently, the four of them followed Hermione to the Empty Charms classroom to assess their third-year spells. As for potions class, Hermione astonishingly managed to procure magical materials from Professor Snape, who, rather than deriding her, chastised Draco and his companions. Oh dear, it is Professor Snape. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the formidable professor, they successfully brewed the potion required for their third-year studies. Snape remained silent for a considerable time. It was exceedingly rare, for Harry and Ron had earned Gryffindor 10 points from the old bat. Slytherin receives 30 points, and Hermione herself garners 20. After a cursory glance, Hermione nodded in satisfaction. The Weasley twins, trembling with excitement, raised their hands. A year's worth of knowledge across 4 grades, including electives? Of course not the electives. From now on, we shall focus solely on charms, transfiguration, and potions. As for herbology, I do not impose strict demands. You merely need to be able to recognize the plants. However, if Neville is interested, he may approach me to tailor his studies. Today, on the first day of a new term, we shall forego lessons. Take this opportunity to relax and cherish your final moments of leisure. Dismissed. The 8 students paused in surprise, and the Weasley twins erupted in cheers. Madame Pants exclaimed, You lot. Out. George and Fred. You are forbidden from entering the library for a week. Hermione seized the ears of the Weasley twins and ushered everyone out of the library. With a sigh, she waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. After all, you've all covered 4th-year material with Cedric. You may practice your charms for now. But by the time we reach 5th year, the 3 of you must at least be the strongest among those below 5th year, understand? The trio nodded vigorously. The reason for the 5th year benchmark was that this year, Vanessa was in 6th year, and since they had not studied with Hermione, attaining the top position among the first years was quite commendable. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Lucci remained silent. The new defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, stood at the center of the hall, surrounded by a throng of young witches. As he distributed this year's course textbooks, his own works, inscribing autographs for the eager students. Oh, hello. You there, Lucci. Haha, I recognize you. You're the child of the 2 martial arts professors. Are you here for an autograph as well? Where's your book? Aha, the greedy little one. Do you wish for my limited edition, special edition? Very well, I only brought this set, so here you go. The young witches parted to make way for Lockhart, who patted Lucci on the shoulder and thrust a limited edition set of his books into his arms. Professor Lockhart, I was merely passing by. Aha, I understand. It's only natural for a young admirer to feel nervous and concoct a clumsy excuse. Fear not. Come to me without hesitation. I am quite amiable, Lockhart proclaimed. Patting his chest, Lucci rolled his eyes, attempting to sidestep Lockhart. But with a swift turn, Lockhart blocked his path once more. I know how it is. Young ones often feel shy in the presence of their idols. But evasion is not the answer, Lucci. Be brave. I am right here. Muster your courage. A bead of sweat appeared on Lucci's forehead. Very well. Since you refuse to move, I shall assist you. That's the spirit. Wait. Lucci delivered a swift strike to Lockhart's abdomen, sending him flying in an instant amidst the shrieks of the young witches. They scattered, retreating 10 meters away, while Lucci rolled his eyes and made his way toward the Slytherin common room. The witch blocking the entrance hurriedly stepped aside, while several others rushed to help Lockhart, hastily escorting him to the infirmary. Chapter 43. The Mad Lockhart. In the Slytherin common room, Astoria received the photograph with a hint of surprise, gazing at it for a considerable time before finally stowing it away. Lucci shrugged, for he had little appetite for the mundane. Thus, he resolved to seek out Hermione. Upon witnessing Astoria tuck a photograph into the hidden pocket near her chest, Daphne understood that her sister's fate was likely sealed. As she gazed upon the radiant smile adorning Astoria's face, her eyes brimmed with tears. Astoria, I must excuse myself to the restroom, she managed to say. Her cheeks streaked with sorrow. Why must Astoria inherit that cursed lineage? Why her of all people? Daphne hastily wiped away her tears, forcing a smile as she lowered her gaze, her voice cracking. Malfoy, though this may seem unjust to you, I did attempt to intervene. I am sorry. At that moment, Lucci found himself once again in the Grand Hall of Hogwarts, where he encountered Hermione. A smile spread across her face as she leapt into his embrace. Brother. Lucci, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display, nonetheless embraced her wholeheartedly. What is happening? She giggled. Now, both aged 12, they stood over 140 centimeters tall, though Hermione measured 149, while Lucci was a mere 142. Thus, when they stood to embrace, Lucci had to rise slightly on his toes. In the Slytherin common room, just past 7 o'clock with the sun setting outside, the room was relatively empty, occupied solely by young witches. Oh, wow. Lucci rolled his eyes, mentally noting the little witches teasing him, contemplating how he might let them experience the harsher realities of life next week, allowing them to feel the weight of the assistant headmaster's authority. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lucci placed Hermione gently on the bed, but she clung tightly to his neck, preventing him from rising. He decided to lie down beside her. With a playful giggle, Hermione mounted him, leaning down to capture his lips. Lucci felt a jolt, as he anticipated the sting of her bite and the metallic taste of iron. When she finally released him, satisfied, and lay atop him, Lucci gently parted her soft lips. Hermione looked at him in confusion. Lucci smiled at her adorable bunny teeth. You don't have fangs. You're not a vampire. Hermione's cheeks flushed as her bunny teeth vanished, replaced by 2 tiny canines, and she playfully nibbled on his finger. Now I do, she exclaimed. Those cute bunny teeth are gone. Do you like my bunny teeth? She asked. Of course, but these are quite charming as well, he replied. All are lovely. Hee hee. I want tea change, she said, eliciting a blush from Lucci as his heart raced. Her tiny fangs punctured his finger, and her soft, fragrant tongue tenderly licked the wound, slowly sucking at it. Lucci, feeling his heartbeat quicken, couldn't help but chuckle. The night passed in silence, and as the morning sun cast its rays upon Lucci's face, he scratched his head, using his void to obscure the new wound from the previous night. Hermione, still nibbling on his finger, left him momentarily speechless. Hermione let out a couple of soft hums before releasing her grip. Lucci glanced at his fingers, noting their slight paleness and wrinkling, yet he was confident they would soon return to normal. After a brief wait, Hermione finally stirred. Brother, why have you been waking up so early lately? She yawned, pecking Lucci on the cheek before heading off to freshen up. A smile suddenly broke across Lucci's face, the corners of his mouth lifting uncontrollably as he changed into his clothes and made his way to the bathroom. In the Great Hall, Draco was not, as expected, glued to Harry, Ron, and Neville, but rather attempting to charm a girl. Daphne stood nearby, choosing not to intrude upon their moment, though her eyes betrayed a hint of regret towards Draco that went unnoticed. As for the Lord of Fear, Lucci was no mere human, and Hermione, having been influenced and assimilated by Lucci, could not be fully considered human either. At the sound of the bell, Lockhart, clad in an ostentatious pink ensemble, strutted into the defense against the dark arts classroom with an air of exaggerated confidence. Hello, young wizards, he exclaimed. It is my pleasure to conduct your very first lesson for Slytherin. Let me briefly introduce myself, ahem. However, I want to boast about my accolades, for I did not defeat werewolves or repel vampires solely with my charming smile. With that, Lockhart produced a stack of papers and distributed them. Excellent. I see you've obediently purchased my complete works, so let us embark on a little quiz, shall we? 30 minutes on the clock, and off we go. Lucci picked up the paper. The first question read, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? Lucci nodded and wrote, Lockhart may be blind, hence he detests black, but likes all other colors. The second question asked, what is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? He answered, perhaps to be a clown, as he is quite adept at seeking attention. Finishing the quiz, Lucci nodded in satisfaction and discreetly glanced at Hermione's paper. She chuckled softly and handed her quiz to him. The color of deception, perhaps the color of the Oblivion Charm? She suggested, to become a master of the Oblivion Charm, though it seems he has already succeeded. Lucci returned her paper, shaking his head in disbelief at their absurdity. After the quizzes were submitted, Lockhart began reviewing the students' work, nodding with approval until he reached Lucci's paper, at which point his face flushed crimson. Mr. Lucci, I have excellent vision and have no desire to be a clown. The classroom erupted in laughter, though a few young witches glared at Lucci. He shrugged nonchalantly. Professor Lockhart, I merely spoke the truth. Strictly speaking, I wrote down what I observed. Lockhart, rendered speechless with rage, slammed Lucci's paper onto the floor. All right. You are a Slytherin student, I see. Slytherin loses 100 points. Lucci shrugged again. Your point deduction does not align with Hogwarts regulations. I shall appeal to Professor Dumbledore to reverse it, and Professor McGonagall can corroborate as well. Lockhart trembled with fury, glancing at the last paper in his hand, and suddenly screamed, collapsing to the floor. How do you all know this? He collapsed on the ground, pointing at Hermione and Lucci, his eyes bloodshot. However, neither Hermione nor Lucci paid him any heed. Lockhart shook his head, got up, and fled the scene. The classroom fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into laughter, with several young witches rising from their seats, pointing at Hermione and Lucci. You! Yet before they could finish, Lucci waved his hand, and the group was instantly expelled from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Draco suddenly exclaimed, "What about our grades in Defense Against the Dark Arts? The Gryffindors claim Lockhart is a complete fraud." The young wizards began to murmur amongst themselves, their voices growing increasingly louder. Draco chuckled and glanced at Lucci. "I recall that our Slytherin house seems to have 2 perfect scores." The classroom fell silent for 2 seconds as the young wizards turned their gazes toward Lucci and Hermione, who also looked at Hermione. Hermione replied, Did you purchase the Intermediate Guide to Dark Arts Self-Defense?" The young wizards shook their heads. They had only acquired all of Lockhart's works as mentioned in the letter. "Well then, we shall lack textbooks moving forward." Hermione shot Draco a glare and stepped up to the podium. In truth, expelling them was not a problem. The main issue was that Lucci had caused someone to vomit blood, leaving them unconscious in the infirmary for 3 days. However, Professor McGonagall had also heard from her little lions that Lockhart was a total fraud. "What? You ask why we don't seek him out? Dumbledore is neglectful. Professor McGonagall is exceedingly busy. Who has the time to attend to him? Moreover, he is a grown man, not a child." On September 19th, Lucci woke up particularly early. He and Hermione washed up together, and Lucci suddenly began to comb Hermione's hair. Hermione's unruly, thick brown locks were surprisingly obedient in Lucci's hands. Though he was still somewhat clumsy, he managed to do it neatly. After arranging her hair, Hermione's beauty soared. Lucci leaned down and gently pecked her forehead. "Do you like it?" Hermione's fair face flushed with a rosy hue as she wrapped her arms around Lucci's neck and playfully bit his lip. "I do." When Hermione released her grip, Lucci smiled, saying, "If you like it, I shall comb your hair every day from now on." Chapter 44. Hermione's Birthday. September 19th was a special day. It seemed she had forgotten. The weather in England was exceptionally pleasant. Hermione followed Lucci to the Great Hall, slightly furrowing her brow as she sensed something peculiar about Zhang Qiu and the others. Hermione's time was exceedingly scarce. She needed to carve out moments to study ancient magic, train with her 2 great-grandfathers, prepare lessons for defense against the dark arts while attending her own classes, and in the evening, she had to spend time with Lucci. As for the scheduling of defense against the dark arts for other houses, if Slytherin had classes at the same time, well, you could always trust our Professor McGonagall. Within an hour of confirming Hermione's temporary appointment as the professor for defense against the dark arts, the new timetable was already distributed. Notably, Hermione was also the new head of Slytherin, while George was appointed for Gryffindor. As for the reasoning behind it, it hardly mattered which of the Weasley twins took the role. Ravenclaw's Zhang Qiu and Hufflepuff Cedric were present, and undoubtedly, the assistant to the headmaster was none other than Lucci. After attending the afternoon defense against the dark arts class with Hufflepuff, Lucci stretched and intercepted Hermione, who was eager to head to the library. Hermione looked at Lucci in confusion as he scratched his head, suddenly clapping his hands together. "Little Hermione, have you forgotten something?" Hermione gave Lucci a puzzled glance and shook her head. "How could I? I haven't forgotten anything. By the way, didn't Dumbledore want to see us?" When did this happen? What does Headmaster Dumbledore want with us?" Lucci took hold of Hermione's hand and led her toward the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle. "Who knows? Let's go find out. But Zhang Qiu and the others are still waiting for us in the library. We should at least inform them." "Don't worry. I told them when Dumbledore summoned me." Hermione shot Lucci an incredulous look. She wasn't naive enough not to see that he was hiding something. Lucci chuckled and continued to pull Hermione along to the 8th floor of the castle. Chocolate Frog. As the assistant to the headmaster, Lucci undoubtedly knew the password to the headmaster's office. Upon entering the office, Dumbledore hurriedly set aside a pile of cockroaches and picked up a nearby book. Lucci, unfazed by Dumbledore's peculiar behavior, quickly spoke. "Headmaster Dumbledore, what do you need Hermione for?" Dumbledore paused, glancing at Lucci, who was frantically winking at him, prompting a knowing smile from the headmaster. Headmaster Dumbledore, you seem to be holding your book upside down." Hermione pretended not to notice Lucci's antics and pointedly addressed Dumbledore's last shred of modesty. Dumbledore maintained his composure. "Indeed, reading a book upside down can also be a source of amusement. Children, please take a seat. I called you here because I wish to request a favor." Headmaster Dumbledore, if you have the time, I suggest you assist Professor McGonagall with the administration of Hogwarts. What do you need from me? Cough, cough, cough. It appears Professor Lockhart has gone missing, leaving all young wizards without a defense against the dark arts instructor. Given how well you've taught over the past half month, I would like to ask if you could also instruct the young wizards from the other 3 houses. Would that be possible? Headmaster Dumbledore, I have been teaching for 17 days now, and Professor McGonagall already discussed this matter with me 17 days ago. Oh, is that so? Aha. Then do you have any questions regarding ancient magic? Hermione shook her head. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. Oh, then how much have you learned? From the 3 books you provided. There are a total of 10 ancient spells, all of which share a common element, the magical array. Therefore, I have decided to begin my studies from the very foundation. Dumbledore's eyes brightened. May I see the results of your studies? Hermione extended her hand, and instantly, delicate lines emerged, forming intricate patterns and symbols that composed a small magical array. A basic blank magical array. A blank magical array? It means this array contains no magic of its own, but can absorb any magic directed at it. However, this is merely a basic magical array with limited strength. Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles in astonishment. Oh, truly a remarkable genius, a splendid conception, and you have succeeded. Well, the strength of the blank magic circle can be altered at will, though it depends on the wizard's magical prowess. Hermione raised her hand, and the magic circle instantly expanded, vanishing through the roof. Dumbledore paused, gazing out the window. The white magic circle transformed into a deep purple, enveloping the entirety of Hogwarts. An advanced blank magic circle. Forbidden magic, the wrath of Thor. Dumbledore wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Haha, quickly retracted. Hogwarts Defense Array is not a place for you to test your power. Hogwarts Headmaster, once the magic circle is formed, it will not dissipate unless deliberately destroyed. Dumbledore inquired, have you mastered the ancient magic from those books? Well, strictly speaking, I have learned all the ancient magic and even created some myself. As she spoke, Hermione retrieved several sheets of parchment from her spatial ring and handed them to Dumbledore. Some adorned with golden magic circles, others with silver and green. Headmaster Dumbledore, these 2 are advanced defensive magic circles. These few are intermediate fire magic circles. These 2 are advanced healing magic circles, and there are 2 intermediate healing magic circles. Dumbledore first examined the magic circles, then stood and bowed to Hermione. Then I shall humbly accept your offering. Hogwarts is grateful for your contributions. Hermione blushed slightly and hurried to assist Dumbledore to his feet. Hogwarts is also my school. You are too kind, Headmaster. Would you like to learn ancient magic? Dumbledore shook his head. I shall pass. I am of an advanced age, and since your arrival, I have grown fond of a more leisurely life. After exchanging a few more words with Hermione, Dumbledore eventually allowed her and Lucci to depart as the sky dimmed. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Hermione shot Lucci a reproachful glance. Brother, what exactly do you want to do? Lucci chuckled mischievously. Do you want to visit the Forbidden Forest? Just the 2 of us? Now, Lucci nodded, and Hermione's face flushed crimson, steam seemingly rising from her head. Let's go. Well, you might want to close your eyes. Hermione's cheeks grew even warmer, and her legs grew weak, prompting her to cling to Lucci for support. Brother, my legs feel a bit wobbly. Could you carry me? Lucci, what's going on here? Lucci lifted Hermione effortlessly and flew down the stairs. Don't open your eyes. Hermione shut her eyes tightly, burying her head in Lucci's embrace. He cast a puzzled glance at her, wondering why her heart was racing so fast. Upon arriving in the Forbidden Forest, Hermione's heartbeat quickened further, but she suddenly felt the surrounding darkness being dispelled by a warm light. Hermione, happy birthday. 15. Hermione blinked in surprise and opened her eyes. They stood in a clearing within the Forbidden Forest where a cozy bonfire flickered at its center. Eve, Crookshanks, the Weasley twins, Chong, Cedric, the 4 little ones, Daphne and Astoria, Ginny, Hagrid, and even Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape were all gathered there. Eve, being rather large, was lying beside Crookshanks, playfully engaging with him. At this moment, even the corners of Snape's mouth lifted in a subtle smile. The crowd rose from around the campfire, gathering around Lucci and Hermione, clapping their hands and singing the birthday song. Lucci smiled gently, reaching out to tuck the stray strands of hair behind Hermione's ear, and produced a hairpin to secure her hair. The hairpin, though merely wooden, bore flowing gray and white patterns. Yes, the patterns seemed to dance. Happy birthday, little Hermione. How about you entrust your hair to me from now on? Hermione beamed with a radiant smile and embraced Lucci. All right. May we always find joy, and may we never be apart. Seated around the campfire, everyone offered their blessings and birthday gifts. Among them, the 4 little ones presented a large model of Hogwarts, complete with tiny figures in motion. Draco scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. It could have been smaller, but our spell work is somewhat limited, so it turned out rather large. Daphne, Astoria, and Ginny gifted Hermione books, while the Weasley twins handed her an empty box. claiming it contained instructions that Hermione would absolutely adore. Lucci shivered inexplicably. Hagrid brought forth a small horse as a gift for Hermione. I found her in the Forbidden Forest with Eve. Her mother was gravely injured, apparently by a werewolf, so she was entrusted to me. The group gasped in astonished unison. A unicorn? Hermione hesitated to refuse, but Hagrid promptly pressed the little unicorn into her arms. The two elderly gentlemen chuckled, each producing a spatial ring to present to Hermione. Ahem, dear Hermione, within this ring lies the identity token representing the highest authority of the cultivators from Huaxia, along with half of the inheritance from the Luo family. The other half belongs to little Chi. Professor Snape handed Hermione 2 vials of potions, 1 gold and 1 silver. The Amortentia and the Felix Felicis. The Weasley twins were taken aback. Professor, you two are gifting Amortentia? Above them, 3 crows flew silently. Professor Snape shot a stern glance at the twins. I trust you're aware of their effects, but I do hope you wait until you're older to use them. Hermione nodded, her cheeks flushed. Professor McGonagall smiled faintly, presenting Hermione with a square metal object. This is my invention, possessing independent consciousness. It can transform into anything. There is none other like it in the world. Before Hermione could decline, Dumbledore handed her an egg. Fawkes is quite aged now. This is his last egg from 20 years ago. However, it may take 7 or 8 years to hatch. Of course, if you possess pure fire elements. It might hatch sooner. Chapter 45, Farewell Quirrell. At midnight, the silvery moonlight illuminated the Forbidden Forest. Lucci held Hermione's hand, while Crookshanks lay atop the little unicorn, following closely behind the two, with an egg floating above them. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lucci collapsed onto the bed, not out of true fatigue, but from a sheer exhaustion that follows moments of revelry. Stretching languidly on the bed, he struggled to rise and head to the bathroom. Lucci noticed Hermione seated at the vanity, admiring the hairpin, and smiled faintly. Do you like it? Hermione nodded, and Lucci produced what appeared to be an elegant set of combs. Indeed, I am not jesting. I shall style your hair from now on. Very well. It is settled then. You must promise to always tend to my hair, dear brother. Lucci affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair. Agreed. However, we must first ensure that great-grandfather handles the necessary paperwork at the Ministry of Magic for legally keeping a unicorn tomorrow. Is it because Hagrid adores magical creatures that he gifted me the little unicorn? Should we? No need for concern. Hagrid genuinely considers us his friends, and we feel the same way, do we not? All right then. Do we have a box for the hairpin? Of course. Lucci retrieved a slender black box adorned with blue patterns from his spatial ring. Hermione placed the hairpin inside, intending to wear it again tomorrow, and set the box atop her vanity. She extinguished the lamp, her large, glistening eyes gazing at Lucci. He scratched his head, and Hermione shot him a playful glare, pressing him onto the bed. The following day, upon arriving at the Great Hall, Lucci and Hermione beheld their 2 great-grandfathers with their foreheads touching, a surge of magical energy enveloping them. Old Mo slammed the table, his aura intensifying. Huh, old fool, it is certainly your turn to go. I must remain here to keep company with little Hermione and little Chi. Old Luo was equally obstinate, his magic flaring up instantly. Humph, old rascal, if anyone should go, it is you. I must stay to continue training little Chi and little Hermione. The training cannot pause once commenced. What do little Hermione and little Chi's training have to do with you? I am different. Mastering martial arts requires a teacher's guidance. Ha! Do not think I am unaware. Little Hermione and little Chi have learned their skills independently, and you have no part in it. Old fool, old rascal. Hermione and Lucci hurriedly stepped forward to restrain the 2 elderly gentlemen, relieved that it was still only 7 o'clock, with a scant number of young wizards having risen. However, their quartet and the 4 little ones were present, along with Theodore. In truth, they had attempted to intervene with the 2 elders before, but it was futile. Had they not intervened, the old men would have long since ventured outside to practice. Hermione gazed at the 2 elders with exasperation. Great-grandfather, what has sparked this quarrel? Ha ha ha. Did not Hagrid gift you a unicorn yesterday? We inquired with Dumbledore, and it turns out that keeping a unicorn requires legal documentation from the Ministry of Magic. We were contemplating who would go there. Little Hermione, do you wish for great-grandfather to remain here with you while this old rascal goes to the ministry? Ha, old fool. Lucci quickly interrupted the 2 elders. All right, great-grandfather, I actually believe both of you should stay. Huh, then who will handle the legal paperwork? Lucci turned, and the 2 elders followed his gaze, which landed on Dumbledore. Dumbledore nonchalantly consumed the small pudding on his fork, blinking innocently. All settled. Headmaster Dumbledore is willing to go to the Ministry of Magic to secure the legal documents for keeping a unicorn. The onlookers exchanged glances with Dumbledore, who gazed at Lucci with an expression of deep lament. Indeed, it seems that Dumbledore may not be entirely willing. Theodore, why have you been so absent these past few days? I'm about to leave. Draco and Neville were taken aback, with Draco incredulously digging at his ears. Huh? Leave? Where are you going? Theodore raised his head, gazing seriously at Lucci. You are absolutely right, Lucci. I shall simply be myself. However, every individual is unique, and perhaps the fate of an Ott family is to follow others. I have followed Professor Quirrell, and I can finalize my withdrawal this afternoon. Farewell, Lucci, Draco, and Neville. Lucci fell into a contemplative silence, not due to Theodore, but because of Quirrell. He had once told Quirrell that he could seek him out in times of despair, that he could save him. Yet Quirrell had not come to him. It appeared Quirrell had saved himself. Theodore smiled faintly and was the first to leave the hall. Draco and Neville stared blankly, reminiscing about their year as roommates. Theodore, farewell. Draco suddenly sprang to his feet, shouting, and Neville inhaled deeply, his voice unexpectedly louder than Draco's. Theodore, farewell. At the entrance of the hall, Theodore paused, not turning around, but merely waving his hand. We shall meet again. Draco and Neville, inspired by the moment, took it upon themselves to study in the library, while Hermione found herself reluctant to go today. Perfect, then, you shall accompany me to the headmaster's office. What business do we have in the headmaster's office? Lucci chuckled. Naturally, to inspect my future office. Upon reaching the 8th floor, both were taken aback. Professor Quirrell? What brings you here? Headmaster Dumbledore is not present. Quirrell turned, a faint smile gracing his face. I came to have a chat with Headmaster Dumbledore, unaware of his absence. Thank you for informing me. Lucci watched Quirrell depart the 8th floor and spoke the password to the stone gargoyle. Eat less sweets. Indeed, as the assistant to the headmaster, Lucci had been granted the authority to alter the password, decisively changing it from the repetitive sweets to eat less sweets. Dumbledore had not objected. Lucci plopped down onto the sofa. Quirrell does not seem like someone who genuinely wishes to converse with Dumbledore. Moreover, with Theodore's withdrawal, Professor McGonagall would certainly have informed him of Dumbledore's absence. Lucci shook his head. Never mind, it is of no consequence. Hermione shot Lucci a disapproving glance, surveying the surroundings. During my previous visits to the headmaster's office, I had always intended to ask, shouldn't there be portraits of all the past headmasters on the walls? Where are the portraits? Lucci shrugged, gesturing towards a small box beside the bookshelf, upon which the sorting hat rested. Hermione casually lifted the hat and placed it on Lucci's head, opening the box. Ah, indeed it is here. But why has Headmaster Dumbledore chosen to store the portraits away? Suddenly, the sorting hat spoke. Ah, because they were too noisy. However, young wizard, putting aside how you managed to enter, do you understand that disturbing my slumber is quite impolite? Hermione hastily closed the box, placing the sorting hat atop it. I apologize profusely. I was unaware of your slumber. Truly, I am sorry. It matters not. How did you arrive here? Are you not aware? Lucci is now the assistant to the principal. Oh, it seems that many intriguing events have transpired during my slumber. Will you fall into slumber once the division is complete? If Professor Dumbledore is unoccupied, I shall remain in slumber, as I am an ancient alchemical creation, severely damaged. Indeed, it is evident. Is there any way to, restore you? Ha! How amusing, young wizard. An ancient alchemical creation must be repaired by ancient alchemy. However, that art has long been lost, and even Nicholas Flamel is helpless. Hermione sat beside Lucci, deep in thought. Alchemy, you say? Lucci coughed up blood. Are you interested in alchemy? I could introduce you to Nicholas Flamel, though he and his wife likely have only a month left, having not consumed the elixir of life for a year. Hermione, initially intrigued, pondered for a moment and ultimately decided against it, shaking her head towards Dumbledore. It is best not to disturb him in this final month. In truth, if you wish to learn alchemy, while I may not match Flamel, I have considerable knowledge in the field. Would that be acceptable? Dumbledore shook his head. Hermione, in fact, I know another scholarly old friend. Dumbledore suddenly appeared melancholic. Gazing out the window, Lucci smirked. Is it not your Grindelwald? If you wish to see him, then go. I do not believe that wretched prison can contain him. Dumbledore maintained his composure. Well then, what do you say? Shall we seek to learn alchemy from Grindelwald? Hermione glanced at Dumbledore with a hint of expectation, then chuckled. Of course, we shall, Professor Dumbledore. Dumbledore smiled in return, unconsciously reaching into his pocket to caress a small black mirror. Lucci quickly interjected. Wait. Are we to go find Grindelwald, or will he come to Hogwarts? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. I will persuade Gellert. Chapter 46, Slytherin. All four houses gathered. Without delay, Lucci expanded his awareness and began to comprehend. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Lucci sighed helplessly. Chi Luo, is there a room of requirement on the 8th floor? What is your intention? However, Dumbledore announced that he would be going to Nurmengard to seek Grindelwald tomorrow. They were to commence their studies in alchemy anew. Lucci raked his fingers through his hair, for in his perception, Lockhart was now merely a shell, with Chi Luo's soul residing within. Nevertheless, Lucci ultimately shook his head, dismissing any concerns regarding Chi Luo's motives, as they bore no relevance to himself or Hermione. Let Dumbledore deal with the headache. Despite these thoughts, Lucci continued to pay close attention to Lockhart, who remained in his usual state of disarray. In response, the young wizards from the four houses expressed their discontent, believing it would be far better for Hermione to take on the role of professor, as Lockhart was not in the same league as her. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 months into the school year, the Quidditch matches were on the verge of commencement, and the team members had begun their training. Hermione had no choice but to adjust the schedule for the 8-person study group. After all, among them, Harry, Draco, and Cedric were seekers for their respective houses, while the Weasley twins played as chasers. Inside the Great Hall, a few young wizards rushed in, exclaiming that trouble was brewing. The Gryffindor Quidditch team was embroiled in a conflict with the Slytherin team. Lucci and Hermione exchanged surprised glances before hastily making their way to the Quidditch pitch, with the young wizards trailing closely behind them. On their way, they encountered Cedric leading the Hufflepuff Quidditch team and Cho Chang commanding the Ravenclaw team, thus gathering all four houses. Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, the sounds of heated arguments reached their ears. How absurd! You, a scion of the Malfoy family, dare to preach against blood purity? Flint, you wretched dog of the Sacred 28, cease your barking. Curse you! I am a Malfoy, and who are you? Without Lucius, you're nothing. Ha! Rebirth is an art, isn't it? Are you envious? What will you do about it? I wonder if your family will disown you for antagonizing the Malfoys. Curse, curse, curse! You brat, go perish! Fragmented. In an instant, Harry drew his wand and joined Draco in casting spells. Draco, disarm him. By the time Hermione and Lucci arrived at the Quidditch pitch, the two teams were engaged in fierce combat, spells flying chaotically. Among them, the Weasley twins, Harry, Ron, Neville, and Draco stood out, all siding with Gryffindor. The young wizards following Lucci and Hermione noticed Slytherin was at a disadvantage, prompting many to draw their wands and join the fray, though some hesitated to assist. Lucci blocked Cho and Cedric from intervening, as Gryffindor's Quidditch team was quickly overwhelmed on the brink of injury. Hermione waved her wand, and the Slytherin wizards collapsed to the ground, with her standing resolutely between the two factions. Don't eat the sour radish. You. Lucci unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the Slytherins, striking down the one who had just spoken, leaving him sprawled on the ground. Youth is indeed a blessing. He fell asleep instantly. Yet, Lucci was not finished. He beckoned, and the Slytherin snake floated over to him, transforming into a knife. He plunged it into the snake's hand. The excruciating pain jolted the serpent awake, eliciting a shriek. Ah! Lucci smiled, leaning closer to the snake's ear. Here I am, cherishing little Hermione, and yet you dare to insult? Your tongue is rather foul. Let me remedy that. With that, he withdrew the knife and thrust it into the serpent's body, twisting the blade slowly. The young wizards surrounding Lucci quickly distanced themselves, while Cho and Cedric remained, their faces pale. Hermione, using magic to muffle the sounds from Lucci's vicinity, continued her inquiries with Draco. He shrank back slightly, pointing towards Flint, who bore the bruises from his and Harry's earlier confrontation. It was Flint insisting on seizing the Quidditch pitch reserved by Gryffindor. Hermione cast a glance at the Slytherin snakes. Flint, in a fit of rage, produced a note bearing Professor Snape's signature, which granted them permission to use the field. Hermione shook her head in disbelief. You are lying. You filthy mudblood. The young wizards erupted in an uproar, with Zhang Xiao, Cedric, Weasley, and the quartet swiftly unleashing powerful spells. Yet, Hermione was preoccupied, merely intercepting the ominous black lightning aimed at Lucci. Flint fell to the ground in terror, having truly glimpsed death in that dark bolt. At that moment, Dumbledore also appeared beside Lucci, stepping forward to grasp his shoulder. Two elderly men restrained Dumbledore's hand, his brow furrowed in concern. Lucci, this has gone too far. Lucci chuckled, an aura of fear enveloping Dumbledore, who trembled and, in the terrified gaze of the young wizards, retreated a step and knelt. Headmaster, I truly admire you. But aren't you always preaching about love? Well, I've listened. Remember this, I wouldn't hesitate to eradicate all wizards. The world has forsaken you. The old men, Emo and Luo, stared at Lucci in astonishment as he casually bestowed upon them omniscience. World, is that not excessive, my friend? Lucci, one last time. One final time. Hermione hurried to assist Dumbledore to his feet, then gently bit Lucci's ear. All right, I will handle this, rest assured. Hermione sighed, glancing at Slytherin. So, you are all from pure-blood families, sharing Flint sentiments. Let us see how you fare against me, a witch born of Muggle parents, the so-called mudblood in your eyes. She aimed her wand at the Slytherin snakes. I, Hermione Jean Granger, challenge all of you. Just then, Vanasha arrived tardily with a dozen companions, adjusting her glasses before quietly leaning against the entrance pillar of the Quidditch pitch. The Slytherin wizards trembled at the sight of Lucci, while Hermione chuckled softly. Fear not. Lucci will not intervene. Yet, silence persisted, for the fear Lucci instilled in them was overwhelming. After all, Dumbledore was the greatest wizard of this century. Hermione shook her head in disappointment. Is this it? This is the glory of your pure-blood ideology? There is no hope. Vanasha nodded, resonating with her sentiments, which was precisely why she had become apathetic. Draco, here, withdraw from the Slytherin Quidditch team. Draco sheepishly scratched his head. I was thinking of quitting too. ISNT Flynn a complete fool? I'll simply not participate in this Quidditch match. Thus, the farce concluded rather anticlimactically. Dumbledore wearing a somber expression as he bowed to both Hermione and Lucci. I apologize. I will consider disbanding Slytherin's house. Lucci, I sincerely apologize, but I cannot bear to witness my students perish. The Slytherin students gazed incredulously at Dumbledore, while Vanessa's eyes were filled with astonishment. The fire within Lucci subsided, and he sighed as he helped Dumbledore to his feet. Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively and was the first to depart from the Quidditch pitch. At that moment, Old Mo and Old Luo, still buzzing from the events, waved goodbye to Lucci and Hermione before making their exit as well. The young wizards hastily fled the scene, leaving only the two teams and a group of 10 that included Lucci and Hermione. The Weasley twins shook their heads and patted Lucci on the shoulder. Goodness, Lucci, are you really that formidable? Lucci ignored the twins, while Zhangqiu shot them a disapproving glance. Shall we be off? Wood? The captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team scratched his head, puzzled. So, are we not training now? The crowd murmured in response. Just then, Professor McGonagall rushed over, followed closely by Professor Snape and Professors Flitwick and Sprout. McGonagall supported Hermione, panting slightly. The onlookers remained silent. McGonagall's sharp gaze fixed on Harry and Ron, causing them to shrink back. The Weasley twins stepped forward, animatedly recounting the recent events, praising Lucci, who appeared somewhat speechless. Upon hearing that the brute Flint had the audacity to insult Hermione, Lucci's fury ignited. He resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens. And with a single strike fueled by rage, he distorted space and reversed time. McGonagall looked at Lucci in disbelief, while he sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and chuckled, noting that his house was not implicated. Professor Flitwick waved goodbye to Lucci before taking his leave with the other professors, followed by Professor Sprout. Snape's expression darkened ominously as he frowned at Lucci. What did that fool say about Hermione? You may have gone too far. If he perishes, it wouldn't be worth your imprisonment in Azkaban, including Professor McGonagall. The crowd was taken aback. Who are you? Quickly, get off Professor Snape. As no one dared to voice their thoughts, it was Ron who, being straightforward, revealed to Snape. He used such foul language, even calling her a mudblood. Snape trembled with rage and turned to leave. The onlookers scratched their heads, perplexed by the unfolding drama. Chapter 47. Sorting. The events at the Quidditch pitch were so outrageous that the young wizards privately dubbed it the Battle of the Pitch. However, the significance lay not in the altercation between Slytherin and Gryffindor, but rather in Lucci's audacious declaration that he could eradicate all wizards. More importantly, he had uttered this to Dumbledore himself, who had been so startled that he collapsed to the ground. Thus, the Battle of the Pitch was also referred to as the birth of a demon and an angel. Subsequently, Snape not only refrained from punishing Lucci, but nearly expelled Flint. However, Professor McGonagall disagreed, asserting that Flint had not committed an egregious offense. He would receive a reprimand for instigating the fight, and only upon a subsequent infraction could he be expelled. Thus, she rejected Professor Snape's proposal. Certainly, it was inconceivable for Snape to let the matter rest. He forcefully presented evidence of Flint's previous infractions of school regulations upon Professor McGonagall's desk. Professor McGonagall fell into silence. The following day, the young wizards learned of Flint's expulsion. The students from the other three houses were unfazed, even finding amusement in the situation, while the Slytherin students were consumed by anxiety. After all, Dumbledore had almost publicly stated his consideration to dissolve Slytherin House. As for Harry and Hermione, despite the students referring to them as demons and angels, their formidable prowess and Hermione's undeniable authority as a professor had endeared them to the young wizards who now sought to befriend them. In potions class, Snape's somber presence instilled a shiver of fear among the students, and he did not even single out Harry for his ire. No student dared to provoke Professor Snape at that moment, yet the four mischief-makers found themselves in his line of sight. Snape cast a glance at the cauldron toppled by the four, remaining silent. The young wizards were drenched in sweat, anxiously fixated on him. Snape's forehead throbbed with tension. But upon meeting Harry's emerald-green gaze, akin to a precious gemstone, he unexpectedly calmed. Be more cautious next time. The students from the other houses gaped in disbelief at Snape. If you continue to regard me with those loathsome eyes, I assure you, you shall learn nothing comprehensible to your dim-witted minds from me henceforth. The young wizards trembled, hastily lowering their heads. Snape picked up the potion prepared by Hermione, nodding with satisfaction. Miss Granger, 10 points to your house. Indeed, ever since Dumbledore had mentioned the possibility of dissolving Slytherin, the points awarded to Slytherin were now recorded personally, with Hermione being the primary contributor, alongside a couple of exceptionally diligent students. As for the method of recording, I have previously stated, you may unfailingly trust our beloved Professor McGonagall, unconditionally. Seeing Hermione's score, the eyes of Professors Flitwick, Sprout, and McGonagall turned green with envy. The young wizards now proclaimed, he who possesses Hermione shall conquer all. During lunch in the Great Hall, Dumbledore reappeared before the young wizards after a week. Silence, please. After a week of deep contemplation and discussions with various individuals, I wish to announce some arrangements for the young wizards of Hogwarts. First, you shall be the last cohort of Slytherin students. Hogwarts has historically admitted students out of concern for their inability to wield power, ultimately causing harm to themselves. However, I believe the young wizards from the Sacred 28 face no such issues. Therefore, Hogwarts will no longer actively admit students from the Sacred 28, which includes their adherents as well. Certainly, if any young wizards from the Sacred 28 wish to enroll at Hogwarts, we shall earnestly consider their suitability for admission. I shall dissolve all houses, not just Slytherin. Mr. M.O. and Mr. Luo from Huaxia have provided me with a commendable suggestion. In the future, we shall implement a class division system, wherein each grade will be determined by the number of students, with each class comprising 10 individuals. Secondly, regarding personnel adjustments, the four house heads will become your class mentors, while other roles will remain unchanged. Class monitors will be elected anew, with their powers unchanged. Subsequent class compositions and the new timetable will be communicated by your class mentors. Lastly, through my discussions with Mr. M.O. and Mr. Luo, I have come to realize that Hogwarts Castle is in dire need of renovation. Winters are excessively frigid, and summers are unbearably hot. Starting this afternoon, Hogwarts will be closing for a month, during which the entire castle will undergo refurbishment, alongside a comprehensive safety inspection as per the recommendation of Assistant Headmaster Mr. Lucci. The young wizards fell into a collective silence. Those from Muggle families were indifferent, having experienced similar circumstances in their elementary and kindergarten days. Upon hearing that children from the Sacred 28 would not be admitted, the Weasley children felt a sense of despair. Yet they were relieved that they could still apply for admission. Percy, George, Fred, Ron, and Ginny all breathed a sigh of relief. However, one couldn't help but ponder whether the Weasley couple would desire more children. The young wizards were not overly concerned with such matters. After all, would Percy, the Weasley twins, and Ron truly forego having children? An uproar ensued as they began to envision what the new Hogwarts might resemble. Some from the Sacred 28 and their companions felt a chill of dismay, recalling that Dumbledore had spoken based on their identities. Of course, there were those who were displeased. Harry, why don't you come to my house? Draco opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from extending the invitation, mindful of his father. Lucius, rebellious child, I am far wiser than you. Harry shook his head. Having caused Mr. Weasley to undergo scrutiny a month prior, he felt embarrassed to trouble the Weasley couple again. At that moment, Ginny, blushing, grasped Harry's hand. Harry, come my house. All right. In that instant, Harry's gaze was resolute, as if he were pledging allegiance. Ron exclaimed, Aren't we friends? Zhang Qiu shook her head. Ah, the innocence of young love is truly exquisite. Cedric discreetly took Zhang Qiu's hand. Ahem, Zhang Qiu. Would you like to come over to my house? Is that permissible? Perhaps it's best to decline. My father may not be pleased again. So let us go to your house. Ah, does your father still not like me? He says every day that my son Cedric possesses the qualities of a great wizard. Perhaps in his eyes, he looks down on everyone else. Zhang Qiu. The Weasley twins embraced Draco, Little Malfoy, would you like to bring your mother to our humble abode for a visit? It seems that Lady Muggle and your mother get along quite well. Draco's eyes brightened. Is that possible? George nodded. Certainly, a warm welcome is in order. However, it would be best to refrain from summoning your father, as I suspect his arrival would lead to yet another altercation with mine. Fred chuckled mischievously. Oh well, it truly matters not. Mr. Arthur would not take offense. George playfully nudged Fred and joined in the laughter. Oh Fred, you are incorrigible. But it is indeed a splendid idea, Draco chimed in with a laugh. Then I shall fetch some sunflower seeds and fruit juice later. Lucci shook his head, exclaiming, so filial, excessively so. In the great hall, Lockhart gazed vacantly at the hourglasses that marked the scores of the four houses. No, my plans have yet to commence. A thorough search? My oh my. Lockhart abruptly shook his head, suddenly adopting an air of elegance. Ahem, to eradicate all wizards? A frog in a well. Short-sighted and self-important little sorcerers. Do they truly believe that a modicum of power grants them the right to dismiss all else? My master, but Dumbledore has knelt. Dumbledore? Is that polite? Perhaps Dumbledore, in his advanced age, has lost some faculties, yet it might be worthwhile to test the capabilities of that little wizard. One must not fear the improbable. Lockhart. Master, how do you intend to acquire that diary? Never mind. The memories of Voldemort in his youth are inconsequential. However, it will be prudent to seek the basilisk if the opportunity arises. Yes, master. Have you located that book? It is nowhere in the entire library. Could it be that Dumbledore has taken it? Most likely it was Dumbledore. After all, books do not sprout legs and run away. Though, it seems that books in the restricted section might indeed possess such capabilities. Very well. I shall take my leave. You continue the search for that book. It may well lead to the truth of the world. Lockhart, of course, would not succeed in his quest, yet he was correct in his assumption. While the book did not sprout legs, it had indeed flown to shelf 78, compartment 204. As Lockhart's body shuddered, he reverted to his usual vain and arrogant demeanor. Perhaps I could pen a new book titled Fighting the Basilisk, he mused to himself. Humming a cheerful tune, Lockhart exited the great hall. The hall was suddenly enveloped in silence as a gray eye detached itself from Lockhart, floating gracefully in the air, swirling twice before blinking. Ultimately, it dissolved into nothingness. Chapter 48, A Sack of Metals. Observable Universe. Martial Immortal in the Northern Crown, Pisces Whale Supercluster Composite, Laniakea Supercluster, Virgo Supercluster, Local Group, Milky Way Subgroup, Milky Way. Orion Arm, Gould Belt, Local Bubble, Interstellar Cloud, Solar System, Inner Solar System, Earth-Moon System. Between 49N to 59N latitude and 2E to 9W longitude. Lies England. In October, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sunlight is just right, warm yet not oppressive. Once more, having declined the requests of several young wizards to share a booth, Hermione and Lucci claimed one for themselves. This time, Zhang Xiao and Cedric followed suit, also commandeering a booth for their own. As the train began to move, Hermione refrained from resting her foot on Lucci's leg this time, as that would indeed be too embarrassing. Zhang Xiao and Cedric were aware of Hermione and Lucci's presence in the compartment, and it would be rather awkward if they entered and discovered them. While Lucci might be shameless, Hermione still had her dignity to uphold. The train departed from Hogwarts at 2 o'clock, and by the time it arrived at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station, it was already midnight. The dim yellow lights illuminated the platform as young wizards disembarked, exchanging farewells. Hermione and Lucci guided the two elderly gentlemen away from Platform 9, and upon exiting, they spotted Luo Wanwan leaning against Luingua. Luo Wanwan stifled a yawn, tears forming at the corners of her eyes, which Luingua gently wiped away with a handkerchief. Ah, little Hermione, it was too cold for us to let your mother come out. Your father stayed home to keep her company. Luo Wanwan embraced Hermione and Lucci, then linked arms with the two elderly gentlemen. Grandfather, how was the magic school? You didn't get into any fights, did you? Old Luo burst in a hearty laughter. How could that be? We are the best of brothers, aren't we? Old Mo's lips twitched slightly. Yes, indeed. Luo Wanwan gently pinched Hermione's cheek and playfully tugged at it. Little Hermione is becoming more adorable by the day, Muma. She planted a kiss on Hermione's cheek, chuckling with delight. Upon returning home, Luo Wanwan waved her hand, resolutely entering the Granger residence while enduring Lu Ngua's mournful gaze. Little Hermione's face flushed crimson. She opened her mouth to speak, but couldn't find the words. Lu Ngua looked sorrowfully at Lucci, who felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. What's wrong? Lucci shrugged, perplexed by old Lu's strange behavior. He then stretched lazily and took Hermione's small hand. Come on, let's go to bed. Brother. Wait, Hermione, blushing, held on to Lu Chi. What is it? Why? Hermione's face turned an even deeper shade of red, prompting Lu Chi to wave his hand dismissively. Lu Chi scratched his head in confusion at the situation. Feeling slightly fatigued, he lay on his bed, his hand resting on his chest. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he felt a sense of emptiness without Hermione by his side. In the Granger household, Hermione's cheeks grew increasingly flushed as she knocked on Mrs. Granger's door. Mama, are you asleep? Luo Wanwan, dressed in her pajamas, opened the door and immediately embraced Hermione. What is wrong, little Hermione? Did that little rascal Lu Chi bully you? No. I'm about to have my first period. Haha, it's all right. Little Hermione is growing up. Considering the timing, it's about time. ISNT it? Did you get on your pants? Little Hermione shook her head. Not yet. I just feel it coming. Of course, little Hermione is quite remarkable now. Come on, and noon arrived, and the sun shone brightly in England. It must be said that October truly is the most beautiful month in England, accompanied by the finest weather. The warm sunlight blended with the cool autumn breeze, causing the vibrant, multicolored leaves of autumn to dance gracefully in the air. Lu Chi opened his eyes, and what greeted him was the cheerful face of little Hermione, who was sprawled on the bed, facing him directly. He stared intently at her, noticing that her cheeks were slightly flushed. I didn't do it on purpose. I really didn't make a sound just now. Lu Chi barely caught the words that Hermione was mumbling. He gazed into her jewel-like brown eyes, which reflected his own face. His heart raced faster, and he closed his eyes, leaning forward slightly. Brother, I truly didn't mean to wake you. Could you at least say something? Hermione's eyelashes fluttered as she widened her eyes. Lu Chi ran his fingers through his hair, feeling a bit dazed as he sat on the edge of the bed. Hermione leaned against the headboard, half of her face concealed by the blanket, revealing only her large, glistening eyes. Brother, I'm only 12. You're indeed a pervert. But that wasn't the case at first, brother. I didn't do anything just now. Don't you want to admit what you just did? No. I certainly admit it, I don't care. You're just a big pervert. Hermione wrapped her arms around Lu Chi from behind, playfully biting his neck. Lu Chi raised his hands in surrender. All right. I'm a big pervert. Is that enough? The sun shone brightly. Today is a splendid day. Lu Chi went to the bathroom to freshen up, and then followed Hermione downstairs. The living room was empty. The two old men had gone to work at the embassy, and Luo Wanwan had gone to accompany Mrs. Granger during her pregnancy. Work? What status does Luo Wanwan have that she needs to work? Of course, Luongwa and Mr. Granger still went to work. The Granger family was affluent, yet their sole source of income was the dental clinic. Although their current savings could sustain them for years of leisure, Mr. Granger felt a twinge of jealousy watching Mrs. Granger and Luo Wanwan being close. Mr. Granger, I'm tearing up my family Luongwa. I'm the one suffering the most, all right? It's all your wife's fault for enticing mine. Mr. Granger, you're talking nonsense. It's clearly your wife who is clinging to mine. Lu Chi and Hermione exchanged glances. Let us go. Hermione took Lu Chi's hand. Brother, it's been ages since we last visited Chinatown. Then let us go. Hey, should we invite Zhang Xiu and the others? Lu Chi stroked his chin. That's fine. Never mind. Let us save it for next time. I'll write to them in a few days to set a date. You big fool. I already said we invite them next time. Hurry up. Lu Chi replied, what is wrong with me? Chinatown in London, England, is located in the Soho district of Westminster, primarily centered around Gerrard Street and its vicinity, close to Leicester Square, Tottenham Court Road, and Piccadilly Circus, making it exceptionally accessible. Naturally, Chinatown in England is also referred to as London's Chinese Town. Once again, standing at the entrance of Chinatown, Lu Chi gazed at the plaque of the Chinese piece and felt a surge of emotions. Entering Chinatown with Hermione, Lu Chi couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at the exorbitant prices. In this place, a simple meal costs around 60 to 70 RMB, which feels like daylight robbery. Yet they even treat you to a lunchbox. How generous. However, from the locals' perspective, it is not overly expensive considering their salaries are quite substantial. With a mere thought, Lu Chi conjured a modest sack into his hands. Hermione turned to him, offering her ice cream. Hey, brother, where did that bag come from? Lu Chi's eyes sparkled as he stood tall and proud. Within this lies half of a man's life aspirations. Little Hermione's eyes also brightened as she handed her ice cream to Lu Chi, taking the sack from his grasp. There are a total of 47. Hermione was taken aback. Wow, brother, you're truly impressive. I feel like you're just humoring me. Hermione licked her ice cream and brought it close to Lu Chi's lips. How could that be? You must have endured a lot back then, right? It wasn't too bad. Although I didn't use my abilities, as you know, I am fear itself. No pain, no hunger, and I never feel fatigue. Hermione smiled gently and embraced Lu Chi. He ruffled her hair. But you just tied this hair up for me. If it gets messy, it's still your doing. I just love styling your hair. Hermione's cheeks flushed as she playfully punched Lu Chi's chest. Ahem, you two little ones, have you been standing here for ages? Are you going to buy something or not? My crispy roast duck is absolutely divine. One bite, and you'll feel like a celestial being. The uncle from the roast duck shop winked at Lu Chi. Hermione and Lu Chi exchanged glances. Little Hermione released Lu Chi and shot a glare at the uncle. We'll take two. Just a moment, that'll be 30 pounds in total. Thank you for your patronage. Chapter 49, We'll Marry at 16. Hey, little Hermione. The little devil? Ahem, it's little Lu Chi. Are you also visiting Chinatown? Miss Emma? You haven't forgotten me. By the way, how about I treat you both to a meal? Lu Chi shivered slightly. How could we forget? You've been our homeroom teacher for 9 years, since we were 3. But do you realize you now resemble a rather dubious figure? Hard as a rock, your fists are tough. Miss Emma's forehead creased slightly. You little devil haven, tea changed it all. Come on, let us go eat. Of course, we would love to. Emma led the two to a Chinese restaurant. Seating them by the window. This is my favorite Chinese restaurant. The dishes are exceptionally delicious. By the way, which secondary school did you both get into? Lu Chi chuckled. Miss Emma, to be honest, both little Hermione and I are wizards, off to save the wizarding world. Emma clapped her hands with a smile. Wow, little Lu Chi. That's impressive. Just then, a waiter hurried over, bowing in apology. I'm sorry for being late. It's quite crowded in here. What would you like to eat? Emma took the menu and handed it to Hermione. Lu Chi, he doesn't deserve to eat. By the way, little devil. Your grandfather, a diplomat stationed in the UK? Now just an old man. Well, that's my great-grandfather. As Hermione placed her order, it wasn't long before the dishes arrived at their table. The three of them engaged in light-hearted conversation, with Emma repeatedly inquiring about the secondary school attended by Lu Chi and Hermione. Lu Chi steadfastly insisted it was a magic school, prompting a resigned glance from Emma towards Hermione, who nodded in affirmation. Emma's eyes glistened with tears. Oh dear. Such a well-behaved Hermione had been led astray by the mischievous Lu Chi. After their meal, Lu Chi and Hermione bid farewell to Emma, who handed them a business card. Here's my contact information. Call me if you miss me, she said. Emma shot a fierce glare at Lu Chi before waving goodbye to Hermione and departing. Time flew by, and a month slipped away in the blink of an eye. During that time, Hermione had invited Zhang Xiu and others for a trip to Chinatown. But most had prior commitments, and ultimately, the plan fell through. At King's Cross Station, Platform 9, Hermione and Lu Chi said their farewells to two couples before entering the adjacent compartment to board the train. The two elderly gentlemen waved goodbye and sought another compartment, allowing Hermione and Lu Chi to seize yet another compartment for themselves. November had arrived, bringing with it a chill in the air, prompting Hermione to retrieve a small blanket to drape over their legs. Lu Chi cast a puzzled glance at Hermione. After all, neither of them was particularly susceptible to the cold. Maintaining her composure, Hermione removed her shoes and socks, resting her feet on Lu Chi's lap. Lu Chi turned to gaze out the window, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Today, Hermione had no desire to read. Instead, she fixated her gaze on Lu Chi, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. As the train began to move, Hermione nestled closer to Lu Chi, playfully straddling him. Little Hermione, what are you up to? Lu Chi stammered, his eyes darting away in a flurry of nerves as he caught the delicate fragrance of gardenia emanating from her. Previously, Hermione's scent was solely that of her body wash, yet inexplicably, a new note of gardenia had emerged. This scent had appeared a month ago, prompting Lu Chi to inquire if Hermione had changed her body wash or perhaps started wearing perfume, but she had denied it. Hermione pressed down on Lu Chi's hand, leaning in closer and softly nibbling on his lips. Her teeth glided over his, causing Lu Chi's body to tremble. Just then, the voice of a train attendant announcing snack sales broke the moment, and Hermione, her face flushed, hastily dismounted from Lu Chi and retrieved their meal from her spatial ring. Lu Chi gazed at Hermione with a hint of melancholy, pulling out a small mirror. Well, my lips are completely swollen, he mused. Ahem, I'll go fetch the great-grandfathers for dinner. With that, Hermione quickly slipped away. Lu Chi glanced at the remnants of marks on his neck that had yet to fade, continuing to conceal them with a veil of indifference. If the great-grandfathers cannot join us for dinner, I'll leave the food here, he remarked quietly, casting a wistful look at Hermione. Her cheeks flushed again as she playfully punched Lu Chi's arm. Hurry up, and eat. I acknowledge my fault. I'm sorry, all right? Next time, I'll bite more gently. After finishing their meal, Hermione magically tidied up the dishes, stifling a yawn as she leaned against Lucci. Are you tired? This isn't like you, he observed. Today, I simply don't feel like reading, she replied. Lucci initially considered shrugging it off, but decided against it, enjoying Hermione's closeness instead. In England, one can wed at the tender age of 16, provided that parental consent is obtained. Otherwise, it is prudent to wait until reaching 18. Do you believe it is my parents who would object, or yours? Surely, they would acquiesce, yet we are still rather young at 16. No, I am resolute. It shall be at 16. Very well, I shall yield to your wishes. However, that is still 4 years away, which seems an eternity. Yet, it may not be so long, for a single and scrupulous individual could facilitate an escape. Is that permissible? Certainly not. How could I write anything in such haste? Hermione let out a soft huff, burying her head against Lucci's shoulder. Lucci gently leaned his head upon hers, gradually succumbing to slumber. Amidst the clattering of the train, Lucci opened his eyes to find little Hermione still asleep. Taken aback, he glanced out the window, realizing that the sky had darkened completely without his notice. He gently shook Hermione, tenderly calling her to awaken. With a couple of soft murmurs, she blinked her eyes open in a dazed manner. Little Hermione, hurry and change your clothes. I shall step out first. The train is about to arrive at the station. No, could you change for me? Hermione shut her eyes once more, wrapping her arms around Lucci. He stiffened slightly, then gently shook her again. Are you still not awake? Hermione, it's time to rise. Hermione remained unresponsive, prompting Lucci to ponder for a moment. You didn't pass your exam. Impossible. Hermione exclaimed, suddenly releasing Lucci, her eyes wide with disbelief. She then surveyed her surroundings, casting a reproachful glance at Lucci. Ahem, the train is arriving. Hurry and change. Didn't I say for you to do it for me? Honestly, Lucci interjected, stop fooling around. I don't care. If you don't change my clothes today, we shall go to Hogwarts just as we are. Hermione once again embraced Lucci, resting against him with her eyes closed. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to arrive at Hogwarts this way. She playfully punched Lucci. All right, I will change you. Hermione, like a doll, allowed Lucci to dress her, as he first removed her outer jacket and then slipped the wizarding robe over her. Hermione gazed at Lucci with a wistful expression. Ahem, just tell me if you've changed or not. Hermione shot him a glare as the train came to a complete halt. Lucci snapped his fingers, and an ethereal robe materialized, enveloping him. Brother. Lucci turned to find that Hermione had neatly folded the blanket and was sitting obediently. At a loss for words, he casually picked up a pair of white cotton socks and helped her put them on, followed by her shoes. Hermione stood, stretched lazily, and wrapped her arms around Lucci. He reciprocated her embrace. Is there anything else? No, nothing at all. As they disembarked from the train, the young wizards gaped in awe, for the Hogwarts platform was no longer an open-air station. The waiting area now boasted rows of benches, and the dim oil lamps had been replaced by bright incandescent lights. 2 elderly gentlemen, both professors, were the first to depart. The group of 10, along with Ginny, reconvened, and due to the class divisions, there were no longer any head students. Hagrid had been waiting here for quite some time and waved at Lucci and the others. Following Hagrid, they boarded the carriage, which ascended slowly into the sky. The young wizards eagerly leaned out to gaze at Hogwarts Castle. However, from the outside, there appeared to be no difference. Upon their return to the Great Hall, the only notable change was the increased brightness. Had Hogwarts been outfitted with new lights after just 1 month? Once all the young wizards were seated, Dumbledore clapped his hands to garner attention. All right, everyone, before you indulge in the feast, allow me to share the latest developments at Hogwarts. Firstly, regarding the class divisions, we shall continue the old tradition. Each year will be divided into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. The difference this time is that we have established shared common rooms for all students in the same year. Secondly, future classes will be organized by year, meaning that young wizards of the same year will attend lessons together. Furthermore, concerning the House Cup, we will discontinue it in favor of individual trophies. At the end of the semester, the 3 students with the highest points will receive gold, silver, and bronze trophies. Lastly, I sincerely hope that no further conflicts will arise among you. Now let the feast commence. Food appeared on the tables, and the young wizards began their banquet. Lucci glanced at the staff table, where everyone seemed quite jovial, particularly Snape. Wait, Snape? Why is he so happy? Harry's face fell, with the points now being individual. I fear he might deduct mine to a negative score. Everyone else chimed in. Lucci shook his head. I've already said, if you don women's attire, This semester's gold trophy might just be yours. Draco and Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that true? Lucci shrugged. Of course, I wouldn't deceive you. The Weasley twins, Ron and Draco, exchanged glances and then smirked at Harry. Harry clutched his chest. What are you all planning? No, please don't. Chapter 50. Wonderful, it's Harry. The silvery moonlight bathed the English landscape, casting a gentle glow amidst the darkness. As the banquet concluded, Dumbledore summoned Lucci and Hermione. I believe you should accompany me to see something. Lucci displayed a deadpan expression as he followed Dumbledore underground, alongside a certain old bat. Professor Snape. Professor Snape, don't you think it's time for a wash? Snape suddenly smirked. Lucci, disrespecting a professor will result in a deduction of 10 points. Upon arriving at Snape's office, he retrieved a small box from his drawer and opened it to reveal 2 enormous teeth. So what is this? You summoned us at this late hour just to show us 2 teeth? Dumbledore's smile faltered slightly as he adjusted his glasses. These are the fangs of the basilisk. Heeding your counsel, the professor has spent the past month meticulously scouring every corner of Hogwarts. We have uncovered numerous secret passages and encountered a few minor perils. However, the most significant discovery remains this basilisk. Lucci hastily gestured for Dumbledore to pause. He pulled Hermione aside and began to depart. Oh, since you have no use for these 2 basilisk fangs, might I claim them? Suddenly, Lucci and Hermione appeared before Dumbledore, and Lucci snatched the box from Snape's hands. Snape shot Lucci a disapproving glance and remarked, certain precious magical materials are indispensable for the crafting of ancient, advanced magical arrays. Lucci scratched his head. Professor Snape, we don't really need to draw magical arrays. Of course, advanced magical materials are highly sought after by alchemists. Lucci chuckled. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Snape. Well, we shall take our leave now. With a wave of Snape's hand, Lucci and Hermione vanished in an instant. Dumbledore shook his head, thinking how delightful youth is. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Lucci and Hermione stood there, somewhat dazed. Brother, it seems you forgot to inquire about the location of our new common room and dormitories. Not just seems, I indeed forgot. I believe it is permissible. Knock, knock, knock. Snape frowned slightly. Come in. The door opened just a crack, revealing Lucci's head. Professor Snape, could you please tell us where our dormitory is? Snape's eyelids twitched. The current common room is not within the castle. Head to the back. A new small castle has been constructed beside the Quidditch pitch where all the young wizards are resting. The second-year students are on the 2nd floor. So where's our dormitory? Snape suddenly tossed a key towards them. As the assistant to the headmaster, you are permitted to reside in a single room on the top floor. However, professors will also be residing there in due course. Nonetheless, the bed in the single room is quite spacious. Lucci's face flushed slightly, and after expressing his gratitude, he hurriedly closed the door and ran off. Snape himself was unaware that a slight smile had crept onto his lips. Lucci and Hermione arrived at the entrance of the dormitory building, which led into an enormous hall serving as the common room, with each floor featuring a similar hall for relaxation. Inside the entrance hung a notice board displaying the dormitory locations for the young wizards. The first floor housed the first-year students, and this continued sequentially, with the 7th floor designated for the 7th-year graduates, while the top floor, the 8th, was reserved for professor single rooms. Each dormitory remained as 4-person accommodations. Each floor was divided into 2 sides, the left side for boys and the right side for girls. The new common room resembled the previous ones greatly, primarily because all the young wizards were together, albeit now divided by grade. Additionally, with the abolition of houses, the young wizards could choose their own dormitories to prevent conflicts. Diligently supervised by the ever-responsible Professor McGonagall, Lucci, accompanied by Hermione, ascended to the 8th floor and just happened to encounter Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall, clad in a black nightgown, sat on the sofa sipping coffee, with various documents and textbooks in hand. She paused momentarily. Although Hogwarts does not prohibit young witches and wizards from engaging in romantic relationships, you are truly too young for such matters. Lucci, Hermione, she began. You misunderstand my intentions. Professor McGonagall tilted her head slightly. There is no need for explanations or justifications. You are both sensible children, and as long as you understand your boundaries, that is sufficient. Brother, it seems you become a bit peculiar again. It's nothing. One simply grows accustomed to it. It no longer matters. Hermione stared in disbelief at Lucci, who merely displayed a vacant expression and chuckled softly. The following day, in the Great Hall, Professor McGonagall clapped her hands to garner the attention of the young wizards. Next, I shall announce the head teachers and class leaders following the reallocation of classes. There will be no changes in the head teachers. After all, your professors have always taught 6 grades simultaneously. Thus, the head teacher for Gryffindor remains myself. Professor Snape will continue as the head of Slytherin, Professor Sprout for Hufflepuff, and Professor Flitwick for Ravenclaw. Now, for your class leaders. First year, Luna second year, Hermione third year, Zhang Qiu fourth year, Cedric furthermore. The position of assistant to the headmaster will still be held by Lu Qi. Now, please come forward to collect your respective class schedules. The young wizards approached eagerly, and Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly. At least with class leaders in place, her workload had significantly decreased. Wait a moment, why is there still one class schedule remaining? McGonagall adjusted her glasses and glanced at the notes on the schedule. Second year, Gryffindor, where is Harry? Come forward to collect your schedule. Lu Qi scanned the room. Oh, where's Harry today? Just then, Snape's eyes widened as he fixated on a seemingly quiet and lovely girl who had just stood up. Wait, is that Harry? No, it can't be, Italy. Lu Qi gazed incredulously at Draco, Ron, and the Weasley twins. How did you manage this? It's a secret, they replied mischievously. The young wizards were puzzled as to why Professor McGonagall called Harry when this girl, who seemed both unfamiliar yet vaguely recognizable, stepped forward. However, the next moment, Professor McGonagall hesitantly inquired, Are you Harry? Chapter 51, Another Halloween. Miss Hallie lowered her head, trembling slightly as she murmured a soft yes. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and handed Hallie the schedule. I understand that some preferences may be personal. It is perfectly fine. Everyone's interests deserve respect, and you need not feel inferior. Hallie, her cheeks flushed, quickly took the schedule and hurried away. The young wizards were left in astonishment. But the most shocked of all was Ginny, who stared at Miss Hallie in disbelief, her mouth agape and words failing her, with tears welling in her eyes. Ginny quietly slipped out of the Great Hall. The Weasley twins face-bombed. Oh no, it seems we've stirred quite the situation. We must hurry to explain. The twins stealthily dragged Hallie out of the hall in pursuit of Ginny. Lu Qi glanced towards the professor's table, where Snape remained transfixed, staring blankly at the entrance of the hall. TSK, TSK, TSK. I told you that Harry's cross-dressing would be effective. Just look at how utterly mesmerized Snape has become. Ron and Draco nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ginny hurried to the edge of the Hogwarts lake, crouching down to stifle her sobs. The Weasley twins and Miss Harry soon arrived, with the twins being the first to apologize to Ginny. Ginny, we're so sorry. We merely intended to joke around. Not in the way you think. Harry doesn't genuinely want to be a girl. Ginny lifted her head, her eyes still glistening with tears, looking pitiful and heart-wrenching. Really? Of course it's true. How could I ever want to be a girl? It's all Lu Qi's fault. Professor Snape has always been targeting me, and Lu Qi insisted that if I dressed as a girl, Snape would cease his harassment, and I might even win the Golden Cup. Draco and Ron forced me to give a try. The Weasley twins chuckled. However, the effect was actually quite remarkable. Did you not see how Professor Snape was left speechless upon seeing you? Harry's face flushed crimson. I couldn't even bear to look up. How could I possibly meet Snape's gaze? The Weasley twins helped Ginny to her feet, nudging Harry with their elbows. So, Ginny, what do you think of Miss Harry's appearance? Ginny embraced Harry, burying her head in Harry's chest. Very beautiful. The Weasley twins remarked, indeed. You must admit that having all the little wizards together in class has breathed some life into the otherwise vast and empty classroom. However, the downside was the lack of leisure moments. The new timetable was almost packed with courses, and the little wizards grumbled that the intensity of the classes now rivaled that of the 5th and 6th years. Is that all? Lu Qi shook his head, indicating that it was still too little. Hermione picked up the timetable to confirm, noting that the latest class ended at 4:45 p.m., which was excellent. The group of 8 could continue their clandestine gatherings. The Weasley twins knelt before Hermione, startling her, prompting her to quickly step back. Professor Granger, could you grant us a reprieve? This day's classes have been exhausting enough. Hermione shook her head. Some students rise at 5 to attend morning exercises and study sessions, returning at 10:30 at night. Do you see them complaining? And you cannot endure this? What is the purpose of studying, if not for your own benefit? Stop. If you say any more, I can hear the sound of hearts breaking. Coughing, the Weasley twins dramatically collapsed to the ground, their eyes vacant, resembling 2 lifeless corpses. As the sun set, the heartbroken should be left to their sorrow. The hour was late, and the little wizards reconvened in the hall. Just then, Lu Qi noticed 2 individuals stealthily slipping away from the group. Suddenly, the lights flickered out, plunging everything into darkness and silence. The little wizards were filled with dread. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed, "Welcome to the true Halloween night." A colossal skull materialized in the air, its eyes ablaze with ghostly green flames. The little wizards huddled together in trepidation. Hey, hey, hey. As several young wizards brandished their wands, the skull suspended in midair erupted in a spectacular explosion, showering countless pumpkin candies. The little wizards were momentarily taken aback when the Weasley twins suddenly leaped forth, arms wide open. Surprise! They exclaimed. The young wizards erupted into laughter, eagerly gathering the candies to share amongst themselves. Lucci accepted a piece of pumpkin candy from Hermione, remarking, quite delightful. With that, he unwrapped the candy for Hermione and brought it to her lips. She savored the treat and playfully bit him in return. Nearby, Miss Harry remained engaged, enjoying culinary delights alongside Ron, their proximity hinting at a burgeoning intimacy that caused Ginny to bite her lip in contemplation. Draco, of course, was engrossed in conversation with Astoria, while Daphne merely smiled, offering no resistance. The festivities unfolded over 2 hours, culminating in Dumbledore inviting a skeleton dance troupe to perform. Throughout this duration, the young wizards were enveloped in joyous laughter, including Ginny, who had spirited Miss Harry away at one point. Unexpectedly, Gilderoy Lockhart's teaching style had transformed entirely. Previously, he had merely invited Harry to engage in playful antics, often casting him as the victim or an embodiment of some malevolent creature, while Lockhart assumed the role of the heroic savior. Now, however, his lessons consisted solely of recounting tales from his books, much to the dismay of the young wizards, who protested vehemently. Although they were not particularly fond of studying, they were even less inclined to listen to stories, especially those directly lifted from the volumes they had purchased. In stark contrast, they fondly reminisced about Hermione's lessons when she served as a professor, which were both accessible and enlightening. Consequently, the desks in Dumbledore's office and Professor McGonagall's office became inundated with numerous letters. Considering there were only a handful of second-year wizards, this was quite a remarkable feat. Dumbledore, of course, entrusted the matter entirely to Professor McGonagall, who shot him an exasperated glance before seeking out Lucci and Hermione. I could certainly provide supplementary lessons for them, she remarked, but the issue lies in their desire not for extra classes. If we encroach upon their leisure time for additional instruction, they may very well lose their minds. Yet, I cannot simply dismiss Lockhart, can I? Chapter 52, The First Dragon Team. Lucci stroked his chin, an idea sparking in his eyes. Professor McGonagall, what if I were to incapacitate Lockhart, thus allowing Professor Snape to take over the defense against the dark arts class? Professor McGonagall looked at Lucci in horror, shaking her head vehemently. After much deliberation among the three, they could not arrive at a satisfactory solution. With a sigh, McGonagall conceded, if matters do not improve, we may have to consider dismissing Lockhart after all. Achoo! Lockhart sneezed, then rubbed his chin, chuckling as he flashed his impeccably white, gleaming teeth. It must be some admirer thinking of me. McGonagall massaged her temples. However, I must implore you to calm the young wizards, ensuring they cease sending letters to my office and the headmaster's. How did they manage to deliver letters to the headmaster's office without a password? McGonagall narrowed her eyes at Lucci, who responded with a mischievous grin. Hey, hey, hey. Professor McGonagall cast a sharp glance at Lucci and handed him a parchment. This pertains to the new arrangements for Quidditch. Please disseminate this information. Lucci rested his hand against his forehead, responding, yes, sir. At noon, Lucci and Hermione entered the Great Hall. Lucci presented a parchment to Draco. Go on, Draco. Inform everyone. The new Quidditch arrangements have been announced. Draco's eyes gleamed as he swallowed the apple pie in his mouth, seizing the parchment and standing atop a bench. Ahem, all eyes on me, he called out. I have an announcement regarding the upcoming Quidditch arrangements as follows. Hogwarts will disband the current teams and cancel existing matches. If any young wizards wish to form their own teams, they may register with Lucci for match scheduling. All participants, regardless of the outcome, will earn 5 points, though those exhibiting unsportsmanlike conduct will incur a deduction of 10 points, as overseen and adjudicated by Lucci. Match timings will be arranged by Assistant Headmaster Lucci and posted on the notice board in Hogwarts Castle's hall. Lucci appeared dazed, pondering why it all fell to him. Professor McGonagall smiled faintly, comfortably sipping her coffee, realizing how pleasant it was to delegate responsibilities. Oliver Wood, the former captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, raised his hand and stood. Lucci, what exactly do you mean by those willing may form their own teams? Well, quite literally, if you wish to, regardless of year or house, you may freely form teams to register with me. Oh, and by the way, all matters pertaining to Quidditch will be entirely managed by Draco, so do not come to me about it. Draco knelt beside Lucci, grasping his hand tightly. Is it true, my guardian? Really? Yes, indeed. Now, please get up. Draco sprang to his feet, pointing at Harry, Ron, Cedric, Cho Chang, and the Weasley twins. Gather around. We shall form a team and dominate the Quidditch realm. I shall sign us up first. Wood turned crimson with rage, banging the table as he stood up. Draco, absolutely not. You are abusing your power. The Weasley twins and Harry should be on my team. Draco nonchalantly dug in his ear, a mischievous grin on his face. Huh? Your team? The previous Quidditch teams have all been disbanded, you know? Wood leapt up in fury, shouting at Draco, "You beast! You cannot do this. Wait. Would you like to join my team instead? I, Oliver Wood, would rather leave from here than do so. I have no time. You could be the captain." The young wizards collectively fell silent, but after finishing their meal, many approached to register, eager to seize an opportunity they had never had before. Draco was the first to sign up his team, the First Dragon Team. After some discussion, Harry remained as the Seeker, with Draco, Cedric, and Cho Chang as chasers, while the Weasley twins continued as beaters and would take up the position of keeper. Everyone turned to Ron, who sheepishly scratched his head. Actually, my skills aren't that great, so you can leave me out." Draco delivered a sharp slap to Ron's nape. "What did you say? Is that human language? I have quite a bit of work to attend to. You can go be the Seeker." Wood frowned slightly. "Perhaps I should withdraw. After all, I am the superfluous one, but I still intend to form a Quidditch team." Harry timidly raised his hand. I too." Ron and Draco shot Harry a glare. Silence. Harry retreated to a corner, drawing circles. Ginny embraced Harry, casting a disapproving glance at the others. After much contention, it was decided that Ron would serve as Wood's substitute. As Wood was now in his 6th year, in just 2 months, Wood would also step away from Quidditch to focus on his examinations. Many young wizards had signed up, each forming their own teams. Among them were the original house teams, which had, to some extent, recruited a few members. Draco looked at the former Slytherin Quidditch team. Now missing Flint, they called themselves the Glory Team. The original Gryffindor team was the Courage Team, the original Ravenclaw team was the Wisdom Team, and the original Hufflepuff team was the Feast Team. All were composed of first-year students forming new teams, including one made up entirely of ghosts. Draco expressionlessly regarded nearly headless Nick, who had come to register. "Ghosts are prohibited from competing. Why? Is this discrimination against ghosts?" Nick slammed his hand on the table, only for it to pass through. Draco shrugged. There were numerous teams, and Draco arranged 2 matches for the upcoming weekend. Currently, due to Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall's emphasis on health, the martial arts classes taught by Professor McGonagall and Professor Lockhart had been made a daily course subject. Draco contentedly posted the match schedule in the Hogwarts Castle Hall, with the first match featuring the First Dragon Team against the Glory Team. Draco extended his hand. "I hope they score not a single point. I aim to shut them out. Do you have confidence?" The Weasley twins exchanged smiles and were the first to place their palms atop Draco's. Following them were Wood, Harry, Ron, Cedric, and Cho Chang. The group chuckled as they pressed their hands down together. "Oh, Chapter 53, Harry. Not again, is it still me?" On the weekend, the young wizards arrived early at the Quidditch pitch, eagerly awaiting the match. Ginny, Astoria, and Daphne joined Hermione and Luna in their seats. The commentator was our old acquaintance, Jordan, while the referee was Professor McGonagall. As Madame Hooch blew her whistle, the young wizards swiftly mounted their brooms, hovering in mid-air, their eyes fixed on the quaffle and bludgers in the center of the pitch. "Brooms up," Madame Hooch called out, and Draco, Cho, and Cedric darted forward like wild stallions. Bang! Jordan slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet. "What? The match has just commenced, and the Seeker of the First Dragon Team, Draco, descends upon the field like a celestial being. He has seized the quaffle. Draco deftly passes the ball to Cedric, who astonishingly performs 2 somersaults in mid-air. Now we observe Cedric passing the quaffle to Chiu Zhang, who approaches the goal of the Glory Team and scores. Remarkably, less than 10 seconds into the game, the First Dragon Team has already netted a goal. It is truly astounding. Meanwhile, their opponents appear as clumsy as gorillas, overshadowed by Jordan. "I beg your pardon, Professor McGonagall. Let us continue to watch the match." The outcome seems evident, as the disparity in skill between the 2 teams is insurmountable. Lee Jordan, forgive my candidness, Professor McGonagall. I merely speak the truth. Ahem, let us show them some respect. After all, they were once part of Professor Snape's Quidditch team. The young wizards glance at Snape. Noticing his face is a fearsome shade of anger. Despite Professor McGonagall's attempts to speak softly, they are, after all, broadcasting. Ahem, that would be Professor McGonagall. Lucci turns to Harry. It seems something is amiss. Hermione nods in agreement. That bludger has gone rogue, relentlessly pursuing Harry. Lucci expands his awareness, reaching out to grasp it. In the astonished gaze of the 3 young witches beside him, a vast hand woven from the void materializes, tightening its fingers to reveal an extraordinarily ugly house elf. Before the elf can comprehend the situation, Lucci has already waved his hand to render it unconscious. Let us leave it to Harry. After all, this elf betrayed Lucius for Harry's sake. Hermione gazes at the elf, lost in thought. Lucci dissipates the great hand, transforming the void into ropes that bind the house elf. Daphne tentatively raises her hand. Lucci? Lucci looks at Daphne with curiosity. You can simply call me Lucci. What is it? Well, house elves possess formidable magical abilities. Those ropes cannot hold him. Lucci chuckles lightly. If he could escape from my ropes, then what harm would it be to release him? Daphne scrutinizes the rope carefully, unable to discern any differences after a long moment. On the field, with Lucci capturing the house elf, the bludger returns to normal. Harry swiftly locates the golden snitch and dives to seize it tightly. The young wizards erupt in thunderous cheers as Harry hovers in midair. When Draco and the others reach Harry, he raises his fist, tightly clutching the golden snitch. Draco and his companions exchange smiles and raise their fists alongside Harry. The match concludes, and the young wizards depart the Quidditch pitch in pairs. Lucci, Hermione, and Ginny wait for Draco and Harry to change before leaving. Harry, sandwiched between the Weasley twins, emerges with a flushed face. Lucci hands the securely bound house elf to Harry, who is momentarily taken aback. During the match, wasn't the bludger out of control? He did that. Harry opened his mouth, repeatedly patting Ron and Draco on the shoulder. It's him, Dobby. I told you he was the one causing trouble in my house during the summer, leading to my confinement. Draco's eyes widened in disbelief as he took a step back. This is not our house elf, is it? I always thought Dobby was just a namesake. The others exchanged incredulous glances at Draco. At that moment, Dobby awakened, and seeing a crowd around him, particularly the presence of Draco, he trembled in fear. Master, Dobby anxiously looked at Draco, feeling even more terrified as he sensed he could no longer wield magic. Draco crossed his arms and demanded, Speak! Why did you harm Harry? Dobby, trembling, knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly. Dobby did not wish to harm Harry Potter. Master, it was the master who intended to kill Harry Potter. Dobby overheard by accident. Draco staggered back, his eyes reddening as he grasped Dobby's shoulders. How could he? What exactly did you hear? The master said that the Dark Lord commanded him to place his notebook inside Hogwarts, and then Harry Potter would perish. Draco shook his head, retreating 2 steps and collapsing onto the ground. Astoria supported him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Draco shook his head in denial. No, it cannot be. There must be some misunderstanding. My father, despite his unwavering belief in blood purity, has always been a good man. How could he wish to harm Harry? Astoria embraced Draco silently. Zhang Xiao and Cedric exchanged glances, and finally, both placed a comforting hand on Draco's shoulder, sitting beside him. Draco buried his face in Astoria's embrace, his voice trembling. Harry, I'm so sorry. Ron, you were right. The Malfoys are utterly corrupt. Under normal circumstances, Daphne would have pulled Astoria away and slapped Draco. But now she thought, let it be just this once. Harry also sat down beside them, lying flat on ground. Haha, it's not like you did it. A grown man crying like this. Besides, I'm fine. Draco lifted his head to look at Harry. But he is my father. Suddenly, one of the Weasley twins slapped Draco. You are Draco, not Lucius, and perhaps your father is being coerced as well. Do you remember your family's code of conduct? Self-preservation. Cedric nodded in agreement. With Dumbledore at Hogwarts, perhaps your father knows Harry will be safe, which is why he agreed. Draco shook his head, wiping away his tears. Do not comfort me. I will personally verify what my father has done. Chapter 54. The Rise of Lockhart. In mid-November, a week had passed since the first Quidditch match following the reforms. As for Dobby, Draco had released him, granting him freedom. Although Lucius viewed Dobby as a traitor, it was Dobby's inherent goodness that led him to betray the Malfoy family. Have you heard? Professor Lockhart is to host a combat club. What? Lockhart? He is hosting a combat club? I doubt he could even hold his own against me. And besides, can't we just ask a professor to conduct a wizard duel? Haha, Lockhart allowing for a wizard duel? That would surely be a spectacle. A few young wizards were whispering among themselves when another one rushed over. Hey, stop joking around. Professor Lockhart really is organizing a combat club. It's been posted on the notice board in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. What? Let's go take a look. Several young wizards hurriedly left the hall to head towards the Great Hall. Lucci scratched his head. Haven T, I always manage a notice board. Why didn't Professor McGonagall mention that Lockhart was to hold that? Combat club. Yes, the combat club. Hermione looked at Lucci with an expression of disbelief, then shook her head. Who knows? Should we go check it out? It was still the weekend, and Draco and the others were competing. There weren't many people in the Great Hall, just 6 or 7 gathered around the notice board. Lucci squeezed in and swiftly tore down the announcement regarding the combat club. A young wizard was about to greet Lucci amicably. But upon realizing it was Lucci who had torn down the notice, they awkwardly smiled. Lucci waved his hand, and the young wizards quickly scurried away. Lucci examined the announcement about Lockhart's combat club, with a grand image of Lockhart in the background. He shook his head and looked at Hermione. Let us just forget it for now. We can discuss it tonight. The club doesn't start for a couple of days, and if Professor McGonagall approves, there's no rush to post it tomorrow. Lucci nodded and reached out to ruffle Hermione's hair, only to have her gently swat his hand away. He did mention it to me, but I didn't pay close attention. I thought he was just speaking casually. I merely asked if it would still happen. What do you think? I believe that since the announcement has already caught the attention of the young wizards, it should proceed. As long as Lockhart isn't afraid of embarrassment. It should be fine. It is Professor Lockhart, after all. Yes, Professor Lockhart. Well, if all goes as expected, Lucci will likely bear a few more wounds on his neck. Fast forward to the day the combat club commences. The Great Hall was filled with curious young wizards as Professor Lockhart entered, clad in an extravagant and flamboyant magical robe, his face beaming with confidence. Welcome, everyone, to my combat club. Here, you shall learn unique self-defense spells. Now, allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. The young wizards widened their eyes, staring incredulously at Snape. Snape remained expressionless, standing there with a fixed gaze on Lockhart's back. Indeed, your potions professor has informed me that he possesses some knowledge of defensive spells against dark magic. He has generously agreed to duel with me before the club officially begins to provide you with a demonstration. Oh, rest assured, I shall return your potions professor to you in one piece. The young wizards twitched their lips, casting sympathetic glances toward Lockhart, while Snape could hardly suppress a smirk. As Snape and Lockhart took to the stage, they maintained a respectful distance, bowing to one another, though it was Lockhart who bowed exclusively to Snape. As you can see, that was the etiquette of a wizard duel. Now, I would like to invite a young wizard to assist us in announcing the commencement of the duel. Come forth, Harry. Harry, rubbing his forehead, anticipated this moment. 3, 2, 1, begin. Lockhart paused, his mouth agape, when a red spell suddenly struck him, sending him hurtling backward until he crashed against the wall and slid to the floor. Professor Snape shook his head, stowed away his wand, and departed the hall. The young wizards erupted in laughter, and Lockhart, blushing furiously, clumsily rose to his feet. Oh ho ho! As you witnessed, Professor Snape just performed a disarming charm. However, your Professor Snape's strategy was rather simplistic. I easily discerned his intentions. Yet, to cultivate the abilities of the young wizards, I refrained from intervening. Now, the demonstration has concluded. Pair up and take to the stage to practice your spells. To everyone's surprise, Draco and Harry abandoned Ron, with Draco seeking out Astoria while Ginny whisked Harry away. Ron muttered in frustration. Ultimately, Ron ended up forming a group with Neville. Lockhart's eyes darted. Lucci, you shall be my partner. I will personally instruct you. Lucci shook his head. I'm sorry, Professor Lockhart, but I do not require your assistance. Lockhart blinked, then burst into laughter. Ha. The young wizards are quite shy and conceited. No need to be apprehensive. Lucci, come boldly forward. I shall not harm you. Lucci shrugged. Very well then. Ha. That's the spirit. Come, I shall teach you myself. Lucci ruffled Hermione's hair and said, wait for me 2 minutes. Approaching Lockhart, he nodded. Observe. A wizard duel first requires. Lucci extended his hand, wand upright before his chest, and bowed to Lockhart. Lockhart exclaimed, Ha. It is truly delightful to see your understanding of the knowledge. Now, I will count to 3, and we shall begin. 1, 2, 3. No sooner had he spoken than an array of spells shot toward Lucci. He grinned. Interesting. With a flick of his wand, all the spells dissipated, eliciting gasps from the young wizards. Lockhart, noticing Lucci standing still, unleashed a barrage of spells like a machine gun. Professor Lockhart, is this all you have? I think I shall step down. Lockhart squinted slightly, and the myriad of colorful spells coalesced into a singular hue of crimson, transforming into a disarming charm. Disarm your weapon. Chapter 55, Another Christmas. In our class of 13, it was decided that since there were 4 classes in the same grade, it would suffice to have just one class leader. The wind blade vanished at the tip of Lockhart's nose, as if it had never existed. However, the crimson hue at his nose still testified to the blade's prior presence. With a hearty laugh, Lockhart dramatically concluded his duel with Lucci. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his nose, clearly indicating that Lucci had outmatched him. Truly a formidable youth. The young wizards stared in awe at Lockhart and Lucci, their mouths agape. Good heavens! They knew that even the greatest wizard of this century, Dumbledore, had been brought to his knees by Lu Qi, yet no one had ever claimed Lockhart was so formidable. "Do you all have any manners?" Dumbledore inquired. Casting a glance at Lockhart, the latter smiled faintly. "Young wizards, I am aware of your admiration for me, but this is a combat club, not a fan meet and greet. Go practice your spells." In unison, the young wizards fell silent, dispersing to hone their magical skills. "How do I look? Am I handsome?" Lockhart asked, eliciting a blush from Hermione. "Very handsome," she replied. Lu Qi, noticing her reaction, also felt a flush rise to his cheeks, turning away, unsure of what to say. "What is this? Are you all blushing like a teapot?" Thus, the first meeting of the combat club concluded rather abruptly, and Lockhart nodded in satisfaction. All in all, it had been a resounding success. As December approached, the young wizards donned their sweaters, though Hogwarts was unseasonably warm this year. Dumbledore summoned Hermione and Lu Qi to his office once more. Lu Qi, displaying a deadpan expression, observed Dumbledore sipping juice. "Professor Dumbledore, we are quite busy as well. What is it you require this time?" Dumbledore coughed slightly, casting a wistful glance at Lu Qi. "Fawkes, my phoenix, is about to be reborn. How is that egg faring?" It's been behaving itself in the dormitory," Lu Qi replied. "Ah, the flames of a phoenix during its rebirth aid in hatching the egg. It should happen tomorrow. Coincidentally the weekend. Remember to come by." "Understood. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." Speaking of that egg, one must mention the unicorn foal. Hermione and Lu Qi had taken it to the Forbidden Forest for some fresh air, yet it timidly hid behind Lu Qi. After multiple attempts, they concluded that the unicorn had not been raised properly. Consequently, the unicorn now remained cooped up in the dormitory, refusing to venture out. Lu Qi and Hermione approached Hagrid, who was equally at a loss. On the following weekend, Lu Qi and Hermione arrived early at the headmaster's office. Fawkes perched on a stand in the corner, radiating a warm glow. They placed the phoenix egg beside Fawkes, which began to emit a soft red light. With a piercing cry, Fawkes was enveloped in flames, instantly turning to ash. The flames spread toward the phoenix egg, causing the shell to shimmer faintly. Soon, from the pile of ashes emerged a small phoenix, which curiously tapped at the adjacent egg, its expression tinged with an inexplicable sadness. Hermione turned to Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, what has happened to Fawkes?" Dumbledore sighed. "This egg has been here for over a decade. Normally, a phoenix egg hatches within 12 years. Fawkes feared that this egg had perished. But just moments ago, I saw the egg absorbing flames. That is the remarkable ability of the phoenix egg. It autonomously absorbs flames to aid the growth of the little phoenix within." Hermione released her perception and smiled softly. "Not at all. Its vitality is exceedingly robust." Dumbledore chuckled in response. "In fact, when Nicholas Flamel entrusted me with the Philosopher's Stone last year, I attempted to accelerate its hatching with the stone, but to no avail. I had nearly given up when you all arrived. I saw hope in you, and it seems that was indeed the case." Lu Qi stretched lazily. "Little Hermione, let us depart." Hermione cradled the phoenix egg and bid farewell to Dumbledore. At the doorway, Lu Qi paused slightly. "Honestly, I would most like for Gellert to come serve as the Professor of Alchemy." "Very well, I shall arrange for him to come," Dumbledore replied, shaking his head with a smile. After Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall called over the little wizards who were about to rush off. Having spoken, a smile could hardly be contained on her lips as she left the classroom with a lively gait. Lu Qi turned his gaze to Hermione. "Little Hermione, my esteemed class leader." Hermione shot him a glare before addressing the young wizards. "Those remaining at Hogwarts, please come forward to register. The rest may leave." Hermione began to tally the young wizards staying behind, while Lu Qi sighed, knowing he still had to inform the class leaders of other grades to do the same. The Granger couple, along with Lu In and Luo Wanwan, donned their winter coats and patiently awaited the two children and the two elderly gentlemen. Hermione gently embraced Mrs. Granger, whose belly had grown quite large. She would soon give birth in another 6 months. "Mother, how could you come out on such a cold day?" Mrs. Granger ruffled Hermione's hair. "Oh, it's nothing. I am not so fragile yet. What's wrong with coming to fetch our little Hermione and little Chi?" Hermione smiled faintly, releasing Mrs. Granger only to embrace Luo Wanwan. Luo Wanwan beamed. "Little Hermione looks even more beautiful now." Hermione's cheeks flushed slightly. Lu and the two elderly men covered their faces, feeling that something was amiss. As previously mentioned, Lu Un and Luo Wanwan were the same age, while the Granger couple were 2 years their senior. Thus Luo Wanwan had always referred to Mrs. Granger as sister. Chapter 56. We are immortal, we shall endure forever. Lucci reached into the void and pulled out a pure white little horse, adorned with a spiraled horn upon its head. The unicorn dangled by the nape of its neck, appearing forlorn. "Look at what Hermione and I have brought for you." Luo Wanwan gazed at Lucci, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Could this possibly be a unicorn? Hermione nodded slightly, while Luo Wanwan lifted the unicorn and placed it beside Mrs. Granger, albeit at a safe distance, for fear that the little creature might act unpredictably. Mrs. Granger's eyes sparkled with delight, though she merely reached out to stroke the unicorn's horn. Crookshanks nestled in Hermione's arms, purring contentedly. "Old rascal, hurry up and serve the dishes." "Hey, you, old curmudgeon," still barking. "Are you?" I'm coming. Mr. Granger and Luangwa were the first to rise. "Grandfather, it's just me and old Lu." "Get lost." "All right then." Mr. Granger and Luangwa sat down reluctantly, while old Lu snorted dismissively, leisurely making his way to the kitchen. "Old rascal, are you out for a stroll? Move it." All right, I'm on my way." "No need to rush." Lucci leaned back against the sofa, staring vacantly at the ceiling, his gaze penetrating through the roof into an endless void, where he glimpsed the essence of fear. At that moment, the absorption of fear's power was nearing its conclusion, and he realized that this body, crafted to mimic humanity, indeed experienced emotions. But what are the essence of fear? If it had none, then what were these feelings he now possessed? Lucci trembled slightly, veins bulging on his forehead, as the fear he had absorbed unconsciously dissipated. Suddenly, Hermione grasped Lucci's hand. "Brother, what's wrong?" Lucci was jolted awake, shaking his head at Hermione before breaking into a smile. He reassured himself that he might be overthinking. Hermione had said to passively accept her love, and if he truly lacked emotions, then accepting it passively would suffice. He comforted himself, yet he failed to notice the crimson hue in his eyes. Mr. Granger sighed, silently following behind the two. Luangwa crouched down, placing a hand on Lucci's shoulder. "Little Seven, how old are you?" "I can't quite recall." Luangwa rubbed his forehead. "By your current appearance, you're 13. Luangwa patted Lucci's shoulder. "I know you understand the implications, but still, there are times when we men must shoulder our responsibilities. And you are quite young. There are certain things you are not yet ready for." Lucci smiled faintly, though the confusion and sorrow in his eyes were unmistakable. However, he masked his expression well enough that old Lu did not detect anything amiss. "I understand." Luangwa smiled, patted Lucci's shoulder, and then left the restroom. Lucci remained seated on the toilet, contemplating life. The door. "I have not offended anyone." Hermione casually cast a repair spell on the damaged lock, and it instantly returned to pristine condition. Hermione and Lucci exchanged a silent glance, both momentarily at a loss for words. Hermione turned away. Lucci nodded absent-mindedly. "Oh, very well." After freshening up, the two lay on the bed, and Lucci remained oblivious to the redness around Hermione's eyes. "Brother, what is truly wrong? You said that since my body is entirely human now, having emotions should be natural. So does that mean my essence lacks emotions?" "Aye." Hermione rolled over, straddled Lucci, and pressed her hand over his mouth. "You are fear. Do you believe that a mere body can exert control over you?" Lucci was momentarily taken aback, but his trembling form swiftly settled into tranquility. Hermione opened her mouth and bit down on Lucci's neck. "Ah!" In that instant, Lucci could not suppress a pained cry. Hermione was startled and released her grip. Blood flowed incessantly from Lucci's neck, staining the pristine sheets a deep crimson. "Brother, don't you lack the sensation of pain? How is this possible?" Lucci smiled faintly. "In your presence, I have always kept my pain receptors active, only for you." Hermione furrowed her brow, leaning over Lucci, her small face now speckled with blood. "Fool!" The blood transformed into nothingness, reabsorbing into Lucci's body, and the wound healed instantaneously. Hermione's voice trembled as she clutched the fabric of Lucci's nightshirt at his chest. "Why didn't you tell me this before?" Lucci gently ruffled Hermione's hair. "It was no big deal, and besides, you instinctively exerted pressure, which made me aware of your displeasure." Hermione delivered a light punch to his chest, causing him to cry out in pain. "You've certainly made me angry on numerous occasions." Lucci chuckled, sheepishly scratching his head. Hermione buried her face against Lucci's chest, falling into a contemplative silence, leading him to believe she had drifted off to sleep. "Brother, earlier I thought you might say you lacked emotions and wanted to sever ties with me." Lucci was taken aback, unable to stifle a laugh as he stroked her head. "How could that be? How could I ever wish to distance myself from the most beautiful and adorable little Hermione in the world? I was merely contemplating whether my lack of emotion might discomfort you." Hermione giggled, tracing circles on Lucci's chest with her finger. "Brother, did you know? Just now, I considered locking you away, chaining you up, for I do not wish to let you leave me. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Lucci's forehead. Little Hermione, your thoughts are rather perilous. I don't care. I will never abandon you. No matter what you say, I will always love you without needing your acceptance. Lucci embraced Hermione, resting his forehead against hers. Do you remember what you once said? If I were devoid of feelings, I would passively accept your love. Regardless, even if I truly lacked emotions, we would not part ways, little Hermione. Feel the dominion of fear within you. I am fear, an ancient demon, the Lord of Terror. And you, little Hermione, possess half of that dominion. You too can embody fear. We are irrevocably intertwined. In this world, only we are immortal. Only we shall endure for eternity. Hermione tightened her embrace around Lucci, closing her eyes and gently shifting her head. After a moment, she lifted her gaze. Her eyes somewhat dazed, a delicate thread connecting her soft lips to Lucci's. Lucci, I truly love you so much. Chapter 57, The Death Eaters of Diagon Alley. In the early morning, Hermione raised her head, her cheeks flushed as she wiped away the drool from Lucci's chest. She changed her clothes and headed to the bathroom to freshen up, while the warm winter sun flooded the room, prompting Lucci to stretch comfortably. Rising from the bed, he scratched his head and changed out of his nightshirt into proper attire. Lucci drew back the curtains and proceeded to the bathroom to wash up. Hermione sat quietly before the mirror, while Lucci gently styled her hair, his technique becoming increasingly adept. After fashioning a small bun at the back of her head, he secured in place with a hairpin. By the way, brother, what are these comb and pin made of? They exude such an exquisite and powerful aura. I crafted them from the essence of the world's origin, specifically from the origin of another realm, from which our world has absorbed its essence, he replied. The world chimed in. Master, if you ever find yourself in need of more world essence, just let me know, and I shall rally to your side. Get lost, Lucci retorted. Understood. Hermione nodded, embracing Lucci and playfully biting his neck. Thank you, brother. A smile broke across Lucci's face as he ruffled her hair. Hermione swiftly brushed his hand away, covering her head. Brother, you just fixed my hair, and now you've messed it up again. Seizing her hands, Lucci pressed Hermione against the wall, leaning in to gently nibble her earlobe. What? Is it wrong to enjoy the disarray of the hair I styled for you? Hermione's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. Aye. Lucci chuckled, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Annoyed yet shy, Hermione playfully punched him, prompting Lucci to raise his hands in surrender. Avoiding his gaze, she bit her lip and then leaned in to peck his lips briefly. Stunned, Lucci watched as Hermione dashed away. As his heart raced, he instinctively licked his lips. Perhaps the emotions possessed by living beings cannot serve as a true measure of love. After dining at the Granger residence, an owl flew to the window, tapping with its claws. Little Hermione, little Chi, you have mail. Hermione accepted the unopened letter from Luo Wanwan. Oh, it seems to be a letter from Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu, is she your classmate? Another Chinese? Hermione nodded and opened the envelope. Yes, but she's a year ahead of us. Oh, Zhang Qiu has invited us to Diagon Alley. Hermione glanced at Luo Wanwan. Aunt Wanwan, will you join us? Luo Wanwan shook her head, wrapping her arms around Mrs. Granger. Hee, I'll stay home and keep your mother company. Mrs. Granger playfully swatted Luo Wanwan's hand. Have fun. By the way, when are you going? The day before school starts. Mrs. Granger responded. Ahem, is that so? Then enjoy yourselves. At the Leaky Cauldron in London, as Lucci and Hermione pushed open the door, they spotted Zhang Qiu and Cedric enjoying butterbeer. Zhang Qiu waved at them, and they joined her. You two are here quite early. So, you and Lucci are here as well. What would you like to drink? Hermione shook her head. Zhang Qiu turned to Lucci. Butterbeer. Cedric called over Tom, requesting 2 mugs of butterbeer. The four remained seated for a while, until the Weasley twins, accompanied by Ron, Harry, and Ginny, entered and took a seat at the table beside Hermione and Lucci. Old Tom, 5 mugs of butterbeer. The jovial Old Tom soon appeared, bearing 7 mugs of butterbeer, 2 of which were for Hermione and Lucci. After some time, Draco arrived, leading Astoria, while Neville was the last to join. Laughter ensued as they finished their butterbeer and made their way to the rear of the Leaky Cauldron, heading towards Diagon Alley. However, upon reaching the back courtyard, they were taken aback. The Weasley twins pointed towards a corner, looking at the others. Where's the trash can? Ginny approached the wall and pointed at a particular brick. There's a mark here. Cedric drew his wand and tapped the marked brick, revealing the path to Diagon Alley before them. Upon arrival, the group followed Cho Chang to Ollivander's wand shop, as they had come to Diagon Alley for her wand maintenance. Cho waved her hand to the group. You all go ahead. I'll meet you at Gringotts shortly. The others nodded in agreement and gradually departed, leaving only Cho and Cedric behind. Cedric shrugged and entered Ollivander's wand shop with Cho. We should be on our way too, murmured Lucci as he and Hermione strolled leisurely along the street. Draco led Astoria behind them, purchasing some snacks, while Ginny blushed and held Harry's hand. As for the Weasley twins, they had come with a purpose. Mrs. Weasley had tasked them with retrieving some money from Gringotts. After about half an hour of wandering, they arrived at Gringotts and decided to wait for Cho and Cedric there. Wand maintenance can be quite a hassle, primarily involving the repair of minor damages and ensuring the smooth flow of magical energy within the wand's core. To guarantee optimal performance, wizards must maintain their wands at least once every 2 years, with each maintenance costing 5 galleons. After waiting a while longer, Cho and Cedric finally arrived, and the Weasley twins emerged after successfully retrieving their money. The group began to discuss their next destination when suddenly, an explosive blast erupted from around the corner. Cedric quickly reacted, stepping in front of the group and casting a spell to shield them from the shockwave. Panic and screams echoed as wizards fled in terror. Ron, eyes wide, drew his wand. Why are we so unfortunate? What is it with our luck? Cedric surveyed the chaos around them. Let us head inside Gringotts. It might be safer there. At that moment, Gringotts was filled with many wizards who anxiously peered out the windows, relieved to be in the safety of the bank. Yet, the sound of explosions seemed to grow ever closer. Chapter 58, The Order of Merlin, Second-Class Medal. A dark image suddenly appeared in the sky. A skull, from whose mouth slithered a serpent. Shouts rang out from outside. The Dark Lord is not dead. The Dark Lord is immortal. For the Dark Lord. For the greater good. Merlin's pink lace bra? Are you an undercover agent? Within the confines of Gringotts, the wizards trembled, some collapsing to the ground, and the most unfortunate among them losing control of their bodily functions. Fear permeated the air, continuously absorbed by Lucci, granting him a minuscule enhancement of power. Suddenly, one wizard spotted Harry and exclaimed, "It's Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He is our savior. He has already vanquished the Dark Lord once, and can surely do so again. How wonderful! It's Harry. We are saved." Harry quickly shook his head, insisting, "I am merely a young wizard. How could I possibly?" The crowd cheers left him no room for rebuttal, with several wizards even attempting to lift him aloft. The goblins, hidden behind the counters, observed with cold indifference. Hermione furrowed her brow and waved her hand at the frenzied wizards, conjuring an invisible wall of wind that pushed them back. "Enough. Your ugliness is evident. You speak of hope in Harry as the savior who can defeat Voldemort. Yet your inner fears betray you. Ah, she dares to utter that name." The wizards recoiled, huddling together in a corner, trembling. Cedric, Cho, the Weasley twins, and others looked on in disappointment at the wizards. Suddenly, the doors of Gringotts quivered and shattered, a green curse bursting forth like a machine gun. "Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive." Hermione waved her wand, summoning an earthen dragon that shielded them from the onslaught. The Death Eaters outside paused, then grinned maliciously, unleashing more dark magic. "You lot, it's time to test the fruits of your Year S studies. 2 against 1 should suffice." Cedric and the others narrowed their eyes, aiming their wands at the Death Eaters. The battle was imminent, with Hermione deflecting the majority of vile curses, leaving a few Death Eaters for practice. Although they had studied alongside Hermione for a year, they had merely grasped the standard knowledge of ordinary wizards, albeit at a faster pace. Thus, while their grades were exceptional, their true strength was lacking. At that moment, an unexpected incident occurred. A trembling wizard seized Lucci from behind, who frowned slightly and used an ethereal barrier to distance himself from the wizard's grasp. Although he was not averse to normal contact, he certainly disliked anyone gesturing upon his person. "Master Death Eater, I beg you spare me. I have captured one of their companions. I can join your ranks." The Death Eaters erupted in laughter, while Cedric and his friends scoffed. "Of all the wizards to capture, you chose the strongest." Hermione's eyes instantly reddened, fear emanating from her. "Let him go." "Wait." Cedric and the others gazed at Hermione in shock. "Hyacinth, he one of us?" The deranged wizard began to laugh maniacally. "I only wish to survive. My apologies, little sister, but you must sacrifice for my sake." The fear intensified, taking root in the hearts of everyone present, including Cedric, Cho, and the outside Death Eaters, who felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, despair gnawing at their souls. The Death Eaters themselves fell to the ground, struggling to breathe. Hermione's eyes glowed a vivid crimson as countless blades of wind instantaneously shattered the wizard before her, a mist of blood erupting and drenching Lucci. Fortunately, Lucci had just shielded himself with the void, narrowly escaping calamity. Hermione clung tightly to Lucci, who suppressed the unconscious aura of terror radiating from her, gently patting her back in a gesture of consolation. How could anything happen to me? Fear not, fear not. Warm tears soaked Lucci's shirt, causing him to stiffen momentarily. All right, I'm weary. Are you all still playing? The 8 of them obediently shook their heads. With a wave of his hand, the Death Eaters outside clutched their hearts, their eyes bulging, before they ceased their struggles, lifeless. Lucci lifted Hermione and departed from Gringotts, followed closely by Cedric. The 8 others, Ginny and Astoria. Outside the bank, bodies lay mangled and scattered throughout Nocturne Alley. Ginny and Astoria were the first to succumb to nausea, followed closely by Zhang Xiao. As one person began, including Cedric and the Weasley twins, the young wizards rushed to lean against the walls, retching. Sensing Hermione's trembling form, Lucci embraced her tighter, his heart aching for her. The Ministry of Magic finally arrived, albeit belatedly, with 2 elderly gentlemen in tow. Upon seeing Lucci's pallid expression, compounded by his protective hold on Hermione, the 2 old men were instantly engulfed in dread and despair, trembling as they stepped forward, tears streaming down their faces. Lucci was momentarily taken aback. The 2 elderly figures had bloodshot eyes, their magical energy surging forth, creating a wave that swept through the vicinity. The Minister of Magic collapsed in terror, while surrounding wizards were flung backward. I demand you pay for little Hermione's life. Lucci quickly intervened, holding Hermione to make the 2 old men see clearly. Great-grandfather, I'm still here. How could I possibly allow anything to happen to little Hermione? Hermione sniffled, appearing pitiful. Great-grandfather, I'm fine. I apologize for worrying you. We were simply anxious and did not react in time. The 2 elderly men, now enlightened, understood that Lucci embodied fear itself. Yet who could remain calm upon witnessing their most cherished child motionless in another's arms? Not to mention Lucci's expression. They wiped away their tears, awkwardly assisting the Minister of Magic to his feet. The minister, wiping the sweat from his brow, had genuinely believed he was to meet his end there. Ah, the 2 little wizards must have been frightened, right? I am Cornelius Oswald Fudge. You may call me Minister Fudge, though I would prefer you to call me Uncle Fudge. Lucci and Hermione ignored Fudge, who scratched his head awkwardly, then turned to Cedric, who had just finished retching. Young wizard, do you have any idea where those Death Eaters went? I don't know. Perhaps they perished somewhere. Fudge. Hermione raised her hand. I killed them. Fudge. Chapter 59. Return to Hogwarts as the group arrived at Gringotts. Lucci noticed a ladybug in the corner, emanating an abundance of fear that he absorbed. He chuckled softly. How could an ordinary insect possess such rich emotions? Moreover, the creature appeared to be cloaked in a mystical aura, exuding a presence reminiscent of not merely humans, but wizards. A cadre of Aurors swiftly approached to examine the corpse of the Death Eater, as Aurors serve as the enforcers among the wizarding community, who could ascertain whether the Dark Wizard was imbued with malicious curses. No wizard wished to gamble with their own life to find out. The head Auror leaned in to whisper a few words to Fudge, whose pupils contracted ever so slightly. Lucci scratched his head. He could still hear them, as could Hermione, who was currently curled up in her own embrace. The 2 elderly gentlemen, both adept practitioners of the arcane, possessed keen senses and caught every word. The Auror remarked, Minister, the demise of those 23 Death Eaters is rather peculiar. They all perished from fright, and among them, 14 hailed from pure-blood families. Not direct members, but their followers. The countenances of the 2 old men darkened. Minister Fudge, I believe you owe us an explanation. My child has faced 2 attacks in England. Fudge wiped the sweat from his brow. My lords, might this be a tad hasty? I have already elucidated that the previous incident stemmed from the Muggle world and bears no relation to the wizarding realm. Lucci suppressed a laugh, drawing the attention of those present. He turned his head away. He had not anticipated the presence of such formidable figures, while other wizards might deny their humanity. This Minister of Magic seemed to exist beyond the realm altogether. What power could a mere minister wield? Was he attempting to delineate worlds? Oldemo scoffed, unleashing his spiritual energy, which bore down heavily upon Fudge, who collapsed smoothly to the ground. Old Luo had just lifted his foot slightly, but reconsidered the action. The ordinary folk had already uncovered the truth. The assailants were merely muggles who could vanish for a night, and then become terrorists. Moreover, I have heard that you wizards possess a spell known as the Soul Curse, which ostensibly allows one to control another. Fudge's face pressed against the ground, tears and mucus streaming forth. I truly do not know, my lords. All I have discerned is the connection to pure blood families, but I am utterly at a loss." The two elderly gentlemen erupted into laughter, tousling the heads of the Weasley twins before departing with Lucci and Hermione. At the Granger residence, Luo Wanwan, upon hearing of the incident, merely uttered an exclamation. Had it been the previous year, she might have gone mad, but now, with Shao-Chi embodying the essence of fear, what could possibly go awry? Grandfather, great-grandfather, you two, despite having omniscience, remain so hasty and reckless, lacking any semblance of composure. The two old men responded. As evening fell, Lucci ruffled Hermione's hair. "What on earth is troubling you today?" Hermione shook her head and playfully bit Lucci's finger. "Oh, it's nothing. I just don't wish for him to threaten you. But I'm the embodiment of fear. How could he possibly threaten me?" Hermione huffed, applying a slight pressure that drew blood from Lucci's fingertip. "Not acceptable." Lucci inhaled sharply. Ouch! The following day, they found themselves once more at Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. Hermione waved goodbye to the Granger couple and Luangua and Luo Wanwan as she stepped into Platform 9. Shock! The hope of wizards lies in the future, as a new era dawns with the emergence of a fresh generation of 12 young wizards. In the Great Hall, Lucci picked up the latest newspaper delivered by an owl and shook his head. The unscrupulous marketing ploy was evident. Yet one could not deny that the photograph of young Hermione was both striking and beautiful. The central image captured Hermione casting a transfiguration spell to conjure a clay dragon, effectively blocking a deadly curse, truly a spectacular moment. The photograph dominated half the page, and Lucci found himself increasingly enamored with it. He decided to cut it out, enchant it with color, and frame it. Satisfied, he nodded and stored the photograph within the void of his being. Draco stretched lazily, propping his chin on his hand while grinning at Astoria. Astoria appeared momentarily taken aback. "Is there one for me too?" she inquired. "Of course," Draco replied with a mischievous smile, taking her hand. "We are friends, after all." Astoria's cheeks flushed slightly. "But," she hesitated. "No buts, accept it graciously. It's a gift." As dusk approached, Minister Fudge arrived at Hogwarts. The Great Hall had been transformed into an awards venue, with the young wizards seated neatly. Fudge ascended the stage, his forced smile betraying the discomfort of recent events, as he was still under the scrutinizing gaze of the two elderly gentlemen. Just yesterday, a heinous incident had occurred. A group of Death Eaters had attacked Diagon Alley, resulting in the deaths of nearly 100 wizards and substantial financial losses. However, amidst this calamity, several young wizards displayed extraordinary courage and wisdom in their battle against the Death Eaters, most notably one exceptional young wizard. The eyes of the young wizards turned toward Hermione. Chapter 60, Grindelwald. Dumbledore blinked. "What brings you here?" Lucci chuckled. "Old Dumbledore, have you forgotten? We haven't given you your Christmas gift." Dumbledore's eyes lit up. "Ah, I thought you had forgotten. What do you have for me?" Lucci smirked mischievously, conjuring an elderly man from the void into his grasp. Dumbledore abruptly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Gellert." The void transformed into ropes, binding the elderly man and placing him onto the sofa. "Albus, what is the meaning of this?" Dumbledore asked, rubbing his forehead. "Gellert has nothing to do with me. It was these two children who brought you here. They're simply the ones I mentioned who are interested in ancient alchemy." The old man glanced at Lucci and Hermione, both of whom offered a slight bow. Hermione Granger. "Lucci, we have met the first Dark Lord." The elderly man chuckled softly, shifting his shoulders. He regarded the ropes, binding him with a puzzled expression, twisting his body before ultimately conceding. "Interesting. I am Gellert Grindelwald. Might I first inquire as to what these ropes are made of?" "Of course. Strictly speaking, I crafted them," Lucci replied. "I meant the material, not the maker. Nevertheless, how did you manage to bind me here from Nurmengard in an instant?" Lucci reached out, demonstrating simply like this. "Aha, how amusing. Do you wish to learn alchemy?" Hermione shook her head. "It pertains to ancient alchemy." "Heh, it has been lost to time. Do you possess any books regarding ancient alchemy?" "Of course, but I believe you ought to release me first." That was a promise made to Professor Dumbledore." Grindelwald gazed incredulously at Dumbledore, who sputtered juice from his mouth and hastily shook his head. "That was not my request." "Lucci, quickly untie him." Lucci pouted. "That was still your promise." Yet, to the onlookers, the ropes seemed to vanish into thin air. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Grindelwald's eyes. Though he appeared ragged, emaciated, and on the verge of losing all his teeth, his mismatched eyes still sparkled with vitality. Dumbledore turned to Grindelwald. "Since you have emerged, do you still wish to proceed in this manner?" "Very well. I shall trust your choice this once." With that, Grindelwald raised his hand to comb his hair back. since you desire books on ancient alchemy that can be arranged, but you must first study modern alchemy with me. Hermione did not hesitate and promptly acquiesced to Grindelwald. Excellent. A smirk graced Grindelwald's lips. Hermione and Lucci nodded and departed from the headmaster's office. By the way, do refrain from engaging in peculiar activities in my future office. Dumbledore. Grindelwald. Today I have been left speechless more times than in all the years prior. That evening in the Great Hall, Dumbledore announced the addition of a new alchemy class at Hogwarts to be taught by none other than Gellert Grindelwald. Two professors gasped in shock, while the young wizards lamented in despair. The current curriculum was already overwhelming, and now yet another alchemy class was to be added. Professor McGonagall was also on the verge of collapse, exclaiming, "What in the name of Gellert Grindelwald is this? Old Dumbledore, what are you thinking?" Professor Snape fell into a profound silence, at a loss for words. Later that evening, Snape arrived at the headmaster's office. "Dumbledore, I believe you owe me an explanation. Is this what you call ensuring the safety of young wizards?" They're quite safe, aren't they? Indeed, allowing a first year to be possessed by Voldemort, a basilisk in the second year, and now another dark wizard. Ah yes, Hogwarts is truly a bastion of safety. Dumbledore awkwardly scratched his head, contemplating tossing a cockroach pile into his mouth. "Do you not have anything to say? Letting me serve as the defense against the dark arts professor is one matter. But this is unacceptable. No, Dumbledore, you will come to regret this. Severus, I am a headmaster." Snape stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The young wizards, however, were relieved that Hogwarts Castle had undergone renovations, making it at least warmer, and the potions classroom in the basement no longer resembled an ice cellar. On the 14th day, a day of special significance, the young wizards were taken aback to find that Lockhart had adorned the Great Hall with an abundance of pink flowers, all arranged into heart shapes. Colorful heart-shaped paper pieces fluttered down from the ceiling of the auditorium. To put it plainly, Lockhart exhibited a degree of creativity. At the very least, the hall appeared quite enchanting. However, this sentiment was primarily directed towards the young wizards with romantic partners. As for the solitary ones, one glance at Ron's face of disdain would suffice to convey the sentiment. Unexpectedly, Zhang Qiu and Cedric announced their romantic relationship, with rumors swirling that Cedric had professed his feelings in the second-year girls' dormitory that very morning. Naturally, Zhang Qiu accepted his advances. Meanwhile, Draco and Astoria engaged in lively banter, while Ginny sat with Harry, enjoying breakfast. Though Luna and Hermione were not particularly active, their presence spoke volumes. Finally, we were left with the Weasley twins, Ron, and Neville. Neville continued to eat breakfast with carefree abandon. There were indeed individuals pursuing the Weasley twins, but they had declined the attention. Lockhart rose from the professor's table, waving to the young wizards and raising his cup. In response, the young wizards lifted their own cups filled with juice or pumpkin juice. Chapter 61. On how to steal Hermione's notes. As Lockhart clapped his hands, a few unsightly little dwarves entered the hall, their faces grim, as though they bore the weight of an enormous debt. Disappointment washed over the young wizards. After breakfast, they departed the hall, either heading to their classrooms or lingering on the lawn. However, given the current weather, it seemed unlikely that any young wizard would wish to remain outdoors for long. "Hermione, can we join Harry and Draco in studying with you? We don't want to be a burden. We want to help them. While that is certainly possible, if you wish to keep pace with them, I fear you will have little time to rest, and it will be quite exhausting." The two young witches shook their heads. "We are not afraid of fatigue." Hermione offered a slight smile. "Very well, like them, you two should gather in the library every afternoon after class at 5 o'clock. The two young witches beamed with delight, even exchanging a celebratory clap. As the class bell rang, Professor McGonagall finished her last sip of coffee and elegantly rose to her feet. "You all have seen the recent issue of the Daily Prophet, I presume?" The young wizards nodded in unison. "Good. Can anyone tell me which spell Hermione used in the photograph in the newspaper?" A moment of silence ensued, before one brave soul attempted to respond. "Professor McGonagall, it was the transfiguration spell." Professor McGonagall nodded. "Excellent, 1 point for that answer. Now, who can tell me which specific type of transfiguration spell Hermione employed?" Gradually, several hands were raised, 4 of which belonged to those who had received extra instruction from Hermione: Harry, Ron, Neville, and Draco. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow and gestured towards Draco. "It was the object transfiguration." Professor McGonagall nodded approvingly. "Correct. Draco earns 5 points. Now, is anyone curious as to why what Hermione transformed appeared to be a living creature, even though it was an object transfiguration? Today, we shall delve into the advanced classifications of transfiguration spells. It is well known that transfiguration is categorized into 3 main types: object transfiguration, animal transfiguration, and human transfiguration. However, human transfiguration further divides into appearance alteration and identity transformation. The latter can entirely change one's identity and involves altering the memories of others, representing a highly advanced form of magic. Object transfiguration can also be classified into two categories: inanimate transfiguration and animate transfiguration. The spell employed by Hermione pertains to animate object transfiguration, which transforms an object into a conscious or unconscious life form. Animal transfiguration is distinctly divided into animagus and ordinary animal transformation. The animagus is a complex and perilous spell. Do you remember when I transformed into a cat in our first year? That was an animagus, as Hermione had noted. Additionally, all transfiguration spells can be subdivided into partial transfiguration spells. As Hermione gazed at the professor, who spoke eloquently from the podium, she envisioned the professor's youthful self. So beautifully captivating, confident, and elegant. The subject matter, though inherently tedious and complex, failed to bore the young wizards. Instead, they found it increasingly intriguing. Following the professor's line of thought, the four friends had already studied with Hermione, making the class exceedingly enjoyable. Consequently, defense against the dark arts had become the least favored subject among the young wizards. Unexpectedly, although Gilderoy Lockhart wore his characteristic smile, he refrained from boasting about his accolades today. While he continued to speak in a flippant manner, he no longer indulged in self-aggrandizement. This version of Lockhart appeared rather charming, reminiscent of a rebellious young nobleman, free-spirited, romantic yet not licentious. The young witches were instantly enchanted, surrounded by pink bubbles of infatuation. Conversely, the boys found him even more distasteful. Defense against the dark arts is fundamentally about countering the repercussions of dark magic, enabling us to comprehend it fully. The essence of power is not inherently good or evil. The true measure of morality lies within ourselves. I find this statement profoundly insightful and reasonable. Now, a year has passed. Has your understanding of dark magic evolved? Can any young wizard enlighten me on what constitutes dark magic? Hermione raised her hand. Lockhart smiled faintly. Once, I believed that true dark magic was that which led its user to moral degradation, inflicting harm upon both themselves and others. Now, I perceive it as equivalent exchange. Lockhart's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he adjusted his non-existent glasses. Oh, fascinating. Could you elaborate? Dark wizards yearn for certain desires, driven by intense longing, sacrificing parts of themselves to create dark magic. Subsequent users of dark magic similarly sacrifice their reason, body, or spirit. Thus, the essence of dark magic lies in equivalent exchange. Lockhart erupted in laughter, noticing a notebook on Hermione's desk, narrowing his eyes slightly. How intriguing, Miss Granger. 20 points for you. The young wizards widened their eyes in astonishment. 20 points. Lockhart then cast a glance at Lu Chi, offering a faint smile. Chapter 62, The Love Letter Incident. The little wizards rushed out, leaving only four behind in the classroom: Lu Chi, Hermione, and Lockhart. Miss Granger, may I inquire about the origin of your notebook? Oh, I purchased it at the Leaky Cauldron before the term began, for 1 galleon. Lockhart waved his hand dismissively and exited the classroom. No, something is amiss, Ron mused, stroking his chin as he fixed his gaze on Lockhart's retreating figure. Draco, intrigued by Hermione's mention of equivalent exchange, turned to her. Hermione, where did you learn about equivalent exchange? Hermione shook her head. A senior well-versed in dark magic has been conversing with me, and this is my conclusion. The four were momentarily taken aback. Proficient in dark magic? A senior? They gathered their belongings and followed Hermione out of the defense against the dark arts classroom. To their surprise, 2 little gnomes shrieked and navigated through the crowd, racing towards the four and Hermione. Harry Potter. Wait. Harry shook his head and turned to flee, but was restrained by Draco and Ron. Hermione. Everyone froze, shivering collectively at the audacity of the little gnome. Lu Chi extended his hand, and the gnome floated, trembling, into his grasp. Who sent you? Cough, cough. It was from Autumn Zhang in the 3rd year. Lu Chi rubbed his nose and released the gnome, which scurried away in fear, obediently producing a love letter to hand to Hermione before hastily departing. Meanwhile, Harry was held back by Draco and Ron as the gnome leisurely retrieved the love letter, unfolding it to read aloud. Dear Harry, the first time I heard your name, it was from my mother. To her, you were a hero worthy of all respect, and I etched your name deep in my heart. The second time was in an old newspaper where I found the article about your victory over the Dark Lord. However, I first saw you at King's Cross Station, Platform 9, and I never imagined you would be so close. I shyly hid behind my mother, silently watching you. I was overjoyed when you visited my home. It made me realize you were not so unattainable, yet I found myself hesitant to approach you. Finally, it was only upon my enrollment that I gathered the courage to speak with you. Your eyes are truly beautiful, like two emerald gemstones. Harry Potter, I like you. Upon finishing the letter, the gnome bowed and handed it to Harry, who stood in stunned silence as he received the missive. The gnome and the little wizards dispersed, while Madame Lean knocked on the door, having come to witness the spectacle, not to partake in the romantic drama. Ron stumbled back in disbelief. This seems remarkably like my sister, but could Ginny possibly write such a long, coherent letter? Draco nudged Harry playfully with his elbow. Harry's face flushed as he lightly punched Draco's shoulder and dashed away. Draco clicked his tongue, helping Ron to his feet. Ron shook his head. No, it can't be my sister. Ginny could never write such a normal letter. TSK, TSK. However, it seems that Ginny has recently developed a close relationship with Astoria. This letter bears a resemblance to Astoria's style, yet it lacks her distinctive tone. Ron glanced at Draco, who raised an eyebrow and retrieved a letter from his pocket. Astoria's. Ron shrugged, patting Draco on the shoulder. Take it easy. Harry is quite decent too. Ron turned to Lu Chi in disbelief. Lu Chi chuckled softly. Hermione also opened Zhang Xiu's letter. So, Lu Chi, are you feeling jealous? That little fellow must have been reprimanded by you. It's unlikely he could read this letter aloud. I don't quite understand your situation. There are no issues usually, yet you insist on calling Lu Chi brother. In the past, Lu Chi regarded you as a sister. Now that he's finally awakened, why are you acting so wooden? Stop messing around and win Lu Chi over. You can do it. Hermione's face flushed slightly as she tucked the letter into her space ring, and Lu Chi raised an eyebrow. What did Zhang Xiu write? None of your business, Lu Chi replied. Zhang Xiu, she won't want him. Hermione shot Lu Chi a glare and playfully punched him. What are you thinking? Zhang Xiu still has Cedric. It's impossible. Cough, cough, ISNT. That just the style here in England? Old Dumbledore and Grindelwald were the same. Hermione delivered another punch to Lu Chi. How could I possibly be like that? Lu Chi smiled wryly. You aren't, but what if Zhang Xiu is? At lunch in the Great Hall, Harry and Ginny sat together, while the Weasley twins circled around them. Oh, his eyes are so beautiful. Like emerald gemstones. Ginny blushed deeply at Harry's compliment, and Draco grinned foolishly at Astoria. Lu Chi nodded. You know, the Weasley twins actually sing quite well. Cedric absent-mindedly nodded, his gaze fixed on the chatting Zhang Xiu and Hermione, pondering Lu Chi's suggestion that Zhang Xiu might have feelings for girls, as she had written a love letter to Hermione. Impossible. Please, why would I lie to you? Cedric stared blankly at Zhang Xiu, playfully tussling with Hermione, shaking his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Chi slapped Cedric on the head. Stop questioning your life here. Go. Take Zhang Xiu away. Charm her with your personality. And ask her not to cling to Hermione anymore. Otherwise, once they get together, it will all be too late. Cedric abruptly slammed his hand on the table, startling the younger wizards who turned to look at him. He stood up, leaving his seat to stride over to Zhang Xiu and Hermione without a word, grasping Zhang Xiu's hand and leading her out of the Great Hall. Zhang Xiu offered no resistance, wearing a bewildered expression. Huh? Hey. Cedric, what are you doing? What's going on? The younger wizards gasped in surprise. Hermione cast a sidelong glance at Lu Chi, who was grinning. Brother, what did you say to Cedric? Lu Chi shrugged, and Hermione facepalmed. Zhang Xiu, I'm sorry. In the evening, Lu Chi stared at the ceiling. Little Hermione. Brother, what is wrong? Why haven't you written me a greeting card? Why hasn't that brother confessed to me? I thought we had something, which is why I didn't write you a card. Lu Chi's lips curled slightly as he closed his eyes. Chapter 63. The Assault of Lockhart. Time remains an unending loop, eternal and boundless. Harry found it quite unbearable, yet every now and then, Lockhart would inquire with Hermione whether that notebook was for sale. Had it not been for Hermione's intervention, Lu Chi would likely have turned Lockhart into a mere notebook by now. However, what the young wizards failed to grasp was that Lockhart's combat club continued to operate, and most infuriatingly, Lockhart was exceptionally strong during these sessions. The young wizards inundated Lockhart's office with letters, vehemently denouncing his tendency to tell stories in class despite his evident prowess. Yet, what left them in utter despair was when Lockhart publicly displayed their letters in the Great Hall. Oh, young wizards, I am aware that you all admire me immensely, but the sheer volume of your letters is overwhelming. My office desk is piled high with them, nearly surpassing my own height. There is simply no more room. I appreciate your sentiments, so there is no need for further correspondence. Ron slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Professor Lockhart, haven't you opened the letters to see their contents? Oh, I have indeed perused them. They all convey similar sentiments, primarily praising my heroic and dashing demeanor during combat club, as well as my humorous and unique teaching style. The young wizards nearly choked on their own blood. In the defense against the dark arts office, Lockhart gazed out the window where the forbidden forest lay, its perimeter marked by spells cast by all the professors. Master, perhaps we should abandon that notebook. Those two young wizards are rather formidable. Though the voice was the same, the tone differed as it emanated from Lockhart. Lockhart, you can do this, keep pushing. Lockhart nearly sputtered in frustration, yet that voice uttered another remark. It's not imperative to seize it by force. Just use your wits. But master, that young witch is so dedicated to her studies. How could we possibly deceive her into giving up her diary? Of course, that is a consideration for you. Otherwise, what use are you to me? Merlin's catgirl-made outfit. I can't simply ask her for it, can I? What if she actually agrees? No. If she won't sell it to me, how could she possibly give it to me? The next day in defense against the dark arts class, Lockhart entered the classroom cheerfully, carrying a cage covered with cloth. Hello, how are you all, young wizards? No one responded. Lockhart laughed heartily and pulled away the cloth covering the cage. Look what I have brought for you. Yes, it's a Cornish pixie. Lockhart's hand reached for the cage door. Come on, let me see if you made any progress this year. Some of the young wizards looked at Lockhart in terror. They were all former Gryffindor students. Indeed, Lockhart had showcased these pixies at the beginning of the semester in Gryffindor, and it had been nothing short of a disaster. Other young wizards have heard tales from the little lions, and there is a palpable sense of anxiety among them. It is not the wild little sprites that instill fear, but rather their incessant annoyance. Harry and Ron shielded their faces, utterly exasperated. Yet thanks to nearly 2 years of diligent study with Hermione, their skills had significantly improved. Gilderoy Lockhart chuckled heartily as he opened the cage. The Cornish pixies erupted forth with maniacal grins, causing Lockhart to scream and tumble to the ground, inadvertently launching the cage into the air, which landed with a resounding thud. The sound of the cage hitting the floor echoed like the first gunshot of war, plunging the classroom into chaos. Some young wizards, having learned a smattering of spells, brandished their wands at the Cornish pixies, but the pixies darted about erratically, rendering their spells ineffective and instead targeting a few unfortunate young wizards. Draco's forehead was veined with tension as he deflected one spell after another, cursing under his breath. By Merlin S. Blue lace-trimmed socks, who is pelting me with spells. You had better pray I don't catch you. Harry, Ron, and Neville huddled together, casting spells to fend off the frenzied Cornish pixies, while Hermione and Luna remained untouched, for no pixie dared approach them. This was largely due to Luna having recently reduced 2 advancing pixies to mere ashes. A few Cornish pixies were left dumbfounded by the spectacle. At that moment, a hand stealthily crept up onto Hermione's desk, snatching her book. Lockhart beamed, tugging at it. A tug. I tug. Tug. He inhaled deeply and exerted himself, nearly toppling over again. Confused, he looked up to see the 4 mischievous faces of the pixies, along with Hermione's exasperated expression and Luna's disdainful gaze. Lockhart chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. Hermione waved her hand dismissively. Professor Lockhart, do you truly desire my notebook? Lockhart quickly shook his head. Well, I thought you genuinely wanted it, and I would have bought it for you. Suddenly, he leaped to his feet and seized Hermione's notebook. Please, do sell it to me. I absolutely adore this notebook. I searched at Flourish and Blots and found no equivalent. Hermione smiled. 10 galleons. Lockhart was taken aback, retrieving 10 galleons from his pocket. Scoundrel. A swindler. I wouldn't mind the cost, but you're charging me 10 galleons for something that is worth 1. Scoundrel. Hermione nodded in satisfaction, releasing the notebook as Lockhart swiftly tucked it away. He sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. Young wizards, it is evident you have not applied yourselves this term. I have even covered how to deal with vampires in class, yet you cannot even handle Cornish pixies. I am deeply disappointed. Class dismissed. Lockhart exited the classroom alone, appearing forlorn and disheartened. Chapter 64. Deceived by 10 galleons? We common folk are indeed quite jubilant today. Today is a splendid day indeed. Lockhart activated the nearby record player, and the melodious strains of a piano piece began to emanate from it. He twirled gracefully, dancing in harmony with the music. As the song concluded, Lockhart brushed his hair back. Master, the task has been successfully completed. Oh, you actually accomplished it. Ahem, let me see. Lockhart was momentarily speechless, but obediently retrieved the notebook he had just placed on the table. How did you manage to acquire it? Initially, I unleashed chaos among the Cornish pixies during defense against the dark arts class, then seized the opportunity to pilfer that little witch's notebook. I was caught, but surprisingly, she offered to sell it to me. Very well, just do not act so foolishly next time. What made you think she would leave that notebook unattended? Huh? What do you mean? Wait, are you suggesting this notebook is a fake? It is genuine. Oh, then, but it's not what I wanted. It is merely an ordinary notebook. What? No way. She swindled me out of 10 galleons. Fool. Regardless, they are quite formidable, so that notebook likely holds no significant value. We need not exert such effort to obtain it. In the second-year common room, Hermione set down the notebook she had been holding. Brother, why does Professor Lockhart insist on having my defense against the dark arts notebook? He probably wishes to peruse your notes. But Professor Lockhart has only been telling stories in class. I haven't taken any notes. Lucci chuckled. Then perhaps he simply admires our little Hermione's taste. Even the notebooks she buys are exquisite. All right then. As May approached, the end of term drew near, and the weather grew increasingly warm. With summer vacation not far off, in potions class, Professor Snape could hardly suppress a smile. He decided to abandon the pretense altogether. He gazed at Harry with a knowing smile, ready to bestow praise upon the slightest of errors. Ah, behold, the illustrious savior, Mr. Potter, possesses such strength. He has managed to reduce the leaves used for extracting juice into a repugnant, viscous mess. Excellent work, Harry Potter. You lose 5 points. Draco snickered. Professor Snape. Draco loses 5 points. Ron grabbed Harry's arm. Professor Ron Weasley, you lose 5 points. Not that, Professor, I merely wish to say Ron Weasley loses another 5 points. Neville scratched his head, about to speak. Neville Longbottom loses 5 points. Lucci chuckled, prompting Snape to raise an eyebrow and glance at him. Is it amusing? Not in the slightest. Very well. Lucci loses 10 points. Lucci exclaimed, what the? TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems our savior is not only physically strong, but also lacking in intellect. Stirring only 5 times is akin to a troll's efforts. Well done, Harry. You lose 5 points. Look at that. Our savior Harry loses 5 points. Harry, lose another 5. In the evening, the 4 friends, in despair, sought out Zhang Qiu. Sister Zhang Qiu, we truly can't endure it any longer. The old bat is simply inhumane. Zhang Qiu looked at Hermione in bewilderment, stifling her laughter. Hermione recounted the events that transpired during potions class, prompting Zhang Qiu to burst into hearty laughter. The 4 little ones were somewhat hesitant. Yet it was Draco who ultimately stepped forward. You see, Lucci mentioned that Harry's cross-dressing was effective, so we decided to give it a try last time. We discovered that when Harry dressed as a girl, the old bat didn't target us. However, last time, we merely dressed Harry in a skirt and a wig. This time, we wish to ask Sister Zhang Qiu to help Harry with makeup. Zhang Qiu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Harry quickly squeezed past Draco. Well, Sister Zhang Qiu, this time it's not just me. These 3 also want to dress as girls. Zhang Qiu's eyes gleamed, and she found herself holding a little dress without realizing when she had picked it up. Leave it to me. The next day, Snape strode into the potions classroom with a light step. Ahem, Harry Potter, our savior, does not even greet the professor. Harry, you receive 5 points. There was no time to ponder over the 4 little ones. Now making their entrance were the 4 most beautiful girls of Hogwarts second year. Dracolina, Navi, Harry, and Rona. Professor Snape fell into complete silence. Miss Harry, 10 points for you. Harry, 10 points. The exquisite potion was simply perfect. Harry earns 20 points. Completing the potion and then assisting classmates, Harry earns another 10 points. After class, the 4 little ones stumbled out of the potions classroom and stood before the score wall in the Great Hall. Harry covered her pink lips. Dracolina shook her head. I also earned 30 points. Rona nodded. I earned 40 points. It's unbelievable. Navi's eyes widened. I also earned 30 points. The 4 little ones embraced, tears streaming down their faces, their gazes resolutely determined. From now on, we shall attend potions class like this. The trophies for the top 3 scores will be ours. Hogwarts now boasted 4 enchanting beauties. Yet the little wizards found it curious that these 4 only appeared sporadically in Professor Snape's class. Hermione linked her arm with Lucci's. Hey, brother, when will you dress as a girl for me to see? I also want to see my sister. Lucci chuckled, his hair growing rapidly, skin becoming more delicate, and his voice turning sweet and adorable. Lucci patted little Hermione's head. How is it? Little Hermione, do you like your sister? Little Hermione's cheeks flushed. Lucci shrugged. You see, sister, you're unhappy again. Little Hermione playfully punched Lucci, causing him to grin through the pain. Chapter 65, Chubby Eve. To be honest, the talents of the group of 8 exceeded Hermione's expectations. Initially, she believed that they would only complete the foundational courses at Hogwarts in a year, yet now, merely half a year in, they had already finished the 5th-year curriculum. If one did not choose to delve deeper into magic, the 7th year offered little in terms of coursework. In the library, the group of 8, along with Ginny and Astoria, maintained an enthusiastic fervor for learning. After all, once they completed the 6th grade studies, they could embark on the study of ancient magic. Lu Qi chuckled lightly, seemingly oblivious to the existence of silent incantations and wandless spells. After all, ancient magic demands an exceptionally high level of magical communication ability. The purpose of wands and incantations is merely to assist young wizards in more effectively channeling their magical power. It is only through this magical energy that one can connect with spiritual energy, thereby successfully casting a spell. Should an incantation be mispronounced, the connection between magical and spiritual energies falters, resulting in a flawed spell. This raises an intriguing question. Why not directly cultivate spiritual energy? Do you believe that the primal forces of the world are easily mastered? As for why cultivators face thunder tribulations when borrowing from the world's essence, if you do not repay it, who else would strike? Moreover, Ginny and Astoria are nearing the completion of their 3rd-year studies. For the curriculum of the 1st and 2nd years is rather minimal. The 4th and 5th years are laden with the most learning material, especially as the 5th year final examinations for ordinary wizarding levels approach, determining one's eligibility to participate. By the 6th year, students begin to prepare for the ultimate 7th year wizarding examinations, which dictate their graduation status and future employment prospects. Lu Qi set down his book and stretched languidly. The day was waning, and the group began to tidy up and leave the library. However, Madame Pants cast them a disdainful glance, the kind of disdain that speaks volumes. After all, for the past 2 years, they had nearly made a habit of frequenting the library daily. Among them, Zhang Xiao and Hermione preferred the tranquility of study. Yet since last year, Hermione had been teaching them, and with her soft-spoken nature, Madame Pants had turned a blind eye. The Weasley twins were the most boisterous, often causing a ruckus. Draco, Harry, Ron, and Neville were prone to dramatic reactions, raising their voices at the slightest provocation, which often led to Madame Pants expelling them. Cedric and Lu Qi studied quietly, though they frequently engaged in conversation. The 2 new girls were even more reserved, seldom speaking. Suddenly, Madame Pants' expression softened, a slight smile gracing her lips. A group of mischievous youngsters, and a couple of troublesome girls. As she turned, a glum face unexpectedly appeared before her, startling Madame Pants. "Professor Lockhart, when did you arrive?" Did I not come in at noon?" "I even greeted you, Madame Pants." Madame Pants regarded Lockhart with suspicion, her mouth opening to speak. However, before she could utter a word, a glimmer of white light flickered in her eyes, and her tone shifted. "Oh, right, you did come in at noon. I recall now. But why do you look so troubled, Professor Lockhart?" Lockhart's eyes darted. "I am here seeking a book titled The Wise Book of the Great Sage." Madame Pants shook her head. "That book is not available in the library." Are you certain?" "How could it not be? I distinctly remember having seen it before." "Impossible. The entire Hogwarts library comprises a total of 476 books, which has remained unchanged over the past 13 years. I can clearly recall the name of each and every book." Lockhart widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Not 6. He shook his head and leaned against Mrs. Pants's desk, stroking his chin. "How could there be none? Surely the master couldn't have made a mistake?" Mrs. Pants looked at Lockhart in confusion. "Professor Lockhart, which master are you referring to?" Lockhart shook his head, snapped his fingers, and then departed from the library. Mrs. Pants was taken aback, gazing out the window. Those little wizards are moving so swiftly, they've vanished already." The young wizards strolled along the edge of the Black Lake, and Lu Qi pondered, "Shall we visit Hagrid's hut?" The Weasley twins exchanged glances with Cedric, and in unison, they declared, "Let's go." The 4 girls were still processing the situation when the little ones, along with the Weasley twins and Cedric, had already followed Lu Qi. Zhang Xiao sighed, urging Ginny and Astoria to hurry after them. As for Hermione, of course, she was holding Lu Qi's hand, staying close by his side. Zhang Xiao grabbed Harry, handing Ginny over to him, and similarly entrusted Astoria to Draco before reluctantly taking hold of Cedric's hand. "What are we doing at Hagrid's this late? Surely he needs to rest?" The Weasley twins shook their heads. "Isn't it Lu Qi who wants to go? However, Hagrid probably won't rest until very late. He has to patrol the Forbidden Forest at midnight, twice." Zhang Xiao was taken aback. "How do you know that?" The Weasley twins scratched their heads. Well, you see." Lu Qi exhibited a blank expression. "It's because they once got caught by Hagrid while sneaking into the Forbidden Forest at night." The Weasley twins chuckled, and Zhang Xiao was speechless. Hermione gently squeezed Lu Qi's hand. "Brother, why are we going to Hagrid's?" Lu Qi scratched his head. "Honestly, I'm not quite sure either." The group fell silent, unsure of what else Lu Qi intended to do. Lu Qi waved his hand dismissively. "Let us not overthink it. If we think of something, we should just act on it. Besides, it's been 2 weeks since we last checked in on Hagrid. At Hagrid's hut, or rather now referred to as Hagrid's villa. Hagrid was feeding Eve. Draco patted Eve's belly, causing her to pause her eating, letting out a disgruntled sound. Eve, you seem to have gained some weight. Eve froze. Her mouth agape as a piece of bear meat fell to the ground. Subsequently, she emitted a pitiful sound and curled up in a corner. This distressed Hagrid, who wished to comfort Eve. Cedric held Hagrid back. Hagrid, Eve has long learned to hunt for herself in the Forbidden Forest. You don't need to keep bringing her food. Hagrid nodded dejectedly. All right, I understand. Let's head inside. But how come you all have the time to visit me? Chapter 66. Finals. The young wizards looked at Lucci. We thought of it and came. Hagrid chuckled, leading the young wizards into his home. Once settled on the sofa, everyone let out a deep sigh of relief. Hagrid brought forth an abundance of food, juices, snacks, and of course, rock cakes. The rock cake was an enormous and remarkably hard pastry. Its firmness comparable to that of a brick. Ordinary individuals certainly cannot partake in such delicacies, so why indulge in the creation of rock cakes? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Hagrid is no ordinary person. He is a hybrid of giant and human, embodying the strengths of both races with a formidable physique and an innate magical prowess. Lucci picked up a rock cake, breaking it to offer a piece to Hermione. She grimaced slightly, but accepted it nonetheless. Taking a hearty bite, Lucci found the cake to be delightfully crisp, reminiscent of a biscuit, with a savory yet sweet flavor. Quite palatable indeed. He glanced towards Cedric and the others, who hastily shook their heads in disapproval, eliciting a disappointed shake of his own from Lucci. Hagrid chuckled heartily at the scene. Stretching languidly, Lucci reclined on the sofa, his gaze penetrating the ceiling to behold the breathtaking night sky. Such days are truly splendid. May the world remain forever at peace. Hagrid, he called. Yes? What is it, Lucci? Do you have any meat? Plenty, but it's all food I prepared for Eve. She has grown remarkably, now measuring 8 meters. A fully grown dragon must learn to hunt for herself. Let us roast some meat in the Forbidden Forest. Don't hesitate, Hagrid. Draco has remarked that Eve has put on weight. Very well. I shall fetch the meat. Come on, let us get moving. Lucci stiffly turned his head, smiling at Professor McGonagall, who was wrapped in her pajamas, hugging her shoulders. Good evening, Professor McGonagall. Still awake at this hour? Are you hungry? Would you care for a late-night snack? She shot him a disapproving glance. You do realize how late it is. The Weasley twins gleefully dragged Professor McGonagall to sit down, promptly handing her several skewers of freshly roasted meat without a word. Hagrid greeted her with a jovial smile. Tender and juicy, the meat was delightfully succulent. Professor McGonagall smiled faintly, savoring the familiar taste. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, she took Lucci by one hand and Hermione by the other. Next time, do not linger so late. Will you even attend classes tomorrow? Understood, Professor McGonagall. What about the weekend? She cast a skeptical glance at Lucci. On weekends, there are no classes. You may have Harry dress as a girl and call upon Professor Snape, but do not stay out too late. Take care of your health. Professor McGonagall set the pair down before their dormitory, patting Lucci and Hermione on their shoulders. All right, go rest now. Good night, Professor McGonagall, they chimed together, eliciting a smile from her. Good night. As the summer in England quietly approached, June heralded the impending final examinations for the young wizards. In the library, Hermione wrapped her wand gently against Draco's head. As for Ginny and Astoria, you must strive to study diligently. I trust you require no supervision in that regard. The Weasley twins lay slumped over the table, their eyes vacant. Good heavens, we were hoping to enjoy a restful summer. Hermione shrugged. Not requiring you to study wandless magic is already a concession to your rest. Lucci nodded in agreement. Precisely. The group, exasperated, glared at Lucci in frustration. Indeed, you have nothing to do but stand there and speak without concern. Lucci shrugged, his eyes brimming with provocation. The young wizards cleared their throats and turned their heads away, choosing not to engage with Lucci. It was not that they acknowledged their inability to best him. Rather, it was a matter of personal conviction. The group stowed away their notes and abruptly halted at the entrance of the library, pausing before Madame Pants. She regarded them with suspicion, prompting a shared glance among the group before they collectively shouted, "Goodbye, Madame Pants. Happy summer vacation." After their exclamation, they paid no heed to the stunned Madame Pants and hastily ran off. Madame Pants shook her head, unable to suppress a smile. You children wait until next semester. The following day marked the commencement of the final examinations. While the other young wizards were in a state of anxiety, Cedric and his companions had already completed their exams and vacated the examination hall. Hermione sought out Grindelwald to acquire texts on ancient alchemy. Indeed, Hermione and Lucci had thoroughly studied all of Grindelwald's alchemical teachings, which, overall, were rather unremarkable. As for Lucci, he found himself summoned once more to the headmaster's office by old Dumbledore. With a vacant expression, he collapsed onto the sofa. "What new trial are you concocting for Harry this time, Dumbledore?" Dumbledore scratched his head awkwardly. "It is not Harry. It is you." "Huh? Me? What do you wish to test me for? I have no need to level up by battling monsters." Dumbledore shook his head. "It is not a test. Nor am I the one seeking you out. Then who is looking for me? And for what purpose? Can you not articulate it all at once?" Dumbledore shot Lucci a sidelong glance, leisurely popping a cockroach cluster into his mouth. "It is Nicholas Flamel." "Wait, who?" Dumbledore shook his head and took a sip of juice. "Nicholas Flamel. How is it that he is not yet deceased?" Dumbledore spewed the juice he had just sipped, soaking the newspaper on the table. He glared at Lucci with a sense of exasperation, using magic to dry the paper. "Lucci, I must remind you that your words are rather impolite. Isn't he supposed to have passed away last year?" Dumbledore sighed. "His current condition is quite dire. While his physical body has indeed perished, his soul remains trapped within it. I discovered this during my assistance in sorting through his belongings." Chapter 67. Zombie? Tormented Puppet. Lucci gazed at Dumbledore with suspicion. "After a year, what suddenly prompted you to consider sorting through Nicholas Flamel's belongings?" Dumbledore shot Lucci a disapproving look. "As a legendary alchemist, some of the items in his possession are exceedingly perilous. He requested that I assist in his burial and, in the process, dispose of those hazardous alchemical artifacts." Lucci. Dumbledore. "Very well. When shall we depart? If possible, I would prefer to leave immediately." "All right. Let me inquire whether Hermione wishes to accompany us." "Goodness, right after the exam, you already seek to burden me with tasks." Lucci grumbled as he exited the headmaster's office, while Dumbledore scratched his head in contemplation. Lucci entered the office of the alchemy professor, where the exasperated voice of an elderly man echoed. "That's it, really just these few books. How is that possible? The ancient art of alchemy has long been lost. 2 volumes are already quite abundant." Lucci pushed open the door, but neither of them acknowledged his presence. Hermione regarded Grindelwald with skepticism. "Really?" Grindelwald shrugged helplessly. "Why would I deceive you?" Hermione cast a pitiful glance at Lucci, who embraced her and gently tousled her hair before turning his attention to Grindelwald. "I believe if you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, you may find yourself exiled." Grindelwald chuckled lightly. "Ah, I am Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord. I can teach you my magic." Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All of it?" Grindelwald, momentarily speechless, replied, "Yes, all." Hermione beamed and waved goodbye to Grindelwald. "Very well then, goodbye, Professor." Grindelwald smirked, shaking his head. Lucci closed the office door and affectionately ruffled Hermione's hair, though she gently swatted his hand away. "Little Hermione, there's a situation with Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore has summoned me to investigate. Would you like to accompany me?" "Nicholas Flamel? Is he not yet deceased?" Lucci chuckled softly, pinching Hermione's cheek. "He passed away last year, but there are issues with both his soul and body." Should I come along to take a look?" "Then let us proceed. Shall I escort you, or will you venture on your own?" Lucci shook his head, and the legendary sword Ganjiang and Mo-Siam materialized in midair. Hermione and Lucci gracefully leaped and landed firmly upon the blades. Dumbledore shrugged, his form twisting before vanishing. Lucci and Hermione exchanged glances and transformed into 2 streaks of light, disappearing from the headmaster's office, locking onto Dumbledore's aura. They swiftly followed him, reappearing outside Nicholas Flamel's residence, a modest 2-story house. Dumbledore cast a bemused look at Lucci and Hermione. "You did not arrive by flying on your swords, did you? Spatial transportation? Of course. Then why the swords? While flying on swords is not as expedient as teleportation, it possesses a certain flair, hence our choice." Dumbledore could only shake his head in disbelief as he led Lucci and Hermione around to the back of the house, where 2 graves lay. One of the graves was disturbingly disturbed, as if someone had unearthed it. Lucci stared at Dumbledore with wide, fish-like eyes, prompting Dumbledore to narrow his own in suspicion. You seem to be contemplating something rather impolite." Lucci merely chuckled. "When I arrived, Nicholas Flamel had just crawled out of his grave. He is currently contained within the house." Lucci shrugged, and the 3 entered the house, which was remarkably tidy, yet coated in a layer of dust from neglect. A series of anguished roars emerged from the living room, and Lucci and Hermione followed Dumbledore there. An elderly man with a grayish-green complexion was magically bound to a chair, screaming in torment. His pupils were entirely gray, his hair nearly non-existent, and his body was riddled with wounds, yet no blood flowed from them. You mean his soul still resides within this body? I am here. It hurts so much. Oh, God. Lu Qi stood in a daze, carefully scrutinizing the old man for quite some time. Hermione stroked her chin, pondering. Does he resemble a zombie? Dumbledore was taken aback. What is a zombie? Not a zombie. He is my brother, a puppet of suffering. Huh? Lu Qi raised his hand and pressed his palm against Nicole May's forehead, pulling back abruptly. A surge of crimson blood seeped from her brow, coalescing in Lu Qi's palm to form an eye. Ecstasy, terror, anguish, deceit. I am the second. Dumbledore remained perplexed, but Hermione grasped the situation. Before departing from this world, they each left behind a fragment of their power as a coordinate to locate this realm. After all, it is their home. The power of ecstasy was inherited by Vanasha and would eventually be passed down to her offspring. The power of deceit transformed into a tome, now in my possession, while the anguish's power seemed to have caused the world to retract. Dumbledore? Hermione glanced at Nicole May. Then why does Nicole May still transform into a puppet of suffering? Dumbledore promptly interrupted them. Lu Qi shot Dumbledore a disdainful look. If you can't comprehend, just remain silent. His soul has reincarnated. As for why his soul is untroubled, we ultimately reside in this world. We were created by him and depend on him for our existence. He does not permit anything to encroach upon his people. Dumbledore nodded with a semblance of understanding, and Lu Qi extended his hand. Return my brother's power. Did you shield his strength? The world, huh? I don't understand what you mean. Lu Qi, the origin of a world. The world, esteemed one, please keep it safe. Call upon me should you require assistance. Suddenly, the eye in Lu Qi's hand quivered and transformed into a vivid red, smiling mask. Suffering is unavoidable. Let's then revel in it. Lu Qi shook his head, placing the mask into the void near his body, alongside the deceiver's deception. Dumbledore buried Nicole May's remains. Will there be such situations in the future? Lu Qi shook his head. No, there will not be. Chapter 68 in the afternoon. The young wizards gathered on the lawn, some frolicking joyfully while others settled down to rest. Naturally, Lu Qi and Hermione had also brought out Professor Cat, who was now engaged in a game of wizard chess with Ron. Draco held Astoria's hand, feeling somewhat bashful. Astoria, would you like to come to Malfoy Manor this summer? A faint blush adorned Astoria's pale cheeks. Is that really possible? Of course. Certainly. Hee, that sounds wonderful. Draco's face turned slightly red. Hee, my mother will surely adore you. Great. Meanwhile, Ginny also took Harry's hand. Harry, would you like to come to my house directly this summer? Harry hesitated. Perhaps not. He still felt guilty about the incident when Mr. Weasley was searched at the beginning of the school year. However, the Weasley twins squeezed past Ginny, each wrapping an arm around Harry. Ginny's face flushed as the Weasley twins, having already pushed her into Harry's arms, waved goodbye and departed. The matter settled. They left without a trace, concealing their achievements and glory. Zhang Xiu linked her arm with Hermione's. Zhang Xiu, would you like to visit London and explore Chinatown during the summer vacation? Absolutely. However, I'm more eager to visit your home. I hope I won't be a bother. Of course not. It's settled. We shall share a room. Sound good. Lu Qi turned to Cedric with a serious expression, patting his shoulder. Do you see what I am? How could I deceive you? Zhang Xiu is definitely harboring ill intentions towards my dear Hermione. I advise you to keep a close watch on her and take her away. Cedric nodded gravely, standing up to pull Zhang Xiu away once more. Zhang Xiu offered no resistance, only appearing somewhat bewildered. Hermione gazed at Lu Qi in silence while he shrugged. She has written you love letters. What if? Hermione smiled faintly, grasping Lu Qi's hand and shaking it playfully. So brother, are you feeling jealous? Impossible. Why would I be jealous of a little girl? Hermione produced the letter from her space ring, waving it before Lu Qi's eyes. But Zhang Qiu did write me a love letter. Lu Qi's expression stiffened. Did she truly confess to you? Is I not enough for you? Do you desire a monogamous relationship? What of Cedric? How could you think such a thing? Hermione laughed as she playfully tapped Lu Qi's shoulder. Impossible. My heart belongs solely to you. And what about the Granger couple, along with your two great-grandfathers, Ms. Luo Wanwan and Old Lu? Well, they reside in another part of my heart, hee. Lu Qi chuckled, pinching Hermione's cheek affectionately. All right then, how many hearts do you possess? Just these two. Lu Qi laughed, ruffling Hermione's hair as she embraced him, leaning against his side. Brother, what is it? Nothing, I just wanted to call you. All right, little Hermione. What is it? Guess. No, I won tea. The sunset's rays filtered through the pink clouds, illuminating the young wizards, while a cool evening breeze dispersed the lingering warmth. Lucci and Hermione lay on the lawn, gazing at the setting sun. Brother, the sunset is beautiful. Indeed, after so many years of watching sunsets, this past 12 years has been the most stunning. Why is that? Guess. Annoying, I want to guess. In Snape's office, the old bat sat silently in his chair, gently stroking a small gray mirror, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. His office, once located in the basement near the potions classroom, had been transformed into a storage area following Hogwarts reforms. Now, both the potions classroom and Snape's office resided on the third floor of the castle. It was evident that the sunset's brilliance could also grace the bat. In the headmaster's office, besides Dumbledore, 3 other older gentlemen sat together, engaging in a leisurely tea chat. Hee, this is my treasured Long Jing from 1982. Old chap, that's merely a decade ago, reminiscent of our Da Hong Pao from the 60s. Oh, dear old fellow, you possess such fine goods? Indeed, what does my grandfather lack? Old chap, you seem rather proud after I've spoken a few words. Hasten to brew it. Old dang. Old guy, how fares our tea culture in Huaxia? Dumbledore nodded appreciatively. Speaking of desserts, our Huaxia delicacies are indeed abundant. Oh, haha, I shall not be polite then. I will shamelessly request some. Very well, upon the next term's commencement, I shall personally prepare some desserts to bring along. As the sun completely set, the young wizards gathered in the hall. Once all were assembled, Dumbledore stood before the faculty table and clapped his hands. Silence, please. I am delighted that we have once again spent a year at Hogwarts. The young wizards applauded enthusiastically. Let's get straight to the point. I know what you all are eagerly anticipating. The trophy. I shall now announce the top 3 young wizards who accumulated the most points this semester. In third place, Miss Harry, with 464 points. In second place, Lucci, with 577 points. And in first place, Hermione, with an astounding 1062 points. A hush fell over the hall, followed by an eruption of cheers. 1,062 points. This is unbelievable. She has once again shattered the record. 1,062, more than the total we accrued together. So last year, we were the ones who held Hermione back. My goodness. In truth, the scores were recorded on the scoring wall of the hall, visible only to the respective individuals. Thanks to a small charm cast by Dumbledore. After all, with so many young wizards across 7 grades, to have them all noted collectively would be quite the task. Dumbledore rested his wand against his throat. Now, let us invite our awardees to the stage to collect their trophies. Hermione appeared somewhat dazed. She had not anticipated accruing such a high score. Lucci and Hermione approached the stage, but where was Miss Harry? At this moment, however, the young wizard's attention was solely on Hermione, who was still concerned about Miss Harry. Chapter 69, 2 Curses. Dumbledore glanced at Harry, who was hiding behind Ginny. Nonetheless, the Weasley twins, Draco, and Ron urged Harry to come forward to receive the award. As for the astonishment surrounding Hermione's 1062 points, was that not fundamental? Ginny spread her arms protectively around Harry, casting a wary glance at the Weasley twins, Ron, and Draco. The 4 exchanged awkward smiles, conceding defeat. Dumbledore directed his gaze toward Harry and winked. Very well, it seems Miss Harry is indeed quite shy. Therefore, let us allow her to personally seek Professor McGonagall after the banquet to collect her trophy. Now, let us once again congratulate Miss Harry, Lucci, and Hermione for winning this semester's trophies. Oh, Professor McGonagall smiled as she presented the silver and gold trophies to Hermione and Lucci, while professors and young wizards alike applauded. The cacophony within the auditorium abruptly fell silent. Regrettably, there is another matter to address, Professor Lockhart. Our esteemed instructor for the defense against the dark arts next academic year is set to resign. The young wizards widened their eyes, with several even leaping from their seats. Is it true? Lockhart suddenly stood, smiling and waving at the young wizards. There are many who still require my assistance. My journey must continue, dear students. It has been a delightful year spent with you all. However, I must bid you farewell. Lockhart produced a handkerchief to dab at the tears forming at the corners of his eyes, opening his arms wide to the assembly of young wizards. The hall erupted in cheers from the students, leaving Lockhart momentarily stunned. He's finally departing. We will no longer have to endure that insufferable Lockhart. The smile on Lockhart's face faltered, and he awkwardly scratched his head. He was not deaf. The students were nearly shouting. How could he not hear? Dumbledore gently shook his head, while Professor McGonagall cleared her throat and cast a serious glance at the students. Ahem, what is this nonsense? Professor Lockhart is leaving. Do not jest. The young wizards exchanged bewildered glances. Lockhart waved his hand dismissively and, still smiling, took a seat. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued, very well. The feast may now commence. Young wizards, indulge in the delicacies. The dinner proceeded, with an array of sumptuous dishes appearing on the table. Ron, while stuffing his face, mumbled indistinctly, "Whoever teaches, as long as they are better than Lockhart, it's fine." Draco nodded in agreement, and Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the discussion turned to who was most pleased about Lockhart's departure, and it was undoubtedly Harry, as he had endured considerable torment from Lockhart throughout the year. Neville swallowed his pudding and scratched his head. So, the defense against the dark arts professor for the past 2 years have all resigned without incident. Could this be a curse? Harry paused. What curse? Oh, right, Harry, you haven't heard? It is said that for many years, professors of the defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts have encountered various misfortunes. It is rumored that a mysterious figure placed a curse on the position. Harry was taken aback. Mysterious figure? Hermione shrugged, spearing a piece of steak to feed to Crookshanks. That would be Voldemort. Neville shuddered. Well, it is said that the mysterious figure cursed his very name. Crookshanks caught the steak in his mouth and grimaced. What nonsense! Little Voldemort is just blathering. If he dares to come, let him. I will call him the Dark Lord's illegitimate son. Sour radish, don't eat. Crookshanks' words were spoken at a normal volume. So many young wizards overheard him, casting terrified glances his way. However, considering Crookshanks' exaggerated prowess and devilish demeanor, whispers of the third-generation Dark Lord circulated among the students. It is unclear who uttered this phrase, but the young wizards promptly distanced themselves from Crookshanks and Hermione. Thus, the entire hall of young wizards isolated Hogwarts' 12 champions. Hermione shook her head. Voldemort, originally named Tom Marvolo Riddle, was a half-blood wizard who espoused pure-blood supremacy. He founded the Death Eaters and sought to dominate the magical world, striving for the supremacy of pure-blood wizards, which led to the initiation of 2 wizarding wars. The young wizards were momentarily taken aback. What had they just heard? The Dark Lord, an ardent advocate of pure-blood ideology, yet he was a half-blood. Hermione retrieved a handkerchief to dab her mouth. Tom Riddle, when his name is rearranged, indeed spells Voldemort. The young wizards nodded in astonishment. It was truly so. Hermione chuckled softly. Riddle was merely a deranged psychopath, and all his actions were driven by his own selfish motives. However, when compared to Grindelwald, the Dark Lord was but a petulant child. The young wizards were bewildered. They had no knowledge of who Grindelwald was. At the professor's table, Professor McGonagall squinted at Dumbledore and his companion, Gellert Grindelwald. Dumbledore wiped the sweat from his brow. I must admit, it is rather warm this evening. Severus Snape stared in disbelief at Hermione. Are you telling me that Voldemort is also a half-blood? Although the old bat had followed Voldemort due to his power, he remained silent, shaking his head. The other professors shared the same astonishment as the young wizards. Yet they were also curious about how Hermione possessed such knowledge. Gilderoy Lockhart, on the other hand, laughed heartily without restraint. Tom Marvolo Riddle, a half-blood. How amusing. Ha! The professors shifted in their seats, attempting to distance themselves from the fool. Regardless of the veracity of Hermione's claims, knowing Tom Riddle's name meant that those pure-blood wizarding families could certainly uncover everything about him. If they were unable to, then Hermione's assertions might indeed hold truth. In Chapter 70, titled Noah, within the Office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, a busy day had passed, and Gilderoy Lockhart moved a chair to the window, opened the record player, and sat down, gently swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. The rose-hued liquid swayed slightly in the glass, sparkling under the moonlight. Master, is Voldemort truly Tom Riddle? Indeed, that young wizard had no reason to deceive his peers, especially with Dumbledore present, not to mention Grindelwald at his side. That Professor Gellert Grindelwald? Didn't Headmaster Dumbledore mention he was a wizard from the Dumbledore family? Gellert Grindelwald. In England, a woman takes her husband's surname upon marriage. How delightful. Lockhart's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape, yet words eluded him. Suddenly, he closed his mouth, a smile playing at the corners, and reclined back in his chair with closed eyes. Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord, initially shared dreams with Dumbledore of a world where wizards need not hide, aspiring for wizards to govern muggles. However, at some point, the two parted ways for reasons unknown, with Grindelwald establishing his own following, launching a full-scale war against the European magical community, and ruling over vast territories. Regrettably, in 1945, Dumbledore engaged in a final confrontation with Grindelwald, who, upon his defeat, willingly entered Nurmengard. Consequently, Dumbledore is hailed as the greatest wizard of this century. Lockhart opened his eyes and stroked his chin. Pardon, Master, isn't Grindelwald imprisoned in Nurmengard? With a thoughtful gaze, Lockhart shook his head. Not quite. In this world, aside from Grindelwald himself, there is likely no one capable of truly confining him. How does that little witch know such things? Lockhart mused, savoring a sip of red wine. Wizards ensconced in their own limitations will ultimately be forgotten by time. They were so closely aligned with Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Surely they know something? Once they mature, they will surpass both Dumbledore and Grindelwald. The following morning, the young wizards, each sporting dark circles under their eyes, stood silently beside the notice board in the great hall of Hogwarts. Lucci stretched languidly. What is the point of coming here so early? We all know we'll surely achieve full marks. The young wizards cast a resentful glance at Lucci. Hermione shot him a disapproving look. At 8 o'clock, Professor McGonagall arrived at Hogwarts, smiling and holding a stack of parchment. She raised her hand, waving the parchment. Dear students, your results are here. However, I believe you should let me pass first. The students parted to create a path leading to the notice board. With a flick of her wand, the parchment floated into the air and affixed itself to the board. Professor McGonagall waved her hand. Happy summer vacation. Happy summer vacation. Professor McGonagall. The young wizards watched her leave Hogwarts, then turned their attention back to the notice board. Indeed, the 12 exceptional students once again dominated the top ranks of their year, particularly in the second year, with Hermione taking first place, followed by Lucci in second, and Draco, Harry, Ron, and Neville occupying the third to sixth positions respectively. Undoubtedly, all their grades were perfect, if last year the four had made some minor errors. After another year of studying with Hermione, those errors had vanished. Hermione nodded in satisfaction, leading Lucci by the hand, while the other 12 exceptional students followed closely beside them. At the Hogwarts station, Hermione, Lucci, and a few others waited on a bench for the train, which was scheduled to arrive at 9:30 and depart at 10 o'clock. Hermione paused, retrieving a book from her space ring. Little Hermione, what is the matter? Hermione smiled slightly. Regardless, the stories Professor Lockhart told in class are quite fascinating. The surrounding space warped, enveloping the notebook, which ultimately vanished from Hermione's grasp. Lockhart hummed a cheerful tune as he sorted through letters from his fans. Suddenly, he paused. A notebook appeared out of thin air and fell onto his desk. Scratching his head, Lockhart opened the notebook, which bore a beautifully penned line. Professor Lockhart, since you truly cherish this notebook, I shall gift it to you as you prepare to depart. Lockhart fell silent for a long moment. Master, do you believe this is the notebook you seek? Lockhart's expression shifted as he gazed at the notebook in his hands. How did you acquire it again? The little wizard gifted it to me. How amusing, genuinely delightful. Suddenly, Lockhart's palm opened to reveal a gaping maw of deep crimson, filled with small, sharp teeth. A long, scarlet tongue emerged, swiftly coiling around the notebook and swallowing a whole. After consuming the notebook, a peculiar power surged through Lockhart's body. A flash of red flickered in his eyes before returning to normal, and the power dissipated. Lockhart opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from uttering a sound. However, his gaze soon transformed. What, do you desire it? No, my master. There's no fault in seeking power. Yet Voldemort's soul has long succumbed to dark magic. That power is beyond your capacity to bear. Lockhart paused, nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, unexpectedly, another force manifested within him, and his mind brimmed with new spells. Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall not abandon you. I am not the Dark Lord. Yet we too harbor grand ambitions. In our pursuit of ideals, we shall inevitably require formidable strength, for our journey may even reshape the world. We are the terminators of the old era, the founders of the new. As time shifts and days change, we shall be the ark carrying forth the age. We are, indeed, Noah. In the void, a diminutive figure nodded. Let's not digress. The name Noah is well chosen. Do you aspire to be the vessel of an era? Yet, lacking strength will not suffice. Lockhart, filled with fervor, knelt upon the ground. Master, however, he had not finished his thought before rising once more. No need for further words. I have stated that when those two young wizards mature, they shall surpass even Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Our time is limited. Yet I have already discovered the path to the future. Chapter 71. Turmoil in the Wizarding World. In July, England's temperatures soared to 23 degrees, coinciding with the summer break for students, leading to an increase in children populating the streets. On an unnamed island in the North Sea, ordinary folk regard it merely as a small isle, but for wizards, it is the prison of their realm. This prison is guarded by Dementors, creatures capable of siphoning joy from individuals, enveloping prisoners in despair. Even in the summer, the surroundings remain eerie and frigid, shrouded in layers of mist that isolate the island, heightening the terror of Azkaban. The inmates within the cells possess bloodshot eyes, tattered clothing, and disheveled hair, resembling the very embodiment of despair. Among them are also those whose eyes reflect a profound, vacant hopelessness. A Dementor delivered the day's newspaper into a cell, subsequently selecting a particularly despondent soul to grasp by the face. Cloaked in a tattered black robe, the Dementor's form was nearly imperceptible beneath its garment. Its face lay concealed in the shadows of its hood, revealing only the faintest outline of what could be interpreted as a nose and mouth, an abyss of deep, dark void. Its hand, withered and decayed, emerged from the black robe, cold and emaciated. As it moved, it seemed to float through the air, devoid of sound, radiating an aura of decay, death, and despair. The wizard offered no resistance, utterly powerless, as the Dementor's face drew perilously close to his. A ghastly, pallid light erupted from the wizard's orifices, drawn into the mouth of the Dementor. The wizard lay crumpled on the ground like a mound of putrefying flesh, while the Dementor, as if handling refuse, grasped the wizard's lifeless form, preparing to depart the cell. Suddenly, Opale, skeletal hand fiercely gripped the thick iron bars of the cell. Lord Voldemort, how could he possibly be a half-blood wizard? A hoarse voice shouted in fury, causing the Dementor to abruptly turn toward the witch. Bloodshot eyes, mad with silence, met the hollow gaze of the Dementor, and the witch trembled, taking a step back. In that instant, several beams of green light pierced through the Dementor, regrettably inflicting no harm. The Dementor abandoned the corpse and advanced through the witch's cell, extending its hands to grasp her face. Death Eaters, it is time. With the witch's scream, a surge of emerald lightning filled the prison. The quantitative shift prompted a qualitative change. Hegel, who first articulated this notion, was indeed a genius. Although the overwhelming number of killing curses failed to harm the Dementor, they successfully forced it back. The witch erupted into maniacal laughter as an explosive curse blasted a gaping hole in the cell. Outside lay the vast sea, with hundreds of Dementors floating above the island, all eyeing the witch, rushing toward her. Ha ha ha, I am Bellatrix Lestrange, the most loyal servant of the Dark Lord. Death Eaters, each to your own skill. If you cannot escape, you are unworthy to serve the Dark Lord. With that, Bella transformed into a swirling mass of black smoke and vanished in an instant. Naturally, the Dementors followed closely behind her. The Death Eaters also morphed into swirling clouds of darkness, scattering in flight. A frail black dog, clutching a newspaper, bolted from the cell. But the Dementors paid no heed to a mere dog. The Death Eaters, too preoccupied with their escape, took no notice. The black dog's eyes were a deep crimson. Oh, Padfoot, what has happened? Ron lifted his small mouse, which had just quivered, eliciting a chuckle from the Weasley twins. It's no surprise that Binky, at such an age, has never been outside. It must be too thrilling for him. Indeed, the Weasley family had won a lottery, prompting their decision to embark on a journey. Harry scratched his head. But what kind of mouse can live for over 10 years? Ron shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps it has some magical creature-esque lineage. The Weasley couple, laden with luggage, turned to the children. Well, do you have everything? The children shook their heads. All right then, let us depart. Draco stood in a daze, clutching the letter in his hand, his eyes brimming with fury. The contents were penned by Ron and the Weasley twins, primarily detailing their plans to travel to Egypt. No, are they abandoning me again? Wait a moment, Egypt? Perhaps I should join them? Ah ha ha ha. Mother, how about we embark on a journey to Egypt tomorrow? Narcissa set down her newspaper and rubbed her temples. It must be because the Weasley family is going, of course we can go, but we should leave at once. Lucius opened his mouth, but after receiving a sharp glare from Narcissa, he obediently closed it. Narcissa remarked, out in public, I grant you respect, but at home, do not feign superiority. Otherwise, you shall not sleep in our bed tonight. Lucius acquiesced. Draco's cheeks flushed. Ahem, I would also like to extend an invitation to Cedric and Lucci. Narcissa smiled. Most importantly, invite Astoria, right? Huh, how did you know, Mother? No, wait, that's not. Ha ha. All right, go and write the letter quickly. We shall depart tomorrow. Blushing, Draco dashed upstairs to compose his letter. Lucius gazed thoughtfully, his fingers absent-mindedly drumming on the newspaper of the day. Narcissa expressed her concern. Is the Ministry of Magic not taking any action? Aren't they afraid of Death Eater chaos? Lucius shook his head. They are overly confident, not believing that any Death Eaters could escape from Azkaban. Going to Egypt to evade the turmoil is a wise choice. Narcissa rested her head on Lucius's shoulder. Let's hope so. Lucius gently grasped Narcissa's small hand. As long as I am here, neither you nor Draco shall come harm. He opened a drawer and retrieved several newspapers from the past few months. The wizarding world, it seemed, had gained a new force. The cultivators from Huaxia have always proven stronger than wizards. Lu Qi's great-grandfather, a leader among the cultivators, assures that you too will remain safe. Narcissa playfully bit Lucius's shoulder, prompting him to grimace. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. What about you? Lucius smiled gently, stroking Narcissa's hair. The Malfoy family has diversified investments, prioritizing self-preservation. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Draco is growing up. Since he has taken a liking to the child from the Greengrass family, I must ultimately resolve the last issue for him. Chapter 72, The Dementor. Lucius narrowed his eyes, picking up a few newspapers from the table. Cultivators from Huaxia have arrived at the Ministry of Magic in England to engage in exchanges and have decided to take up the role of martial arts instructors at Hogwarts, a significant reform at Hogwarts. Shocking. Hogwarts will no longer actively recruit from the Sacred 28 families? The future hope of the wizarding world. The 12 strong of Hogwarts, the true identity of the Dark Lord. Of course, each newspaper contained additional stories. Another section detailed the Weasley family's win, which allowed them to travel to Egypt. The next day, Draco, chuckling, took Astoria's hand, following the Malfoy couple on their journey to Egypt. Hermione and Lu Qi had already made arrangements with Zhang Xiu and Cedric, inviting Draco and Astoria to join them for a visit to Chinatown whenever they had the time. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiu and Cedric arrived at Hermione's home, where Luo Wanwan greeted them with a cheerful smile and embraced both warmly, expressing her heartfelt welcome. At that moment, Mr. Granger had closed his dental practice, as Mrs. Granger was due to give birth in just a few days. Under the inquisitive gazes of Cedric and Lu Qi, Hermione led Zhang Xiu to the room she had not occupied in quite some time. Zhang Xiu surveyed the surroundings and playfully pulled Hermione onto her bed. I never expected our little Hermione to be such a little rich girl. Hermione's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Not really, she replied. Zhang Xiu wrapped her arms around Hermione. Hee, if I were a boy, I would definitely pursue you. But why does it seem like no one has lived in this room for ages? Hermione's face turned beet red at that moment. Well, it's not that. It's just that my mother is pregnant, and we haven't cleaned it in a while. Zhang Xiu observed the flustered Hermione, noting the absence of any signs of life in the room. It was not merely unclean, but it was evident that it had been regularly maintained. Something fell off. Hermione, of course, was unaware that while Luo Wanwan did not typically do housework, it was not due to an inability. Rather, Luonghua was simply reluctant to let her. As for why they hadn't hired a maid, Luo Wanwan shot a glare at Mr. Granger. What? Don't you trust me? Mr. Granger raised his hands in surrender. Zhang Xiu then released Hermione. Little Hermione, I need to use the restroom. Hermione, relieved, gestured towards the bathroom without a second thought. Zhang Xiu glanced at the bookcase, which contained no books, and the desk, which was devoid of any items, before walking into the bathroom with a chuckle. Before Hermione could react, Zhang Xiu seized her. Little Hermione, you're living with Lu Qi at home too. Hermione was taken aback. I am not. Zhang Xiu mischievously reached toward Hermione's clothing, prompting her to quickly turn away. No, Zhang Xiu, stop it. But it was too late. Zhang Xiu had managed to reach under her arm and gently tickled her, causing Hermione to plead for mercy. Little Hermione, you're being naughty. Zhang Xiu shook her head, releasing Hermione and hurriedly fleeing, realizing that if she stayed any longer, she would be at Hermione's mercy. I'll go fetch your Lu Qi, so he won't be spreading bad rumors about me to Cedric. In the evening, Hermione decisively waved her hand, instructing Cedric to occupy the room next to hers while Zhang Xiu was, of course, to stay in her room. Hermione then accompanied Lu Qi to his room. Zhang Xiu clung to Hermione's arm, looking at her with a pitiful expression. Little Hermione, but I want to sleep with you. Hermione's face flushed, drawing dark expressions from Cedric and Lu Qi. Lu Qi exchanged a knowing glance with Cedric, who understood and promptly took Zhang Xiu's hand, turning to leave. Zhang Xiu protested, wait. Hermione shot a glare at Lu Qi. This is all your fault. Lu Qi responded. The following morning, Zhang Xiu and Hermione promptly resolved to venture out. Cedric shrugged, while Hermione helped the feeble Lu Qi, who had collapsed onto the sofa. Mrs. Granger had already been admitted to the hospital and was due to give birth shortly, and the two elderly gentlemen had arranged for 2 female cultivators to be on standby, just in case. The 4 made their way to Chinatown, where Cedric, much like a country bumpkin entering a grand estate, gazed around in wonder. Coming from a traditional pure-blood wizarding family, he had never ventured far from the magical realm. However, surprises often arrive unannounced, catching one off guard. A sudden scream from the left startled the group, and they turned to see 2 Dementors drifting toward the unsuspecting Muggles. causing the previously warm weather to chill abruptly. Hermione's expression hardened. Expecto Patronum. A silvery mist enveloped the Dementors, their ghastly wails emerging from within the fog, to which Hermione remained impervious. Lucci shrugged. Is that it? The statute of secrecy? Cedric's countenance grew grave. These are Dementors. How could they be here? Lucci was taken aback. Haven't you seen today's newspaper? Is there one? Lucci produced the latest edition from a space ring and handed it to Cedric, while Zhang Qiu leaned in to look. Azkaban in chaos. Hundreds of Death Eaters escape from Azkaban. Minister of Magic Fudge is about to be ousted. Zhang Qiu and Cedric gaped. Wait, there were no owls this morning. Where did you get that newspaper? Lucci shrugged. Does it matter to you? Cedric and Zhang Qiu exchanged glances. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Dumbledore maintained his reading posture, his expression grave, though his hands were empty. Grindelwald chuckled softly. Dumbledore. The four of them paid no heed to the panicking muggles as Hermione reached out, the silvery mist carrying the screaming Dementors toward them. Lucci settled onto a bench by the roadside. Well, let us wait for the Ministry's inept personnel. It's a good time to rest. Zhang Qiu and Hermione scoffed, while Cedric sat down in deep agreement, utterly exhausted from their morning stroll. However, after a lengthy wait with no sign of the Ministry, Lucci patted his backside. I'm hungry. Zhang Qiu stroked her chin. I'm craving roast duck. Then let us go. Go. Cedric was taken aback. What about the two Dementors? With a wave of his hand, Lucci made the Dementors vanish instantaneously. Cedric. Chapter 73. Brother. By afternoon, the four had lost their desire to continue shopping. Yet Hermione and Zhang Qiu still managed to procure an abundance of food. Zhang Qiu's family resided in a small villa, albeit not in London. Cedric scratched his head. By evening, what about the Aurors? What about those two Dementors today? Hermione tossed two cards on the coffee table. Cedric stared at the cards in his hand for a long while. No. Zhang Qiu's lips curled into a smile. 5. Lucci angrily slammed down two cards. 4 of a kind. You don't want to play? Cedric remained silent for an extended period. 6 of a kind. Lucci spat blood. Alas, we are a pair. Why would you blow me up? Wasn't it you who asked me to take charge? Zhang Qiu and Hermione burst into laughter, while Cedric hesitated for a moment. A 2? Zhang Qiu and Hermione paused. No. With all these bombs, there are no cards left. The trio fell silent. They were playing against another team of 4, each with merely 13 cards. Lucci laughed heartily. 9, 10, Jack, Queen, King, Ace. Why the silence? Do you not enjoy laughter? Let us have 2 more 3s. Hermione's eyes sparkled. A pair of 4s. Zhang Qiu covered her face. A pair of 9s. Lucci chuckled mischievously. A 2, and another queen. Zhang Qiu tossed her cards on a coffee table. But Cedric, how can you have 3 bombs? How can Xiao, Hermione, and I play? Lucci shrugged. Luck is a part of skill, after all. Cedric is merely a novice. What's wrong with a bit of good fortune? Zhang Qiu tugged at Cedric's collar. Indeed, a touch of luck is inconsequential. Yet we played 4 rounds, and Cedric has had a bomb each time. Cedric raised his hands in innocent surrender. Qiu, you know I would never cheat. Zhang Qiu narrowed her eyes. Yet I never accused you of cheating. Cedric was speechless, while Zhang Qiu shot him a glare. Up until now, in 4 rounds, Cedric had a bomb each time, and both of them were out of luck. She and Zhang Qiu had yet to win a single round. Cedric scratched his head. Bombs of 8, 3, and 2. Lucci leaned back on the sofa, bored. This lad Cedric, with his bushy eyebrows and bright eyes, seems incapable of deception, yet he always possesses a bomb. Cedric, I truly did not cheat. Lucci, get lost. I am ashamed to be in your company. What is the matter, great-grandfather? Old Amo waved his hand dismissively. Don't even mention it. The wizarding world is now in chaos, with all the dark wizards from Azkaban and Nocturne Alley on the loose, and Dementors wandering freely among wizards. Minister Fudge is on the verge of resigning, and Principal Dumbledore is taking charge. Lucci was taken aback. Well, this morning, a Dementor appeared in Chinatown, but Hermione managed to capture it. What? The 2 old men widened their eyes. We were completely unaware of this. Those scoundrels. I instructed the 400 cultivators who accompanied us to protect the ordinary folk, and this is how they choose to safeguard them. Hermione paused. Well, great-grandfather, I actually subdued the Dementor as soon as it appeared, but approximately a few hundred people witnessed it. We wanted to wait for the Aurors to handle it, but they have yet to arrive. The 2 old men settled onto the sofa. Those Aurors are not particularly impressive. There are only about 100 of them, all occupied with suppressing the dark wizards. In the following days, the 2 old men relinquished their concerns. Mrs. Granger was about to give birth, and the 2 old men were nearly ready to adopt her as a granddaughter. Therefore, all issues in the wizarding world, great and small, were handed over to Dumbledore. while Fudge was mere days from stepping down and was too afraid to show his face. Aunt Granger is about to give birth, so we shall not add to the chaos. How can we possibly create chaos? Stay a few more days and enjoy yourselves. Haha, of course not. We warmly welcome you to visit at any time. On July 5th, early in the morning, everyone arrived at the hospital. Mr. Granger held Mrs. Granger's hand, his face etched with concern. Wasn't it said that the time was likely yesterday? Why is there still no sign? Please, let there be no complications. Two elderly gentlemen each gave Mr. Granger a playful slap on the head. What nonsense are you talking about, lad? I'm still here. Mr. Granger replied. I'm just worried sick. Aren't you even a little concerned? With that, the two old men playfully slapped Mr. Granger again. Mrs. Granger smiled at the banter, but a sudden contraction made her gasp. Observing Mrs. Granger closely, Luo Wanwan shouted, "Her water has broken." A group of elderly gentlemen in white coats hurriedly ushered everyone out. Once they confirmed everything was in order, a nurse wheeled Mrs. Granger on a stretcher towards the operating room. Mrs. Granger offered everyone a faint smile. Luo Wanwan instinctively grasped the hands of Hermione and Lu Chi. Hermione patted Luo Wanwan's hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Aunt Wanwan. Your mother will be just fine." Luo Wanwan shook her head. "Of course she will be fine. Not to mention you two, but the two old gentlemen are also here. I'm just curious whether it's a boy or a girl. I do prefer little girls, but little boys are just as delightful. They can grow up and even woo little girls from other families." The group responded with laughter. Mr. Granger glanced at Lu Chi, who turned his head and whistled. The tense atmosphere eased considerably, and everyone quietly waited outside the operating room. An hour later, the operating room door swung open, and the sound of a baby's cries filled the air. Everyone perked up, and the elderly doctor emerged. Mr. Granger rushed forward, ready to inquire, but the doctor first waved his hand and then leisurely removed his mask. With the head of the hospital in attendance, mother and child are safe. There is no need for Mr. Granger to worry. Chapter 74. Samuel. Upon returning to the ward, the nurse handed the newborn to Mr. Granger. He took a quick glance at the baby before passing him to Luo Wanwan, then turned to grasp Mrs. Granger's hand. The group gathered around, and they beheld the swaddled infant, whose skin was a bright red and whose body was wrinkled. "Yes, newborns can be quite unappealing," Luo Wanwan remarked, presenting the child to Mrs. Granger. "Ah, it's a little boy. My dear, have you decided on a name for him?" Mrs. Granger smiled tenderly, reaching out to pinch the tiny, wrinkled face of the baby. Mr. Granger hesitated for a moment before declaring, Samuel Granger." The group nodded in approval. Regardless of its meaning, at least the name was not unpleasant. However, Samuel derives from Hebrew, meaning the name of God or one who is heard by God. Subsequently, the nurse took the baby away, as he would need to stay in the incubator for a while longer, and Mrs. Granger would require a couple of days before being discharged. Hermione let out a quiet sigh of relief as Lu Chi rested his head on her shoulder. "What is the matter? Are you worried that a little girl might steal me away?" His gentle words reached Hermione's ears, accompanied by the warmth of his breath. Young Hermione felt a blush creeping on her cheeks. "You're quite narcissistic, aren't you? How can you be so sure Samuel will fancy you?" "Oh, and why do you like me then? I've always believed myself to be rather charming." Hermione turned her head away. "Well, just a little, I suppose." Lu Chi chuckled softly. "I still can't fathom how the mighty Lord of Fear, an ancient demon over 3 billion years old, came to fancy you, this little girl." Hermione shot him a glance. "Ahem, strictly speaking, you and I are the same age now, both 13. "Yeah, little Hermione, I've noticed you becoming increasingly delightful." As he spoke, Lu Chi gently nibbled on Hermione's ear. Her legs weakened, yet she maintained a stoic expression. Lu Chi's face flushed slightly as he released her ear, only for Hermione to catch him licking his lips. "Brother, you're becoming quite perverse." Lu Chi laughed. "Is that so? I only behave this way with you. Perhaps it's a testament to your immense charm." Though Hermione's expression remained unchanged, she alone knew how intensely her ears were burning. 2 hours later, Mrs. Granger was finally able to rise, albeit still feeling somewhat weak. 2 days later, she stretched lazily, delighted that she was about to be discharged. Upon returning home, everyone was taken aback to discover that little Samuel had no affection for either Mr. or Mrs. Granger, nor did he care for the two elderly gentlemen. He completely ignored Luo Wanwan and Lu Ongwa, and harbored a particular disdain for Lu Chi, crying loudly whenever he approached. Indeed, little Samuel's favorite was his sister Hermione, spending his days either sleeping or searching for her. The most perplexing part was that while he would wail at the sight of Lu Chi, he seemed to seek him out whenever Hermione was around. Luo Wanwan, holding onto Mrs. Granger's arm, gazed at Lu Chi, who was watching over the children with Hermione. As little Samuel, having finished his milk, refused to recognize his mother, and only wanted Hermione. Days passed, and little Samuel grew, much to Luo Wanwan's delight. Unfortunately, apart from sleeping and drinking milk, he only sought Hermione, crying otherwise. Hermione was quite displeased, as her silly brother was disrupting her time with Lu Chi. Yet Lu Chi found joy in the situation. With little else to do, amusing the child was a pleasant diversion. In fact, as days went by, little Samuel began to warm up to Lu Chi, actively seeking him out. One evening, tearful little Hermione called out to Lu Chi, forcefully pinning him down. The immense strength caused Lu Chi to grimace in pain. "Brother, if little Samuel weren't a boy, would you forsake me? Why do you like him so much?" Lu Chi replied, "No, little Hermione, you." Hermione wiped away her tears, her eyes still red, and Lu Chi raised his hands in surrender. "No, no. First of all, I could never abandon you. Secondly, that is your brother. Why would you feel jealous?" Lu Chi was both amused and exasperated by this. Hermione lay on Lu Chi, who had now grown to nearly 1.7 meters, slightly taller than the 1.6 meter Hermione. Lu Chi playfully pinched Hermione's cheek. "You should have more confidence in yourself. You are truly one of a kind. I feel fear. To me, all of humanity is no different from you." Hermione shook her head, brushing Lu Chi's hand away, and bit into his neck, causing blood to spurt. Lu Chi, taken aback, was compelled to shut off his pain receptors in response to the intense sting. Hermione, feeling a pang of concern, released her bite and gently licked the wound on Lu Chi's neck. Lu Chi's face flushed slightly. "Honestly, I don't particularly like Samuel. For all living beings, fear can be all-encompassing. The fear that a life can evoke is boundless. However, it is only at the moment of birth that fear is most pure and powerful. Brother, you are truly twisted." Lu Chi sighed, at a loss for words yet again. Hermione, dissatisfied, pinned Lu Chi down and bit into his neck once more. Blood stained her soft lips a vivid red. Lu Chi raised an eyebrow and absorbed his own blood back in his body. Hermione paused, then smiled faintly. Suddenly, Lu Chi felt a chill, compounded by the midnight darkness of the room, with only a sliver of moonlight illuminating Hermione's face. Her eyes glowing crimson and a smile adorning her features. Lu Chi's throat tightened, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Little Hermione, please calm down and let me explain." Hermione giggled, lying atop Lu Chi, tracing circles on his chest with her fingers. "Brother, you haven't done anything. Why do you need to explain?" With that, her nails sharpened, drawing blood on Lu Chi's chest. "I'm tired. Let's end this. I've given up." Hermione bit Lu Chi's lip, blood mingling with his mouth, along with her delicate tongue. Lu Chi's eyes widened, but Hermione covered his mouth with her hand. Chapter 75. July 7th. Hermione released Lu Chi, a delicate thread glistening in the moonlight connecting their lips. "Brother, what time is it?" "It's 12 o'clock. Do you know what date is today?" "The 7th. Brother. Happy birthday." Lu Chi was taken aback, then smiled. Indeed, past midnight meant it was July 7th, his birthday. As dawn broke, rays of sunlight crossed the horizon, bringing light to the world. Lu Chi opened his eyes and stretched. However, before he could sit up, a slender, fair leg had already rested upon him. Of course, she was in her pajamas, though the pant leg had slipped up during the night. Lu Chi was momentarily stunned as Hermione wrapped her arms around his neck, embracing him. His face turned crimson as he lay still in bed. Hermione nestled her head on Lu Chi's shoulder, gently licking his neck. "Brother, what kind of birthday gift do you desire?" There isn't anything I truly desire." What about me? How about I offer myself as a birthday gift to you?" "Huh, ahem, let's not joke around." Hermione giggled, leaving a tiny bite mark on Lu Chi's neck. Lu Chi, releasing Lu Chi, little Hermione stretched lazily, cast a glance at him, and sauntered to the bathroom to freshen up. Lu Chi cleared his throat a couple of times, changed his clothes, and then joined her in the bathroom. Upon entering, he found that Hermione had already completed her routine. So he gently pressed her onto a stool and took out a comb to style her hair. After nearly a year, Lu Chi's skills had improved remarkably, and Hermione's hairstyle was becoming increasingly exquisite. Finally, he secured her hair with a hairpin and nodded in satisfaction. Hermione embraced Lu Chi before leaving the bathroom to change, while Lu Chi cheerfully squeezed toothpaste onto his toothbrush, leisurely beginning his own morning routine. Descending the stairs, they found the house empty, just as they had anticipated. Upon arriving at the Granger residence, little Samuel opened his arms to Hermione, who turned her head away with a pout. Lu Chi pinched Hermione's cheek, while Luo Wanwan and Mrs. Granger erupted in laughter, leaving little Samuel to wail in distress, eager for Hermione's attention. The meal in the dining room was still warm. Hermione chuckled and pulled Lu Chi to the table to eat. Of course, with nothing pressing at home and Luo Wanwan present, Mr. Granger had gone back to work. Old Lou found it quite easy. After all, universities in England break for summer in early June, enjoying a lengthy vacation of over 100 days. Nowadays, Old Lou usually just clocked in at the university to engage in some academic research. As for the two elderly gentlemen, they were the busiest of all. Mr. Luo, as the ambassador, was swamped with work at the embassy, while Mr. Mo, as the leader of the cultivators from Huaxia, was occupied with exchanges with the Ministry of Magic amid the chaos in the magical realm. After finishing their meal, just as Lu Qi and Hermione were tidying up the dishes, Mrs. Granger and Luo Wanwan called out to them. Xiao Qi, could you and little Hermione please watch over Samuel? Your mother and I need to step out for a bit. Lu Qi glanced at Hermione, whose cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly took Samuel in her arms, who giggled joyfully. Luo Wanwan patted Hermione's head and linked arms with Mrs. Granger as they departed. Hermione stepped on Lu Qi's foot. What are you staring at? Huh? Don't you dislike my closeness with Samuel? I'm merely seeking your opinion. Hermione face-palmed. You are such a fool. Lu Qi. Hermione, exasperated, held Samuel in one arm while grasping Lu Qi's hand with the other. Let us hurry. Huh? Where to? Lu Qi shrank his neck and quietly followed behind Hermione. Back in Hermione's room, she brought over Samuel's little cradle from Mrs. Granger's room and placed him inside. Such is Hermione. Little Samuel, not crying or fussing, simply lay in the cradle, beaming up at her with delight. Lu Qi stretched lazily and collapsed onto the bed. Noticing this, Hermione approached the bedside and playfully poked Lu Qi's cheek. Are you truly this indolent? She teased. Ah, that assertion is misguided. Resting is an art in itself, Lu Qi replied, only to be interrupted as Hermione swiftly covered his mouth with her hand. All right, you may resume your slumber. Lu Qi rolled his eyes, removed his shoes, and spread out the quilt that Hermione had not used for quite some time, enveloping himself in it. The quilt retained a faint fragrance, reminiscent of Hermione, a delicate scent of gardenia. You truly intend to sleep? Hermione urged. Hurry up and join me in watching over the child. She shook Lu Qi gently. What could little Samuel possibly be up to in his crib? He is merely sleeping, Lu Qi murmured, narrowing his eyes and pulling Hermione closer. Samuel blinked his still tiny eyes, stretching out his arms and cooing for a while before tiring and drifting off to sleep. In the dead of night, Mrs. Granger was roused to soothe the child. At noon, Hermione stirred, yawning comfortably as she stretched in Lu Qi's embrace, 2 tears escaping from the corners of her eyes, which she gently wiped away. Glancing up at Lu Qi, she noted he was still asleep. With a playful smile, she pinched his cheek, but Lu Qi remained unresponsive. Leaning forward, Hermione playfully bit his neck and gently sucked. Lu Qi opened his eyes, the dazzling sunlight momentarily blinding him. Little Hermione, what time is it? He asked groggily. I'm not certain, she replied. Lu Qi cradled her face in his hands and leaned his forehead against hers. Stop nibbling. It's time to rise. No. I want tea, she protested. Disregarding her, Lu Qi stood up and glanced at his neck in the mirror. Brother, I have just awakened as well, he said, scratching his head. All right then. Hermione shot him a playful glare, suddenly remembering to check on Samuel. Fortunately, Samuel had indeed woken, gazing up at the ceiling from his crib. And upon seeing Hermione, he cooed a few sounds. Hermione reached out to pinch little Samuel's cheek. What does little Samuel wish to eat? Milk, of course. But it seems we have not purchased any formula. Perhaps we should venture out to buy some. The supermarket isn't far. Is it appropriate for such a small child to drink formula? Didn't you say it was what he should consume? True, little Hermione. Do you think little Samuel could possibly not be hungry? That does seem plausible. Little Samuel, are you hungry? Ah, hungry. Food. Chapter 76, A Battle-Worn Diagon Alley. Lu Qi nodded. He probably isn't hungry. Otherwise, he would have cried by now. Little Samuel merely stared. Hermione hesitated for a moment before deciding. Let us get some formula for him to drink. All right. Shall we carry him along? Yes. Hermione grabbed the milk bottle, which was warm. Is it too hot? No. It's 36 degrees, prepared to match body temperature. That should suffice. Little Samuel obediently held the bottle and began to drink with delight, while Hermione and Lu Qi flopped back onto the bed, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Alas, despite having accomplished nothing, I find myself utterly fatigued. Indeed, I too feel a tinge of weariness. No matter, as long as little Samuel is content. Luo Wanwan sneezed and cast a glance around. Mrs. Granger set down the cream she was holding. What is it? Luo Wanwan, with a hint of suspicion, shook her head. It's nothing at all. Let us proceed. Mrs. Granger nodded, though her hand suddenly halted. Oh dear, it appears I have forgotten to leave breast milk for little Samuel. Luo Wanwan stiffened momentarily, then waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Qi and Xiao Hermione are here as well. If they truly require assistance, they will surely come to fetch us. Phew, that is reassuring. Yes. Yes, the fourth layer of fruit has been prepared. As Xiao Hermione is away for her birthday, we shall celebrate for both children together. I shall go whip up some cream. In the evening, after a long day of toil, Mr. Granger stretched and was preparing to leave the office when the clinic's phone rang. He answered promptly. Hello, this is Granger Dental Clinic. How may I assist you? Dear, please come and pick up Wan and me. We are at the cake shop. Understood, Muma. How old are we now? Hurry up, Muma. I shall be there shortly. Before long, Mr. Granger arrived at the cake shop, where Luo Wanwan, Luangwa, and Mrs. Granger awaited at the entrance. He waved to the three of them as he parked the car. Mrs. Granger opened the door and took her seat in the passenger seat. Dear, let's first buy some candles. Wanwan has prepared everything else. Quickly. So urgent? Not particularly, but I simply wish to celebrate the children's birthdays as soon as possible. Haha, indulge them as you will. Is the cake ready? Yes, the owner delivered it. It has 5 layers. That is indeed quite substantial. After all, it is a joint celebration for both children. The cake must be grand. With everything in place, they took the 10-serving 5-layer cake to the Lu residence. For that was where the festivities were to be arranged. Luo Wanwan cheerfully approached the Granger home and knocked on the door. Lucci opened it with a blank stare. Where's Xiao Hermione? Inside. Huh, you didn't cook, did you? No, Mom. Are you not aware of your own culinary skills? Luo Wanwan's smile faltered slightly as she extended her hand, only to retract it. Hurry up. Lucci recoiled slightly. Yes. Lifting little Samuel into Luo Wanwan's arms. Lucci pulled Hermione along behind them. The Lu villa was shrouded in darkness. Lucci scratched his head. Have we not been able to pay the electricity bill? Luo Wanwan's expression stiffened again, while Hermione facepalmed. Upon opening the door, the lights illuminated instantly, and confetti erupted upon Lucci and Hermione. The 2 elderly gentlemen, Mrs. Granger, Mr. Granger, Luo Wanwan, and Luangwa all applauded. Children, happy birthday! Lucci spat out the confetti from his mouth, smiling faintly. Regardless at that moment, the sovereign of fear was Lucci, who was surrounded by family that cherished him dearly. Hermione had intended to join in the celebration of Lucci's birthday, but was drawn to his side by Luo Wanwan. Little Hermione, on September 19th, you will still be at school, and we cannot celebrate your birthday with you. Therefore, we shall combine it with Lucci's birthday. You don't mind, do you? No. Lucci will celebrate my birthday at school as well. Oh, but little Chi is little Chi. Can she be compared to us? Hurry, make your wish. Hermione hesitated to refuse, but Lucci grasped little Hermione's hand. Hermione paused, gazing at Lucci, and then they both exchanged a gentle smile. The lights in the room dimmed, leaving only the flickering flames of the 13 candles atop the grand cake to illuminate Lucci and Hermione's faces. They closed their eyes, their hearts in sync, and together blew out the candles. In August, Hermione observed the owl delivering a letter, falling into an unusual silence. Brother, I still think we might truly need to acquire an owl. Lucci replied. Cruikshanks and the little unicorn suddenly perked up, their ears twitching. Never mind. We can directly use spatial transmission for sending letters. Hermione petted Cruikshanks, who emitted a comforting purr. Well, shall we visit Diagon Alley? Sure. Let us invite Zhang Xiao and the others. All right, you write the letter. With a wave of his hand, Lucci split Hermione's freshly penned letter into 10 copies. With a snap of his fingers, the letters vanished, instantly appearing in the hands of Zhang Xiao, Cedric, and the others. Considering the speed of owls in delivering messages, they set the date for August 15th, which was not far from the start of the new school year, and they would also need to procure supplies for the upcoming term. Upon arriving on August 15th, the group stood at the entrance of Diagon Alley, enveloped in a prolonged silence. Lucci's eyelids twitched. Wait, has a war broken out here? Before them lay Diagon Alley, now a landscape of ruin and charred remnants. There was hardly a single intact building left standing. However, half a month had passed since the riots, and some shops had begun to reopen. At the leaky cauldron, it had completely turned to rubble, strewn with ashes. The group grimaced as they strolled through Diagon Alley, ultimately encountering a familiar face at Ollivander's wand shop. Ollivander, you're still here? This wand shop must be the most intact in Diagon Alley. The old man huffed, glaring as he raised his wand to strike Ron's head. But the Weasley twins swiftly intervened. Ron shrank back. That's because Ollivander's wand shop is the most formidable. It fears no dark wizards. Chapter 77, Huasha Bank. A wizard from the adjacent shop scoffed. Isn't it because Dumbledore forbids dark wizards from seizing wands and has sent people to specifically guard the wand shop? The young wizards twitched their lips, realizing the truth. Ollivander scoffed. Young wizards, do you need to maintain your wands? The group shook their heads. But Ollivander fixed his gaze on Lu Chi and Hermione. You two, you're already in your 3rd year, right? You Haven T maintained your wands in 2 years. Come and take care of them. Lu Chi scratched his head and produced his black wand, offering it to Ollivander. The others looked around, remaining silent for a long moment, before finally retrieving their wands to present to Ollivander. In the present day, Diagon Alley remains relatively intact, with only the wand shop still operational, while other establishments stand deserted, devoid of merchandise. Ollivander nodded, returning the wand to Lu Chi. What? Why don't you take care of it for me? Lu Chi inquired. You've only used it once in 2 years. What is there to maintain? The onlookers observed as Ollivander shook his head and took the remaining 11 wands back to the shop. It will take approximately 5 to 6 hours to service these wands. Feel free to amuse yourselves in the meantime. He continued, the recent turmoil in Diagon Alley has conveniently cleared out 2 neighboring shops. Perhaps I should consider expanding my business. A wizard from the adjacent shop remarked. What shall we do now? I heard Gringotts was attacked as well. The wizard chuckled. Indeed, Gringotts suffered the most severe assault. After all, the dark wizards, newly emerged, surely aimed to seize some galleons for themselves, leaving Gringotts in dire straits. The Weasley twins looked stunned. What about the galleons stored inside? Oh, don't worry. The Eastern wizards have safeguarded them. From now on, Gringotts will be managed by the Eastern wizards. Huh? What about the goblins? The wizard shrugged. Did I not mention? The casualties were grave. The young wizards fell into silence, and Cedric turned to Lu Chi. Shall we go take a look? Aren't the Eastern wizards related to your great-grandfather? Lu Chi nodded in agreement. At Gringotts, the young wizard stood, dumbfounded at the street corner. Amidst the ruins, an ancient Eastern palace stood majestically, adorned with a plaque inscribed with 4 golden characters, Huaxia Bank. Old Mu was directing several sword-wielding cultivators who were renovating the bank. Ah, little Chi, little Hermione? And the children, what brings you here? The young wizards greeted Old Mu one by one, while Cedric gestured towards Huaxia Bank, hesitating to speak. Old Mu laughed heartily. What do you think? It has just been completed, though it still requires a bit of finishing touches. It should be ready for use by the time you return to school. The Weasley twins' eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, this is simply amazing. Hearing this, Old Mu affectionately ruffled the twins' hair, laughing heartily. The interior isn't complete yet, but once it's done, I will invite you for a tour. Moreover, depositing money in our bank will earn you interest. Eh? What is interest? Ha ha, you will find out soon enough. Simply put, it means your money will make more money. The Weasley twins exchanged astonished glances, their eyes widening. Cedric looked around and asked great-grandfather, what about the money that was originally in Gringotts? Ha ha, it is all stored in my space ring. Are you looking to withdraw some? Harry raised his hand. Great-grandfather, may I withdraw 100 galleons? Ah, your money was in which vault? Vault 687. Old Mu nodded, delving into the space ring to search. Vault 687, 100 galleons. Here you go. Thank you, great-grandfather. Ha ha, no need for formalities. Lu Chi fell silent, tugging at Old Mu's sleeve. What's wrong, little Chi? Great-great-grandfather. Have you stored all the treasures from Gringotts into spatial rings? What's the matter? Don't spatial rings cost money? What costs money for spatial rings? With a bit of cultivation, one can utilize spiritual power to carve out a small space. At our level of strength, the space created by spiritual energy could even serve as an entire world, albeit one unfit for habitation. Indeed, while living beings cannot be stored within spatial rings, they can encapsulate other spatial rings, creating a nesting effect. Lu Chi's lips twitched slightly. Spiritual power is my essence. What's so remarkable about creating space? As the young wizards bid farewell to Old Mo and departed from the under-construction Huaxia Bank, they meandered into Nocturne Alley. This area, originally the domain of dark wizards, lay in ruins, with the once dim alley now flooded with light, given that the walls had been obliterated. The Weasley twins raised their index fingers to their heads and pointed skyward. Ah, our parents never allowed us to visit Nocturne Alley. Should we take a look now? Lu Chi's lips twitched again. What is there to see? Just ruins? The Weasley twins fell silent. Zhang Qiu shook her head. The young wizard's eyes sparkled with excitement, particularly Astoria, Draco, and Neville, who had never ventured beyond the wizarding world. Joyfully, they followed Hermione and Zhang Qiu as they left Diagon Alley and made their way to central London. For the young wizards, who had never seen an automobile, the vehicles appeared as monstrous creatures devoid of scent, while the towering buildings left them utterly astonished. At noon, Hermione and Zhang Qiu led the group to a remote Chinese restaurant in the southwestern corner of London, adjacent to a drilling company named Groning. Wait, Groning? Harry scratched his head, feeling an odd familiarity with the name. This Chinese restaurant was quite renowned, operated by a Chinese couple. After all, Chinese cuisine had made quite an impact in England. Upon spotting Lu Qi and Zhang Xiu, the Asian children, the couple first ascertained their nationality. And upon learning they were both from China, their faces lit up with joy. "Uncle and Auntie, why don't you open a restaurant in Chinatown?" "What? Why not seek out the Chinese embassy?" Sighing, the couple replied, "We are just ordinary people. Approaching the embassy would only complicate matters." Chapter 78, Dudley. The young wizards fell into silence as the couple cheerfully served the dishes. "Ha ha, it's all in the past. Do taste our culinary skills." Lu Qi nodded. "What was the name of that automobile company?" It went bankrupt a few years ago. I heard it was due to an attempted attack on the grandson of the Chinese ambassador." Lu Qi and Hermione exchanged knowing glances, marveling at how small the world seemed. Over the course of 2 years, thanks to the dishes brought by Mrs. Granger, the young wizards had learned to use chopsticks. The Weasley twins picked up a piece of potato and popped it into their mouths, their eyes suddenly sparkling. "Yum, this is delicious." "Haha, really? If you like it, eat more. Annie will bring you 2 more dishes." "Really? Thank you, Annie." At that moment, the doorbell rang unexpectedly, prompting the Chinese couple to go and greet the visitors. "Ah, it must be the employees from Gronin's returning from their lunch break. I shall go and see." Harry caught sight of Vernon, who, of course, noticed Harry in return. The two exchanged glances, and an uncomfortable silence ensued. Vernon, filled with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Harry. The crowd was taken aback, and the Chinese couple quickly stepped in front of Harry. "Sir, please remain calm," they urged. All eyes turned to Harry, who instinctively shrank back. "I wrote to you, and you certainly do not care about my well-being." The young wizards also positioned themselves in front of Harry, having heard him recount tales of the abuse inflicted by his aunt and uncle. Ron, ever the blunt one, pointed directly at Vernon. The Gronin's employees looked at Vernon in shock and quietly took a step back. Vernon trembled with fury, glaring at Harry. "After all, I am your uncle, and Petunia is your aunt." Harry took a deep breath, grasped Ron's arm, and stood firm before Vernon. "I have told you, I wrote to you. I refuse to be imprisoned by you any longer." Vernon took a step back, furious and attempting to reach for Harry, but was blocked by the Chinese couple. "Oh, sir, please do not get agitated." Vernon turned to the man who had obstructed him. "Mr. Lee, this is a matter of my household." Mr. Lee smiled slightly. "Mr. Dudley, I believe the situation is quite clear. This young boy has left home due to your maltreatment, and I consider this to be your issue, especially since he has written to you. We never received any letter. My wife is nearly frantic at home." Vernon spat. "If you're referring to the lack of someone to do the dirty work, then yes, my aunt is indeed quite anxious." Vernon glared at Harry, who had just contradicted him, nearly beside himself with rage. "She is your aunt. How could you speak of her in such a manner? But do you not regret having taken me in? I have left you. Why do you still seek me out?" Vernon clutched his chest, gasping for breath. "You impertinent child. What nonsense are you uttering? If your aunt were to hear this, how heartbroken she would be." Harry scoffed and turned his head away, refusing to look at Vernon any longer. The employees of Groning scratched their heads and quietly bypassed Vernon. Food is essential. One cannot go hungry, regardless of family disputes, they thought. Mr. and Mrs. Lee exchanged a glance with Vernon and Harry, gently patting Harry on the shoulder. "It's all right. We are still here. Do not be afraid." They then attended to the employees. Seeing that no one was paying him any mind, Vernon's face turned beet red with anger, but he was at a loss for how to respond, ultimately storming out in fury. Harry let out a sigh of relief, though a tinge of sadness lingered. He knew that despite their mistreatment, they had, after all, taken him in. Ginny took Harry's hand, while the Weasley twins smiled mischievously. It's all right. You still have us." Ron and Draco also patted Harry on the shoulder. "Regardless of the circumstances, we stand by your side, supporting all your choices." Zhang Xiu lowered her head, feeling a bit shy. "Harry, I apologize. Had it not been for my bringing you here." The Weasley twins interrupted Zhang Xiu. "What nonsense! Without you, we would not have had the pleasure of such a delightful meal." Harry quickly waved his hand in dismissal. "Indeed, it has nothing to do with you." Hermione furrowed her brow slightly. "But Harry, why hasn't your family received your letter?" Everyone was taken aback. "Yes, why hasn't the Dursleys received Harry's letter?" Hedwig did indeed deliver it to the mailbox. The Weasley twins and Ron nodded in agreement. Astoria grasped Draco's hand, her voice comparatively soft, yet the young wizards could still hear her. Could it be that Harry's aunt and uncle actually received the letter, but merely claimed they did not? Or perhaps they simply did not check the mailbox? Harry frowned and shook his head. No, he wouldn't lie about something like this, and after half a month, how could they possibly not check the mailbox even once? The group pondered for a long while, yet ultimately could not derive a satisfactory conclusion. They had no choice but to abandon the inquiry. After finishing their meal, the young wizards each took out a galleon to hand to Hermione, who declined. Ordinary folks do not accept galleons. The Weasley twins chuckled and handed the galleons to Hermione. But you have Muggle money. We'll give you the galleons. And you can change them. Oh, never mind, I'll just pay. Before Hermione could finish her sentence, everyone had already handed the galleons to her. Hermione sighed. You all have given too much. 3 sickles would suffice. The Weasley twins extended their hands. He. Then you must give us change. Muggle money is fine too, as my father enjoys studying Muggle currency. Hermione smiled faintly, returning the change to them, and then turned her gaze towards Lucci. Lucci raised an eyebrow. He extended his hands in surrender. All right, I'll go. The group erupted in laughter as Lucci sauntered off to settle the bill. Oh, Uncle Lee, I'm here to pay. The shopkeeper, Lee, laughed heartily. 90 pounds. Lucci squinted. That can't be right. Ha. The 2 extra dishes are on the house for you. Lucci smiled helplessly. Let us make it a round number. Here, S.A. 100. All right, come again. Lucci waved his hand. Certainly. Chapter 79. The final interpretation. Rights belong to the author. Mr. Ollivander, are you there? Of course I am. The little old man. Ollivander snorted, pushing open the dilapidated wooden door of the wand shop and emerging, carefully cradling 11 elongated boxes. The boxes towered over Ollivander, obscuring his upper body, rendering him nearly invisible to the onlookers. The young wizards hurriedly took the boxes. Ollivander chuckled. The boxes are complimentary, a special offer, 1 galleon each. The crowd was speechless. Ron and Ginny scratched their heads, while the Weasley twins promptly paid for both of them. It was fortunate that the Weasley twins had earned quite a bit at Hogwarts. And before leaving, Mrs. Weasley had also given them 10 galleons. Otherwise, it would have been rather awkward. The young wizards departed from Diagon Alley, waving goodbye to one another. It seems that Diagon Alley will not be restored before school begins, and we are unable to purchase any school supplies. We shall see when the time comes. Harry squinted, nudging Ron with his elbow. Ron, look, ISNT that the large black dog near Grimmauld Place? What is it doing here? Ron glanced around the corner of Diagon Alley, where a dog, standing a full meter tall, sat with its tongue lolling out, staring intently at Harry and Ron. The Weasley twins shrugged, and Ginny nodded. I've always wanted to pet it, but unfortunately, Mum won't allow it. As George placed his hands on his hips, Fred mimicked him. One hand on his hip, while the other gestured towards George. In the golden light of the setting sun, the shadows of the 5 elongated. Ron, Harry, and Ginny erupted into laughter at the twins' impersonation of Mrs. Weasley as they strolled under the sunset, the large black dog grinning and leisurely trailing behind them. Meanwhile, Astoria halted, her cheeks slightly flushed. Draco, this is far enough. Will it be a bother for you? What trouble could there be? Shall I carry you? Astoria felt a flutter of excitement, but still wished to decline. However, Draco chuckled, already squatting before her. Come on, you're looking rather weak. Let me carry you a few steps. Astoria pouted. My weakness is not something I can't control. With a playful laugh, she gradually settled onto Draco's back, wrapping her arms gently around him. His face reddened as he held her slender legs securely. Hold tight, we're off. Zhang Qiu watched the little wizards gradually distance themselves, shaking her head. Cedric, shall we be off as well? Zhang Qiu's cheeks flushed as she followed Cedric, stepping into his shadow. Do your parents mind if you stay out overnight? They probably won't mind. They aren't very strict with me. Cough, my house is quite large, with many vacant rooms. Oh, silly, let us go. Cedric scratched his head, feeling a bit lost as he followed Zhang Qiu. Oh, okay. Kaching. Lucci stowed away his camera, nodding in approval. I must say, these photographs turn out quite well. Hermione agreed, they look lovely, but it seems like you might have taken them without permission. Lucci shook his head with conviction. How could that be? I'll make copies for them later. Then it won't be considered a candid shot. But brother, you've taken so many this year, and you haven't given them a single one. It's not as straightforward as that. I simply haven't shared them yet. I'm waiting for the right moment, and when that time comes, I shall present them with the photos. Hermione rolled her eyes. When will that be? Lucci mysteriously shook his head. The secrets of fate must remain veiled. The final say rests with me. Hermione chuckled, choosing not to continue the argument, instead taking Lucci's hand as they leisurely made their way home. Brother. What is it? Nothing. All right then, little Hermione. I'm here. So am I. A year has passed, and once again, we find ourselves at a day loathed by the majority of teenagers around the globe. September 1st, Mr. Granger cradled young Samuel, while Lavande linked arms with Mrs. Granger, both waving goodbye to Lucci, Hermione, and the 2 elderly gentlemen. Luangwa and Mr. Granger exchanged a glance before retreating to a corner to doodle. Upon boarding the train, the two elderly gentlemen sought out the Weasley twins, while Harry found himself seated alongside Ginny, firmly positioned between Draco and Astoria in one compartment. Ron and Neville exchanged knowing glances before squeezing into a compartment with the elderly gentleman and the Weasley twins. Zhang Qiu and Cedric claimed a compartment for themselves, and Lu Qi and Hermione similarly occupied another. The young wizards felt a mix of frustration and resignation, recognizing their inability to confront their more assertive peers. This was not a matter of cowardice, but rather a testament to their magnanimity. They held no desire to engage in futile disputes with Zhang Qiu, Cedric, or Lu Qi and Hermione. Lu Qi stretched languidly, deciding to take a nap. Crookshanks rested atop Hermione, shaking his head at Lu Qi's decision. The little unicorn, released from a void by Lu Qi, nestled beside Hermione, shivering slightly. Hermione glanced at the unicorn, noting how, nearly a year later, it had grown from mere 30 centimeters to a full meter in height. "Oh, I seem to have forgotten to name you," she mused. The unicorn gazed back, eyes brimming with innocence. Embarrassed, Hermione scratched her head. "I recall you being a little girl. How about we call you Furinka?" With no objections from the unicorn, Hermione nodded. "Very well, from now on, you shall be known as Furinka." Chapter 80. The Dementor Attack. The train glided through the golden fields of England, the midday sun casting a gentle golden glow upon the ripened wheat. Hermione stretched, revealing a semblance of vitality as time flew by. Little Hermione was now 13. Her delicate, fair fingers poked at the sleeping Lu Qi, yet he remained unresponsive. Lazily, Hermione rested her head on the table, their faces mere inches apart. Lost in thought, she emitted a soft, melodious hum, reaching out to pinch Lu Qi's cheek. Quite bouncy," she noted. Lu Qi furrowed his brow slightly, his eyelashes fluttering. Hermione held her breath, anxiously awaiting his awakening, but he remained asleep, allowing her to exhale in relief. Nonetheless, she dared not disturb him further, having learned that his slumber was rather light. Quietly, she lay there, her long eyelashes blinking softly, her large brown eyes fixed intently on Lu Qi, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Crookshanks rolled his eyes, choosing to leap onto Furinka's back instead. Furinka, resting at Hermione's feet, raised her head to survey the surroundings, but finding nothing of interest, she settled back down to rest. Suddenly, the sounds of a witch's call wafted in from outside the compartment, startling Hermione. Has an hour already passed? As the door to the compartment was slightly ajar, Hermione, in a flurry, drew her wand and cast a silencing charm on Lu Qi, though it proved ineffective for what could truly disrupt the senses of fear. Naturally, Lu Qi merely turned his head, remaining in slumber. Hermione, anticipating the witch's words, preemptively declined her offer, prompting the witch to nod and quietly retreat. After a moment's hesitation, Hermione resolved to accompany Lu Qi in his sleep, though her own desire for rest was the sole motivation, not a wish to stay with him. She closed her book, lay beside Lu Qi, and shut her eyes. Suddenly, a thunderous roar from outside the train jolted Hermione awake. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up and gazed out the window. She was uncertain of the time. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and large raindrops fell from the heavens, drumming loudly against the train. "Brother, when did you awaken?" Lu Qi smiled faintly. "At 2 o'clock, when the rain began." The outside world grew increasingly dim, and the train's lights flickered on one by one amidst the booming thunder. Lu Qi closed his eyes, absorbing the relentless fear, transforming it into strength. A crackle of thunder erupted in his palm, emitting a sharp cry. Hermione glanced at him, noticing Lu Qi scratching his head. I can't control it," he admitted sheepishly. At that moment, the train's speed abruptly decreased. Furrowing her brow, Hermione checked her watch. It was just past 4 o'clock, and they still had at least 2 hours before reaching Hogwarts. The train came to a sudden halt, plunging the carriage into darkness, followed by screams from outside. Hermione opened the compartment door, only to find a tall figure in tattered robes spinning around to face her. A Demento? Next door, Harry and Draco peeked in, while 2 elderly gentlemen, along with the Weasley twins, Ron and Neville, rushed out of another compartment. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, save for the faint light cast by Hermione's Patronus charm. Cedric raised his wand, its brilliant glow dispelling the shadows. "What is happening?" Hermione pointed towards the trapped Dementor. "The Dementor has attacked the train." The 2 elderly men extended their senses. "There are others in the carriages. We should investigate." Zhang Qiu intercepted them. "No need, great-grandfather. Dementors cannot be killed. Only a Patronus can drive them away. Let us handle this." The elderly gentlemen scratched their heads, neither refusing nor insisting. Though they wished to assert their capability to vanquish the creature, for in their perception, it was merely a collection of soulless entities, easily dispelled with the right spells. Cedric raised an eyebrow, and the younger wizards nodded in agreement. Lucci grimaced. I think I'll pass. The Weasley twins pulled him along. Come on. All right. Let's do this together. The young wizards exchanged knowing smiles and collectively raised their wands. Expecto Patronum. 12 wands emitted a dazzling silver light, instantly banishing the darkness and illuminating the space around them. The young wizards gazed in astonishment as a host of silvery creatures soared into the sky, among which two were particularly colossal, perhaps only a size smaller than a train. Hermione and Lucci's Chinese dragons, enveloped in crackling lightning. Zhangqiu's eagle, Cedric's honey badger. Draco's peacock, Astoria's swan, Neville's lion, the Weasley twins' two magpies, Ron's Jack Russell Terrier, Harry's stag, and Ginny's horse. The two magnificent guardians were undoubtedly Lucci and Hermione's dragons. 12 silvery guardians swept across the train, leaving the young wizards agape, while the Dementors emitted piercing shrieks, scattering in terror. However, the two silver dragons circled above the train, opening their massive jaws. The deafening roar of the dragons resonated, accompanied by a thunderous clap, striking down upon the fleeing Dementors. Heart-wrenching cries filled the atmosphere. As the young wizards sat frozen, gazing out the windows, there's a saying that holds a great deal of truth at that moment. Even if something bizarre were to be thrust into the young wizards' mouths, they likely would remain oblivious. Yet, the most astonished of all was a rather disheveled middle-aged man nearby, his luggage bearing the inscription of his name. Professor R.J. Lupin. What was that? Although the young wizards were unaware of its significance, they recognized the source of the thunder, Lucci. As for the other dragon, it could only belong to that little witch, Hermione. Indeed, some older students recognized this as the Patronus charm, but as the saying goes, the more one knows, the more one realizes their own insignificance. They only understood that the Patronus charm could repel Dementors, yet no one had informed them that a Patronus could be so immense. Even fewer had mentioned that a Patronus could summon thunder to vanquish Dementors. As the Patronus transformed into silvery mist and dissipated, the dark clouds outside gradually vanished, revealing an orange-red sunset, accompanied by a rainbow following the rain. Chapter 81. 3 Bowings. The train slowly came to a halt beside the Hogwarts platform. As the doors opened, the young wizards were taken aback to find a group of professors standing there with solemn expressions, led by none other than Dumbledore, followed closely by Professor Gellert Grindelwald, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape. The young wizards trembled in fear, swearing they had never seen the professors' faces so grim, particularly that of Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape. They felt as though they were on the verge of being reprimanded. However, in stark contrast, the professors sighed in relief upon seeing the young wizards all safe and sound. Once Dumbledore confirmed their well-being, he departed, leaving only Professor McGonagall behind. She let out a sigh. Lucci, stand at attention. All first years, gather here. Hagrid shouted, raising his hand. Here, first-year newcomers, come to me. A dozen young wizards nervously approached Hagrid, while the older students shook their heads with a hint of sympathy. In this frigid weather, we must go. The little wizard fell silent in an instant, for Lucci cast him a fleeting glance. The older wizards shivered, promptly aligning themselves into 4 rows at Professor Mau-Mau's behest, boys to the left, girls to the right. Lucci nodded and stood at the forefront alongside Hermione, guiding the young wizards and following Professor Mau-Mau. Upon departing from the Hogwarts platform, the young wizards boarded the carriage in groups of 4, ultimately arriving at the Great Hall. Alas, this year's freshmen numbered only 12, casting a shadow of concern over the future of the wizarding world. There was no sorting ceremony this time. With merely 12 individuals, they formed a single class as lessons across grades were conducted together. The division into houses had become a mere nostalgic formality, unnecessary in its essence. Dumbledore stood at the forefront of the staff table, his brow furrowed. He was already aware of the events that transpired on the train and felt relieved that no young wizard had been harmed. Thus, George, Fred, Zhangqiu, Cedric, Draco, Astoria, Ginny, Harry, Ron, and Neville each received 50 points. Lucci and Hermione were awarded 100 points. The hall erupted into thunderous applause, and this time, the young wizards were genuinely convinced. Dumbledore raised his hand to quell the noise. Furthermore, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies to all young wizards for failing to ensure your safety. With this, Dumbledore bowed deeply. I believe you're all aware of the recent events at the Ministry of Magic, the riot of Death Eaters at Azkaban, the Dementors pursuing them throughout the wizarding realm. which led to the assault on the Hogwarts Express. This incident was a lapse on Hogwarts' part, and for that, I apologize once more. After another bow, Dumbledore inhaled deeply. The Minister of Magic has taken stringent measures, deploying several Dementors at Hogwarts to prevent any Death Eaters from infiltrating. I must caution you all to steer clear of them. And I once again express my regret for being unable to prevent the entry of these dangerous Dementors into Hogwarts. Dumbledore bowed yet again, completing his third bow. The young wizards gaped in disbelief at Dumbledore. However, they remained unperturbed by the mention of Dementors entering Hogwarts, for they dismissed the threat with a scoff. Yet, I, Dumbledore, assure you that no young wizard shall come to harm. Now, let us turn our attention to more joyous matters. In this new term, we are delighted to welcome 2 new professors. The first is Professor Remus John Lupin, who will be teaching defense against the dark arts. Professor Lupin stood and bowed to the young wizards, who responded with enthusiastic applause. The second is Professor Rubeus Hagrid, who will be teaching care of magical creatures. The young wizards looked at Hagrid with delight. He scratched his head, beamed with a hearty smile, and waved at them. The young wizards reciprocated the gesture joyfully, with Draco appearing the most elated. Though not particularly fond of magical creatures, he certainly held a deep admiration for dragons. Dumbledore smiled faintly. Lastly, it is worth noting that next month, Minister Fudge of the Ministry of Magic will be compelled to resign. The Wisengamot has decided to appoint me as the interim Minister of Magic until a new minister is elected. Consequently, I shall be exceedingly occupied in a month's time. Should anyone have inquiries, they may seek assistance from Professor McGonagall or turn to Lucci. Now, without further ado, let us commence the banquet. Suddenly, the plates upon the long table overflowed with an abundance of delectable dishes, prompting cheers from the young wizards. Harry shivered, quickly bowing his head and covering his mouth with his hand. Look at old Bat, Ron, Draco, and Neville remarked in unison, raising their heads only to shudder and promptly lower them again. Ron exclaimed dramatically, "Wow, why does old Bat look so ghastly? Who has offended him?" Draco glanced up again, his hair standing on end, feeling a chill down his spine. Goodness, that's terrifying. But it seems to be due to the new Professor Lupin. Old Bat's murderous intent is unmistakable. Harry was filled with profound puzzlement. But why? Ron, with a fist in his left hand, striking his right palm, suddenly realized. Could it be because Professor Lupin has taken the position of defense against the dark arts teacher? Old Bat has always aspired to teach that subject. Draco shook his head. That shouldn't be the case, as our first-year defense against the dark arts instructor was Quirrell, and in the second year, it was Lockhart. Old Bat didn't react this strongly then. Harry nodded in agreement. It must be a personal grudge. I wish that new professor good luck. Of all people to offend, he had to upset Old Bat. The remaining trio nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Professor Lupin now filled with sympathy. Professor McGonagall then called for Lucci and Hermione. "Oh, very well, Professor McGonagall." Hermione glanced at Harry, who dutifully stepped forward to take her place in the line, allowing her to break free. Hermione and Lucci followed Professor McGonagall, who cast a sidelong glance at Lucci, still holding Hermione's hand. "What are you doing?" Lucci replied, "Huh? Wasn't it Hermione you called?" "Indeed, it was Hermione. What business do you have following her? You all truly have not changed one bit." Professor McGonagall remarked with a slight smile, her steps becoming lighter. "Very well, if you insist on trailing along, it is permissible." With that, she did not grant Lucci a moment to respond, and promptly turned to lead Hermione away. Lucci could only follow helplessly. "Professor McGonagall, you have changed." Following Professor McGonagall to the 8th floor of Hogwarts Castle, they entered the headmaster's office, where not only Albus Dumbledore was present, but also Gellert Grindelwald. Professor McGonagall led them in before departing, casting a stern glance at old Dumbledore as she left. Dumbledore sheepishly scratched his head, watching her exit. "Headmaster Dumbledore, what brings me here?" Dumbledore, regaining his composure, offered a slight smile. "Please have a seat. I summoned you here primarily because of Harry." "Harry?" Dumbledore nodded, retrieving 2 newspapers from his drawer and handing them to Hermione, who accepted them with a furrowed brow. "Death Eaters in riot. Sirius disappears. The missing Sirius. Is he perhaps plotting something more sinister? Is the savior Harry Potter safe?" Beneath the headlines, the same photograph depicted a man whose face was ashen, gaunt, with bloodshot eyes radiating malevolence. Hermione frowned, passing the papers to Lucci, who possessed omniscience, a being who knew the truths of humanity and thus understood the reality. "Headmaster Dumbledore, do you mean for me to protect Harry?" Dumbledore nodded in affirmation. Hermione fell silent, casting a glance at Grindelwald, who merely spread his hands. "Huh, I shan't protect a mere little wizard." Dumbledore's lips twitched. "Thus it falls upon you." Hermione turned to Lucci, who chuckled and reclined on the sofa. his legs propped upon the table. Oi, old Dumbledore. What's in it for me if I help you protect Harry? Frankly, I thought you were friends. Well, a deal is a deal. Dumbledore surveyed the room, engulfed in silence. The Elder Wand? Not necessary. The Sword of Gryffindor? Rubbish. My lifelong knowledge? Insufficient. Veins bulged upon Dumbledore's forehead. What do you desire, then? Lucci paused, scratching his head, realizing there seemed to be nothing of value in Dumbledore's possession. Grindelwald had already twitched at the mention of the Elder Wand and was now speechless. In truth, Dumbledore wished to voice that it was quite excessive. Yet he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Very well. Lucci shrugged. Is there anything else? Dumbledore hesitated, as Lucci pulled Hermione and turned as if to leave. Wait, what courses have you chosen? Hermione shot Lucci a glare, who recoiled slightly. Care of magical creatures. Martial arts, alchemy. Upon hearing this, Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. Excellent choices. How has your study of ancient alchemy progressed? Fairly well. I suppose I have some ideas, Hermione replied, retrieving a tome from her spatial ring, which contained information on ancient alchemy, and returned it to Grindelwald. By the way, I have finished reading these books. They are yours. May I see your ideas? Hermione consented eagerly, while Lucci sprawled on the sofa, his eyes glazed over. The texts primarily detail the applications and characteristics of ancient alchemy. However, I discovered a significant connection. Ancient alchemy bears a slight relation to ancient magic, allowing me to potentially synthesize ancient alchemy through my study of ancient magic. Grindelwald's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Quite feasible. Hermione shook her head. I am uncertain. Deriving ancient alchemy solely from ancient magic is impractical. Akin to learning modern alchemy through modern magic. Utterly impossible. Thus, this is merely a concept. I require further exploration and an abundance of records regarding ancient alchemy. Grindelwald nodded thoughtfully, casting a glance at Dumbledore. Are there no records of ancient alchemy from Nicholas Flamel? Dumbledore shook his head. The knowledge of ancient alchemy has been lost for far too long, and Nicholas Flamel has no interest in it whatsoever. Grindelwald chuckled softly. That is because he is entirely excluded. Ancient texts are solely held by the Sacred 28, and how could a mere alchemist like Flamel possibly access these ancient tomes? Even if he were interested, he would have to suppress it. Dumbledore's lips twitched. In any case, there are no records of ancient alchemy from Flamel. Hermione pouted. Very well then, Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Grindelwald, do you have any further matters? Grindelwald smiled slightly. Nothing more. However, do take note, I am now Professor Gellert Grindelwald. Lucci scoffed. Ha, you don't even pretend. Who doesn't know that English women adopt their husband's surname upon marriage? Ah, so will Hermione then be called Hermione Jean Lou? Lucci's face flushed as he furtively glanced at Hermione, who, of course, noticed but was perplexed by Lucci's sudden whim. Hermione shrugged, grasping Lucci's hand to bid farewell to the two elderly gentlemen as they exited the headmaster's office. Albus, my interest in them is growing ever more profound. Dumbledore shook his head. Gellert, it is truly unimaginable that we cannot best those two 13-year-old wizards. Albus, individuals possess differing physical constitutions. We need not belittle ourselves. Gellert, I feel as though I am on the verge of uncovering the truth of this world, albeit it may be a harsh reality. Albus, we are merely individuals struggling to survive in an era, and we are already old. There is no need for excessive contemplation. The stage of the world ahead belongs to the youth. Dumbledore chuckled softly. Gellert, you truly have not changed at all. No, Albus, I no longer aspire to change the world. Gellert, you know that is not what I meant. Albus, have you not also remained unchanged? No, Gellert, I too have ceased to aspire to change the world. Albus, you are aware that I do not refer to that. Chapter 83. The first day of the new term. Lucci waved his hand. Oi, Professor McGonagall, are you not yet resting? Professor McGonagall narrowed her eyes as she felt that Lucci was about to utter something significant. Not yet. I have not finished my work, and am also waiting for you. Professor McGonagall shook her head, dismissing the thought, and adjusted the book under her arm as she waved to Lucci and Hermione. See you tomorrow, Professor McGonagall, goodbye. Watching Professor McGonagall enter her room, Lucci instinctively sighed with relief. Hermione cast a glance at Lucci, reluctantly pulling him into the room. The next morning, the sunlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating Hogwarts. Young Hermione rubbed her eyes and swiftly drew back the curtains. The blinding sunlight abruptly roused Lucci from his slumber. Groggy, he sat up in bed and let out a yawn, tears welling in his eyes. Startled, he instantly awakened and grasped Hermione's hand. Wait. Hermione looked at Lucci with confusion, her nightgown hiked up halfway, revealing her smooth, fair belly. Lucci chuckled softly and adjusted her nightgown. Don't you think something feels off? What do you mean? The routine is incorrect. You should wash up in the bathroom first. I'll change my clothes. Then go to the bathroom to tie your hair. After I finish, I'll start my own routine, and only then should you change. Little Hermione displayed a blank expression. No, I want to change my clothes first today. Lucci released Hermione, and in an instant, he vanished. Little Hermione blinked and craned her neck toward the bathroom, where Lucci had just squeezed toothpaste onto his toothbrush. Well, it's not like we're at that age where we bathe together anymore. Lucci spat out the mouthwash he had in his mouth. How old were we back then? Little Hermione pondered, stroking her chin. 5. We bathed together until we were 5. And now? 13. What's wrong with that? What do you think? Lucci rolled his eyes at the mirror, while little Hermione giggled as she hugged him from behind. After spitting out the mouthwash and placing the toothbrush down, Lucci pressed Hermione onto a stool and conjured a comb from thin air to tidy her hair. He carefully brushed the tousled locks from last night, finally securing them with a hairpin. Content with the sight of the pretty little Hermione in the mirror, Lucci nodded in satisfaction. As he turned to leave, little Hermione tugged at his hand, prompting him to look back at her in curiosity. Brother, could you help me wash up? Lucci fell silent for a moment, then pinched her cheek gently. The texture is quite delightful. Hermione, releasing her face, Lucci squeezed toothpaste onto her toothbrush. Open wide. Obediently, Hermione opened her pink mouth. Lucci placed the toothbrush in her mouth and slowly brushed her teeth. After the commotion, Lucci stretched lazily, taking Hermione's hand to check the time. It was only 6 o'clock. Class doesn't start until 8. Since I'm still in my pajamas, I might as well catch a bit more sleep. Little Hermione watched as Lucci flopped back onto the bed, tossing aside the neatly folded blanket she had just arranged. She quietly lay beside him, gazing intently at his face. Lucci had closed his eyes long ago, though his eyelashes fluttered slightly now. Hermione reached out and pinched Lucci's nose, but he showed no reaction. After a moment's contemplation, she bit down on Lucci's ear, causing him to shudder and open his eyes with a look of reproach. With a swift motion, he wrapped his arms around Hermione and, amidst her startled exclamation, pulled her into his embrace. Little Hermione, be good. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully punched his chest. Lucci smiled faintly and closed his eyes once more. At 7:30, Lucci and Hermione departed the dormitory, heading toward the auditorium. Lucci took out a mirror to examine the numerous bite marks and 2 wounds on his neck. With a grimace, he noted the varying depths of the marks, some fresh and others old. The most recent one was inflicted just moments ago. Hermione had bitten him for a solid hour and a half, leaving the area slightly swollen and reddened. Lucci sighed, resigned, ultimately deciding to conceal the evidence with a charm. Upon entering the Great Hall, he found the young wizards gathered for their meal. Having risen early, many had already finished their breakfast and lingered, awaiting Professor McGonagall's announcement of the class schedule. Hermione pulled Lucci to sit beside Zhang. He yawned, picked up his knife and fork, and food appeared on his plate. Suddenly, the Weasley twins materialized beside him, each draping an arm over his shoulders as they thrust several newspapers into his view. Lucci glanced at them, casually handing one to Hermione while shoving the twins' heads aside. Come on, Lucci, give us a reaction. The paper reports on our affairs. Oh, the Weasley twins pouted, turning their gaze to Hermione. While she perused the newspaper, she noticed the twins' expectant expressions and returned the paper to them. Are we truly that impressive? Hermione queried, looking at Harry. Oh, right, Harry. Sirius Black has escaped as well. Harry scratched his head, puzzled. Sirius Black? Who is that? Did you not see the papers from 2 weeks ago? Zhang paused momentarily. I remember now. Is he not the one responsible for the explosion on Muggle Street that resulted in the deaths of 12 Muggles and the demise of the hero Peter Pettigrew? The group exchanged confused glances, prompting Draco to directly inquire of Hermione. What connection does Sirius Black have with Harry? Well, there's a connection, as he is supposed to be Harry's godfather. What? Hermione offered no further clarification, merely cryptically advising Harry to be wary of any animals in the near future. Harry was left bewildered, questioning what animals had to do with anything. Professor McGonagall, sporting dark circles under her eyes, arrived late, casting a mournful glance at Dumbledore, who turned away, whistling nonchalantly. Head students from all grades, please come forward to collect the class schedules. The 7 young wizards stood up and approached Professor McGonagall to receive the schedules to distribute among their peers. With the onset of elective courses for third-year students, the schedules had undergone significant changes, although all students of the same year continued to attend core classes together. Upon receiving the schedules, the young wizards departed after finishing their meals, eager for the new semester to commence.